What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Friday. Happy Friday to you and yours, November 3rd, 2023. And the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock right here on TSU on today's show. Plenty of Texas and Kansas State conversation. What do the Longhorns need to do to keep their Big 12 title hopes alive? Plus, we'll go around the Big 12. It is the biggest weekend of Big 12 action that we have had in years. We'll preview some of the other biggest games from around the league. We'll talk about some of the other big college football games in the upcoming weekend. We'll talk about the NFL games of the upcoming weekend as the Dallas Cowboys are set to take on the Philadelphia Eagles for the first of two matchups here in 2023. We've got more World Series fallout. We've got a ton of fun to have over the next couple of hours. What's going on, Buck?
How you doing this morning, man?
Tired. You?
Tired.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I had a high school game last night, and Lake Travis Cavaliers finished out their season before heading to the playoffs, which they'll find out who they play in the playoffs tonight. But that was a 11 o'clock tilt. Wow. That was in the score in the 60s.
Oh, it didn't start at 11. It just ended at 11?
Ended at 11, yeah. I mean, it ended at, and trying to get out of Burger Center and get back out here to Dripping Springs. By that time, I got home at around 11. So, And then, of course, I did not sleep well last night. I'm misplaced my second championship ring.
Oh, no.
I just have this, and it wasn't the global amnesia or the segregated global amnesia or whatever I have or whatever. What is it called? What is it called?
Transient.
Transvestite global amnesia that I get. Before I go play a round of golf, I take it off and generally put it in one place. But I have several of those one places that I put it. You know what I mean? And so now I've got to tear the car apart, tear the bag apart, and I'm still missing my inaugural Big 12 championship ring that never appeared. Well, it did appear once because I got so skinny at one time, I threw something out in the trash, and the ring came off in the trash, and I had remembered that like 4 days later. I remember, wait a minute, I threw something in the trash, and I don't remember, and I went back into the trash, and there was the ring in the bag. So wow. I'm an idiot. I've grown up with an idiot, and now I'm getting old with an idiot. So it's all right. I'm still here. I'm still making it every day. Certain things you can do and certain things get out of your hands. And once they're out of your hands, now that's in my hands. That was my property.
Yeah,
I had full control over that. But certain things, when it gets out of your hand, brother, and then you have no control over it, it sucks. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do on this Friday and Thursday and Wednesday and Tuesday and Monday and throughout every day that we're around. Thank you so much. And please be careful out there.
So how many rings do you have left if you've now misplaced two of them?
I've got a beautiful state high school championship ring that I can't wear because I'm just an announcer. So I'm not Bill Schoening. I won't be sporting that, but it is gorgeous. Plus, it looks too much like a Super Bowl ring. And how do I tell people it's a high school? I should have taken that to my 50th high school reunion and worn that big bad boy.
Yeah.
That's where I should have wore that. But I can't do it. I'm an announcer. I can't sport those. I can put them in a case and say that's nice. I was a part of that, but I didn't coach them. I didn't play there. I've got a semi-pro championship that I coached for 1 year that won a national championship, beat a team from Philadelphia. I still have that ring. I have a championship Big Ten ring from University of Illinois, but I don't want to be sporting some blue dotted Illinois ring in the state of Texas. No. I've got two Boston College bowl rings because we never won a championship. We were independent, so we never won a championship. But we got this bowl ring, I think, for the one that was down in Tampa or something like that. And then I have one other. I have one of the Southwest Conference Championship rings. That's the last of my Texas rings that I have.
Okay.
Lost two others. I've got one more to go. It's not real pretty. Makovic designed it. It's just kind of gold with the UT and the horns on. I've never worn it because it's not sparkly enough. But I guess if this one's gone, guess what I'll be sporting? I'll be sporting that one.
How about you take it off before you go play golf? Leave it at home so you know where it is so it doesn't get misplaced.
I've heard all these things before. I've heard these rumors before of what I should do on how to do it. It just ends up on my finger as I drive in, and I place it either in the cup holder or when I'm getting my bag or in the bag. I'm just old.
Yep.
All right.
Oh man. Well, hopefully it turns up. We'll be optimistic. It's Friday after all. It will turn up somehow, some way. Speaking of turning up somehow, some way, the legendary lifetime Longhorn Ricky Williams will be with us at Covert BK. He's going to get there a little earlier than expected. So if you are making your way out to Covert, try to get there around 11 o'clock this morning.
Yes, please do.
Ricky will be there from 11 to 11:30, 11:40 or so. He's got
an obligation.
He's got a lot going on. Obviously, this weekend is all about the 25th anniversary of him winning the Heisman Trophy at the University of Texas back in '98. So he's got a lot going on today. He's got a lot going on tomorrow and throughout the weekend here in Austin. But we're lucky. Ricky will be there at Covert BK. We will be there as well.
He's doing this as a favor of our station. He's doing that because he very easily could be sleeping in. He's got his wife and his son is here with him. So they flew him in. This is his weekend. They had a luncheon. Of course, yesterday was the first I've heard of the luncheon, but we're on Ricky time as long as he can show up. And because we want him to see folks out there, he's got a bunch of hats. So if you're thinking about bringing a bunch of things with you, I wouldn't do it. We really don't like that anyway. That's not really part of what we try to do. We don't ask the guys to make speeches. We just ask them to kind of mingle with you. But I will be there at 11:15. So if you're thinking and you've got time to say, hey, listen, I can get out there pretty early, do that for us, please, today. Do the best you can.
Yep. And if you want to see Bucky's last Southwest Conference championship ring before he loses it, this is your chance because he'll probably lose that one too at some point in the not too distant future. So it's your chance to see that, but we'll be out there. A lot of the TSU team will be out there. Once again, Ricky Williams will be there as well. So try to get there early. A little bit of a change of plans, which is fine. We're still excited. Ricky's going to be there. The food will be there. We'll be there. It'll be fun, but we want to get the message across to you people to let y'all know to get there early.
It is Friday, and do you people work?
No.
Huh?
Nobody works on Friday. No,
so no. Except for us.
Except for us, yeah.
So they can leave a little bit early for lunch and meet us there. And then tomorrow, as things just keep on rolling for us this week.
Yep. And then tomorrow, change of plans with our pregame broadcast. Some of this stuff I've tweeted out, some of it not so much. I chose the worst week ever to take a couple of days off of work.
You went to a championship. You saw your team playing. Your week you should be smiling. You should still be happy inside.
Cloud 11, brother. Cloud 11.
Man. Life is like that.
Believe me, no. I'm not regretting it. I'm not regretting it at all.
There you go.
The trip of a lifetime. It's been a crazy week for Texas Sports Unfiltered. But our pregame show for tomorrow has moved. So it will no longer be at Schultz Garden. They had something pop up there. They had to reschedule. So we will now be at Crown and Anchor.
Ooh.
Yes. The OG, Crown and Anchor on 30th Street in North Campus. Same time, 8:30 to 10:30 tomorrow morning. If you're going to the K-State game, hey, stop by and say hello on your way. We're going to be giving away some Texas Sports Unfiltered koozies out there, and we'll be talking plenty of Longhorns and Wildcats. If you're looking for a place to just watch the game, hey, they've got TVs everywhere, Crown and Anchor. Y'all know what that is. Y'all been there before. That place has been around for a long time.
Half of you probably slept on that wooden deck at some time or the other.
Yep. Yeah. I think I probably did that once or 12 times too.
I may have done that even myself once. Oh. Yes. I may have gotten anchored down there one time. I think I remember. Yes.
There you go. So we'll be there tomorrow morning doing our pregame show before Texas and Kansas State. So moving parts, but exciting things. We're looking forward to these next couple of days. And obviously we are about 27 hours from kickoff now, Buck, of the biggest home game of the year for the Longhorns. It's Texas, It's Kansas State, Both of these teams are tied for first place in the Big 12. Of course, there are 5 teams right now currently tied for first place in the Big 12. So we've got a wild final month of the regular season in store for us. But hey, Texas still controls its own destiny, regardless of the other teams. Right now, if Texas can win these final 4 games of the regular year, they will be playing for a conference championship at the start of December in Arlington. And it all starts with a win tomorrow against a very, very talented Kansas State team who is coming in hot this weekend to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, they will be coming in hot. Offensively, defensively, 2 quarterbacks, 2 outstanding quarterbacks. I think is one of the best coaches in this conference, if not the best coach in the Big 12 conference. And he has got his culture set. And it's a culture of, they don't have to talk about physicality. They just show up that way. They will show up that way, and they'll be there for 4 quarters. They won't win because they'll lose 24-20, but they will show up and they'll be ready to fight. The question is, does the Texas staff have to talk their guys into a fight tomorrow at 11 a.m.? You shouldn't, because there's a lot on the line. I still think there'll be 100,000 there, even for an 11 o'clock game. I think it'll be packed. The building will be packed. It's going to be, Ricky Williams, 25th anniversary. Halftime will be something special. I think there'll be a special crowd out there. The weather will be just perfect for football. And where would you rather be on a Saturday morning at 11? If you're not in line for brunch somewhere and some mimosas, you might as well be there, brother. You might as well be at that field. So I'm excited for the fans. I'm excited for the pregame show where we're going to do it. I'm excited about today. This all circulates around the university this weekend. This is the real important one. I mean, everyone is important, but this is the one I think the fans will have something to do with tomorrow. I really do. This is where I think you'll make a difference on both sides of the football. And I think both sides of the football will have to play well. I think the second start for the quarterback will be very important. I think you can bring him up. I think this crowd can bring him up along with the head coach. The head coach kind of owes one. This is the one he needs to get. Last week we knew about, probably during the middle of the first quarter, that he doesn't have to do anything spectacular, to win this game. He's got enough talent to win this game. This one, he's going to have to do something really spectacular in this football game. I don't care if it's, get in the red zone, do something different, as long as you move the ball into the end zone. That something different will have to happen, and this will be on Sark tomorrow.
Well, let's hear from the head coach, and he kind of agrees with you, right? Here's his opening statement from his Zoom availability yesterday, where he talks about the opportunity that's at hand for this Texas team, but he also does mention the fans and the importance of having a good atmosphere at DKR tomorrow. Here's Coach Sark.
An exciting opportunity for our team. Saturday, 11 a.m. against a really good opponent in Kansas State. I think the week of work has reflected the excitement in our team. I think it's been an intense, energetic week of practice. I think a lot of guys have obviously, been focused on the task at hand and been very, detailed in their approach. And so we're looking forward to the opportunity. And, this is, games like this is why these guys chose to come here. And it's going to take, everybody on our roster contributing to the success of the team. It doesn't matter if you're a scout team player or a frontline starter. Everybody's got a role to the success of us and what we do. And with that being said, so do our fans. And this is, it's 11 a.m. kick Saturday. We need to make sure that our fans are there early and fired up and loud and making DKR as hostile of an environment as there is in the country, which I know it can be. So we're looking forward to that as well. I know our players are excited about that. There's nothing like playing at home, and we only get 6 Saturdays a year to do that. So we're definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, I love when the stadium's rocking before the game. So when you go out there in pregame, if you're a player and you go out there in pregame and that place is packed and people are going nuts and they're firing off the cannon and everything, the excitement of this football game is there for you. Nothing better than being in home like that. It doesn't matter what time of day the game is being played. This group will be up and ready to go. I didn't hear him have to even mention the word physicality. He just said execution, the preparation has been there all week. That's what you have to do. If you're not physical, you might as well not dress up tomorrow. Yeah. Because you'll get that hat handed right to you, and they'll exit you right out of your own stadium. So you don't even have to talk about that. That doesn't have to be mentioned to us as fans of this football team. My expectations are they will, or they'll get buried.
Yep,
By
I'm with you.
That's just the way that's going to roll. If they punch you in the mouth and you don't get off the deck, or if you punch them in the mouth and don't keep them down, you're going to be in for a dogfight, and you're going to be in for a brutal dogfight, I believe. But you control your own destiny. This is on you as a player. This is on you as coaches. The fans will be. I think the fans will be involved. I think the fans will stay involved and stay active in this football game for this team, for this young quarterback, for the plays that they know that they have to rise to the occasion. And now we know it. We know when this team gets the ball in the red zone, you're going to have to be. It's not that quiet. You know when to be quiet. Nobody has to tell you how to cheer, but you know when this team needs a play. You know when they need a stop. You know how you have to be backing them. Your fans, you've been around football a long enough time to know when to cheer and not to cheer, when to stand and when to sit and all that other bullshit that goes along with it. But you got to be a part of it tomorrow. And I would expect these fans to really be a part of it, because this right here, BK, is the one that catapults you. I mean, week to week, they'll talk about game to game, series to series, all that other, coach speak shit. But this is the game. This is the one right here. This is the one that everybody worried about before the season even started, before they even went to Tuscaloosa where they took care of business. This game with this purple kryptonite coming to your place, and you beat them every time. You beat them since you had your head coach. But this is the one I think the fans worry about more than any of the games.
Yeah, well, you go back to the preseason poll that came out before the season started, and these were the top two teams in the Big 12, right? Texas was picked to win this conference, and Kansas State was picked to finish second.
Yep.
Kansas State did get a couple of first-place votes from the media in that preseason poll, and, of course, Kansas State is the defending Big 12 champ. So what do they say? If you want to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. That's where it is for Texas right now. I mean, they can maybe not completely eliminate K-State from the Big 12 championship conversation, but they can obviously deliver a pretty big blow to K-State's hopes of repeating as conference champions. And obviously with the Texas win, they elevate their status and they feel like they're in the driver's seat going into the final 3 weeks of the season. So yeah, this is one we've all had marked on our calendar for a long, long time. And K-State wants revenge, right? I mean, it's not just Steve Sarkisian that's had Texas's number. Hell, Tom Herman, despite all of his faults, he never lost to K-State. Texas has beaten K-State 6 years in a row. And Chris Kleiman, who is now in his 5th season in Manhattan, has never beaten Texas. So they've got plenty of motivation up there in Manhattan to come down here and get this win. Because, their coach and nobody on that current roster has ever beaten Texas as a Kansas State Wildcat. So they're going to be juiced up. They're going to be ready to play. And yeah, Texas has to be ready to go at 11. And the 11 o'clock game Texas played this year, Buck, is the one game they lost. That, of course, was the Oklahoma game at the Cotton Bowl. And Texas, got punched in the mouth. Obviously, they came back. They had a lead against OU with a minute and a half to go. Unfortunately, that game ended the way that it did. But Texas, that was kind of a talking point for, the Texas Sports Unfiltered post game. And for all of us, the week after Dallas was, Texas just didn't look ready at 11 a.m. And how are you not ready, right? It's the biggest game of the year against your biggest rival. How are you not ready to go? Well, it didn't look like they were. Well, it's not as big of a game as Texas OU because nothing really is, but this is still a massive freaking game for Texas. They've got to be ready to go. They've got to look a lot sharper from the opening kick in this 11 a.m. game than they did in the last 11 a.m. game. No
doubt about it. The players have to be at another level. Everybody has to be able to compete in this game. As he says, if you're the third string guy, if you're the look squad guy, you had to give this group a good look all week long. What I like that I don't have to look at on the other side of the field is that dude Deuce Vaughn around anymore. That's for sure. I am so happy that dude is out of there. Not to look over and have to see that little guy playing again. I didn't want to see him again. So take advantage of it. They've got an okay running game. Their quarterbacks will be very involved in the run game. I expect this defense, the front four of Texas on defense, to stymie the run. Now, they're going to get theirs because they have 2 talented quarterbacks, and one guy can really scoot, and he's going to get a couple big plays. But what you can't do is have them break your back with the quarterback run. You just can't. And they can do it.
They're going to try. Yep, they're going to try. And the two-headed monster that they've been bringing out there at quarterback has been very, very effective, right? That's been the change for K-State. This is a team that started the year just 3-2. They lost a heartbreaker at Mizzou in the non-con. They lost on like a 65-yard field goal at the buzzer. And I think everybody saw the night before Texas OU, funny enough, K-State went to Stillwater and they got beaten up pretty good. I know they came back a little bit in the second half to make the scoreboard look a little bit more respectable, but Oklahoma State was dominating K-State for large portions of that game in Stillwater on October 6th. Now, at that point, Oklahoma State looked like one of the biggest jokes in college football.
They did.
And they're one of the teams that's tied with Texas and K-State right now atop the Big 12 conference. So they figured some things out, and that loss doesn't look nearly as embarrassing now for K-State as it did at the time. But since then, they've won 3 in a row, and they have just been dominating teams, right? They've outscored their last 2 opponents 82-3. And if you include the second half of the game before that, their win in Lubbock, they're outscoring opponents. I think it's 103-10 over the last 2.5 games. So, yeah, K-State's turned a corner, but it started when they brought in Avery Johnson. And this was not a, Avery Johnson's so good, we feel like we have to get him on the field right now. This was a, Will Howard, our starting quarterback, just isn't as good as we want. What can we do to make this offense get better? And credit Colin Klein. I think we all remember that dude as a player. He was a Heisman finalist one year at K-State. He was a freaking stud. He's now the offensive coordinator up there in Manhattan. He decided to bring in this wrinkle and bring in Avery Johnson, and the two of those guys together have been great. Will Howard's improved his play a ton since Avery Johnson got inserted into the lineup, and obviously you mentioned Avery Johnson's running ability. That guy is fast. He's not like coach's son / gym rat.
No. Oh, no.
He is fast and he is explosive. And if you aren't on your P's and Q's as a defense, you're going to be chasing that dude.
Yeah, that dude reminds me of dude that played quarterback in high school and played cornerback in high school too. He's not just a dude that grew up and went to all the camps just to play quarterback and never played another position. That guy's probably a monster in basketball in high school. He probably was a great athlete. You can just tell by the way he maneuvers around the field. And his vision, I mean, he can go, and don't think he can't outrun you. You know what I'm saying? Don't think that dude with that golden hair you're gonna catch him from behind. That dude can scoot and can fly, and he'll take advantage of it too. I mean, if it's open, he's gone, and he's not going BK. He's not going to slide. He's going to be an athlete.
Yeah,
you know,
he had 5 rushing touchdowns in that win in Lubbock a few weeks back. And yeah, he can absolutely scoot. So
keep that guy off the field.
Yeah.
Keep him on the sideline. Make them have to use that dude as a punt returner or something, but keep him off the field. Don't let them have long sustained drives. This is the week that Texas has to have. I hate to say it, but there's going to be some 70-yard drives that have to be done, 65-yard drives. You're not going to get that ball in. Well, you hope you do, but I don't think you're going to get that ball in great because they don't turn it over. They don't just give it away. Right. So you have to take it from them, but you're not going to get a lot of those field positions unless you do special things on the special teams. That you're going to have to make some of those breaks, but you're going to have some sustained drives. You can't have a bunch of 3-and-outs against this group. They will just they'll wear that defense down.
Well, this is Malik Murphy's moment, and I know every Texas fan, ourselves included, is talking about Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter and just the emphasis that Texas needs to put on running the football, right?
Yes.
Like, this is one of those games. You think of last year's game in Kansas State or at Kansas State. Bijan Robinson ran it 30 times for more than 200 yards, and Texas rode him to a victory. You would love Jonathan Brooks to have some sort of stat line like that tomorrow. But look, let's not be naive. You're going to have to throw the football some. And Malik Murphy was fine last week. Obviously, if the game was closer, I think people would be more critical of Malik Murphy's performance. But, Texas got a great performance on defense. They got a great performance on special teams, and they had a pretty hefty lead on the scoreboard for the majority of the game. So, Malik Murphy made a couple of plays, had a couple of touchdowns, settled into his own after a couple of first-half interceptions, or first-half turnovers, I should say. But this is his moment, right? Like, clearly Texas was better than BYU. The Longhorns were nearly 3-touchdown favorites in that game against the Cougars. This is a different breed of cat coming to town. Texas just a 4-point favorite against a really, really good K-State team that is playing some incredible football right now. This is Malik Murphy's moment, man. He's got to step up and make some plays. And you're right, this does feel like a game where K-State's not going to beat itself and gift you a bunch of turnovers and hidden yardage on special teams like BYU did. You're going to have to earn everything that you get in a game against Kansas State, which means Malik Murphy has to be better. He's got to be smarter with the football, and he's got to go out there and make some plays to help this Texas team get a win tomorrow.
And your fans got to be better too. You got to make it difficult for this group. Get them playing outside of the box a little bit. Get them get them playing, a little bit wilder than they do, because when those dudes are in control, boy, they can be methodical in the way they run their offense. BK, they can put pressure on you with their front four. Their linebackers are good enough. They always have good players in the secondary. But when you get a shot, you have to take advantage of all the shots you can get, because once again, I'm hoping that they're better in the red zone if they get down in there, but I'm not sure. So if you get shots outside the red zone and there's one that has to go down the field to Xavier Worthy or anybody else, it's got to be completed. If they've got to step on a guy, you've got to throw it. You got to let it loose and let them run under it, and they got to score touchdowns. Because once again, I still don't know what they're like in the red zone. I'm hoping that coach figured out something over the last week or so, or there's something on tape that they can see, but I'm not sure of that. I'm still not sure of the quarterback. I'm hoping that he can take them on sustained drives, but you're going to have to lean on a group that hasn't played all that well to me, and that should have the ability to play well, and that's that offensive line right now. Yep. You should, and believe me, there's not a bunch of punks on the other side either on that defensive line. They're no joke either. So you're going to have to go bone to bone. Here we go. Let's talk physicality. You're going to have to be a physical bunch on the offensive line. It's going to be down and dirty on the lines of scrimmage tomorrow.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Physicality is the name of the game. Anytime you're playing K-State, but especially with this K-State team, because they are very good on the lines of scrimmage.
And I love the way you said they're better than they were last year.
Yeah, defensively they are, which is crazy. They won the Big 12 last year. Now, they were in this exact same spot last year. They were 6-2 and 4-1 in Big 12 play through the first 8 games, and they ended up winning the conference. They were the only team to beat TCU until the national championship, where it felt like Georgia beat them twice with that score. But yeah, they were in this spot last year, and they found a way to win the Big 12, but they lost a lot from last year's squad. They only have 5 starters back from the defense from a year ago. And they lost a first-round pick on defense. They lost a second-round pick on defense. And, oh, by the way, one of the 5 starters who came back, a linebacker named Daniel Green, is probably their best defensive player. He tore a pec against Mizzou, and he's out for the year. So you could argue the 3 best players from K-State's defense last year that was really good are not on the team this year, and their defense is better statistically in 2023 than it was in 2022. So they're good on that side of the ball. And yeah, they're going to make Texas earn every yard tomorrow.
Now, where do you see Texas picking on? Where do you see them taking advantage of with the wide receivers?
Yeah, I think so. K-State's got, they are, like, if there is a weakness they have defensively, it is stopping the run. Now, they're not awful against the run. So I hope, the strength of this Texas offense is the run game. And I think the weakness of the K-State defense is their run defense. So that's where I think Texas can butter its bread the most tomorrow. And
a lot of drives, a lot of clock movement, maybe not scores in the 40s, but high 20s, maybe low 30s. If you can get, for me, 24, there you can't give up anything but 20 to this group, 20 to 21. I see this as a field goal game, whichever it goes. I'm taking Texas to win by just 3, or 4. I think I said 24-20, but I'll still take a 24-21 game.
Yep. I'm trying to pull up the total. The over-under right now is 49.5 for this football game. So this is a first to 30 wins, but I'm not sure anyone's getting to 30. I guess my point is, if somebody gets to 30 tomorrow, then I think they'll be walking out with a victory. But these are 2 of the top 15 scoring defenses in college football. You're talking about one team playing with a backup quarterback. I'm hard-pressed.
The other team playing with 2 first-string quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm hard-pressed to believe that anybody is going to get to 30. I think this is an ugly game that's played in the 20s, and those are the games where every single mistake can prove costly, right? If it's a shootout, hey, you can make a mistake because your offense is going to get the ball back and they're going to march down the field, score a touchdown, and it's all good. You can offset that, no problem.
Got to steal one on special teams somehow. You're at home, take a chance. Yeah, and I don't mean a fake field goal when you need 3. I don't mean that kind of chance.
No, hey, maybe taking one on special teams will be just taking the points tomorrow, Sark. Maybe that needs to be your special teams advantage, is taking 3 points instead of 0 points, like we've seen way too often from this bunch this year.
Yeah, I would say if you got an opportunity to get 3 and you've got something that's that 4th and 4, 4th and 3 that you think you have the play for, go ahead and kick it.
Mm-hmm.
Just go right ahead and kick it. Take the points.
How about this from our girl Christy at Cakes Rock? Fox Sports ordered a birthday cake for Matthew McConaughey, and they're presenting it live on air tomorrow morning because big noon kickoff. The Fox crew will be here tomorrow morning.
Awesome.
So I
Good
guess they're
job,
doing
Christy.
something
Cakes
for
rock.
McConaughey.
Yes.
Yeah, that's legit right there. Congrats, Christy. That is freaking incredible. Great news. Great news. Loaded show this morning. Jeff Howe from Texas Sports Unfiltered and Horns 24/7 will be joining us here momentarily to talk more Texas K-State. Our guy Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will be with us at 9:15 to give you his winners of the weekend. And John Curts, who covers K-State, will be with us at 9:30. So we are getting you set for this massive game tomorrow, but also this massive football weekend in both college and the NFL. Buck, let's give some shout outs to some of our great sponsors before we get into all of that other stuff.
And great they are for sure. Relax the back. With my messed up back, getting the right support has always been very, very difficult for me, but nothing gave me the comfort my back needed. And that's why I love the folks at Relax the Back. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair that I've had right now for over 15 years, and it feels fantastic. I had thoracic back surgery about 20 years ago, which it was totally reconstructed. And thanks to Relax the Back, my back can't be happier. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do anything by now. If I was sitting in the chair that BK's been strolling around in for the last couple of years, the one he stole from the pool, there's not a chance. But Relax the Back, they've got everything you need. Tempur-Pedic mattresses. They've got the stand-up desk that our guy Doc Trey will be looking at today, I think. When he leaves, he'll be going over to Relax the Back there in the Hill Country Galleria and checking out one of those stand-up desks because he needs that because he doesn't want to hurt his volleyball back. You know what I mean? He's a little tender in certain areas. Now, they got two great locations. They got one in BK at the Hill Country Galleria, as I said, across from Whole Foods. There's another one in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Folks, live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to our friends at the Altstadt Brewery as well. If you're looking for a great beer to drink at your tailgates and watch parties this weekend, make it Altstadt beer. It's easy to find. HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine. Wherever you go to get your beer, you can find Altstadt. If you're hitting the town this weekend, your favorite bars and restaurants all throughout the state, not just here in the Austin area, they've got it in the Metroplex. There's a big parade going on up there in the Metroplex today. If you need a beer to help you to celebrate that, they've got you covered. They've got it in H-Town. They've got it all over the state. This stuff is liquid gold. If you've tried Altstadt, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't tried it yet, I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. And hey, I see our man right now ready to roll from Horns 24/7, but also from Texas Sports Unfiltered. And you'll be able to hear him this afternoon with Trey Elling from 3 to 5. Our guy Jeff Howe with us this morning. What's up, Jeff?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
BK, I had a breakfast this morning you would be proud of. So it's not it's definitely grocery time for us to go to the store. I had a Baby Ruth and a Dr. Pepper Zero for breakfast. So
what?
Yeah. Times were rough this morning, Buck.
Wow.
You got to go. Yeah, you got to go. You got to hit the kids' stuff from Trick or Treat if you have to. They still got leftovers. Let's go. Let's bring them out.
That's where I got the Baby Ruth. I'm like, full-size Baby Ruth. That's got my name written all over it.
Full size? What a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I feel like the fact that it's a Baby Ruth offsets the fact that it's full size. You know, if we're talking about a full size Reese's or a full size Twix or something that's actually good, then hey, good for the kids and good for the neighbors. But Baby Ruth, I know kids eating Baby Ruth.
Way too. Well, see, you need candy for the olds like me, BK.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what I partook in the other day, Jeff? 4-pack of Reese's cups. Wow. With an Olipop.
With an Olipop. And hey.
Oh yeah, because I had to have a soda with that chocolate. It was great. I had a grape Olipop and a 4-pack of the long Reese's. Oh, was that delicious? I forgot how good those can be.
Hey,
forget having them frozen. It was nice, and it was a warm day. They were kind of, you touch them, the chocolate got it out. I just jammed 4 down so quick. It was great.
Looking at that 7-Eleven logo, got to remind you, the 7-Elevens are pretty much guaranteed to have the double-decker oatmeal cream pie.
Oh, baby.
Yes.
We know Bucky loves his cream pies. We've learned that.
Man.
Yeah. All right, buddy. We've been talking about
cream pies and baked potatoes.
That's it. Got to throw in that protein in there, throwing that fiber too.
And they mean exactly what you think they mean, kids.
Yes.
If you're listening. No innuendos with either of those things. Texas and Kansas State, man, it's weird, Jeff. I mean, forever Texas just couldn't beat K-State. And now it's K-State just can't beat Texas. The Longhorns have won 6 in a row against the Purple Cats. Chris Kleiman is in his 5th year in Manhattan. He's never found a way to beat Texas. But we've had this one marked on our calendar for a long time. I mean, these were the preseason top 2 teams in this conference going into the season. And here we are, 2 of these teams tied for first place. Of course, there are 5 teams currently tied for first in the Big 12 right now, but these 2 are very much in the mix. I don't even know where to begin with this one. We'll just go to the past before we talk about tomorrow. What's been the difference? Like, what has Texas done so well? Most of these 6 games have been close. There was a blowout in the COVID year, but what has Texas done so well against K-State to kind of flip the script against a team that used to be known as the Purple Kryptonite?
I think you got to go back and kind of give Tom Herman and that regime some credit, because we can say a lot, and we do say a lot about those 4 years of Tom Herman football. But one thing that Tom Herman's teams were, man, they were tough. And I think for so long, that's one thing that Texas failed to do consistently, was match the physicality that K-State brought to the table. Tom Herman's teams did that, and I think that's kind of carried over. Sark wants a team that can play with a physical edge. On top of that, I think you look at like year 1 with Sark, it was almost a blessing in disguise that, if you remember, Hudson Card and Casey Thompson got injured in that West Virginia game the week before. That was a Friday game. As of Tuesday, Sark didn't know if he was going to have a healthy quarterback. So at that point, he had a game plan that was almost exclusively Roschon Johnson and the Wildcat. So naturally, when your base offense is the Wildcat, you're going to have a degree of physicality to you. And let's not forget, Skylar Thompson didn't play in that game either. Yeah. So maybe if Skylar Thompson plays, it's a different story. And I think that's what K-State fans would tell you last year, that, hey, maybe the wrong quarterback played. Maybe Will Howard should have been in that game instead of Adrian Martinez. But the bottom line is, starting with Tom Herman in the last 2 years under Sark, Texas has had the kind of personnel where they can line up and run the football. And we know how tough it's been for opponents to just line up and run the football at Texas. You really can't do it. You've got to do misdirection and try some other things, because, man, if you're just going to line up and try to run it right at Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, that's the go with God plan. You're just praying and hoping that it works, because nobody else has been able to do it. Alabama couldn't do it. Oklahoma couldn't do it. Nobody's been able to just line up and pound Texas when they try to run the football.
Jeff, do you see and for the Longhorns on the offensive line, the center? I mean, Jake Majors, is he back to being? I mean, I know he's healthy enough to snap it. He's played in a couple games, and I don't know if he's at full strength. This is a game where you almost need that dude to be at full strength. There'll be a pressure on both of his shoulders, in this football game. That K-State defensive line will put the pressure in that A gap, and really, I hope his knee and his legs and everything else are ready for what they're going to bring to the table this weekend.
It's interesting. I feel like the last 2 weeks, I don't have his Pro Football Focus grades in front of me. I feel like the last 2 games, Jake Majors has played 2 really good football games since he's been back. I think there's some other pieces of that line that concern you a little bit.
Yes.
I think one of the problems they have, Bucky, on the interior, and I hesitate to call it a problem, based on how Kyle Flood teaches it, DJ Campbell pretty much, or either it's how he teaches it or it's kind of what they want him to do. DJ Campbell can only play right guard right now. They haven't worked him at left guard at all. But, we've seen, it's no secret, like Hayden Connor struggled at times.
Sure.
But I think now that you've got Cole Hudson back, Cole Hudson can play left guard. So I think if there are some issues on Saturday, then you can see maybe a little bit of rotation there, because Hudson can play both guard spots. Connor can play both guard spots. And then you've got Campbell at right guard. So I don't worry about Majors, Buck, at this point, as much as I worry about those 2 guard spots being solidified, because you pretty much know at this point what you're going to get from both of your tackles.
Sure.
Pretty much know what you're going to get from your center. It's those 2 guards. And I'll say this kind of in defense of Hayden Connor, Bucky, this as a coach, don't ask guys to do stuff that's outside of their skill set.
Sure.
Like with the way BYU was bringing pressure, it was probably a bad idea to call your screen pass where you're pulling the guard to block that edge blitzer. Like, I saw some people say, oh, that was a lazy block or whatever. He never got there. Like he didn't beat the blitz.
He can't get there. You're right.
I don't put that on Hayden Connor as much as I put that on Sark. Is like, look, you got a young quarterback. Like, help your guy out a little bit. And
dude, I saw the tight end pulling to get to that guy and couldn't get him. but I saw
Yeah.
the tight end actually whiff that guy too out there in space. So
yeah, and that's the other thing too, Bucky. I'm glad you brought that up with their guards. I think some of their red zone stuff and especially their goal line and short yardage stuff, I think you can clean some of that up if they just stop pulling their guards so much. I just feel like when you pull your guards in short yardage and goal line, you're almost inviting penetration, and that'll blow that stuff up real quick. So I think you've got to change up your run game concept some down in the goal line. In short yardage. I think stop pulling your guards so much would be a good place to start.
Jeff, last year they didn't do that because the guys are so young. They didn't want to vacate areas. They were afraid to. But all of a sudden, they're some of their run game has a lot of guys taking off and pulling and letting guys just come down and get penetration. They didn't do that last year. They were worried about it. They don't seem to be worried about it this year, and it looks like maybe they should be worried about doing it.
Well, the one concept that's kind of worked for them, and it's become a staple of the Sark run game. If you look at the touchdown Jonathan Brooks scored last week in the red zone, they ran that little split zone where the tight end blocks back against the formation. So in other words, tight end's going to the right to seal it off. You're running zone to the left side, and the back hits it on the front side. Stuff like that where you can get maybe a little bit of misdirection. Or if the defense is shooting gaps, at that point, they're going to shoot the wrong gap.
Right.
So that's the kind of stuff you need to do. And that's where I get a little frustrated with Sark is we see him do things that work. It's like, okay, just go back to that until they stop it. Then you can go figure out something else. But I think and BK, we've talked about this, and I think I was with you guys when we talked about it after the Wyoming game. I still don't think this offense has an identity. I still think if you asked Sark, like if it was just you and him in the office, like, hey, what's the identity of your offense? Like, what do you think you can hang your hat on? I don't even know that he could tell you right now. And I think that you talk about finishing drives. I think that's a big problem. I think that's a big part of it.
Well, they're going to have to do it tomorrow, my friend. They're going to have to, there's going to be some 70-yard, 65-yard drives that they got to find a way to finish. See, they're not, they got gifted a couple scoring zone deals last week, but this team is not giving you the ball. You have to take it from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I think I know what the identity of the Texas offense is. First play of the game.
Oh, no.
Receiver screen.
No, not tomorrow, please.
Or, hey, they could switch it up and throw it to Sanders. We can get a tight end there too, but that's what's going to happen, guys. That's the identity of this offense. We know what the first play identity is. I don't know about
but do you think Coach
60.
Kleiman, do you think they know what's going to happen the first? You think they're smart enough to know that it happens every game?
I'll tell
they
you
may
what,
not be.
Everybody's doing the touchdown celebration, take the arrow out of your quiver and, fire it. Sark should take tight end screen off the call sheet, do that and fire it into the sun. Like that's what I want to see done with tight end screen.
Are you still happy with the screens though, Jeff? Some of to the backs and just extended handoffs, those little dump offs in them. You liking those right now still?
Yeah. And I don't hate the perimeter screens to the receivers either. It's just your receiver group has been so inconsistent in terms of how they block those things that this year here's some simpleton stuff. Again, I say this all the time, man. Football is a simple game made complicated by simple men. Your perimeter screen game works a lot better when guys actually block it right.
Yeah, I like that part.
And Bucky, this, like, you ask your receivers, you'll ask them to stock block or something like, dude, I don't need you to drive the guy 4 rows deep into the stands. Like, just sit there and patty cake with him. Just get in his way long enough for that dude to get around you.
Don't let him blow you up and you end up 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage or into the receiver.
Exactly.
That's all.
Exactly.
And don't grab him by his jersey and pull him down. Don't have to tug on him. Just stay in front of him. Slap him. If you have to just slap him, well, you got to slap that face mask. Slap him across the chest. Do something, but don't do this. And then when he starts to move, you still got a whole handful of it.
Bucky, was there anything as a coach that pissed you off as much as wide receivers getting penalties out there?
I was a wide receiver. They never asked me to block out. I'm not in space. I only, as a receiver, had to block in the full house on the goal line, the lead blocker. I never touched the ball. At 165, I was the lead blocker in college. And I got rejected so many times. That's why I'm sitting in this relaxed back chair, because I got rejected and had to have a neck roll at the goal line at 165. I never pancaked a soul. I bit guys' ankles and knees and grabbed a hold of the kneecaps like this. I grabbed a hold of a kid from Notre Dame named Ross Browner.
I was going to ask you about Ross Browner. Yeah.
Oh my God. He said to me during, it was a Monday night football game, Notre Dame versus Boston College at Foxborough. He said, if you grab me by the leg again, I am going to whip your ass. The very next time we got in short yardage and goal line, I was one-on-one with a 270-pound defensive end. That was my block. I had the kick-out block in the goal line, and he came shooting down, and I almost started to melt. Almost like I was sliding to second base as he was coming. And as he went by, I grabbed him. I grabbed that dude around the knee again, and he turned around, and he kicked me in the hip, like with the old-time Nikes, the black Nikes that Notre Dame wore, those ones that were hard, that hard molding. He kicked me in I got a hip pointer for him that lasted for 6 games. I couldn't sneeze. I couldn't shit. I couldn't do anything. Anything that you did with your lower body, it didn't happen. I couldn't. Oh my God. He told me what was going to happen the next time I held him, and he did it.
That's what happens when you mess with a college football Hall of Famer, Buck.
God.
Man, that hurt.
That's awesome. Hey, back to this game, although that is hilarious. Still can't get over the fact that the Buck was a lead blocker in college at 105 pounds, soaking wet. Malik Murphy, man, your confidence level in him, some good, some bad last week. I said earlier to Buck, like, I think Malik Murphy's performance isn't getting talked about a whole lot because Texas was so good defensively and so good on special teams that they didn't need a lot from their quarterback. So people were just kind of like, okay, Malik was fine, whatever. It seems obvious they're going to need more from him tomorrow. What's your confidence level, and what do you think Sark's confidence level is with Malik Murphy going into a game against a very, very talented K-State defense?
I think it's 75, 80%. I think one thing that Malik needs to be cognizant of this week is something that Sark tells his quarterbacks, and Malik was guilty of this last week a couple of times. It goes back to bad plays. Don't turn a fender bender into a fatality. Like, don't take a bad play and just make it infinitely worse. Like the interception, that's exactly what that was. Like, you hope a guy learns to step up, like climb in the pocket, and there's going to be times where you have to eat it and take a sack. It's just the way it is. Even I don't know if he was trying to throw it to a receiver or he was trying to throw it out of bounds, whatever. But man, even as strong of an arm as he has, when there's dudes draped on you and you're trying to throw it from the far hash out of bounds, that's a tough throw to make, even if you're trying to throw it out of bounds. So I think that kind of stuff, you just have to hope that, and that's where the concern is, BK. You have to hope that those, oh my God, what is he doing plays, that those are minimized. Those are very few, because this is a game that if you have a couple of those within a span of like 2 or 3 drives like he had last week, this is the game where it can get you beat. BYU wasn't going to be able to take advantage of that stuff last week. This is the kind of stuff that can get you beat. I do like the fact that, and Trey and I kind of disagreed about this a little bit. He didn't like the fact that Texas threw the ball so much. To me, it wasn't throwing the ball so much. I just like the pass plays they called early on, with the exception of tight end screen. Like I said, fire that into the sun. But it was a lot of, RPOs, play action, high percentage stuff. Just get him into a rhythm, get him some confidence. I think the counter to that is, does K-State expect you to do some of that now? Now do you start taking deep shots? And I think, his ability to throw the ball deep, we saw it a little bit last week. He underthrew the one to A.D. Mitchell, but they took a lot fewer shots than I thought they were going to take. I figured, hey, this might be a game where Sark figures out, okay, this is an opponent we can beat. Let's just go ahead and take a couple extra shots, just see if we can hit them or not. I think this is a week where you might try to hit some shots, and you're going to have to, because the weakest position group on this K-State team is their secondary. It's not a very good K-State secondary. So if you can exploit that a little bit, you'd like to. Can Malik Murphy exploit it? Does Sark trust him enough to make some of those intermediate throws that you feel like are going to be there, kind of those higher risk throws between the numbers? So maybe some more deep shots, maybe some of that intermediate stuff. How much does Sark trust him to do that stuff? Because, man, if you're just going to dink and dunk, I don't think that's you're going to have a tough time. You already had trouble finishing drives anyway. So you're really going to need to try to get chunk yardage plays wherever you can get them. I know that's a long answer to the question, BK, but I think that's where that for Sark, I think that's, if there's a lack of trust, or maybe trust that hasn't been built yet, I think it's in the stuff that you just automatically expect Quinn Ewers to do, like some of those intermediate throws and making the right reads on an RPO. That's probably, if you're Sark, maybe you're just not quite all the way there yet.
Well, if your offensive line plays with not much physicality, your running game, what you really believe in, is going to, you're going to get stuffed a couple times where you don't get anything, where Jonathan Brooks doesn't have one of those breakaway runs. He's going to have those 3-yarders that are going to be tough 3-yard runs that are going to be important. So you are going to have to take some shots down the field. You're going to have to let that kid throw. I mean, you just are. I mean, I liked it last week, Jeff. I'm kind of with BK. You didn't have to throw as much as you kind of did but you had to find out what your quarterback was about. I mean, what other game were you going to do it? That was the only game you could do it. You never were. Yeah. The game was never in doubt that BYU was going to beat you, so you could take chances with your quarterback. I don't know. I've just got to let him play this week. I got to mix it up. I'm not trying to get him going by throwing 8 straight passes. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be silly and try to do that to make my quarterback feel like, okay, let's get in a rhythm. No, you can get in a rhythm by getting first downs, dinking and dunking and letting your running backs get it done. But if the offensive line, if they're not physical, this will be tough sledding running, I think, too. I do. I just got a feeling this team will be up to the task defensively tomorrow and just against the run game. I got to believe that Coach Kleiman thinks that Texas is going to come in with a big offensive line and try to roll us at home,
Yeah, here's the other thing, too, with that. You look at the last 2 wins over K-State in this 6-game winning streak. You've had 2 backs carry the ball 30-plus times. Yes. Rojo carried it 31 2 years ago. Granted, a lot of that was out of the Wildcat. Bijan carried it 30 times last year in Manhattan. And you talk about trust, BK. My thing is, it's not with Malik Murphy. Does Sark finally trust Jonathan Brooks enough to just say, dude, yeah, I know you're our bell cow running back, but this call sheet and the way I call this game is going to dictate that. Like, he's going to be in that. Mm-hmm. And with touches too, he should be 30-plus touches, period. Between carries and receptions, I think it's closer to 30. I think it's closer to 35, 38 is where I think Jonathan Brooks should be. I mean, I think you've got a couple of really nice playmakers on the outside. I think Xavier Worthy, for the most part, he's a special guy. He's a special player. We've seen what he can do with the ball in his hands. I think A.D. Mitchell's that kind of guy. Jatavian Sanders can be that kind of guy when he's healthy. But Jonathan Brooks has proven to you that he can be that guy. Do you trust him enough now to put this on his back? Because look, I mean, you're getting down to nut cutting time. I mean, this is you're in November with all of your goals in front of you. And if you win out, you're going to go into championship weekend with a chance to get into the CFP. So there's no sense in saving it or trying to figure things out. You got to go with what you know works. And Jonathan Brooks is the kind of guy now, Bucky, he's maximizing runs. He's doing some of the same stuff we saw Roshan and Bijan do. Man, if it's blocked for 3, he can get you 4 or 5. If it's blocked for 8, he can get you 12. So just put the ball in his belly, let him work over the defense, and that'll take some pressure off of Malik Murphy. And I think Sark is at the point. It seems like trust is a big thing we're talking about on this segment this week.
Yeah,
I think Sark should trust his defense and special teams enough to where you feel like, man, okay, it might take us a little bit, but we need to really try to get this run game going. Don't wait until late in the second half. Like, we shouldn't look up. There shouldn't be a half where Jonathan Brooks has single-digit carries tomorrow. In other words, he can't have 14 in the first half. It's like, dude, he only got 3 carries in the second half.
Yeah,
like he should be double-digit carries in both halves.
Are you taking points tomorrow too? If you've got to kick the field goal, if you're looking at those 4th and 3s, and in your mind the crowd is going go go go, and you've got a field goal kicker that's doing all right now, do you go ahead and take these 3 points? That's what kind of game we're looking at.
I think you have to, because you look at the games where Sark hasn't done that, where he hasn't taken the points. It's been games where, like, they know they're going to beat the opponent, right? It's been Rice or BYU last week. I think this is a game where he knows points are going to be at a premium. So yeah, I feel like Sark really walks a fine line between aggressiveness and recklessness sometimes. And sometimes we've seen him step over, fake field goal against Houston on 4th and 6. But, I think this
is made the first guy miss.
Yeah, this is definitely a game where you should take the points. And you should try Bert Auburn with the way he kind of has battled back from those issues he had earlier in the season. I think he's earned your trust.
Yeah.
For you to trust him. But definitely from like 40 in, you should be able to trust Bert Auburn to get you 3 points.
Yeah. Jeff, last thing for me, this Texas defense, you could argue their 2 worst defensive performances came against mobile quarterbacks. Now, one of those mobile quarterbacks, Donovan Smith, didn't have to use his legs at all, but still, he was a mobile quarterback. Texas game plan to stop him from being able to run. And, well, because they did that, Donovan Smith was able to find crosser after crosser after crosser and pick Texas apart through the air. K-State not only has one dual threat quarterback, they've got two dual threat quarterbacks. Now, Avery Johnson's a better runner than passer, and I think Will Howard's probably a better passer than runner. But still, both of those guys can do both of those things. What do you think the game plan needs to be for PK? This K-State offense has been rolling teams over the last 3 games since they brought Avery Johnson into the lineup. What do you expect? What do you think the game plan for Texas needs to be defensively to keep K-State's offense in check?
Well, I think you've got to worry too. They got some pretty good running backs. I mean, with DJ Giddens, and Treshaun Ward was a guy that was, a top 1-2 running back at Florida State. I mean, it's not like he was hot garbage. It's not like he left, because he couldn't play. So they've got 2 really good backs too. To me, BK, I think it goes back to whatever you have to do to win on first down. That I know Sark mentioned that earlier in the week, and that can kind of sound like coach speak, but I don't know if I'm as excited about anything in this program right now as I am with that package PK showed last week on third down. That kind of big dime package they got where, your front is Sorrell Sweat and Murphy. You bring Anthony Hill in the game. You bring Maurice Blackwell in the game. You still got Jalen Ford on the field. You're not taking Jahdae Barron off. That to me, it's your most versatile front. You're getting your best box defenders on the field. You got guys that can hit, guys that can run, guys that can cover. And with Ryan Watts healthy now, as much as they like to blitz him from the boundary, your pressure options seem like they're unlimited. I mean, if you're in surefire passing situations with those guys, that's where I think we could see PK unleash stuff we haven't seen yet this year. We saw that package last week. I feel like if K-State's in 3rd and 7 plus, they'll put that package on the field and you can show like the looks you can show out of it, the actual pressures you can run, the coverages. It's almost endless what you can do out of that package. I'm really excited about that.
You got to stay you got to stay in your lanes though, because
you do, but
you really do.
As a Mo Blackwell truther and the president of the Mo Blackwell fan club, I feel like everybody finally got to see last week a little bit of what I've been clamoring for from that guy. Now that he's healthy, hopefully we see it. The other thing too, BK, I'll mention this. I wrote about this yesterday in our Insider at Horns 24/7. I heard from somebody connected to a Big 12 staff that's already scouted Texas that felt like teams that are able to play with bigger personnel, that they might have a chance to move the ball against Texas, because one thing PK does, when they go like true 4-3 personnel, they go 40 personnel with 3 true linebackers on the field. He tends to take Jahdae Barron off the field in those situations. Yeah. So to me, if K-State comes out running like multiple tight ends, multiple backs, and really tries to play this in a phone booth, even that kind of game, you can't take Jahdae Barron off the field. You can't have your biggest playmaker on the sideline. So that's one of those chess matches that I want to see. Is PK expecting that? Because if that staff knows, trust me, they're not the only one in the Big 12. They're not the only staff in the Big 12 that's figured that out. Do we see Jahdae Barron on the field even in some short yardage situations? Because, I mean, he's so physical. Yeah. There's so many things he can do. It's not, to me, it's not worth it to put David Benda or Jet Bush in the game. No disrespect to those guys. If I'm PK, I've got to have Jahdae Barron on the field. So
yeah, he'll make it happen. He'll make a guy cough the ball up when he gets there and makes the hit on him.
So you can't let K-State's personnel or even down in distance dictate, all right, we need the nickel off the field, because your nickel, probably your defensive MVP. If it's not Tavondre Sweat at this point, it's Jahdae Barron.
I'm with you. Jeff, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Always enjoy these Friday morning hits, and look forward to hearing you with Trey this afternoon.
Not only will you hear me with Trey, I'll see you guys out at Covert here in a little bit.
Oh, very nice. Get out there early. We're on Ricky time. You realize you've heard.
Well, yeah, we're on Ricky time, so it could be anywhere between, 10:30 a.m. and like 2 p.m. So
yeah, you think your cable guy sucks.
Ricky's got obligations this weekend over at that university.
That he does.
We don't want them pissed at us, and we don't want them pissed at him. So
I will be there ASAP.
There you go, brother.
Thank you,
Jeff. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, brother. Looking forward to seeing Jeff Howe out there. Hey, another reason for you people to go out there to Covert BK today. And like we just said, get there early. Try to get there right at 11 o'clock.
Please do.
For your chance to meet the legendary lifetime Longhorn, Ricky Williams. We'll get some pictures taken. He'll sign a couple of things. Don't bring 100 things for him to sign. He's not going to sign all 100 of your trading cards. He'll be impressed with your collection. That's cool. Thank you for being a fan. I ain't signing all that shit, dude. He ain't doing that, but we'll have free food out there thanks to our friends at Smoky Mo's and our friends at Verde's Mexican Pizzeria.
Yeah, and if he's got to cut out, folks, we still have food for you. You still have you got a free lunch and a good one at that. And thanks to those folks that are doing that. I'm going to be out there about quarter up. I'll be out there at 10:30 or so. So if you're an early riser and can get away, let's go. I'll see you out there. First thing he comes out of the car, I'll get you to him. We've got some people that got to meet him, and he wants to do this for us. And he knows he's busy this weekend, but he's got this obligation to the group over there where he scored all them touchdowns and had all those yards. So this is his weekend. It really is. And I'm glad he's going to be able to spend some time with us today. So I appreciate you guys having to change some of your plans, having to get out of your jobs a little bit earlier to come see Ricky Williams today.
Amen. And as our guy Glenn says, get the likes up. If you're watching on YouTube right now, please like this video. It helps our channel grow. Just give it a thumbs up if you would be so kind. But we really do appreciate you guys tuning in today. How about this? A text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. If you're listening on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app and you want to chime in that way, you can hit us up there. Not sure if y'all do shout outs, but my son and our kid pitch Greater East Austin Youth Association Little League team got their first win last night.
Very nice.
Been a long season, but that one felt great. So congrats on getting off the schneid.
Good job. Good start to the championship.
Youth baseball season. Yeah, let's get a big second half push this year and keep things rolling. But yeah, we'll give you some shout outs. Now we do ask for one thing in return. You shout us out to your friends and family. Yeah, actually, Venmo request here. Let me get my Venmo here and go ahead and send me that. Nah, just
go.
Keep spreading the word about us at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And we are having a blast, folks. Believe me, I'm having the time of my life. This is, I've been in this business for 24 years. This has been the greatest 2 months that I've ever had. And I've got to know a lot of people over the years of being in radio, but boy, I am with a group that I just love to hang out with and be a part of. And hopefully you will too. And we'll see you over, of course, at Crown and Anchor tomorrow morning. Looking forward to stepping on those premises. Been a long time since I stepped, at least 23 years for me, of course, because I have not had a drink in 23 years. And that was one of the hopping spots for me as I would leave the office after a late night of coaching. I had to have a nightcap or 12 or a 7 or something like that. But yeah, well,
you're not going to drive home sober. Like, come on, you can't do that.
Automatic pilot. That's what I used to always claim. Just foolishness and luck.
Automatic pilot. What
luck
in the 90s?
Yeah, luck. That's all. Being blessed and lucky. That's all that was about. I don't say do that, but I do say this. Head on out to Covert out in BK Spokes for sure. They've got Buicks, GMCs, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. 42 wonderful acres out there. Unbelievable service bays just to help you out. If you bought a car from somewhere else at the Covert family, if you want to get it serviced, bring it out to BK. If that's close enough to you, please do that. They've been doing this since 1909, the Covert family, selling cars and trucks in Central Texas. They've got Covert Chevy and Ford in Hutto. They've got Covert Ford and Lincoln in Austin. And folks, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Got a jam-packed hour number 2 coming up. By the way, Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports will join us at 9:15 to give you his winners of the weekend. And John Curts, who covers Kansas State, will join us at 9:30. So we'll get the K-State preview for this massive matchup coming up tomorrow, about 26 hours away from now. Before that, though, how about a word from Tom McKay, our man, Tom McKay, and AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Oh, yeah. Shout out AV Consultations. And our guy Ashish is in the building. We mentioned 7-Eleven earlier today, but I saw Ashish drop a comment a moment ago talking about the stash.
Oh, damn.
Coming in. Yep. Shout out Ashish. Shout out 7-Eleven. Our man Jeff Howe was talking about some 7-Eleven snacks earlier today. Love our friends at 7-Eleven. Fuel up for game day. Get your beer, get your snacks, your pizza, your hot dogs, taquitos. They got it all at 7-Eleven.
They also have Olipop there too. That's right.
Yep.
That's right. When you're going to put all that bad stuff in your system, guess what? How about putting some good stuff in that system with the great taste of soda?
Soda. Can you believe that? We're
That's
talking
right.
about soda that's good for you. That's Olipop. They found a way to make it happen. This has been an age-old problem for me. I used to love soda as a kid, and I got a little bit older, and I looked at the back, the ingredients label and the nutrition facts, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm killing myself with this. And how am I supposed to eat Taco Bell 6 times a week and also drink this soda? I couldn't, so I had to sacrifice the soda because y'all know I wasn't sacrificing my fast food. I need those Hat Creek burgers, too.
There you go.
And well, Olipop has got me back into soda because it's healthy. It's got 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. There's prebiotics in there. There's botanicals in there. There's plant fibers in there. I don't know what any of that means. I just know it's good for me. It's good for my digestive health, and it will be good for yours too. And like the Buck said, it tastes like soda. It's healthy soda. They found a way to make it happen. Miracle workers over there at Olipop. Let me tell you. Buck.
Yes, sir.
You have any Gold Star locks of the weekend?
Yes, I do.
Because you're down 21,000 units.
Well, I'm just going to make a small play of 5,000 units on the Philadelphia Eagles. I said there would be a split this year between the two teams, so it's going to be a home and home. Cowboys aren't going to Philadelphia to win that game this week. I know they've been playing well. They're all excited. Dak Prescott, Dakota's looking real good. Not this week. Everybody's healthy. Carter's back for Philadelphia in that defensive line. I'm going to take the Eagles by 7 in this one. I'm going to give you a 5,000 unit play. Take the Eagles.
The Eagles are 3-point favorites. That's a low line considering this game is in Philadelphia.
I'm thinking they're winning by 7 by a touchdown.
Well, I'm grateful for you for doing that because now the Cowboys actually have a chance.
Oh, I see.
So thank you for that. That's awfully kind of you. You know, I've had a pretty good sports week already, and now you're giving my Cowboys.
But you know who's been missing out of your sports week and your World Series? This little feller here.
He was there yesterday.
Wait a minute. He just came in to congratulate you. That's not him doing his normal little dance. I got to put him back on his stand. You know, shouldn't be.
He broke?
Yeah, he fell off his stand. There he goes. Now he's fine. Look at that. Did anybody from the Rangers play shortstop? Anybody play like this guy right here?
Yeah, better than that guy.
Better than this guy right here?
Yeah, the World Series MVP, Corey Seager.
They're very comparable. That's all.
Okay.
Come on. Is Corey the captain too? Does he have the C on his jersey? Not yet. Not yet. But this guy had the C on his jerseys from the day he walked in the building. Okay?
You know how many World Series MVPs Derek Jeter won?
One.
You know how many World Series MVP Corey Seager's won?
With 2 different teams. Yes, good job. Yeah. Good job, Corey. You'll hope you'll be able to marry a lady who can make a horse talk.
Well, unless Jeets gets divorced, it ain't happening. And I guess Seager's married too, so he would also have to get divorced, and I don't think that's happening either. Man, I was within 50 feet of Jeets yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever Game 5 of the World Series
Is he much bigger than the figurine?
Yeah, he's not like 4 inches tall.
Is he a 6'1" guy, 6'2" maybe?
Yeah, he's taller than you for sure.
Well, of course he's taller than me.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty low bar to clear.
He's taller than me and Kyler Murray.
Yeah, probably put together.
Now, is that dude playing football anymore, Kyler Murray? I keep hearing he's ready to go for the Cardinals. What are they holding back with him for?
Because they're trying to lose so they can draft Caleb Williams.
That's the deal. And what are they going to do with Kyler Murray then? Dump that dude?
Yeah, they'll have to trade him. He's got that crazy contract, so won't be easy to trade, but they can't cut him. Yeah, I don't know. Rumors that Kyler is healthy and could potentially be playing this week, but I don't know if it's actually going to happen. I don't think we've gotten an official announcement yet from Arizona. Let me ask you this, Buck. That's your only 5,000 unit play? Because earlier this week you were talking about Bedlam, and you were saying how Oklahoma State is going to pull off the upset against OU in the last ever.
Now that you push me into it, I'm going to put another 5,000 units on Oklahoma State and Mike Gundy. I know nationally televised. That scares me a little bit because Gundy is afraid of the on-field cameras. I mean, he's not afraid when he gets in the media room and he starts yelling at writers, but on the field, not so much. But I'm going to take them this week because Ollie Gordon, that dude can go.
Yeah.
He will devastate that Oklahoma defense in the run
Where
game.
are we at in society today?
I don't know, but you found a running back, coach, and you can get it done. And they're tied for the lead here too in the Big 12. That will hurt Oklahoma. That's spanking it, and they're going to get spanked too. This is not going to be a field goal game. This is going to be a spanking for the last time. Gundy's mad about Oklahoma taking off and headed to the SEC with its buddy Texas, holding hands on the way to the SEC. Gundy said, "We'll never play this game again." Yeah, you won't be there for never. So they won't play that game for about 3 years, and then they'll be playing it again in the state of Oklahoma. Unlike it took us forever to get back to the Aggies, get back to whipping that ass. So it is. Oh, you think it's going to be more? I don't. I think that thing is going to be back in a hurry. They don't have much to root about in the state of Oklahoma. Really, the Thunder, is that going to be it? That's their new interest right there. Casey, the Thunder, really? Thunder. Come on.
Yeah, and Oklahoma softball is pretty good too.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What about them?
Yeah, Oklahoma is going to get whooped this weekend.
You're saying it's going to be a blowout for OSU?
I'm going 10 or more points.
Wow. Well, you're getting 6. OU is a 6-point favorite. So to win your gold star lock, your 5,000 unit play, all you need is OSU to cover the 6. So you don't even need a win, let alone a blowout win. But
blowout city right here this weekend.
I told you earlier this week what the record was in Bedlam, right?
Yeah, some of that stuff you got to throw it out.
No, this ain't Texas OU where you throw it out. This is now the same shit happens every year when these two teams play.
Over and over and over.
Over and over and over. Mike Gundy himself is 3-15 against OU, and OU is 91-19 against Oklahoma State in the history of this great rivalry, which it is a rivalry, but it's been as one-sided. I mean, you thought Texas versus Texas A&M was one-sided, and it was one-sided. This is next level one-sidedness. And
they're going to run their running back this week, and that guy doesn't look to come out of the games. They're going to run him 35, 40 times this week.
Yeah, and Kansas was able to run the football very effectively against OU and handing Oklahoma its first loss. And you're right, Ollie Gordon leads not only the Big 12, but the nation in rushing yards right now. And Oklahoma State has just been handing him the ball over and over and over again, right? This ain't
he's right now. He's the number one back in the nation. He has size. He has incredible speed for that size too.
Yeah, he does.
That dude looks like he weighs 2 1/4 and tall and can just get it. I mean, when there's a crease, BK, he's gone.
Yeah, he's smooth with it too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player. So no, that's what OSU is going to try to do. And if OU's run defense looks as bad as it did in Lawrence last weekend, then you've got the shot of the upset right there. Some definite questions with OU leaving that loss to Kansas last Saturday.
Any witty sweatshirts from OU last week? Not really.
No, and I didn't see Kansas, even though that was Kansas's biggest win in a decade plus. They didn't do that. So
no.
Their
head coach not running around with T-shirts on.
No, I didn't see any Oklahoma fears Kansas, Kansas fears God shirts made by the Jayhawks, but I also didn't see any new shirts made by OU. But hey, if they win Bedlam again, yeah, you can bet the T-shirt models will be out again in Norman.
T-shirt models, I love it. The head coach and his boys, really.
Yes,
that
indeed.
Is something. Yes.
And what about any thoughts on Kansas, Iowa State? We're going to ask Lee about these games here in a moment, but you've got 3 massive Big 12 games. Obviously, the one here with Texas and K-State, but the one in Bedlam, the one in Stillwater is huge with OU, OSU, and then Iowa State, another one of the teams that somehow, some way is tied for first place in the conference. They host Kansas, who is right behind all of these teams in the Big 12 standings right now. Iowa State's kind of turned things around, and again, they're 4-1 in the Big 12. They've turned a corner. They went from maybe the biggest joke in college football to a team that's in the mix for a conference title right now.
Weren't they playing smucks in the beginning of the year, though? Haven't they played a kind of smucky schedule? I mean,
They did lose to a schmuck. They lost to Ohio U in the non-con. So even some of the schmucks they were playing early on, they beat. Look, the last 3 weeks, they've beaten Baylor, they've beaten Cincinnati, and they've beaten TCU.
Schmucks.
None of those teams are very good.
No.
They did beat Oklahoma State. Now, they caught Oklahoma State in the conference opener when OSU didn't have its ish together, but they've got it figured out. They lost. Their only conference loss was in Norman. They lost 50-20. I will say that game was kind of close for most of the first half, and then OU just pulled away. But yeah, like the one really,
I expect them to win at home
against
in a close game.
Yep, they are favored against KU. So, yeah, I don't know. That should be an interesting one. All right, before we bring Lee Sterling on here, how about a word for who do you want to mention here? Doc U. What do you think?
Yeah, I want to talk about Doc U, my good dentist there. He's all of our good dentists. All-star group of professionals. They do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. Most advanced work. How about restoring teeth? Did that for me in just 2 visits. I got these pretty veneers put in. And Dr. Eckert can do the same for you. But if you want a smile in just a day, turn that frown upside down in just one day. How about this? Dental implants, folks. You'll leave us with a smile the exact day you go in there, which is kind of cool. 512-345-3166. Find out if you're a candidate for dental implants with Dr. Eckert. Also, general dentistry, extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, tooth loss solution. See the good doctor. Do not let your dental health screw up with the rest of your health. I'm not going to let it happen for sure because I've got the purdies. I got the pearlies. That's right. I love my pearlies, and you will too. Folks, he's taking on new clients all the time. But now if you've got dental insurance and you've been a client of Dr. Eckert's, please don't lose your dental insurance. It's going to be gone at the end of next month. So start making appointments with Dr. Eckert today, 512-345-3166. And once again, IB sedation. If you don't want to go to the dentist and you're afraid of the dentist, he will get you IB sedation so you can take care of your dental health. He's our dentist. He should be your dentist also.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Doc U. Shout out to SendTexTickets.com as well. I bought my World Series tickets from SendTexTickets.com.
There you go, kid.
And if you're trying to go to the game tomorrow, it is a sellout, but it doesn't mean they don't have tickets for you on there at SendTexTickets.com. Texas K-State, they've got you covered there. Any Longhorn game, any Aggie game, any college game, any NFL game, basketball, hockey, every
men's
sport.
And women's basketball, University of Texas is about.
Oh yeah, Monday. Game 1 is Monday. I think I'll be in the building at the Mood Monday night for the season opener against the Incarnate Word.
There you go.
If you want to be in the building, they've got you. SendTextTickets.com. Texting Lee Sterling to make sure that he's ready to roll this morning. I think we're good to go there. We'll get you his picks. And a reminder, John Curts, who covers K-State, will be with us a little after 9:30 to continue to talk more about Texas and Kansas State. But Cowboys, Eagles, you just made the Eagles a 5,000 unit lock of the weekend.
Yes.
Any chance for the Cowboys in this one, or are you just feeling that
well,
strong?
I mean, I think if Dak Prescott continues to get CeeDee Lamb involved early in the football game, there's a chance. But I think this defensive line for the Eagles, they're back to full strength now. The big man's back. I mean, Carter's having a fantastic year as a rookie. He's back. I think they get after this Cowboys offensive line this week and kind of smothers and keeps Dak. Probably get 3. I'm looking at 3 sacks on Dak. Although he's taking off and running with the ball, his timing has been really, really good on when it's time to leave that pocket and keep the chains moving. And he's getting a lot of guys involved in this offense, but they can't run it a lick.
Right.
So that's going to be a problem if they can't run against Philadelphia, and I don't think they will be able to.
Well, let's get the expert predictions here for that game.
You mean you just didn't get it?
No. Here's the real expert right here. Our man Lee Sterling for ParamountSports.com, the hottest handicapper in the history of the known universe, joining us right now. What's up, Lee?
I'm good. Bucky's like Santa's helper, so he's right there. He's my number one elf.
Thank you.
I love it. Lee, we've got a weekly punching bag.
Wait, Brad. Yeah. Brad, hold on. Still waiting for the hat.
The hat.
Where's the hat?
The TSU
he sees
hat?
mine. He sees this.
No. Yeah, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll send you one.
Okay.
I'll send it to you this
He's
weekend.
too busy traveling the world, following the Rangers around the world.
I know. Crazy. So did you move down in seats? You were in the upper deck to start off.
Right.
Did you slide down to the lower level?
Yeah, not until the final out, right? I mean, I stayed in the same seats. It was a close game until the 9th inning. The Rangers obviously broke it open in the top of the 9th, but nobody really left. And I'm so superstitious. Like, I wasn't leaving my damn seat while the Rangers were winning. So, right after the last out of the game, the buddies I was with and I were like, let's go close to the field for the trophy presentation. And we somehow picked the right spot to where the Fox cameras found us and threw us on TV. So
it was great. It was great. How'd you get there? Did you pile up in one of your friends' cars, or did you spring for the $300-400 airfare?
We flew out there.
Dude paid thousands to get there. He paid thousands overnight parking and everything else.
Wow.
Lee, stayed in an Airbnb that somebody was still in it when they got there. I mean, what kind of place this is?
Disaster.
Bucky, that doesn't bother him. It's spending the money that bothered him.
Oh, he spent it all. He didn't care. This was a dream of a lifetime.
Hey, I'm going to make it all back with your picks this weekend, Lee. I'm not worried about it.
All right, here we go.
I'm not worried about it at all. Hey, how about this for our guy Bill Cohen over there at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers? We got a weekly punching bag game to start off before we get to some of the other games. Ole Miss and Texas A&M. The Rebels a 3-point favorite against the Aggies. What are you thinking here, Lee?
So the game plan, if I'm Lane Kiffin can stay on course. He's like that kid that, is pretty good, but eventually he's going to, have his meltdown. And he usually has it against Alabama. If he's smart, just keep feeding junkies. This kid has over 475 yards the last 4 games. And what we're finding out, if he does that, then Dart, he's really good at play action when you get to like 2nd and 2, 2nd and 4. But if you try to throw to open up the running game, doesn't work for Ole Miss. Now, next week might be a different story against Georgia. Lane Kiffin might melt down. I might go the other way. But Max Johnson, I don't know if we can even call him a game time manager now. He's just not getting the job done here. I mean, how often are they going to keep mentioning, he throws to his brother? I mean, it's a story we keep hearing. They bring it up at least 2-3 times a game. If that's all they got here, I know the defensive line's really good for A&M, but I think they're going to be able to run enough here. And the offense, I don't think A&M can get to 20. We're going to go with Ole Miss here. We're not going to jump in the deep end. We're going to when you sit on the deep end and you put both feet in, up to your ankles, we're going to do that. Yeah. Ole Miss here, 27-17 over A&M. Sorry, Bill.
All right, Lee, a big game this weekend. The Longhorns, of course, beat Alabama and Tuscaloosa. They're starting to find their way with their quarterback. LSU has found their way with their quarterback. That's a tight game in Tuscaloosa. Alabama's -3. What do you think of that game?
I think Nick Saban's sitting in on the meetings on the bye week, both offensive and defensive meetings. And he does not like losing at all, especially 2 years in a row to a new coach in the conference. Did you guys see his press conference this week?
I did not catch that.
No.
It looked like he had one or a couple broken blood vessels. So I don't know whether it's
up late
from staying up late or being perturbed and wanting to get a little revenge here on Mr. Kelly. But he did not take kindly to losing 32-31 on that 2-point conversion last year. LSU's offense what they do throwing the football is special. They've thrown for at least 320 yards in every single game. But I think their defense, which has given up more than 490 yards against the top 3 opponents, I think that might be their undoing. They lost 2 or 3 of those games. Probably even should have lost that game to Missouri here. I think Nick's going to come up with a game plan on defense to limit them to 30 points, maybe. And then on offense, they'll come up with a couple big key plays here. Don't discount special teams. Alabama special teams, very good, and home field advantage here. You don't want to go against Nick Saban here, revenge here. We're going to go, how about this? Roll Tide. Alabama 38-30.
I love it. Lee.
Looks good for Texas, too, if they win.
Yeah, we're rooting for Alabama. I don't do that often, but we definitely are here this year. You're the swing vote on this one. Bucky is all in on Oklahoma State in Bedlam. Right. And I'm just looking at the history of this rivalry, and I'm saying, how the hell could you ever be all in on Oklahoma State? Bedlam means a lot this year. It's in Stillwater. OU a 6-point road favorite. What are you thinking?
So give Oklahoma State credit. I didn't. First of all, this is maybe the least talented team we've seen in the last 15, 20 years for Oklahoma State. Gundy and their coaching staff done a great job. Yeah. But I don't think they match up against Oklahoma. I like Oklahoma after a loss. if they know what's coming and a lot of running and short passing game, I think they got a chance to stop them. The DBs for Oklahoma are terrible. Pass rush isn't great here, but I think the escapability here of Gabriel, quarterback, I think might be the difference here. Not a game I love. I'm not giving this to my clients, but I like Oklahoma here, 34-24.
All right, Lee, the game that we'll all be very interested in tomorrow, Texas versus K-State. You know, the Purple Kryptonite comes to town once again. They have been just rolling teams on the way to Austin, Texas. And for Texas, I don't like the physicality that I've seen from this offensive line over the last couple games. What do you think of this? Texas favored by 4.
All right, so I thought Malik Murphy was fine. I think that the coaching staff went into that game, and we kind of, you're never really sure how a game's going to play out, but this was one last week I finally got right, and I thought that they felt that BYU couldn't score 20 points on them. So why get fancy? Why do double reverse passes, stuff like that? Run the ball a lot, and if BYU can't get to 20, just keep it simple and use your talent and win the ball game. And they did that. And I think Murphy is fine. I don't know if they're going to open up the playbook enough here for them to be real successful. I think Kansas State, if they're smart, they realize their weakness is, even though the numbers will point out a little over 100 rushing yards per game, Texas is going to run the football early and often. Yeah. I think they're going to stack the box if they're smart. Now, sometimes my biggest problem, guys, when I'm handicapping a game, I can usually figure out what will probably work, but a coach might feel differently. I play 7, sometimes 8 in the box here and tempt Texas to throw the football down the field and maybe get some sacks and some turnovers. Do they do it? Maybe, maybe not. But their offense, I do know this. They're going to pose some challenges here to Texas. Will Howard, he's a streaky passer. And he went through a period middle of this year, did not look good. But I think that there's a window where he might be able to have some success. And then they'll bring in Avery Johnson here. And if they do, I think that they can score enough here. I think they also might have the coaching advantage, even though coaching staff for Texas has done better of late here. I like Kansas State to pull the small upset here, 35-30.
Oh, brutal. Sorry.
Brad, you got a World Series. You can't have everything in one week.
Yeah, really.
Hey, that's fair. Hey,
here's what I'm hoping. Texas wins like 33-31, and that way everyone's happy.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, I'll give you credit. You were on BYU last week. That was a client play. You had Texas covering against BYU. I thought you were crazy, but that's why you're you. And I've got this horrible looking mustache on right now. Lee, we got to wake up early on Sunday because the Germany game in the NFL is maybe the game of the day in the NFL. It's the 6-2 Dolphins against the 6-2 Chiefs. This is very close to a pick'em line. I think Kansas City is like a 1.5 favorite right now. Man, this should be a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, this should have been played in Miami or Kansas City. They made a big mistake with this game, especially the first game in Germany. Give them New England and New Orleans. The battle for the old style offense. But I like the fact that Miami left on Monday to get acclimated to the time change. If you've ever been to Europe, I'm sure you haven't done it on your own dime, Brad. So maybe get the parents for a 10-year anniversary that they've, cut off the umbilical cord to pay for that. But usually it takes about 3 or 4 days to feel fully acclimated. And what happened? What did we see the Kansas City Chiefs do? They left on Thursday.
Well, they could. Well, Kelsey couldn't go. Taylor Swift said he couldn't go that soon.
Here's the X factor for Miami. I think they're getting back enough offensive linemen. One point in the game last weekend, they were down all 5 starting offensive linemen. That's right. All 5 were out for about 2 series. It looks like 3 to 4 will be back here for this game. They also got back Jalen Ramsey. He had a pick last week, almost took to the house. They'll also get back Xavier Howard. Holland, their star safety here. I think Kansas City should have made a move and gone for and tried to get a wide receiver. I don't think they're the same on offense this year. How about it? Finally, my Dolphins break through against someone good. Miami Dolphins, number one. They take the ball down the field like no one can. Dolphins 34-30 over KC.
34-30. All right, Lee, the big one here. Not here, but in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is -3 to the Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott looking pretty good, getting that offense really cranked up. They still can't run. And if you can't run against this Philadelphia defense, that's a long day for Dak Prescott to drop back and pass because Jalen Carter's back. He's back healthy. They bring in maybe the best defensive line in football against Dak Prescott. And a team that can't run the ball has problems against Philadelphia.
Well, I think it might help that Tyron Smith probably going to be back for this game. And if he is, you got a guy here who's been an 8-time Pro Bowler, solidifies the offensive line. You don't need to have 130, 140 yards rushing. Get you some 80 or 90 yards rushing. Move the pocket. There are ways to stay away from that big boy Carter. So I think the Cowboys have owned Philadelphia, won and covered for the last 5 here. I think Jalen Hurts is not 100%. He's not running as much with that sore knee. And Philadelphia's only looked good one time this year against Miami. And Miami was down 3 linemen, 2 of the top 3 and best offensive linemen. So they were able to out-physical Miami. I don't think they're going to be able to do it against Dallas. And I think the pass rush is going to pose some problems here. So the Philadelphia, the fact that Hurts maybe not 100% and their secondary is weak. I think that Dallas's receiver is going to have a big game here. Wrong team favored. Dallas outright here, 27-20.
There you go. That's how you bounce back. I'll forgive the Texas pick now if you're going to pick the Cowboys on Sunday. All right, Lee. Am I seeing this right? I'm on ParamountSports.com right now. Is the one-day all-access pass making a return tonight?
It is. It is. Last week, you had all your friends that are just like you won't pay more than $20 for one day. So
that's them. Yeah.
7 selections, all 4 sports. Football tonight. We got NBA, hockey, and my top UFC selection for tomorrow. 7 selections. Last week we went 7-1. I added an extra play, a Brad Kellner bonus play. Went 7-1. 7 selections, $17, just one place. ParamountSports.com.
And the Georgia-Mizzou game, right? You're giving that out as a free pick to folks, too, if they call in?
Yep. First 5 callers. Call right now. They get it for free. 800-400-9741.
This guy's the best handicapper in the world, and he's also giving you $17 picks and free picks. Nobody does it better than Lee Sterling.
Brad, one last question.
Uh-oh. Lee, we lost your sound.
We lost you, Lee. You got muted somehow.
I don't know what happened.
He doesn't want you to hear it. He just doesn't want you to hear it. That's what it is. He wants you to mute it.
So intrigued by the final question. All right, there he goes. Now, I'll have to ask Lee on the side. He's probably going to rag on the mustache. Before we get to our next guest, because I do see our next guest in the building, do want to mention that the Lee Sterling segment is brought to you by our friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. Bill Cohen, the 4th-generation jeweler gemologist in the family. The business has been around for 140 years. Buck, a lot has changed in Austin since 1883. You've seen it all, so you know firsthand. One thing that hasn't changed is the way the Cohen family does business. Joe Cohen started the business. Honesty, integrity, value, and service. That's what he stood for, and that's what Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers has always stood for. Plenty of places have jewelry, but nobody's going to treat you better than the great people over at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Go see our guy, Bill. He's become a good friend of mine. He's a great friend of Lee Sterling's. He will take care of you. You don't need to know anything about jewelry or watches or rings or necklaces or pendants, any of that stuff. You just need to know our guy, Bill, and the team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers right there downtown, 6th and Congress.
Free parking?
Free parking.
How's that? How's that
as well? Check them out online at joecohenjewelers.com. And we are loaded with guests today. And, oh, man, this guy is one of my favorites. He's got a great YouTube channel. We're always trying to promote other YouTube channels as well. Search John Curts on YouTube. tons of K-State content, but he's also all over the Big 12 and college football as well. Close to 20,000 subscribers these days. This guy is killing it, and he's the best in the business when it comes to covering Kansas State football. My guy John Curts is joining us right now. What's up, John?
Hey, BK. Good to talk to you, man.
Good to talk to you as well, man. Really appreciate you joining us here just a day before a massive, massive game here in Austin, and plenty to get into. We'll start with the turnaround for K-State. I mean, this team was 3-2, right? It felt like there were more questions than answers coming out of that loss in Stillwater on that Friday night. And then all of a sudden, I mean, K-State looks like the best team in the country. They have just been mowing down teams throughout this 3-game win streak. What's been the biggest change or the biggest changes for Kansas State as they've kind of turned their season around and gotten back into Big 12 contention?
Yeah, you laid it out pretty well. I mean, leaving that game in Stillwater, I felt about as bad as I felt about the team since 2020, which was a really rough year where they obviously missed a bowl game. The only time that's happened under Chris Kleiman. I think it was one of K-State's worst performances in the Chris Kleiman era, quite frankly. And the offense felt very disjointed. At that point, they were still a little bit hesitant to go with Avery Johnson much. Will Howard was really struggling. I think the biggest thing that has changed is that the offensive line got a lot better. And the offensive line coming into the year was supposed to be a huge strength. It was bringing back literally everybody from last year's Big 12 championship team. Now, they did have a couple of injuries at the beginning of the year that slowed them down and affected some continuity. And I think that was a part of what was going on. But they weren't doing what they had done at the end of last year. And with K-State not able to consistently run the ball, the passing game this year just is not good enough to get it done. It's not the passing game of last year where not only you had Deuce Vaughn as a huge weapon there, but Malik Knowles, who was a legitimate downfield threat. Nobody has stepped into that role this year. You thought it was going to be Keegan Johnson, who was a high-profile transfer from Iowa that they got away from Texas A&M and Notre Dame. He's been kind of hurt and just has not done much. I believe he has 73 receiving yards on the year. So it has not come together for him at all. This has turned into an offense that's just all about running the ball, but whether it's the quarterbacks or the backs, throwing to the backs, and then utilizing a lot of like jet sweep action the last couple of weeks with the receivers too. So finding creative ways. Colin Klein's done a really good job at getting creative with the offense, but that all starts with the offensive line doing what it is that we thought that they would do at the beginning of the year. The other thing too, and I shouldn't overlook the defense because I feel like sometimes it's easy to do. They don't have a star like Felix Anudike-Uzomah last year, who was a first-round pick of the Kansas City Chiefs. But they have a lot of guys who have been very good, and collectively together, they formed a pretty solid unit. They lost Daniel Green early in the year, who was an all Big 12 linebacker, lost him for the season. And so I think that was a part of it. It took some time to kind of get used to not having him out there. But Austin Romaine, who's a true freshman, has been doing a tremendous job and has really come into his own. So I think it's those two things, the defense and the offensive line. And the secondary is another area where they had a lot of new faces that have been integrated now, more cohesive, and they're playing really well as a unit. It's hard to single out like, hey, here's the star or two on the defense. Everybody is playing pretty well at an above average level, and they don't have a ton of weaknesses there right now.
You know, I think we know what we get with Howard, but Avery Johnson, John, what do you know about his before he got to K-State and what type of athlete he looks like a kid that was a baseball, basketball, football, gym rat. Let's get out. You know, Mom, I'll see you when the street light comes on because I'm going out to play something. He looks like the kind of kid that just played a little bit of everything in his life, not just the quarterback position, but different positions in football and basketball and everything else.
You nailed it. You can go find some great videos of him dunking in basketball. He had some nice highlight reel moments in his basketball career at Mays High School in Kansas in the Wichita area. And he was a baseball player too. And he uncorked a throw. Trying to remember, was that it was last week. It was the Houston game. It was kind of like a Patrick Mahomes sidearm sort of angle that brought to mind like, hey, this kid has been a baseball player and just a stud athlete that honestly, he's the highest rated quarterback K-State has had since Josh Freeman, which was 15 to 20 years. That was like 2006. So the highest rated quarterback recruit K-State has had in a long time. I would still tell you, I think he was probably a bit underrated by some of the recruiting services. I mean, I think he is that good. Because everybody knows about the wheels, and I mean his athleticism, his speed is an elite level, but he's also got a great arm, and it's a lot of like off-platform sort of throws. If you go look at his high school film, it's in that new mold of, I know everyone, it's not fair to compare anybody to Patrick Mahomes, but you're seeing a younger generation of quarterbacks playing like that because that's what they're seeing at the NFL level, and he's definitely of that ilk, and has had some really nice throws. I mean, to be honest, if we're talking about the amount of dimes that have been dropped by K-State quarterbacks this year, Avery Johnson has had as many or more than Will Howard. It hasn't quite been there for Will like it was last year, and Avery Johnson has that potential. Now, he also is a freshman, and last week he comes in his first series of the game against Houston after K-State's offense scores 2 touchdowns with Will Howard and fumbles an exchange on a read option play, which is the second time that's happened this year to him. It happened in back-to-back weeks against TCU and Houston. So he still has his freshman moments, and that's what made this quarterback situation a little bit weird, is that Avery Johnson has so much higher of a ceiling, but he also has his freshman moments. And Will Howard he's had a couple of games back-to-back here where he's been really dialed in pretty good, kind of a game manager style, but it's not been really like pushing it down the field. So you're missing like the high profile sort of plays, like game breaking plays. You're not getting as many of those out of Will Howard. So that's kind of the conundrum they're in at quarterback right now. But Avery Johnson is definitely the quarterback of the future. He is a stud in the making. And obviously, I mean, you can ask Texas Tech about his legs and his wheels, the 5 touchdowns that he had in that game, the damage that he can do. And so he helps the offense too, give them a little more explosion.
Yeah, I can imagine him being a Division I wide receiver, getting out there and making things happen at a lot of different positions on the football field.
Yeah, that type of athlete. Yeah, he's a beast, and I'm kind of glad Texas only has to see that dude one time, because he's going to be terrorizing the Big 12, I think, over the next few seasons. You know, John, you kind of brought this up in that last answer. Like, what do you think the perfect game plan? Like, okay, in Chris Kleiman and Colin Klein's perfect world, how do they rotate these quarterbacks? Because 2 weeks ago against TCU, it felt like literally every other position they were switching, and then you said it last week. They started with Howard, and then it felt like more Howard throughout the course of the game. Like, in the perfect world, is it just you ride the hot hand? Is it you alternate guys throughout the course of the game? Like, how do you think they're going to try to game plan those two quarterbacks and using them against a very, very good Texas defense?
It's an interesting question, because I mean, what they did against TCU was so rare. I don't know that you'll ever see it work like that again. They literally just switched every series, and it did not matter who was out there at quarterback. They were scoring points virtually every possession, which, probably says something about TCU's defense. But even still, you just don't see that work with like disrupting the rhythm of a quarterback very often. And then last week, it was definitely riding the hot hand, and Howard was the hot hand. Avery Johnson got some run late in the game when it was out of reach, and still looked pretty good, but he messed up his one opportunity early on, and Will Howard was playing well, so you just continue to go with him. I always think like the highest ceiling for this team is if Avery Johnson comes into his own and starts to develop at a pretty rapid pace and ditches some of the mistakes, but I don't know how realistic that really is. So I kind of just come back to, I think it's somebody gets hot. I think the best case scenario is somebody gets hot, and you don't really have to worry about too much flipping back and forth between them. And probably the more likely scenario there, I would think, is that it's Will Howard that gets hot, and then you can use Avery Johnson sometimes in some packages. It's interesting the way they used him against Missouri, which a game that K-State probably should have won early in the year. They were using Avery Johnson in like second and long. They would bring him in and run him, and a lot of times he was picking up 6-7 yards and getting him in third and manageable, and then they would take him out of the game. So they've even done stuff as specific as that, where it was literally, I think all 5 of his carries that game were in second and long situations. So they've done it a bunch of different ways so far this year. I'm not sure exactly what they'll have cooked up, but I do think the less switching back and forth that you're having to do between the two, probably the better. And when I say switching, I mean like switching out 4 drives. I think it's a little bit different if again, you're using Avery in like situational appearances there. But who's going to have that hot hand? I still think that's very much up in the air, because I worry about what happens to Will Howard under pressure with the Texas defensive line, what they can generate. And if K-State's not able to run the ball as well, that's the other thing that gets really interesting, because they've just enforced their will on the last couple of opponents, really the last 3 going back to Texas Tech. They've had no problem running the ball at all, and that's going to be a lot different against Texas. So if that happens, I don't know. You might have to get a little bit more Avery heavy and try and figure some things out that way.
And John, how do you feel about K-State? They have they forced their will upon the last couple of teams. How will they stop the run? I mean, what do you think of Jonathan Brooks? I mean, he's not just one of the best backs in the conference. He's one of the best backs in the nation.
Yeah, and I mean, K-State still has nightmares of Bijan Robinson last year and what he was able to do going for over 200 in Manhattan. I mean, it seemed like they couldn't stop him at all. Texas, I believe, rushed for over 7 yards a carry last year in that game. So that'll be a huge key. I mean, I've been saying all week, I think the key to this game is in the trenches on both sides, because Texas is on another level from what they have been clearly over the last 6 years, where they've had this winning streak over K-State in the trenches. And I think that's a huge concern. I will say, I mean, the strength of the K-State defense throughout the entirety of the year has been the run defense. It's been the back end that took some time to really come around, particularly because they were just replacing a lot. You know, they lost a couple of NFL players out of that secondary, including Julius Brents, who was a second-round pick of the Colts, Josh Hayes at safety, Kobe Savage, who's a stud back there in the safety room for K-State. He was coming off of a serious knee injury last year, so I think it took him a little bit of time to just get going at the beginning of the year, but now he's kind of back in the swing of things. They had an injury to Will Lee, stud junior college cornerback that they really like, and now he's back. He had a great game last week, had a pick and a forced fumble. So I think they're rounding into form there. But the run defense has been what they've leaned on and relied on throughout a lot of the year. So it's going to be kind of one of those strength on strength sort of matchups, I think, when it comes to Jonathan Brooks and company against the K-State run D. Yeah, you might have mentioned it, John, when you're talking about the trenches, but I'm curious, like, forget the 6 years. We'll just talk about the 4 years where Chris Kleiman has been the coach at K-State and hasn't been able to beat Texas. Has that been the biggest difference? Like, because it feels like K-State usually dominates up front. Has that been the biggest difference? Like, what's been the key for Texas and what's been the biggest problem for K-State in recent years in this matchup? Yeah, I mean, it's been a really frustrating series because most of these losses over the last 6 years have been razor thin margins. Like, they've been really close games. 2020 is the one exception where K-State was totally outclassed. And Texas is the only team that Chris Kleiman has not beaten in the Big 12. So it has been the one bugaboo that's still hanging around there. I think a lot of it is like, if Texas is I mean, it's kind of the classic trope, right? If Texas is motivated, they've always had much more talent than K-State. And some of it might be just getting Texas's attention a little bit more. And if you get it focused Texas, it's going to be pretty difficult for K-State to match up with them because of the inherent talent disadvantage that's going to be there. But I do think if you go back to like last year, again, the ground game, and I can remember 2020, I guess Texas did basically whatever they wanted there. 2021, that was a game that got Cordy Messingham fired, K-State's old offensive coordinator. I think it was actually a benefit long-term for the program because they got Colin Klein in and he's given the offense just a totally different sort of edge. But the offense was really the problem there. So I guess I kind of a little bit getting dominated in the trenches and a little bit you can just pinpoint something different from each game that's been a real problem for them. So I don't know that there's like one specific thing I can point to other than, again, like it's always going to be a tougher matchup for K-State because of the talent disparity that you're going to have between the two rosters. And I mean, that's going to be true again this year. But I think one of the things that may equalize it is, you know, what are you going to get out of Texas at the quarterback position? I think that will be one of the big factors in the game too.
Well, I think the difference to me is right now that Texas wants to want to play with physicality on the offensive line. Last couple of games they have not, and that's something that Coach Kleiman doesn't even have to talk about. That's just a part of the culture at K-State. Win, lose, or draw, no matter what your record is, it's going to be a physical game. You don't have to spend your time talking about how physical we're going to be. They'll show up. They may not have as much talent, but they show up with some physicality on both sides of the line of scrimmage.
And that was, I thought, one of the interesting points of Chris Kleiman's press conference this week. Someone asked about, you know, hey, like Texas is really good in the trenches. Like, how are you going to be able to run the ball against them? And he basically said, well, look, we can't not do what we do. I mean, They may be really good at it, but we're going to have to go line up and try and do what we do because we can't get away from who we are just because of the strength of the opponent is. So K-State will not shy away from it. You're definitely going to see them run the ball. And really the key for them all year, and this has even gone with Howard in the game, who you don't think of as being as much of a runner as Avery Johnson, but the quarterback run game has been a huge, huge weapon. Which I think we kind of felt like in K-State circles this year, it'd be the season they might be able to get away from that some and start to veer back more toward like being an offense at the end of last year that was throwing it around the yard. It just hasn't been the case. They've had to go back to kind of what you know and love about K-State, which is running the quarterback, and Howard can actually do it pretty effectively too. So there's going to be a lot of that. There's going to be a lot of that for sure. John, last thing for me. How about a prediction? Texas, a 3.5-point favorite right now. These were the top two teams in the preseason poll in the Big 12. We've always had this game marked on our calendar as a huge game that could play serious implications for the Big 12 championship. Now that it's come to fruition, now that it's finally here, how do you see this one playing out in Austin tomorrow? Yeah, I've been going back and forth, but steadfast, I think, most of the week in thinking that Texas does pull out a close win. I want to believe in what K-State has been able to do, and they certainly have earned the opportunity to play these big games down the stretch run of the season with what they've done the last 3 weeks. And it's not that I don't think that it's real, but I do also believe that it's very real what Texas is doing on the offensive and defensive lines right now. And I just have a hard time seeing K-State having enough success running the ball to make the offense work well enough to consistently score points and win the game. And that is my fear, because I don't know that K-State's receivers are going to be winning a lot of one-on-one matchups, even if Texas is loading up the box to stop the run. So I see a fairly low-scoring game. I think if K-State's going to win, it's probably going to take some turnovers out of Malik Murphy at quarterback, and the defense will have to do a lot of that for the Wildcats. I see like 24-20, 27-20, Texas, somewhere around there right now is kind of my feeling going into the game. I mean, I would love to be wrong, but the series history and obviously what you're seeing out of just kind of a different level of Texas team this year has me pretty cautious about trying to predict any sort of.
Well, I like everything about what K-State is doing, John. I have Texas winning 24-20, but they just don't have that wide receiver. There's always that devastating wide receiver that beats somebody for Texas somehow, some way, that are like athletes or very close to the ones that Texas have in the secondary. I think you have a little bit of doubt about who that person is. They haven't really got to that person yet. Midway during the season, nobody's really the standout wide receiver. I think that'll be the key to the football game. If they find that guy and they can find a consistent wide receivers they can go to, that can be the difference for K-State, I believe.
Totally agree. That's been the biggest disappointment, I think, to me this year for the team, is that you thought Keegan Johnson was going to be that guy. He hasn't been. The rest of the receivers are serviceable, and like Phillip Brooks is a nice weapon, but he's a smaller guy, just kind of like a shiftier guy that you think of being sort of like a slot receiver. They do not have the Malik Knowles that they had last year, and that's definitely a big key missing from the offense.
John, you're the man. We'll keep spreading the word about the YouTube channel, but really appreciate you jumping on for a few minutes and previewing this game.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, anytime, guys. I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
John Curts. Follow him on Twitter at JL Curts. And once again, search his YouTube channel, man. He's all about the Big 12. It's not just K-State with John. He's talking about some of the biggest storylines in this conference all year long. He'll be talking plenty of college hoops too. So we want you to subscribe to us, but come on, there's room for all of us to eat.
That's right.
At this table. So go support John and what he does. And he's right. I mean, look, K-State, their quarterbacks can run, their running backs can run. Their downfield passing attack hasn't been great, which I think is good news if you're a Texas fan, because the secondary has some holes right now. Even though they played a lot better against BYU, I think a lot of us are still a little weary of the back end of this Texas defense. So good news, K-State not great throwing the ball down the field, but man, they can beat you with that run game. They've had a lot of success doing that this year. We know it's strength on strength, but it'll be maybe Texas's toughest test as a rush defense, trying to game plan for two great quarterbacks who can run and two great running backs who obviously can run too.
Yeah, but John, now you can bring your safeties down just a little bit into the box here to help out. If you feel like I just haven't seen that one guy for them, and they're going to try because they know that's exactly what Texas will do. They'll bring the safeties down in there to support the run also. So if you can keep your mistakes to a minimum back there in the backside of that and not let some guy get on a roll back there as a wide receiver for him, I think you can have some success, because they're not going to stop running the ball. Those two quarterbacks are going to run with it. That's just what they do. And they're going to be physical up front with that offensive line. And they're going to believe, you know what they'll believe in? They'll believe in the 4 and 5 yard run. They'll love their 4 yard, runs and 3.5 yard runs,
Yeah, they want to do what we're talking about Texas wants to do. Like that, K-State wants to establish the ground game. They want to control the football. They want to win the battle of time of possession. They want to keep the Texas offense on the sideline. Like, that's exactly what they're trying to do too. We're talking about Texas doing that with Jonathan Brooks. K-State's going to try to do that with their quarterbacks and running backs. And you think of who their offensive coordinator is. It's Colin Klein. Like, that guy was the king of that when he played at K-State about a decade ago.
I just think that Sark will get outside the box. If the run game's going, I think he's just going to let some fly. That worries me a little bit, because I don't know what kind of faith he has in the physicality of his offensive line right now. Yeah. Is he willing to go ahead and take the 3 yard hard runs, or does he have to drop back and do something with this quarterback to get him in the swing of things way too soon? You know what I mean? Yep. The hard threes may not be good enough for Sark. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm with you, man.
He may not have the patience tomorrow. He'll have to be patient tomorrow.
Yeah, he will be. It could be a frustrating game for Steve Sarkisian, because the K-State defense is good. and they're going to take away a lot of what you're trying to do. And the fact that you're going with a redshirt freshman quarterback making a second career start makes things even scarier, right? Like I'd be nervous about this game, even if Quinn Ewers was the starter for Texas tomorrow. But Malik Murphy did some good things last week. I thought he responded to those 2 turnovers in a good way. But yeah, it's we're still talking about a guy making a second career start going up against one of the best defenses in college football. So reasons for cautious optimism. I'll go ahead and put it like that. Reasons for 100% optimism is we're going to be at Covert BK very soon. Don't forget, come join us. Ricky Williams. Yes, that Ricky Williams will be there right around 11 o'clock. Got about half an hour to hang with us. There's going to be free lunch. Well, Trey and I will be there, and I think the Buck will be there till closer to 1. So you can come out and hang out with us for a little bit and get some free food. But if you want to meet Ricky, you want to take your picture, maybe get something signed, come see us at Covert BK right around 11 o'clock.
I'm only 10 minutes away from Covert BK, folks. I will be there at 11:15. If you can get there, the sooner the better, because he's got to haul ass back to DKR and get there for a luncheon that they're holding for the Heisman Trophy winner. It's their luncheon for him. He wanted to spend some time with us. He spent some time on the show with BK and I a couple of times, really got us kicked off and started us up, and he wanted to spend some time with us, but they kind of got him handcuffed a little bit. So we got as much time as we can get with him. We wish we had more. We'll do, in the future, he'll be back. We'll have him. We'll be the ones flying him in. We'll be the ones with the major, but he's always going to be a son of the Longhorns. So, and this is his weekend coming up. This is a very important weekend for Ricky.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him, and we're lucky that we are a part of his big weekend here in Austin. How about a shout out to our friends at Pest Wranglers? Sponsor?
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Love it. And our good friends at Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics today, folks. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Say hello to Chris Danny while you're there and Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and they want to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you're looking for, great furniture, look no further than greatblueheronfurniture.com. A custom leather furniture company that started back in 1991. These guys have been around, because they do the best work that you can absolutely find. If you're looking for a couch, a recliner, an ottoman, a chair, some bar stools, if you just want to make your home a little bit better for you and your family and for friends who come by, you got to get a piece from greatblueheronfurniture.com. I'm telling y'all, you cannot and you will not find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere in the world. Longhorn-owned company. Most of the manufacturing is done right here in Texas. Use the promo code HOOK'em, and you're going to get 15% off. That's right, 15% off your purchase on site at greatblueheronfurniture.com.
And our good friends at Woods Comfort System, how about that heat clicking on for me the other day? Well, guess what? That air conditioning may be clicking back on next week or this weekend, and they will have it done. Believe me, if you need the comfort that your home should be, whether it's the heat or the air conditioner, Woods Comfort Systems, they've been doing it for over 60 years. And they are determined to make you comfortable, believe me. And they've done that for me in this brand new house of ours for 3 years. I've never had any kind of problems except for we get people come over here and make sure part of the contract is to clean the ducts, get everything all set the way they should be, whether it's the winter or the summer. Not had a problem. Love the folks at Wood Comfort Systems.
You see this picture? I just tweeted this out.
Wow.
It's our man Wags. One half of Chaos Theory. We'll bring the boys on right now because we don't have too much time for crosstalk since we got to get to Covert BK.
Yes.
What's going on? What's going on there, Wags?
What is this about?
This is you.
That's you. What was that?
Why are we putting the Renee Zellweger picture up?
Why do you have your thumb in your mouth and your thumb in your ass? Why is one in your mouth and one in your ass and you're playing Switch? What are you doing? That's not right.
Tried to tell me, he tried to tell me to look hot. He said break the camera. I did the best. I did my best.
Miserably. All right, I got to go to Coverage. Boys, have a good show. Slamming down.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, boom, there you go. What is going on? Why is this up?
It's the show. It's the show promo tweet. Rodney missed picture day, so this is all we have. We've got solo shots of you, Wags, and this is the one. I don't know who our social media guy is. We got to talk to them, but this is the one that got posted today.
That's gonna be on the Texas Sports Unfiltered calendar right there.
This was all like he didn't say that would actually get posted. Like he said that this would all be a joke. Like. I didn't think that would actually go in my fucking portfolio.
Yeah. If you want it off, I could talk to the social guy and we can delete it.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I didn't know the Renee Zellweger post was coming out on Friday.
That's pretty good though.
I look great. I mean, look at that. Arch that back a little bit more, Wagner. Jesus.
That's pretty good right there, dude.
Look at that. Look at the arch in that back, though, man.
What do you do on Wednesday nights?
I take direction very well, Rodney. I'm very good at that. Like, and I did a couple of pinup poster model contests before, man. I mean, not that bad, decent. Where did you? Why? Don't do that.
You guys got to remember, this is the dude that would post shit on social media without a shirt on. He's changed his shirt on the show live in the short tenure of.
I am comfortable and happy about the way I look at 42. Some people aren't. I think I still got it.
You still got it.
I think you do too, man.
I got a boogie. I'll be listening.
Later, bro. Hook him, man. There he goes. He's setting everything off. Man, you guys getting me off track with the whole Renee Zellweger looking thing, man. How's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody's having a great Friday, man. Welcome to Chaos Theory. I am Adam Wagner, and this is Double R. You can find me on Twitter at well, you can't find me at the Rodney Rodriguez, that's for sure. You can find me at not fake Wags. You can find Rodney at the Rodney R and him on Instagram at the _ Rodney R. I'm on there at Renee Zellweger, apparently. So
yeah,
I don't know.
At Zellweger.
I wish you would have made that day. We would have had some fun in the we probably would have got thrown off the dam.
Oh man, that was one of those things where it happened kind of late for me. And I had I think I was in Corpus Christi that weekend doing a racing thing, and I'm like, shit. And I couldn't get out of that thing. So yeah, I wish I'd have made that because I really think that's a good idea. It could be a Texas Sports Unfiltered calendar. I think that would be really cool.
You know what I want to have? The next time we do our pictures like that, I want to have it like at a baseball stadium or a dugout. Maybe go up to the dish or whatever, and just have like some candid shots in a dugout or whatever. Maybe packing a dip, sniffing a couple of lines, something like that. Really casual. You know what I mean? Just getting us ready for the show.
Posing at the plate.
Show prep. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to say at a gentleman's club or something like that.
That too. I mean, hell, I mean,
do that.
If they let us in there, if they call us gentlemen that night. What you got going on this Friday, man? You got anything craziness?
I'm a little tired, dude. I was up late last night watching Wemby Mania. Wemby Mania.
I didn't think it was going to happen twice in a row. I didn't think they were going to be able to come back. He dominates the fourth again, man. What the hell is going on?
38 points, 10 rebounds, and he took that team. Phoenix is coming back. I mean, down 27, and they stormed back and tied this thing up. And I'm like, oh, here we go. And man, how about that, man? This dude. And I was thinking about that, Wags, with this guy. And I mean, I know it's way too early to tell, but I mean, he's doing this with just a bunch of regular dudes.
It's young pieces. We're not going to call them anything than what they are. They're young, talented pieces. All right. Yeah. And Pop's trying to formulate and put together all this thing and make it turn into one hell of a cake, right? Just let the thing bake, man. The guy went for 38 last night. I don't think it's going to happen all the time, Rodney.
No.
I mean, you sat here and you beat the Suns at home, and then you went there on the road in the desert and then beat the Suns again. I think that's an anomaly, bro. Like, I'm serious. We're playing young, early basketball in the association right now. Hell, a lot of people say that the league doesn't even start until the Christmas Day game. You know what I mean? Which
It's cool to watch.
You're kind of right. Like usually people don't start paying attention. The novice
It's Christmas Day.
Players don't really, or the novice fans probably don't start watching until the Christmas Day game. I would say.
You know, I really think, you know, we were talking about Pop yesterday or the day before, whenever that was. I think it's really crazy how Pop is rolling out all these big, tall ass dudes in his starting lineup. I mean, everybody's like at least 6'8". I mean, it's all these big dudes, and you know, Wemby don't have a point guard yet, and that's kind of the other thing. Wait for him to get.
Wait till they start getting that 2-man game going with Wemby there, man.
Man, that's
and still, he's still a stick. We talked about this the other day too.
Oh, yeah.
Wait till he puts a little bit of size on. Anthony Davis came in the league really scrawny, really skinny, and then he beefed up a little bit. Hopefully, he's a little bit more durable than Anthony. So
yeah, that is the whole thing where I go back to watching that. You know, it's like I see him driving the paint and doing all these different things, and it's like, man, look at those little bitty bony legs. You know, just kind of it's like I feel like I'm watching my little puppy. You know, she's long and skinny and she runs, and I'm like, oh man, them little bitty legs. But it's really cool to see. I mean, it's really good to watch and good. It's a little bit, I think, for the NBA this early on. You know, like you said, nobody really gives a shit right now. But I think the fact that there is a little bit of energy right there, and you know, he's doing stuff against Durant and all of this other stuff. So I mean, I think it's good for the game. It's fun to watch.
Has Durant watching the game last night? And I'm not going to say that this entered into my mind, right? Because it did. It did. It trickled in there. Which led me to ask you this: is Durant starting to lose it a little bit? Is he starting to
a little slow?
Is he starting to come down a little bit?
Looking a little slow, and you know, he's been, I mean, kind of the same thing we're talking about right there. You know, a big old.
It's beginning of the season though. Let's keep that in mind. It's not mid-season, so I mean, the mechanics and the you know, the fluidity and the chemistry with the team might not be all there yet for the Phoenix Suns. I mean, hell, they're looking a little lethargic. They've gotten beat by a very young San Antonio Spurs team 2 times in a row now. So
yeah.
I don't want to say the game is leaving Durant, like, because a shooter's always going to be a shooter, man. But it's like you said, he's not really. It doesn't look like he's at full speed anymore.
He's a step behind. He's a step behind at least. And the whole, you know, I was joking around when San Antonio beat him night before last, the first time when KD got picked right there at the end of the game, and he's standing there with his hands in the air. I saw him again last night a couple of different times, like
looking for a call.
Yeah,
play ball instead of looking for a call. That's what I tell my kid all the time. Play ball, don't look for a call. Play ball,
right,
man.
Right, exactly. And here's what I think is going to be fun to watch as the season goes on. You know, a little bit longer, and you know, what's the goal for San Antonio? I mean, we talked about maybe 30 wins. Hell, maybe they're getting to the play-in. I don't know. I mean, but
Rodney, that's crazy. We just talked about them barely making 25, and now we're talking about a play-in.
Well, I'm the only one talking about them. I'm the only one talking about them on the play.
All right.
But here's the other thing. You know, Pop was the innovator of load management back in the day. At some point with Wemby, you know, we talk about susceptible, you know, needs to beef up a little bit. At some point, I wonder when Pop's going to teach him load management, because he can't go on like this. And I don't think he wants to come out of the game. The dude wants to be in the game all the time.
Well, I think when you're young like this and you got the young legs like this, why not play as much as you can? You know what I mean? And if Wemby has desire to play every damn game, then and you know, the doctors and you know, medical staff says it's fine to do that, then go ahead. As long as he doesn't sustain an injury, man, roll Wemby out there as much as you can. Roll all these youngsters out there as much as you can. Allow them to establish continuity and you know, and chemistry on the floor, man. Look. 38 points, one hell of
crazy, right?
I mean, but yeah, it looks like the Phoenix Suns, or not all the Phoenix Suns, but it looks like Mr. Durant's starting to get a little bit slower.
He does, man. He does.
It's starting to get a little bit slower for him. Good observation there, Rodney. I'm glad you saw that. I'm sure everybody saw it. If it entered my mind last night when I was watching the game, it had to enter a lot of other people's minds too. Like, hey, man, how much longer does Durant have? That's the phrase that came into my mind last night. Not like Durant's losing. It's just like, man, how much longer is Durant going to be able to do this thing?
Yeah, it really is. And it's funny that, you know, we've watched this long enough. You know, Durant gave us that amazing year we call him a lifetime Longhorn. He gave us that one great year here. That's a whole different story. Don't get me started on that.
Christian Academy, come from Maryland, baby. like 30 minutes from where I lived, man. That's and like the hoopla around this guy, like, because everybody thought that he was going to be able to somehow go to Maryland, like the Terps were going to be able to get get this guy. And then there was a lot of people saying, "Nah, man, this dude's going right to the NBA or whatnot, man. He's skipping college. He might be going to play overseas or whatnot too." But nah, and then all of a sudden, just Texas, Rick Barnes. How does Rick Barnes get this guy down there in Austin, dude? And of course it was a rental piece. He's only going to be there just to do a little bit of basketball, not school. But the dude can shoot, man. The dude, one hell of a shot, that's for sure. Getting drafted to the Supersonics, then turned into the Thunder there, obviously. But man, it might be the end of the career, or starting to be the tail end of the career for Kevin Durant. Hey, other basketball news. James Harden had his presser, and I couldn't capture the sound and bring it into the studio here, but I really wanted to talk about this. Do you know what he's calling himself now? Or excuse me. He is not calling himself this at all. He stated that he is the situation. He says that he does not play situational basketball. He is situational basketball. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, he's situational basketball. When the situation feels good for him to fucking play, he plays.
I'm getting MTV. I'm getting Jersey Shore mixed up. He is the system, not the situation.
Oh, the system.
The system. Sorry.
Well, I had
Mike the situation. Whatever that guy's last name is on mine.
But I did see that folks from the Clippers were talking about. I think it was yesterday, to where it's like, okay, we've got him in here now. We're gonna make this work. I'm like, that's all you got? We're gonna make this work.
That was your best thing that you could lead with, is like, hey man, we're not getting a championship. We're just gonna make it work. We're gonna find a way to arise out of all this hoopla that we have so far, and disdain that we have for terrible basketball, pretty much as an LA Clipper organization, because that's what it is. It's been bad basketball. It's been a little bit of hype with the CP3 and the Blake Griffin days and whatnot, but it left really quick, man. That window was very small for the Clippers. It just feels like there's that extra mountain that they have to climb other than the Lakers. Like the Lakers mountain is really small compared to the Clippers mountain. Like, for some reason, the Clippers journey to get to the top is just that much more than the Lakers. I don't get it. They play in the Sam Dam Arena. I don't get it.
Well, and no offense, I think adding this dude, I mean, you're adding more
chaos, to the locker room, my guy. That's for sure. Yeah, James Harden says that he is the system, right? He doesn't play in a system. He is the system. So look out for the new nickname for James Harden, being AKA the system. That's all that I have for NBA news. It was pretty fun game pretty fun games to watch last night. I didn't think that it would go down the way that it did in Phoenix. I thought that the Suns would actually destroy the Spurs last night. But hey, shout out to the 38 points put in by Victor Wembanyama. Let's go Spurs, man. I mean, how about your Mavericks too, bro? The Mavericks, man. Good basketball in Texas. Well, good basketball in a couple of cities in Texas.
One of them.
H-Town still got to right the ship a little bit.
Yeah, one of them that's still heartbroken off of the baseball season is only going to get their heart broken a little bit more, because that shit show is not. I don't see any signs right there of that getting any better right there. But I mean, obviously, if we're going to talk about Texas NBA teams, man, it's going to be Dallas. I mean, right. I think the San Antonio thing here is going to fizzle out at some point. I mean,
when does the Dallas thing fizzle out? Like, Dallas can't hold this pace.
Well, I mean, can they? I mean, I don't know, dude. What are we in?
Will break eventually, Rodney, and they don't have a dominant big man, a legitimate big man. They don't have a legitimate five for me. Dallas doesn't. So until that happens, you can't compete with the West. Like, it's still the Denver Nugget West, man.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you one thing. Adam Stern in the NBA They need to be sending us residuals, because I guarantee you this early in the season, we're the only show in the country that really gives a shit right now. The way
there's other shows that talk about
15 minutes
basketball.
into this.
There's other shows. We're changing the system here. We're going to change it up. I like to talk a little bit of hoops, man. I'm a big basketball fan.
I brought it up, dude. I brought it up, so totally my bad on that. And hell, we still got people on here, so apparently people,
about it. Why is it bad to talk about basketball? It is not. Basketball is my favorite sport.
You said it. Nobody gives a damn until Christmas.
That's true.
And that's
Christmas.
And here
Christmas,
we are, break it down 7
fans.
games.
We're not novice fans. We are experts, subject matter experts on the sport.
So, experts. That's right. We're
GM guys.
We are the
What's up, Sal? How's everybody doing? Let's talk some hockey. Rob, we're going to talk hockey. Don't you worry about that. You know damn well we'll be talking hockey. Puck drops all the time around here. We got that, and then we also throw the gloves down and everything. But we got to talk about Thursday night football. We got to talk about your Longhorn football as well. We got some sounds from Sark that we got to get into. But first, before we get to the collegiate game, let's talk about the professional gridiron here. I gave you guys a stinker last night. I said that the Tennessee Titans would come in there and cover. Well, Will Levis, and we kind of knew that he wouldn't be able to come out there and reciprocate the 4 touchdowns replicate the 4 touchdowns that he had last Sunday. But yeah, man, going up against a TJ Watt led Steelers defense, even without Mika Fitzpatrick, they were able to turn it up a notch and make things really difficult for Will Levis. Making Will Levis look like a rookie. That's exactly what he looked like on Thursday night. I thought maybe that he'd have a little bit of reprieve because it was Thursday night football and the defense for the Steelers wouldn't be that stingy. But damn, they were firing on all cylinders last night, Rodney.
Dude, they certainly were. And I mean, you expected that Levis was going to, we talked about that yesterday. You expected that you weren't going to have that, flash in the pan like you had, in his first start. But, I don't know. As I was watching the end of this last night, I was kind of watching some of the post game and so forth, and just looking at standings and kind of getting ready, for the stuff we were going to talk about today. Pittsburgh Steelers are 5-3, and it's like a very quiet. This is like
mediocre quarterback, though. I can't call Kenny Pickett a dominant quarterback that can lead them to the next tier of championship play, right? Like, to me, I thought Will Levis looked better than Pickett. I honestly like Pickett looked like a rookie quarterback last night too, and you could argue that Pickett's got a lot more pieces around him than Will Levis does. Pickett's got at least 10 more games under his belt than Will Levis does. I don't know that stat for a fact, but I'm assuming, I'm estimating it's around that many games. But yeah, I thought Will Levis had some good moments last night, but I thought in that, especially the last couple of drives, he really looked like a rookie. Looked like he just had the basics down. That's it, man.
He did.
When you're bringing enough pressure like that, when Pittsburgh can get up and get after it, they can make you look foolish, man. And look, he threw 2 late balls in a row, or excuse me, not in a row, but in that last sequence, he threw 2 late balls over the middle that you just know that's sacrilegious as a quarterback. It's going to get picked off, right? And he tried to look the safety off and then come back a little bit sooner or come back a little bit later after that, but to no avail, right? It wasn't a strong enough look off. He maybe looked off for like a half a second or a second and then tried to come back, and he threw the ball preemptively, right? Like he almost premeditatively throwing the damn ball, like, oh, my guy's going to be open. This is my read. He didn't go through his progressions. He just tried to look off the one and then hit the middle slant. So the linebacker creeped back a little enough to get his space and we talk about that no zone, right, all the time. Took away the no zone by getting enough depth right there. So creating a small enough window for Will Levis to try and squeeze it in there, and to no avail, man. Through an interception. I thought that they were going to be able to maybe cover this thing and get the 3 points. So the line was only 2.5, right? But I thought maybe, Levis with the last minute drive going in there, I thought maybe this would be his moment to shine again on Thursday Night Football, but nah, man, wasn't able to get it done. Steelers get out of there with a dub, and I ripped my ticket up.
Well, and this, talking about Pittsburgh, being a very quiet 5-3 right here. This is where you really look at, with what the defense did last night. They exposed this young guy. Pittsburgh, very much with what they are doing right now, they are very much taking the persona of their head coach. And I know I go on and on about Mike Tomlin. It's because I really respect this dude as a football guy. And this is really what you're seeing right here. This is a football team. They're very aggressive. You watch them last night. They exposed the young quarterback. Derrick Henry, 75 yards. He had a touchdown, but I mean, that's a very quiet night for him. I mean, Jalen Warren on the other side, 11 carries, 88 yards.
Warren
I mean,
and Harris, finally
Yeah.
getting close to the century mark, right? A little bit of ground and pound from the Steelers, like some traditional football from the Steelers last night. Looked pretty decent, right? Still lethargic through the air. I mean, I know they hit some big hitters throughout the night, but it's not consistent for Kenny Pickett. We definitely. I want to get some Steelers experts on to talk a little bit about this, because this is an enigma of a team. Like, I talk about the Ravens in the North, but the Steelers are the team that I really can't figure out, because it seems like they do have the pieces there. It's just quarterback play. It's inconsistent quarterback play, and we talked about Canada yesterday too, right?
Yeah.
When you can't really put your system together to fit your personnel, you got to try and find a new guy, right? Like if you can't get your offensive coordinator to scheme around your personnel, it's time for you to find someone that can.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you're winning these ugly games. And that's back to
that's because of your defense.
Because of your defense. Yeah. The deeper that you go into this, and we start getting into go time, when it's time to go to the pay window and you're taking on that track team from Miami and, taking on Kansas City. And some of these other juggernauts, you're going to have to figure out a way to score, because you're not going to win with defense. Unfortunately, you used to could do that in the past,
right.
But that's not the new NFL. But hey, I just go back to and the whole thing last night. I mean, I'm not surprised the way this wound up here for Will Levis, because it really was.
I was expecting a higher score. I was expecting at least in the 30s, man. But this was lackluster.
Yeah. Hey, and you talking right there about with the two-headed monster there with the Pittsburgh running attack. That stuff still works, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, man. You'd be shocked to think that the running game actually works in football these days. It's wild concept, isn't it? Hey, there's some other NFL news going around as well. We'll get you your scores and our picks from this weekend for the Sunday, to get you the line that you need in your pocket. Remember, the Wagner Wire on Sunday as well will be getting you updated with the scores and fantasy news. Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown have a chance to break Calvin Johnson's single season receiving yards this year. Almost 2,000 yards is what they need. 1,964 yards is the actual record set by Calvin Johnson there. But yeah, look, dude, that was in 2012. This almost 10 years now since this record's got to go down. Can it be done? Can it actually be tackled this season by two candidates? Of course, the Cheetah, and we know A.J. Brown. Pound for pound, A.J. Brown is the best wide receiver in the league, in my opinion, Rodney. But look, the Cheetah is what? Where's he standing at now? 1,014 yards right now, 74 yards ahead of pace of Calvin Johnson during his 2012 season.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think both of them will get it, but I definitely think the Cheetah will get it. And it's crazy to think that he'll get it with Jalen Waddle on the same damn team, because you got to know that the ball is getting shared with so many other pieces on this Miami Dolphins team. If you just, would Tyreek Hill be able to get this many yards if he didn't have the pieces around him?
Oh man, no. No, I don't think so.
I mean, his speed gets him completely wide open, Rodney, but there's so much other speed on that field that you got to,
it's unbelievable.
You got to play that too, right?
Yeah. And how about, who's he get this week? His former team. So if you want to come and you want to show out in Germany, you have to wake up early for that one. Hey, y'all don't forget to fall back. Isn't it time to change the clocks? But yeah, with Tyreek Hill this week taking on Kansas City, man, are
you big on revenge games?
Be a lot of fun right there.
You big on revenge games? You think people actually show up and get up for revenge games? I know Steve Smith Sr. always used to get up for revenge games.
Hell, I mean, you know how these guys are wired, dude. You know that he's going to be okay. Watch this, and that's a whole thing like you're talking about right there with Miami, and I think that's why it bodes so well for him. Is that man? You do have all of this around you, but at some, I mean, he's just, I mean, the dude can get open anyway. Hell, he catches shit he ain't even open, and it's like, dang. So that's really cool to watch, and you know,
he needs 900. Tyreek Hill needs 951 more yards to break the record. He's through 8 games.
8 games.
He's through 8. He's got over 1,000 yards through 8 games.
That's it. And we're just getting the cross flags. We're just halfway home. Not even quite halfway home.
Prop bet, Rodney. Let's take it right now. Do you think he makes it? Do you think Tyreek Hill? Okay. I'm with you too. I'm taking this prop bet as well. I think he surpasses 2,000 yards. I think Tyreek Hill will be the next single season wide receiver setting a record for receiving yards.
I think you should place a bet and we'll split the winnings.
That's not fair.
Place it.
That's not fair. No, I'm not. I don't like that at all. All right, let's get into some text. First off, let's tell everybody about our friends over at Covert, where the party's going to be at today.
Yeah, you need to be making your way out there because I think you probably heard this morning. Ricky Williams going to be out 11 a.m. right around 11 a.m. to 11:40 there for your free lunch, courtesy of our friends over at Smoky Mo's Barbecue and Verde's. So get on out there, spend a little bit of time with Rick. He's got a lot of things that he's doing this weekend with the ceremonies and the ambiance happening over at DKR. But Covert BK, 42 acres in Bee Cave, out in the hill country, out 71, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands of those great new and pre-owned vehicles, the Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. And, of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets are up north out here with Wags and I. In Hutto, the Fords and the Lincolns, a staple out there at 183 Research Boulevard. The Fords and the Lincolns out that way. They also service all makes and models of your vehicles. Don't spend all day at the dealership or at one of the quickie places trying to get stuff done. Don't be out there getting upsold. They're just going to take care of what needs to happen on your vehicle. 86 service bays, minimal waits are going to get you in and out the door. CovertBK.com. Check out all of your weekly inventory specials right there and plenty of new and pre-owned inventory for those 3 state-of-the-art dealerships with our friends out there at Covert BK. It's CovertBK.com. Check it out online. Stop by and see Dan Covert and all the great folks out there, and let them know that you appreciate them being one of our landmark supporters with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Since 1909, the Covert family have been serving Central Texans far and wide. Nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell not ever. CovertBK.com.
That's right. And if you can't get out to the party over at covertbcaves.com and you need some place to watch all your fun sports and all your fun shows throughout the day, do so at your house. But you can't do that without audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. The very best in audiovisual automation, setting the standard in it for 35 years since 1988 in the Austin, Central Texas area. If you have no idea of what you want, look at the gallery of projects that they've had on their website over the past 35 years, and you will get an idea. I guarantee it. I have 2 flat screen 4K televisions behind me and some arcade units. I also have some LG sound bars as well for my surround sound system, and then downstairs that home theater system with some more LG surround sound system as well. I need to upgrade to that Sonos though. Make sure you guys are asking audiovisual consultations about the Sonos surround system that they can provide and put in your house. No job's too big, no job's too small. 512-255-8678. It's avconsultations.com. All right, some more NFL scores before we get into the collegiate level. And here we do have some sound from Sarkisian that we need to hear on his preparation for the game against Kansas State this Saturday. Anyways, man, let's get into it. We were just talking about the fish. Let's go into the early morning game here in Germany. Dolphins and Chiefs. Right now, Rodney, this line is 1.5. The Chiefs are giving the fish here. 50.5 is the over. We are expecting some explosive firepower from both sides of the offense here, and rightfully so, right? You got P. Mahomes able to sling it, and then you got Tua Tagovailoa, who is leading the league or second in the league at passing yards. So, my God, Rodney, I mean, the tail of the tape's there. You're going to have 2 great offenses out there. Can the defense stop any of these offenses from scoring?
This is going to be really cool to watch because you do have you got some pieces back in place. I know in the Kansas City defense, I mean both defenses actually have had some bumps in the road and some guys that have been healing up and licking some wounds right there. And for the most part, you've got a lot of that back, and that's where it's going to be curious. That's certainly not going to be a slugfest right here. I mean, I don't know. I think maybe that's a
I think
little
it's going to be a
high.
barn burn. I think it's going to be. I'm expecting at least the over to bump up. I don't know why you couldn't make this 55 or 57, man. It's in, and usually when it's in that threshold, I like to tell you to take the over anyways, man. Maybe they're keeping it low just because it's going to be, in another hemisphere, and the players could be tired. I mean,
that's my thought. I know that Miami went out on Monday. I don't know when Kansas City made their way out there, but that's the one thing that I'm going back to where that may play a little havoc right there with that happening. That would be the only reason why I would go the under. I mean, because obviously if you play this in Miami or at Arrowhead, I mean you're going to light the scoreboard up here, but I think that's something that could factor in right here because that's a huge transition that always gets undersold. I mean, I know a lot of folks say when these games go out of the country, it's like, oh, that fucking game sucked. Well, you try to do that. That's massive right there. That's a big.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a big
we
keynote.
talk about just the difficulty in traveling from one coast to another coast. You know what I mean? And now you're taking a team from one country and going a hemisphere over. I mean, that's just a different time zone that you got to prep for. Hey, you probably lose a damn day. Essentially, both teams lose a damn day in preparation because they got to get over there and get acclimatized and adjusted to the situations. That game, like we mentioned, will be at Frankfurt Stadium, so make sure you guys are paying attention to that. 8:30 is the kickoff for that game. I'm going Chiefs here, man. Like I know the Dolphins have been playing fantastic. Look, Vegas, the guys in the desert are giving the Chiefs, are allowing the Chiefs to give the Dolphins 1.5 here. They like the Chiefs here a little bit. It's basically a pick 'em when it's 1.5 or it's this close here. Chiefs, the home team at Frankfurt Stadium, that doesn't really pay, too much for me here. It's quarterback. When it comes down to this, when I'm breaking this game down, I know that the toy chest is a lot more fun for the fish right now. But if I'm breaking it down, man, it's quarterback play. I know Tua Tagovailoa is leading in passing yards here, but he just doesn't look like he's got the same confidence, or I guess the same. I don't have the same confidence in Tua Tagovailoa that I do with Patrick Mahomes. I've seen Tua Tagovailoa throw in triple coverage the past I saw him do it the first time with the Giants. Then I saw him do it 2 weeks ago. He to me, Rodney, he just doesn't really go through his progressions like a professional quarterback should be, or at least 3 years in the league should be going through right now. And I know he's had some bumps and bruises along the way. He's been, removed from the squad a few times because of injuries and stuff. He just doesn't go through the progressions like the professional quarterback should, man. I think he's benefiting from a lot of speed on the field right now, and I don't know how well he'll be able to keep this play up, especially when you put him against a head-to-head matchup against Patrick Mahomes with the pressure of that. We'll see if Kansas City Chiefs can kind of put a damper on the Fish's offense here and make them sputter a little bit. But it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard showing for Tua Tagovailoa, I feel, on the Sunday.
Yeah, I'm going with you on this simply because I think that Kansas City is going to really utilize their pass rush. I think when you get Chris Jones coming off the edge right there, I think that's something that could cause
back. Yeah, he's fully healthy.
Yeah,
fully healthy. Chris Jones is.
I think that's something that could drastically change. I mean, how do you slow down the track attack right there? You put heat on this dude, and I think that's
the spot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's going to be the difference. I'm with you. I'm giving this Kansas City, honestly. I mean, it's not going to be high scoring.
I'm intrigued by the Fish. I want to take the Fish, but my gut tells me to take the Chiefs, man. My gut tells me it's all Kansas City here.
Yeah, I agree. If, like I said, if this game were back home in the States, if this was a Miami Dolphin home game, yeah, but no. I mean, you got to go. I mean, your gut tells you Kansas City. You got to go with Kansas City. I think they're going to expose a little bit right here with the track attack. I think that's going to be the underlying factor. When we get done with that early game, they're going to expose this offense with that pass rush.
Let's it's time for a Heineke or a Heineke maybe. Let's go with a Heineke. You ready for a Heineken?
Getting it, dude. I would love a Heineken.
Ready for a
right
Heineken?
now.
It's time to open yourself a Heineke if you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, because it is Heineke mania right now, my guy. That's right. Ritter is getting the hook, and looks like Arthur Smith is rolling out Heineke. That's right. Tyler Heineke, my guy. Tyler Heineke is going out here, and he is going to lead the Atlanta Falcons to a victory over the Minnesota Vikings. Both of these teams looking with new quarterbacks at the helm. Well, Heineke's been there, right? But it's going to be his first start here. Look, without Kirk Cousins, I'm not going to sit there and say that the Minnesota Vikings were on a trajectory to get themselves back into championship contention. I mean, you can't start the season off as bad as they were and then hope to go on a winning streak to maybe get you a 13-4 season. It's just not going to happen like that. Is optimistic as you want it to go. You were going to lose a little bit more games here. The hill got even more steeper without Kirk Cousins. I don't know if Dobbs is the answer. I really don't here. Why am I doing this, Rodney? Why am I doing this? I'm taking the Arthur Smith Falcons over the Vikings, man.
Well, and of course we find out first with Jaron Hall before we ever get to.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Yeah. Hall, not Dobbs. Thank you.
And here's the thing, Wags. To me, when I look at this one, that spread seems a little high, right? You got a couple of crippled teams coming in here, and it's like, what?
The over. I'm telling you right now, pick the under on the over and under. The under is 37. The over under is 37.5 right now. Take the under on this. It's going to be bad.
Yeah.
Heineke, I think Heineke can actually make some throws though.
I think so too. Yeah.
I think Washington's in a better situation with Sam Howe, but Heineke, when he was with the Commanders, made some decent throws. He just doesn't have that superior arm strength that the rest of that top tier quarterbacks have. That Sam Howe has. Like Heineke doesn't have the arm strength that Howe has, right? That's why I thought that the Commanders were in better position to win this year. I thought for sure that they'd be able to make a shot at the division. I didn't think they'd be taking down Philadelphia or anything like that. But still, man, I thought with the arm strength of Sam Howe and just the confidence, I feel like Sam Howe got the, you know what, I'm going to let this thing rip regardless. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get the hook. Like, I don't feel like Heineke has it. There's been throws this year that Sam Howe made that Heineke just wouldn't make last year or didn't take the chance to make. Well, I'm not saying that he could make those throws. I'm just saying that he didn't take that chance. I'm a fan of Heineke. I don't think that he is a tier 1 or a tier 2 quarterback, but I think he's got enough for the Atlanta Falcons to get them winning a little bit more ball games than Ritter did. I just don't think Ritter was able to find success consistently for the Falcons. And I think he missed a lot of throws. He missed a lot of reads. There was a lot of time when London and Pitts were open both at the same time, and he just misses them, man. I don't know I don't know if the game's just going too fast for Ritter, but sure enough, they got to right the ship there in Atlanta, and this is how you do it.
And the other thing is there with Heineke, with Taylor Heineke coming in, I mean, I think he fills that role of a serviceable quarterback. I mean, he did some okay things there with the Commanders, but Commanders definitely going in a better direction here with Sam Howell, because that's a guy I think that can elevate the play right here. And when you look at Minnesota, I mean, this dude is thrust in now. And I mean, you don't have Justin Jefferson. I mean, it's one thing if you get thrust in and it's like, okay, Justin Jefferson, you're going to have him out there. You've still got that. You don't have that. Ooh, man, this very low scoring.
Hey, Wags, it was Mike Florio with the PFT or with PFT for the report about the Commanders trying to acquire Belichick in the offseason. All right. Thanks for that nugget. We appreciate that, Mike.
That one came back up. All right.
DJ says Kansas City effed up and got there yesterday. Oh boy, might want to take the fish if they're just or you know what, maybe they practiced all. Still, you got to acclimatize to where you're at though. That's the thing. The altitude's different there. You're going to be winded. You're telling me that it's not going to be the same type of practice environments or game environments that it is in America than over at Frankfurt Stadium. This is a bad move. This is a bad move by the Chiefs. I might have.
You know why they're late, right?
No.
Travis Kelce couldn't go yet.
Oh,
the Eras tour. The Eras
What?
tour is probably somewhere. He
Get
couldn't
the
leave
hell
yet.
out of here,
Taylor
man.
couldn't go yet, for crying out loud.
Get the hell out of here. You know what? No, I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that one right there. I'm going to leave that one right there. Rodney. We ain't even bringing that one up. All right, let's talk about other football
man.
here.
I still got to
Cardinals
wear
and
my Taylor
Browns.
Swift shirt on here one of these days.
Cardinals and Browns. What's this doing for you, man? Anything right now? Cleveland is favored 7.5. The line is 37.5 over the over the Cardinals here. Yeah, I think that's all Cleveland, regardless of their quarterback situation there, man. Yeah, just lean on your running backs and that superior defense right there. I mean, Miles
Garrett.
What can you say about
one word or two words? Miles Garrett. Yeah,
Garrett. What can you say about Miles Garrett? Best defensive lineman in the league right now. I mean, I know Aaron Darnold gets a lot of credit and stuff, playing in that 3 technique, but my God, dude, like, what can you say about Garrett? Garrett's probably. Yeah. I used to think it was Clowney just being the impact player, but Miles Garrett is pound for pound the best defensive lineman in the league.
No doubt about it. I mean, that dude is so good. And then
I'd love to hear your thoughts, like who you guys think the best defensive lineman is. But I mean, and it might be sacrilegious because I'm giving an Aggie some props, but you can't lie to the eye in the sky, man. He is so superior and dominant.
It's hard to not do that
when jump through the line to block kicks.
Yeah. Like when it's so obvious. I mean, the dude is that damn good. And I mean, here with the Cardinals, hey, the Cardinals beat the high-powered Dallas Cowboys, so you never know. I mean, you never say never. But yeah, man, I think you're definitely going with the Browns here in this deal. I think that could be a very one-sided affair that we're going to see on Sunday with that ball game right there. Maybe the most one-sided affair that we're going to see on Sunday.
And how about this coincidence here, right? We got the Patriots playing the Commanders. We were just talking about the Commanders trying to acquire Belichick in a trade here. The Sam Howell-led Commanders over the Macless Jones. Well, Mac Jones is still the quarterback there, but he's terrible. Commanders over the Macless Jones Patriots here. The line, however, is in favor of the Patriots. 3 points to the favor of the Patriots here. They're spotting the Commanders 3. The over-under is 40.5. What do you like here, Rodney?
Let me look at that. So the over-under, I'm sorry. I've got dogs barking again.
That's all right. But you got to now think about the situation that just happened this past week, right? Yep. Washington's in sell mode. Washington got rid of Sweat. They got rid of Young. So there can't be, like, the pass rush can't be that crazy and that chaotic going after Mac Jones, right? So you got to think that the Patriots right the ship here a little bit. I mean, hell, they're given 3 points. You think that that's enough, right? You think maybe they could cover that. I'm thinking that the Patriots can get more than 3 here. I'm liking the Patriots for 7.
I am as well, because and here's the other situation we can talk about. What Sam Howell is doing there with the Commanders. I mean, he's been good. He's been good, but damn, he's getting sacked a lot, and that's a concern to me right there. I mean, this Patriots defense, and when you talk, I mean, look at who the Commanders have played. I mean, yeah, they had Philadelphia and so forth. But man, this dude, they're what are they, like second to the last in sacks allowed? That's not good, man. So, yeah, I'm definitely going with New England here because, like you said, the Commanders did kind of shake that defense off, and they lost some they let some components go right there. And, yeah. Here's Belichick. Like, I don't know if I'm ready to go to the Commanders yet.
Yeah, he wasn't going in the first place here. All right, 2 more games that I want to go up to slate, then we'll get into some Longhorn football talk. All right, Giants and Raiders. Now, Rodney, pump the brakes, because usually people are being like, oh, here we go, man. The locker room's going to rally around the interim coach, right? Usually that's what happens, right? When the interim coach gets the new job, that team fires out on all cylinders and blows the doors off of the opposition, right? Usually that team is also not favored. However, this week with an interim coach, the team is favored. Do you know why?
Because they're playing your team, my man.
They're playing the goddamn Giants. They're playing the Giants. That is why, Rodney. The Giants. Oh, the Giants are the worst team in football. The Vegas Raiders have the favorable matchup here, or at least that's what the boys in the desert think. Vegas is spotting the Giants 2 points here. The over/under 37.5. Great offensive production that the boys in the desert are going to be that the boys in the desert think they're going to see as well. Yeah, it's going to be an awful ball game, Rodney. Both defenses can't score lethargic offenses anyways. It's just going to be inept football. Probably probably maybe look like Division III college football. That's probably what we're going to be. That's probably the product on the field this Sunday. Anyways, man, I'm going to advise you to stay the hell away from this game, brother.
Yeah.
It's bad. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it with your pole, let alone my pole. Anyways, my guy, the highlight matchup, the marquee matchup that we need to break down, of course, Cowboys Eagles here. The boys are getting 3 points from the Eagles here. The over under is 46.5. I got to take the Eagles here, Rodney.
Me too, buddy. And this is very much a situation where I am just going with reality. You know, my heart is, and this is, you know, with the Cowboys, I know all of our Cowboy fans know this, is that this is a game where you don't expect Dallas to be able to prevail in this contest, and they very well may. That's just the way that it's been, you know, for the last 25 years, 30 years with this bunch right here. But here we go. I mean, here's your battle. You see all the comparisons. Everybody's always like Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts. Which is the better quarterback? Who should reign supreme of the two? Well, here we go. They're head to head. This game's going to be in Philadelphia, and you know, with the Cowboys defense. You know, I know, you know, when you had some guys that went down right there, you've seen this secondary that is not nearly as bad as you thought it was going to be. Deron Bland has been such a great, he's kind of filled the hole right there doing what he's doing. But here's the key. I think this is where the Dallas Cowboys could get after Jalen Hurts. He's a little banged up. If you get to this dude and maybe you know, bang him up a little bit more legally, I think that's something that can behoove the Cowboys. But then on the offensive side, dude, you've got to, I mean, go out here and use these weapons and get some sort of running game and score in the fucking red zone.
That's not going to happen. That's the problem. Like that's exactly what I wanted to get into, right? When you have problems putting the ball in finishing drives, you're not going to beat a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being for real, right? Like, I'd love to dress this thing up and talk about a, you know, Dallas Cowboys victory, but they're not doing the little things right. They're not able to finish the drives off. And hell, Rodney, they can't run the ball. You know what I mean? And when you fail to utilize the middle of your field, the defense knows that you're just focusing on the outsides and focusing on the edges, right? You can play gap responsibility. You can have gap assignments, you know, without even being true to your gap responsibilities. It's you know, you can play basically, you know, without any type of discipline on defense as well, because you know that the damn Cowboys ain't going to be able to run the ball, or they might be able to establish a little bit of a run early, but they're going to die out and flail out. You got to use them. You got to have Ferguson get involved in this game. That's where I thought Dak Prescott was excelling last year. He had his tight end, man, or he was using a little bit more of the field. CeeDee Lamb starting to look a little bit decent the past couple of weeks, being able to make plays inside the hashes. That's where CeeDee Lamb actually hurts you the most, man. Yards after catch. You want to go down through it, man. You take the positions. Wide receivers, I give, you know, still the check mark and the advantage to Philadelphia. Running back room, check mark advantage to Philadelphia, man. Yeah. Quarterback play, check mark advantage to Philadelphia. Defense, even with Philadelphia making all these acquisitions, you know, late at the deadline, I still give the defensive, you know, advantage to the Dallas Cowboys, but they have one hell of a hill or a feat to stop here, man. This Philadelphia offense is probably one of the best in the NFL to do it, man, especially when Jalen Hurts is clicking.
And especially with the Philadelphia defense, especially along the defensive line. And I mean, they don't allow a lot on the run. And you said it, the Cowboys
they can get hurt in the secondary, bro. They can get eaten up there, but I think that we know McCarthy's offense, it's predicated off of the run. Like, you have to be able to run the damn ball.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And they haven't been able to do that. I mean, even against some of the, against the Rams, against the Giants, Jets, I mean, you still haven't seen any of that.
That's all right. I mean, but you got to, like, with the Jets defense, you had to figure that. That's going to be a tough hill to climb with the Jets defense.
Yeah.
But with the Giants, I mean, the Giants had 5 sacks going into 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? They only had 5 sacks total going into 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. But and you know, the whole thing with that defensive front pressure that we're talking about with Philadelphia, what's that going to do? That's going to put a lot of heat on that quarterback back there, on Dak Prescott. And that's where we have seen where Dak, I mean, and again, as a Cowboy fan, I don't want this dude, I don't want him to be your running back. I don't want him to have the most rushing yards. This dude's got a bad wheel. and you don't want that to. But if you can utilize Brandon Cooks, you talked about Ferguson. I mean, Michael Gallup, where are you, brother? Where are you, man? Here's your chance to make an impact in this. But man, I'm just overly
quarterback too,
concerned.
Rodney. Like the quarterback's got to see that progression. I've seen separation on the field from the wide receivers. They're open. The quarterback's just got to get them the damn ball.
That's the other part about it is, and I know that I zero in on Dak a lot, and it's like I don't see him doing exactly what you're talking about right there. And and it is like Michael Gallup, he does. I'm kind of calling him out right here. But I think the addition of Brandon Cooks, this could be a Brandon Cooks ball game, because what are they going to do? What's the Philadelphia defense going to do? They're going to key in on 88. So I mean, here's where you get number 3 involved. But man, I'm just overly concerned that, one, you can't run the ball. Number 2, that pass rush is just going to be massive on Dak Prescott, and that's when he tends to rush throws. And that's when he tends to not chip off. Yeah. And that's, I mean, we've seen it over and over. And it's in Philadelphia on top of that. That certainly does not help.
Enough said. Enough said. All right, let's go to the collegiate gridiron front here, man. Let's hear from Sarkisian. This sound came from yesterday in the Thursday presser here. But we got some Sarkisian sound on Jordan Winnington. We have some sound on Malik Murphy going into his second game, and the importance of tackling and executing on defense. We'll hear from Sarkisian on all these right now. But Rodney, we talked about it, right? It feels like the past couple of weeks, the Longhorns, especially on defense, have been in position to make plays. They just haven't been executing. And we're going to hear from Sarkisian right now on the importance of tackling and wrapping up and being able to make those plays in the open field.
Huge. We recognize this. They tax you in a lot of ways in their ability to deploy people on the field, utilize some of the RPO game. They're very tactical in their approach to running the football. But yet they have the physicality to run the football, and they got a veteran offensive line, and they've got 2 really good runners, and they got 2 very capable quarterbacks at running the ball. So we're not naive to think that they're gonna scheme us up on some things, and they're gonna have some runs that are available to them. We have to make sure that those runs are limited to what they were blocked for. I say it all the time. Let's let a 5-yard run be a 5-yard run. Don't let a 5-yard run turn into a 15 or 20-yard run. How does that happen? That happens, A, if you're out of your gap, okay, and we don't fit it properly, and then B, we miss that tackle, okay? And so fundamentally, there's the fundamental of being aligned right and reading the scheme and being in my right fit. And then the second fundamental is using the proper technique to get people on the ground. And then the third aspect to that is our effort. We need to populate the ball really well Saturday. So I think all those levels to it, but leveraging the ball, tackling, getting as many white hats as we can to the football are all critical. And then ultimately, at some point, getting the ball off them. And we've got to create some turnover Saturday as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I said those exact same words Tuesday and Wednesday, man. I feel like he is repeating me.
Yeah. And the thing is, Wags, all of that sounds so elementary, but at the same time,
you got to do it.
Texas struggles in doing all of that shit. Tackling, pursuing the ball, getting hats on the ball. It's like,
forcing fumbles.
Yeah, dude, it's like textbook stuff. You've got all your notes, and it's like, okay, here are the basics that we need to do to win the game. But shit, man, you can't do them consistently, and that's the problem. That I just, man, there's a big part of me where I think this Kansas State offense, with the 2 quarterback system, with the guys running the ball, I mean, this your defense could get exposed right here, and I just hope it doesn't happen. And if it does happen, I hope it doesn't happen early.
You got to start. It starts up front. Double R. You got to get pressure on the quarterback here. You got to be able to get pressure with just your basic front 4. But if you can't get your base to fire off and establish that pressure and win the line of scrimmage, then dial up and make a 5-man rush package. What I mean? Or dial up 6. Throw Howard off his spot a little bit. I'm expecting PK's. I mean, look, PK had a great scheme last week too. I thought it was. I mean, what, they only allowed 6 damn points, and they held the they held the Cougars out of the damn end zone, right? I can't take anything away from PK last week, and the boys executed, but they let a couple of plays slip, right? And that's what Sarkisian's talking about. You can't take any downs off, you can't take any plays off. When it comes down to it, and you're in position, you got to wrap the hell up, and that's the reason why you lost the damn game against Oklahoma. If you really want to break the damn thing down, I thought the offense played well enough to win against Oklahoma. The defense just couldn't keep the Sooners off the board. And if you play like you did against the Sooners this week, you're going to get the same results, right? You have to be able to wrap up. You can't allow a quarterback to juke you out of your shoes, especially if you're a linebacker. Break the hell down, especially in space. You know that. Inform tackle. And then, like he said, 8 hats to a ball. All white hats, right? I mean, populate onto that football.
Play to the whistle, and that's what I want to see. I want to see a defense that comes out more inspired, possibly better prepared, maybe is what I'm talking about, than they did in that Oklahoma game.
I want you go back and you look set the tone instead of the offense setting the tone.
Right. You know, you've already got with the offense. You've already got, and again, I'm not saying that it's a major handicap at this point that you're not running with your QB1, but at the same time, man, let your defense set that tone right there, and don't put you behind the 8 ball. Don't come out and screw around and go down 14, and then rely on Malik Murphy to bring you back into the ball game. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind the chain. Don't fall behind at all. Come out and be aggressive. And it really does, Wags. It starts with the defense. I can't wait till the coin toss. The coin toss, I'm going to be like,
Let's go on D, baby. Let's go on D.
Go D.
For Malik Murphy for the offensive side of the ball, Malik Murphy's got a lot of toys. We talk about all of his toys, right? And he didn't even use Whittington. Whittington didn't get a catch last week. I'd like to see Whittington more involved. I'd like to see Sanders more involved this week. Here's Sarkisian on Whittington not being able to record a catch last week.
One of the challenges for us offensively, which is a great challenge, right? These are high-level problems. Let's say we throw 30 passes Saturday. Okay, you have Xavier Worthy, you have A.D. Mitchell, you have J.T. Sanders, you have Jonathan Brooks, you have Jordan Whittington, you have Gunnar Helm in there. All right, you have Cedric Baxter in there. You know, we're trying to find ways to get the ball to Jonte Cook in there. You have a lot of people, right? And there's only one ball, right, of who's catching it. And so sometimes, yes, there's a game plan of what we're trying to do and where that ball maybe is trying to go. A lot of the times the defense is somewhat declaring where that ball's going to go based on the coverages that we're getting and if the quarterback reads it right. So naturally, I don't ever want Jordan to walk out of a game with 0 catches, but there's going to be games where he has 1, 2, or 3. There's going to be a game where he has 10. But that game he has 10, how many did AD and Xavier and JT catch? And so the ball naturally moves around. I think we've got a great deal of balance on our offensive football team right now of where the ball's going and who's catching it and why. But I think one thing about Jordan that I will always be forever grateful for him. He's the ultimate team player. He will do whatever we ask of him to do to help this team win. And I think that's why he has so much respect from his teammates.
Well, see, and the one thing I wanted to hit on this, and I know we got to get ready to hand it off to Hardge. But what I thought the question was alluding to was, can you get Whittington involved more into your offense, right? Like not the defense dictates on who we're throwing the ball to, and we have all these weapons, and there's only one ball that we got to share with all of them. I think the question was trying to get Sarkisian to elaborate on how he intends to get Whittington involved into the game, right? I think that there's situational plays that you can have Whittington shine, and that where he has so much more advantage than other players on that field because he's a dynamic player, right? In a 3rd and short, maybe you focus a little bit on Whittington or Sanders, those types of plays, right? Not just firing out on scripted plays for Jordan Whittington or Sanders here. I'm talking about situational plays to maybe get them into the script. That's the only thing. There's I'm a huge fan of Sarkisian, but there's some things that he says that I really just think he's out of touch, or maybe he just doesn't understand what the media, what pundits are trying to ask him.
Wags, that sounded like a politician. It's a pretty
100% sounded like a damn politician.
Pretty obvious question, and you get all of this. Yeah, man, I know you've got all these guys. How are you getting this guy involved?
Yeah. How are you implementing him into your plans, Sarkeesian? That's what we're asking you here. Not like there's a lot of toys and there's only one ball.
We know that. The world know that. Everybody knows it. And still, let's go to this.
And that's the thing. Run the ball. That's the note card, right? Run the damn ball. And I think
run the ball.
That's the most really frustrating thing is that we know how dynamic of a player Jordan Whittington was at Cuero. Like we remember the game that he had against North Shore. Like that was just phenomenal, right? All the catches that he's been able to make, man. The guy knows how to shine. You know who else knows how to shine? Great Blue Heron Furniture.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Wags or not Wags. I thought we
are going to hand the ball off to Hardge in just a second, but we got to talk about Great Blue Heron before we hand the ball off.
Yeah, because that furniture shines, and it really does. Because it is the best stuff that you're going to find. Custom leather furniture,
man. Like Mike Lowry says, supple leather.
That's right. Like Mike Lowry. That's right, Mike. Custom Leather Furniture Company started back in 1991, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, and those fabrics ranging from the modern farmhouses to the Western stuff right there. And that's the cool stuff. And like we always say, this isn't the stuff that you're putting in the beach house and all this other stuff, sending off with the kids to the dorm. Don't do that because, man, they're not going to mess it up, but you don't put this high quality stuff and stuff like that. You keep it at home. This stuff is unbelievably beautiful. Also, the highest quality you're going to find, and that is very hard to find these days. Quality is all about the main deal. Will not find anything more comfortable, more well built than Great Blue Heron Furniture. There's a link right here in the YouTube video. Click that description. Don't forget, when you make that first purchase, which you need to do ASAFP, use the promo code HOOK'em, 15% off of your purchase right there. If you're looking for the most amazing furniture, it's going to last you for decades, not weeks, not months, not days. Sound like what's his name? It's going to last you for decades. It is Great Blue Heron Furniture. Check it out right there in that link or call them at 866-247-9688. Speaking of shining, let's talk to the man that is going to keep TSU shining into the 11 o'clock hour, Wags.
It is. Oh, he just took himself on the screen.
It was.
There he goes. Double quick in action right here. We handed the ball off to Michael Hardge right
I like that. There you go again with that Michael stuff. Here we go.
Michael Hardge. I got to make it professional, man. You're the only pro on the show, so I got to be professional myself. You know what I mean? How you doing, man? Good Friday for you?
It's just Good Friday, man. I'm excited about everything that you guys were talking about. It's a big weekend across the college and NFL landscape. We had Wemby go out and play unbelievable hoops last night. So there's a lot to dive into, and I just can't wait to start talking about it.
Well, we can't wait to hear it, man. So I'm going to get off here and let you do your thing, dude. For everybody watching Chaos Theory, thank you guys so much. We'll see you on Saturday. Make sure you're getting out there to see Rio Don as well and hook them, baby.
Hook them home.
Appreciate you guys. There they go. Appreciate you. There they go. Chaos Theory. My man, Double R, Rodney Rodriguez. And, of course, the man, Adam Wags. Adam Wagner with the Wagner Wire. Make sure you continue to check him out for all of your fantasy needs. Fantasy sports, that is. Not all of your fantasy needs. It is your boy, Hardball Hardge, and thank you for tuning in to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. I'm your boy, Hardball Hardge. I represent the 250 and the 512. I'm always representing for you. I also want you to be a part of the show, and I appreciate everybody that continues to show up and show out and be a part of the show. But hit us up on the CODA text line, 512-222-9328. I just brought it up. Hey, thank you, Sal. Happy Friday to you, my friend. We just talked about it. I'm going to get into this big weekend of football action. It's that time of year where all these games start to really, really line up and match up as you continue to break down all of these games. But when you start to look at the matchups for this weekend, appreciate you. Eddie Williams, what's up? Told you. It's big, bro. It's big. Get out to covert. Rio Don. Ricky Williams is in the house. They're getting ready to sign some autographs. He got there a little bit earlier than expected. He's going to be there from 11 to 12, I think it is. He may stay a little bit longer. He's got a lot of other activities that are going on this weekend. Ricky's got the distinguished alumni meeting tonight. You also have what they call the dinner over there for Ricky. And, of course, he's going to be recognized tomorrow at the game versus K-State. Big matchup with K-State this weekend. Texas comes in 7-1. They're a 4-point favorite. That line came down. Originally, they were 6. Now the line is down to 4. K-State 6-2. It is an 11 a.m. kick. That both teams are 4-1 in the Big 12. The other two teams that are 4-1 is Oklahoma and K-State. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. They play Saturday 2:30, and then KU and Iowa State, they play Saturday night. So it's a fun-filled day of college football, especially in the Big 12. Well, there's also a bunch of games going across the college landscape, and none bigger to me than the Ole Miss Texas A&M game. It's played at the same time as Texas and K-State. And you're probably sitting there saying, why is that game so big to you, Hardge? What up, CB? You're probably saying, why is that game so big to you? And the reason being is because when you look at the number 10 ranked Ole Miss Rebels, a lot of people didn't think that they would be in this position. They are 7-1 as well. But the team that everyone was talking about at the very beginning of the year was the Texas A&M Aggies. And the reason why people were talking about Texas A&M is because they were making a change. Jimbo Fisher, the head coach, who also is an offensive-minded head coach. He's had a tough time, a tough go at Texas A&M. They've been 8-5 pretty much every year, or 8-4, or 8-5, whatever. They're going to get 5 losses. That's etched in stone. And the reason why I say it's etched in stone is because they haven't shown me anything else that would lead me to believe that they're going to be doing something different. Now, you look at Jimbo Fisher. We all know about his buyout. I get it. That's a lot of money for someone to have a buyout at that number. 2 things that I want to look at. Number 1, is the performance leading you to believe that it's time to make a change for him? Not the financial, because everybody always talks about the money that Texas A&M has. Texas A&M, they are very braggadocious when they talk about their money. So to me, if Jimbo Fisher loses to Lane Kiffin and the Ole Miss Rebels, we know that the heat is on right now. We understand that. But how intense does that fire get on that hot seat for Jimbo Fisher? I didn't come into the show thinking that I was going to focus on this Texas A&M football team. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to Texas and what the expectation is. And this is great stuff right here, because we're talking about Ricky Williams and him being at Covert BK. Get on out there and see Ricky. You can put me on. You can see me on the big screen out there. They got the TVs on out there on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But my man CB brought this up, and it's ironic that I'm talking about the Aggies. Ricky is celebrating his 25th year anniversary of his Heisman, and it's also 25th year anniversary of the Aggies winning the Big 12 championship. That was the last time they played for a conference championship. And just so you know, I'm bringing it up too, because Ricky Williams broke the record, the all-time rushing record, against the Texas A&M. It just all kind of tied together the way that was broken down. But I'm really curious, Texas A&M fans, how much money are you donating to help get Jimbo Fisher out if he loses this game to Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin? I'm intrigued by it. I'm totally intrigued by it. There's also some big games in the SEC as well. Georgia is hosting Missouri, number 12 Missouri this weekend. That's going to be a big game because nobody saw Missouri being this team that is now 7-1 overall record, where Georgia is 8-0. They're ranked number 12. Georgia came out and was ranked number 2. As I mentioned a little while ago, the 2:30 game as well will be Oklahoma and Oklahoma State in Boone Pickens Stadium, Bedlam, Stillwater. Oklahoma State is a 6-point dog at home. Mike Gundy continues to work his magic. This is a big game for both of these teams because they don't know if they're going to play each other after this year. Mike Gundy's been very vocal about not wanting to play them anymore. He said they wanted to leave, so let them go. We don't need to have Ben. I see my boy JT. You ready for that parade today, JT? I know you're excited. Your Rangers won the World Series. They got a big parade today. I'm sure you're going to be watching it on MLB Network. Congratulations. He just stated that Missouri's going to take down Georgia this weekend. Mark it down. Okay. He's been spot on a couple of his picks here lately. He's been collecting. So we'll see what happens there. Some other games that have some significance that we probably will be talking about on Monday is the Kansas Jayhawks taking on the Iowa State Cyclones at Jack Trice Stadium. Did y'all know Jack Trice Stadium is the only stadium that's named after an African-American man? Look it up. Look it up, folks. Jack Trice. That's a brother. Didn't know it, did you? But anyway, Kansas, ranked number 21, goes to Iowa State. Iowa State is another team that has got that 4-1 record in the Big 12 right now. So we'll see what happens there. We got Washington and USC, the debacle in Inglewood, up to no good, Compton, Watts, LA. Let's see what's happening. Michael Penix Jr. versus Caleb Williams, Heisman Trophy candidate, Heisman Trophy winner. Doesn't look like he's going to be the repeat Heisman Trophy winner because of their record. They're only 7-2. Let's not get it twisted. They're still right there in the mix, but it has been an ugly 7-2. It has been an ugly 7-2. And I don't know if it's Lincoln Riley or it has to be Lincoln Riley because he's the head coach. Why in the hell doesn't he get a defensive coordinator that can help him? The offense shouldn't have to score 70 points and win. They should be able to go out there, play a hard-fought game, and win some tough games, but your defense is trash. You got to get that fixed, Lincoln Riley. That's a big game. And then another big game, LSU at Alabama. LSU 6-2, Alabama 7-1. Who did Alabama lose to, guys? Oh, them Texas Longhorns. That's right. I'll get into this Texas Longhorn conversation in just a minute. But Alabama and LSU, that's another big game. That'll be on CBS tomorrow night, 6:45. That is the game of the night. For those that are looking for the Deion Sanders update, that's right, Deion Sanders in Folsom Field. They'll be hosting the Oregon State Beavers. The Beavers are coming to town. They're 6-2. DJ Ungalalalele is the quarterback. He's been playing well, but Deion Sanders and his crew, they need 2 more wins to become bowl eligible. Will they get those wins? They've already exceeded expectation. The luster of prime time has kind of faded to the back for most people. But for me, I'm still all in. I'm still watching them. I'll be up late watching football all weekend. So best believe that your boy will be tuned in tomorrow night. Don't forget to turn your clocks back this weekend. As we told you, Ricky Williams is at Covert Bee Cave. But you need to be there as well because Covert Bee Cave is nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful Texas Hill Country. Covert Bee Cave has 3 state-of-the-art dealerships that also carry 7 brands. That's Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And if you're looking for Ford, go out to Covert Ford and Huddle, or you can go to Ford Lincoln in Austin. Covert Bee Cave has something for everyone. Covert Bee Cave services all makes and models with 86 service bays. Your wait time will be minimal. So please visit covertbcave.com for the latest specials. You can check out the inventory or just stop by and grab a little bit of lunch. That's right. You still got time. Ricky Williams is out there. BK is out there. And Bucky Gobbo. Ask Bucky why he didn't get those 10 yards for Ricky Williams. Matter of fact, ask Ricky Williams why didn't he get them 10 yards. That'll be a great discussion. I would love to be there for that. But no one beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And I told you about all those games and the game times that are going to be happening. But what better way to enjoy all those games than with a TV from Audio Visual Consultations? That's right. My man Tom McKay and his crew will get everything done for you. They've been around and doing business in this area since 1988. And if you're looking for the hookup, whether it's a big screen TV, 85-inch, or you're trying to put multiple TVs in one spot, Tom and his crew will do it for you. Don't go out there and try to do it yourself, because I promise you, it won't be set up properly. The balance, everything that you need, whether you want surveillance cameras, whether you want special lighting, or you're trying to set up the home theater of your dreams, let Tom and his crew do it. Go to avconsultations.com or give them a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678, and let Tom and his crew take care of that for you. That is how they get that done. Good afternoon, Miss Becky. It's 11 o'clock, so I don't know where you at, but it's still morning time. But I know it's afternoon for my man Sal. It's really early in the morning for my man CB. I know that for a fact. I just wanted to run down all of those matchups and talk a little bit about the NFL in just a moment as well. But I want to talk about this matchup with K-State and the Texas Longhorns. It's at 11 a.m. kick. Big noon kickoff will be here. Joel Klatt will be on the call with Gus Johnson. The All-American girl, Jenny Tapp, will be there as well. But the people that are going to be there that you are going to need to know for the K-State football team, the Wildcats come in here, as you know, is one of those teams that Texas always has trouble with. Lately, though, they have won, 8 out of the last 10 meetings that they've had. And I know that Kleiman has not beaten the University of Texas at his time against Texas while he's been at K-State. So this is a tough battle for him, and he knows that this is going to be a tough battle. The matchups, the talent that Texas has heading into this big game this weekend, it's important for Texas to go out there and establish the run again, because when you look at what Texas was able to do last year against them, they ran the ball, and they ran the ball effectively. Texas ran for 269 yards, 269 yards in the last game that they played against them. Bijan Robinson had 30 carries for 209 yards. And again, I told you the other day, the Rubik's Cube, that is the 3-3-5 defense, the cloud defense, is to me considered a Rubik's Cube. So that is the funny part to me. When you start looking at this team and how everybody always talks about the numbers and how Sark doesn't have good numbers against this type of defense. Hell, I don't think a lot of people put up big numbers. But the way to crash that party is to run the football. You have enough talent in the backfield, whether you're going to use Jonathan Brooks, whether you're going to use CJ Baxter. You can also look at Keelan Robinson. You got Jaden Blue. You have options in the backfield that will give you enough power. Because if you got 3 down linemen and you have some guys on that offensive line that can move some bodies, this is how you make them come out of that 3-3-5 clap when you're effective with it. Last year's game, Texas won 34-27. They had big first halves, and this is the time. Remember last year, this Texas football team had trouble scoring in the second half. Texas went to halftime with a 31-10 halftime score. They only scored 3 points in the second half. But this is a totally different mindset and a totally different football team when it comes to being effective from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. They've changed their whole dynamic in what they were able to do during that time. But Sark yesterday met with the media, and he wanted to talk about the team and what's going on. But I want you to hear his opening statements, and then we'll get into it.
An exciting opportunity for our team. Saturday, 11 a.m. against a really good opponent in Kansas State. I think the week of work has reflected the excitement in our team. I think it's been intense, energetic week of practice. I think a lot of guys have obviously, been focused on the task at hand and been very, detailed in their approach. And so we're looking forward to the opportunity. And, this is, games like this is why these guys chose to come here. And it's going to take, everybody on our roster contributing to the success of the team. It doesn't matter if you're a scout team player or a frontline starter. Everybody's got a role to the success of us and what we do. And with that being said, so do our fans. And this is, it's 11 a.m. kick Saturday. We need to make sure that our fans are there early and fired up and loud and making DKR as hostile of an environment as there is in the country, which I know it can be. So we're looking forward to that as well. I know our players are excited about that. There's nothing like playing at home, and we only get 6 Saturdays a year to do that. So we're definitely looking forward to that.
We're all looking forward to it. It's going to be a hostile environment. It's got to be. People are really fired up about this football team. They're going to get a second chance to look at Malik. They're going to make their judgments now that he's had 2 weeks of running with the first team. It is a big opportunity for some of these other players to kind of step up. The offensive line has to play at a very high level. This defense for K-State, they play well. Texas is going to have to do better in the red zone. We all have talked about that. You can't get those trips into the red zone and not come away with points. So it's important that anytime you have the opportunity to put points on the board early in the ball game, you have to take them. Now, if it's late in the game and you're in a different situation where you really want to try to ice the game or force your will, I know that this week has been a very intense week for the offensive line because they understand. Christian Jones at the end of the game last week talked about the red zone offense. We have to put points on the board. Now, we heard from Sark earlier this week, and he was talking about the gut. I have a gut feeling on what happens in those games. And so I want to play that for you again.
It's more gut. We have analytics. I always find out kind of what the analytics says, but at the end of the day, I go with what I think is in the best interest of our team at that moment. I jokingly say people have told me about the book, and I said, yeah, we have a book too, but last time I checked, President Hartzell and CDC didn't hire the book. They hired Steve Sarkisian to be the head coach. So I kind of trust my gut on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and I believe it. And I believe it too. And I understand about the analytics, and I know exactly where he was going because I feel the same way. There's a time and a place that you feel you're watching the game. The analytics are not driven by things that actually you see. Analytics are driven by numbers, and they're populated. And you try to, if he runs this play certain amount of times, this is what happens. If he does this is what happens. But if you're watching the game, and I told you this the other day when I was talking about baseball, when they went out and pulled the pitcher out, and I'm like, guy is dealing. Why are you taking him out of the game? Well, the analytics said pull him out. Well, then you bring in a new pitcher, and the pitcher gives up the home run. And now what did your analytics tell you about that? Like, so there's so many different things, but I agree when Sark says the gut feeling of going forward on fourth down. What do you got to do? Well, to me, I believe that you need to take points when they are given to you. Yes, I heard him talk about he considered that a loss because he wanted 7, but he had to take 3, so there's a 4-point swing. Well, if you don't get any points, that's a 6.7-point swing. So give me something. Yes, it's frustrating because you end up driving all the way down there and you can't get 1 yard. I understand that. But at this point in the season, you are who you are. Can you improve that? Yes. The numbers, here we go. The numbers look a little bit different. Yes, you can change the numbers. But you can change them in a negative way or you can change them in a positive way. And right now, there hasn't been a lot of success when he's gotten to the red zone. Not saying it can't happen this week. I'm hoping, but the numbers tell me that this team for K-State is one of the better teams in the country when it comes to scoring defense. They only give up 15 points per game, 15.9 actually. Texas only gives up 16 points per game. So this is going to be a matchup of two teams, stubborn teams that don't give up a lot of points. But most importantly, it's going to come down to third down defense, get them off the field. Texas is one of the best. They are number 3 in the nation in third down conversion defense. They stop you at a very high rate. But you know what else? So does K-State. They're number 4 on conversion. Oh, excuse me. They're number 6 on third down defense. So it's a tough defense that we're going to be going up against. And I'll give you some names in just a moment that you're going to want to pay attention to. So I'm just trying to figure this whole thing out right now. So this is going to be a challenge for you guys to watch the trenches, see who's winning the battle of the trenches for both sides. I've told you about the Texas defensive line all season long. That has been the most consistent part of their team. That is the most consistent part of their football team, is that defensive line. Now, the other levels, they have to play to a very high level as well, whether it's the linebacker position. This may be a big game for Jalen Ford, or definitely in the secondary part. Because this is going to be a game where, depending on the quarterback, both of the quarterbacks can run too, by the way. And if you listen to Coach Kleiman, he says the same thing. He says, both of my quarterbacks can run and both of my quarterbacks can throw. So I don't know why people keep saying one's a running quarterback, one's a passing quarterback. It is a different type of team. And I heard an interview this week that I think it was either last week or the week before. They brought in a different quarterback for every series. They were rotating series. So you never know what you're going to get. And Texas has to be able to adjust to whatever the situation may be. So that is going to be a huge part of what you're going to be paying attention to. The question was asked about Malik Murphy and who is Malik and what has Malik done this week? Has he gotten better? And Coach Sark talked about it. And one of the things that we haven't heard from all week, we haven't heard of anything about Quinn. There hasn't been any reports about Quinn, even with all the guys that are insiders that we know. I haven't heard anybody talking about Quinn and where he is with his injury update. So as of right now, we're still rolling with Malik. I still believe in Malik. I know a lot of you guys are really, really waiting to see that game. But if you went back and watched the game after the first couple interceptions or first couple turnovers by him, he played outstanding. He was efficient with the football. Sark called a great game plan for him and moved the ball around. But one of the people that need to get the football, and I believe in this, is Jay Witt. And I'll let you hear what Sark said about Jay Witt. But first, I want you to hear what he said about Malik Murphy.
I don't want to say he's quite, 100% comfortable yet. It's anything. He's going into start number 2. But I think there's a little reduced anxiety in that he knows what to expect day in and day out. I think he has an understanding of kind of how game day goes as the starter and that feeling of taking the field. And so some of those things that may cloud your focus from day to day, I think he understands what that is, and that allows him to live in the moment, right? We have a saying around here, today is the most important day. And when you can really focus on what we're doing today, that's going to help you prepare for Saturday. But naturally, when you're a first-time starter and you've never started, there's a lot of things lingering in your mind about, I wonder what it's going to be like. I wonder what this will be like. And that now clouds what you're doing on a daily basis. So I think there's a level of comfort for him that way. And then 2, I think there's just a level of comfort for us and for the players around him of, okay, this is Malik on game day. This is his personality. This is Malik in game prep when he's running a play for the first time and his understanding of it all. So I just think all the way around, it feels a little bit more comfortable for he and for the people around him.
Yeah. So he's learning a little bit. His mindset is a little bit different. The way he takes his approach is a little bit different, and people are starting to understand who he is. This is his team for right now. And as the leader and as the quarterback of this team, he's got to step his game up and make it all about him. Not egotistical all about him, but I'm talking about more about the fact of how he's going to approach the game. Make sure he takes care of the football. This game is going to come down to turnovers. It always does. Because both teams are hard-hitting. Both teams are dealing with quarterback play. There's a lot of things that are in play. Yes, Eddie, they're in the main building at Covert BK. Like the big building. That's where everything happens. It's upstairs. You get a chance to go out there and hang out with Ricky Williams. So turnovers are going to be a major part of it, and which team takes care of it. They're not going to budge. Both teams, I just told you what the defense gives you. That is where it's at. So it's going to be a big game for the Texas Longhorns, Malik Murphy. And the question was asked just a second ago, and I maybe I read it wrong, but I'm going to ask it again. Here it is. My man Sam just asked, for all those who say run the ball, so what are you going to say if it blows up? I'm just curious. You mean as if they're not going to be able to run the football? Yeah, they're going to have to throw the ball and move it around and try to extend it. Obviously, you're going to have a quick game where they get the ball out of Malik's hand. I know everybody gets tired of the screens, the laterals, basically, that we run I think it might be the very first play of every game. But like you said, Sark told us last week, as a quarterback, you want to get in a rhythm early. So maybe that's just Sark's way of getting in a rhythm for the quarterback is by throwing those quick screens. I don't know. But as far as running the ball, like I said, last year you ran for 259 yards against them, 269, excuse me. You ran for 269 yards against them. You did it the year before as well when you had the Rojo package. You got the Savion Red package, the red zone. That's what I keep calling it, Savion Red Zone. They call it the Red Cat. I don't know. But you still want to make sure that you're using all of your weapons. You know, there was a question that was asked too, who has the better hands? Is it Malik Murphy? I mean, not Malik Murphy. Is it JT Sanders? Is it, let me see. Is it JT Sanders? Is it Malik? I keep saying Malik. Who has the best hands on the team? And from what I was told a while back, I thought it was Jay Witt. But I believe Worthy has great hands. They have a lot of people that can make plays. And that's the one thing that Sark was talking about when he brought up, the question was asked, how are you not getting the ball to Jordan Whittington? How does he go in a game and not have one catch? And I've said this early on. When you look at the tight end, Jatavian Sanders, I always say if you get him involved in the game early, he's going to give you everything. Not saying he doesn't play hard. Dude's a baller. But if you get him involved in the game early, his attitude's different. He blocks a lot harder. He makes plays for you, and he's engaged in the ball game. When you don't get him the ball, he sometimes kind of zones out and seems disinterested because I watch body language. I watch the way people go about their business. So when you're sitting there and you're watching Jay Witt, this is a guy that I've been a big fan of since his days at Cuero. When I heard that Texas got this kid, I was like, where are they going to play him? Are they going to play him at running back? They're going to play him on defense. They're going to play him at wide receiver. What is he going to be? And then they moved him out to wide out. He ended up getting hurt. He's had some moments. But there should never be a game as much as he does. Because out of all the people that are out there on that field, he's probably the best blocker of the wide receiver crew, for sure. But let's use him in a different way. Run a reverse with Jay Witt. Put the ball in this dude's hands. He never goes down as soon as he gets the ball. He works hard. So reward him. Every once in a while, let my man cook. That's important. And the fans love this guy. So Sark was asked about, hey, man, how does Jay Witt go through a game without a catch? And the answer, I don't truly like, because he's in charge of scheming this thing up. So you can find the balance. My man didn't get a catch last week.
I think one of the challenges for us offensively, which is a great challenge, right? These are high level problems. Let's say we throw 30 passes Saturday. Okay. You have Xavier Worthy, you have AD Mitchell, you have JT Sanders, you have Jonathan Brooks, you have Jordan Whittington, you have Gunnar Helm in there. All right. You have Cedric Baxter in there. You know, we're trying to find ways to get the ball to Jonte Cook in there. You have a lot of people, right? And there's only one ball, right, of who's catching it. And so sometimes, yes, there's a game plan of what we're trying to do and where that ball maybe is trying to go. A lot of the times the defense is somewhat declaring where that ball's going to go based on the coverages that we're getting and if the quarterback reads it right. So naturally, I don't ever want Jordan to walk out of a game with 0 catches, but there's going to be games where he has 1, 2, or 3. There's going to be a game where he has 10. But that game he has 10, how many did AD and Xavier and JT catch? And so the ball naturally moves around. I think we've got a great deal of balance on our offensive football team right now of where the ball's going and who's catching it and why. But I think one thing about Jordan that I will always be forever grateful for him. He's the ultimate team player. He will do whatever we ask of him to do to help this team win. And I think that's why he has so much respect from his teammates.
Yeah, he's that guy. He's definitely that guy that will show up and give you everything that he has and not complain about the situation. But I know deep down, and I've seen some other people comment on it, the dude is frustrated because when you come back and obviously you want to win a championship, and that's what he's talked about, and I give him kudos for that. But he always wants to get better so he can play at the next level. And if you're not getting targets and you're not finding ways to get him the ball, and again, I know he said it, 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 catches a game. When you're throwing the ball 30 times, you got to get this person, that person, that person. Listen, man, I understand all that. But you're an offensive-minded guy that can scheme people open. Scheme him open. Reward him for all of his hard work. I can't say it any plainer. The dude works hard. Give him a treat every once in a while. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. That's it. And I hope that this is the game that he shows up and shows out. I hope this is the game where he is featured a little bit more than what you would expect in a normal situation. We saw glimpses at Oklahoma in that game at the Cotton Bowl. When a play needs to be made, 3rd down, let's look for him. Dude is tough, works his ass off. Let's reward him. And let me tell you who else is tough, and they work hard too. It's Great Blue Heron Furniture Company. That's right. It is a custom leather furniture company that's been around since 1991. Their main focus is heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And man, let me tell you, this stuff is beautiful. You cannot and you will not find a more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. There's a link in a video description down underneath right here on this YouTube page that takes you to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you'll get 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. You can click on that link for more info or just give them a call at 866-247-9688. That's 866-247-9688. And my man Sal said that's coach speak. I understand it. You know, there's a lot to go into this and there's a lot to be discovered. But I'm looking at this game, and here's some names that I need y'all to pay attention to. Y'all need to pay attention to Austin Moore. He's number 41. He's a weak side linebacker. He leads the team with 9 tackles for loss. He flies to the football. He's all over the place. You also got to remember a name, Khalid Duke. He's number 29. He's got 5 sacks. Make sure you pay attention to that. Obviously, on the offensive side of the ball, you got Will Howard. You've also got Avery Johnson, not the one that always used to call David Robinson the Admiral. No, you got Avery Johnson, quarterback, who's dual threat. I think he and Will Howard are both dual threats. You got the running back, DJ Giddens. He's number 31. He's their top rusher. He's got 7 touchdowns on the ground. Will Howard has 14 passing touchdowns. You got Phillip Brooks, number 8, returning back to this team on the offensive side. He's got 39 receptions for 437 yards. And he's a big play player on punt return. So the kicking game is definitely going to have to be a major part of the success that we have on Saturday. Another part of this is tackling. I just told you about some of these guys and the plays that they are able to make and the playmakers on each side of the ball for them. But Sark was asked about the importance of getting people to the ground, the importance of tackling. And what I heard Wags say this, this is definitely some coach speak. Populate to the football. Make sure that you have everybody on the field. Anybody that's playing defense, you need to make sure that you're around the football. Get there somehow, some way. And so Sark was asked about the importance of tackling and making sure you get guys down on the ground.
It's huge. We recognize this. They tax you in a lot of ways in their ability to deploy people on the field, utilize some of the RPO game. They're very tactical in their approach to running the football, but yet they have the physicality to run the football, and they got a veteran offensive line, and they've got 2 really good runners, and they got 2 very capable quarterbacks at running the ball. So we're not naive to think that they're gonna scheme us up on some things, and they're gonna have some runs that are available to them. We have to make sure that those runs are limited to what they were blocked for. I say it all the time. Let's let a 5-yard run be a 5-yard run. Don't let a 5-yard run turn into a 15 or 20-yard run. How does that happen? That happens, A, if you're out of your gap, okay, and we don't fit it properly, and then B, we miss that tackle, okay? And so fundamentally, there's the fundamental of being aligned right and reading the scheme and being in my right fit. And then the second fundamental is using the proper technique to get people on the ground. And then the third aspect to that is our effort. We need to populate the ball really well Saturday. So I think all those levels to it, but leveraging the ball, tackling, getting as many white hats as we can to the football are all critical. And then ultimately, at some point, getting the ball off them. And we've got to create some turnovers Saturday as well.
You definitely have to make sure that you're getting to the football, and you want to be able to create more turnovers. We talked about those turnovers earlier in the week, and how for the last 2 weeks, Sark was talking about turnovers, and they went out and created turnovers. They need to create more. In this game, as I said, it will be a battle to see who's turned over the ball or who controls the ball and who is going to create those turnovers in those situations. As he talked about, you got to make sure that you control the ground game. They've run for 226 yards per game. Per game, they average 226 yards on the ground. The one thing we've talked about the Texas Longhorns, who are they? What can they do? They have had trouble in the red zone. You know who has not had trouble in the red zone? The K-State Wildcats. The Wildcats are 33 of 40, which ranks them second nationally behind Rice at 83%. They are at 82.5% of conversions in the red zone. So this is going to be a place where I've talked about you have to take those points, sir. When you're in those situations, you have to take the points early in the ballgame, because these guys, they convert when they get to the red zone. So 2 things have to happen. You got to stop them from getting in the red zone. But when you get in the red zone, you have to put points on the board, because they are going to be able to do so. They're also very good on third down. They've converted 74% of their third downs in the last 2 games. They're 20 of 27 on third down. That's 74.1%. Here's a stat that you might have heard somewhere, or you may not have heard this at all. But what K-State has been able to do since the third quarter of the Texas Tech game, they've yielded only 3 points since the third quarter of the Texas Tech game. That's 142 minutes that they have not given up any points. They've outscored their opponents in the last 9 quarters, 89-3. Think about that. They have done a very good job. Now you can go over there and look at the offenses. They beat U of H last week, 41-0. We already know that it was a struggle for Texas to beat them. They blanked them. Now I'm of the thought process that the reason why they blanked them is because U of H played their Super Bowl the week before against the Texas Longhorns. It was the closest that they came. Everybody said the game was fixed, the bad spot, all this stuff. But they went berserk during that game. And after that, they didn't have anything to play for. You heard Dana talk about, the coaches told me all I have to do, all the fans told me I just got to win one game. That's all they care about. Well, they care about this one too, bro. But you got blanked last week. K-State riding high, understood the assignment, went in there, didn't look ahead to play Texas. They handled their business, and they went out and won 41-0. So we'll see how this plays out. But just some numbers that I wanted to give you. It is I expect Texas to win this game. I'll give you the expectation. I put out there Texas wins 29 or 28-20 is what I put. I said Texas wins 28-20. Now, depending on how we get there, that's one thing. He's going to have to kick some field goals. So it may be 31. It may be 27. I don't know. But I expect Texas to win this game. With all that information that I gave you, I still believe that Texas wins the game. I want to talk about my friends over at 4 Roofs. Go to the number 4roofstx.com to find out more information about this great company. Whether you need residential or commercial, 4 Roofs will get you taken care of. It's a locally owned company that has 15 years of experience, affordable pricing, and quick response times. They are very thorough, and I trust them very much so. You can trust them as well. I use them for my crib. You can use them for yours. I know these people personally, and I promise you, you won't be disappointed. They make sure that they have a project manager on every job site, making sure that the job is done right and you get everything that you were promised. So reach out today at 512-520-5884. That's 512-520-5884, or go to the number 4roofstx.com. Tell them Hardball Hardge sent you. Also wanted to talk a little bit about the big games this weekend. I told you Texas is going to win. I gave you the rundown about all these other games that are happening in college football. The big game for me, Texas A&M and Ole Miss. I'm just more worried about the fallout. I cannot wait to see if they can win the game. If Ole Miss wins this game, what the fallout is going to be when it comes to Jimbo Fisher. I'm telling you, I cannot wait for that to happen. So here's the other part. We got big NFL matchups this weekend, and I'm talking about big quarterbacks going against big quarterback, big name guys going against big name teams. So this is going to be a fun-filled football weekend. And what better way to start your Sunday than waking up for an 8:30 game over in Germany as Kansas City and Miami get the party started. Now, I heard the conversation. The story is they just got there. Kansas City just got there. The other team's been there for a week. They've been there for 5 days, so they're getting acclimated. They're getting their practice time in. They're getting some good food. They're enjoying the nightlife over in Frankfurt, Germany. But Kansas City just got there on Thursday night. So I'm wondering about jet lag. I'm wondering if this is something that they're used to. I mean, it's a different time zone, so your body is going to be adjusting. Now, add into this point, too, daylight savings starts this weekend. So you fall back and you get another hour back. So their clocks are going to be all jacked up by the time they get there, by the time the game is actually played. But as I said, both teams are trying to be the top dog in the AFC. Tua leads the Dolphins, and that track team, Patrick Mahomes, is trying to find a wide receiver that can step up and help Travis Kelce out. Both teams are 6-2. It's an 8:30 kickoff. I will be in front of the TV. Kegs and eggs, baby. Kegs and eggs. Getting ready to start early morning football. The 6-2 Ravens and the 5-2 Seattle Seahawks, they battle in Baltimore at noon. Excited for that. Lamar Jackson is back to his form. Geno Smith keeps making people forget about Russell Wilson. Both defenses are going to have their work cut out for them because both offenses can be dynamic. I told you yesterday, I look at Geno Smith, and first half, he's not really doing anything. Then the next thing you know, he's got me 25 fantasy points. I need all them points. Run that back to me, dog. Run that back to me. The 3-4 Buccaneers will travel to H-Town to take on the Texans, who is also 3-4. C.J. Stroud in the Texans offense will try to find a run game because a young quarterback needs a good running game, and they definitely need to get that figured out. The Bucs need to make a push in the NFC South because the NFC South is just wide open. So there may be an opportunity for them to get to that next level. Baker Moneymaker and Mike Evans, they need to find common ground. That kickoff is at noon. 5-2, my Dallas Cowboys will travel to the city of brotherly love and take on the 6-1 NFL best record by team, the Philadelphia Eagles. The Cowboys are led by Dak Prescott. He put up big numbers against CD with CD Lamb. They'd CD rolling. They were getting after it. So this is going to be a big matchup. And the Eagles defense is ferocious, to say the least. They got it on every level. They got all kinds of talent that is sitting there. So that is going to be a game to pay attention to. Jalen Hurts, he was limping the last game. I don't know if y'all were paying attention to it, but he wasn't moving as thorough and as quickly as he once was. So I'm wondering if he might be a little banged up this week. The Cowboys, after the Cowboys beat the Philadelphia Eagles, that's right, I said it. I said they're going to beat them. After you finish watching that game, you can tune into the Sunday night football game as the matchup of Josh Allen and the 5-3 Buffalo Bills. They travel to Cincinnati to take on Joe Burrow, whose team is 4-3, and the Bengals. Both teams are coming off big games, and Cool Joe is playing at an elite level again. Josh Allen, if he can play clean, this will be a good turnout for the Buffalo Bills, and he cannot turn the ball over. Josh Allen gets in trouble when he tries to do too much. And if he can go out there and play a big game this weekend, that will boost everybody in Buffalo, but most importantly, they'll put everybody else on notice. It's going to be a tough challenge when you start to look at that. It's a 7:20 kickoff, and I can't wait to watch that game to finish off a great weekend of college and NFL football. I want to talk a little bit, too, about my friends over at Pest Wranglers. PestWranglers.com is where you need to go for all your pest control needs. Pest Wranglers is a locally owned small family business that's been around since 2006. Its basic principle of great customer service leads to happy customers. That's why Pest Wranglers won't make you sign a contract, because they believe if you're a happy customer, why are you going to go anywhere else? Look at their 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all other referral sites. Pest Wranglers services most of the Central Texas area. And if you're needing help with mosquitoes, termites, rodent control, or you need an inspection done for your commercial and residential properties, please don't hesitate. You can give them a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. That's right, pestwranglers.com. Pest Wranglers. That's right. I want to talk a little bit, too, about the NBA. What Wemby was able to do last night was something that I know a lot of people have been waiting to see. And I've been very impressed with the way he's gone about it. He had a historic performance last night. As I told you, they played the other game against the Phoenix Suns. They played them twice in the same week. They played them on Tuesday, and then they played them last night. And with that being done, you got a chance to watch Victor Wembanyama, he's 7'4", but his swing span is like 8. I mean, his arms are so long, and when you watch him play, I told you the other day, the game needs to slow down for him, and he needed to slow down, and that looked like what he did the other night or last night. It was an unbelievable performance when you put it in perspective of what he was and what his numbers were. You start looking at how he performed, and this was a night where Keldon Johnson, he didn't play that well. He didn't have a great shooting night, but Wemby went 15 of 26 from the field, 3 of 6 from three-point land, and then he was 5 of 6 from the free throw line. He had 10 rebounds, and he had 2 blocks. This is a guy that, as the game starts to slow down and he starts to become a little bit more comfortable, he still looks like a baby giraffe out there. I mean, he's just odd looking because you're not used to seeing guys like that. We've seen a lot of superstars that are good athletes that look a lot smoother. Well, this guy is at a whole nother level as far as height, as far as his wingspan, as far as him running up and down the floor. He's got handles like a guard. I mean, he's done a little bit of everything. And then you look on the other side. I saw a picture yesterday. I mean, we all know how the Slim Reaper, our man Kevin Durant, how tall he looks, how lanky he looks. Well, he was standing next to Victor yesterday, and he looked little. He looked like Kevin Durant looked like me standing next to Kevin Durant. That's how the height differential is for that young man. And just to think that he's 19 years old, playing in the NBA, doing unbelievable work. His plus minus last night was plus 21. They won the game 132 to 122, to 121. They were up at one point by 20 points. And then, of course, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker made a run. Kevin Durant had 28. Devin Booker had 31 last night. But it was the balanced scoring. Obviously, I know that Wembanyama is Wemby Mania is something to be excited about. But Zach Collins played great. Jeremy Sohan did good. Devin Vassell had 17 points. The only person that didn't have a great game was Keldon Johnson, and Keldon Johnson the other night helped them beat Phoenix then as well. So the Spurs now are 3-2. They're playing an exciting brand of basketball. And as I told you the other day, when you watch Coach Pop and see his face and the way he goes about everything right now, it's been very, very impressive. The energy that he's playing, coaching with, the way he's continuing to direct traffic and helping this young team along and watching them play hard for Pop, that is impressive. And so I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to the San Antonio Spurs, even more than I was before. But most importantly, because I want to see how well Wembanyama continues to grow and continues to get better at this thing that we call NBA basketball. I know it's that time, folks. I said it's that time. I told you, basketball season is here. The men's basketball team is always playing at a very high level. Yeah, that's the Longhorn Bear. I brought that up yesterday. I brought up that stat right there. I'm gonna show it on the show. If you take the letter of each of the postseason opponents for the Texas Rangers that they beat, spells road. They went 11-0 on the road. First game was against the Rays. First series was against the Rays. Second series against the Orioles. Third series against the Astros. And the fourth series against the Diamondback. And it spells champ. Don't always spell road, but it definitely spells champ. They're having their parade today. I'm excited for all Rangers fans. Miss Becky, I know you're pumped. My boy JT, I know he's fired up. Like I said yesterday, that's for Ron Washington, Johnny Oates. It ain't for Woodward because he was a terrible, terrible baseball coach for them. But I'm just excited for for all of them to be celebrating that championship. And for our man BK. BK got his TV time. He was a star amongst stars, and that mustache made an appearance on TV. Damn mustache, bro. I'm really concerned about that. But you know what I'm not concerned about? I'm not concerned about the midday show with Trey and BK. That's coming up next. But I'm your boy, Hardball Hardge. I want to thank you for tuning in. I had a great time today getting you ready for this weekend. Don't forget, Ricky Williams, Covert BK. I know a lot of people are still looking for it. They're looking for the main building. I'm sure BK will tell you, BK and Trey will tell you exactly where you need to be because, hey, it's Friday, and that's what TS Unfiltered does for you. They bring stars among stars, and that's why Ricky Williams is out there today. I'm your host, Hardball Hardge. I want to thank y'all for tuning in, and just remember, don't believe everything you see because even salt looks like sugar. Peace. Coming up next is the award-winning midday show with those guys, Trey and BK. BK, what's up with that mustache, bro?
What you talking about? No mustache.
That thing is getting thicker now, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's working. It's just, it keeps growing. It's got a life on its own now. I can't control it.
That's amazing. Trey, I don't even know how you can look at that guy right now across from you.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard most days. It's especially hard when I know that I can trust him around my kids even less because of that caterpillar above his top lip.
I showed Jasmine, and Jasmine told me to tell him to stay away from her.
Now, she would say that in the other 11 months of the year, too.
I was just about to say, that's just who she is. That's exactly who she is.
She's got a good judge of character, and she knows that my character doesn't really exist. So,
oh, sure. Well, you guys have a great show. Here we go. Midday with Trey and BK.
Thanks for everything, Hardge.
You're the man, Hardge. Appreciate you. There he goes, the great Hardball Hardge. And here we go, live from the Covert BK studios. It is the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK. Before we dive into today's show, Trey, would you do me a favor and hand me my backpack, please, that is behind you here at Covert?
Sure thing.
And in exchange for you handing me my backpack,
oh my goodness,
I've got something to hand to you.
Is it happening? Is it really happening?
Altstadt Brewery
get outta
koozie. Yes,
Get
sir.
outta here.
Yes, sir. Let's see what else. You might have done some crying after the Rangers won the World Series.
I did not. I'm not a big sports crier, I found out.
I've got some tissues for you. Also, golden chick. Yeah, I'm keeping this. You ain't getting that.
You can have it.
Let's see what else is in here. Napkin with some email addresses. I actually might need that. Oh man, I guess I don't. Oh no, here it is. The bet slip of all bet slips. Before the year started, if you've been listening to us for a while, you know this by now. But before the baseball season started, I went to Vegas with my last job at ESPN Houston. We were there for the NCAA tournament, weekend 2, and I texted a few of my friends. I'm like, hey, I'm in Vegas. Do y'all want me to put down any bets for you? And Trey was one of the guys who responded, and he's like, put $100 on the Rangers to win the World Series. And I almost blocked his number because I was like, this is the stupidest text I've ever gotten in my entire life. What are you talking about?
Your responses were the Texas Rangers or the New York Rangers?
It's like, yeah, Stanley Cup, New York Rangers. Like, they've got a shot to win that. But
and then it was, are you sure? After I said, no, the Texas Rangers, are you sure? And then I questioned myself for a second. And I said, you know what? Let's just pick them to make the playoffs. That's a nice baby step this year. And I said, you know what? I'm expecting to lose this money anyhow. Screw it. Let's throw it all on the World Series.
And it happened. So the $100 that Trey Venmo'd me turned into $7,000 the other night as the Rangers were able to win Game 5 to win their first ever World Series. I think the parade is going on right now, or it's about to start in Arlington. We've been on cloud 11 since that game went final on Wednesday night. This is the first time Trey and I have done a show together since that game went final Wednesday night. Thank you to everybody who filled in for me. It was Jeff a couple of days ago. It was Rodney yesterday. Appreciate those guys for stepping in, allowing me to go to Phoenix to be a part of the festivities, and gave me the opportunity to watch the Rangers win the World Series in person. That was a ton of fun, but it's good to be back. And I'm so happy I'm handing you that bet slip, Trey, because I said it at the start of the playoffs and at the start of the Astros series and at the start of the World Series That thing is going in one of two places. It's going in your hand or it's going in the trash can. And I really did not want to throw that bet slip away. I am so glad that I'm giving you this thing because that means our favorite team was actually able to get the job done.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It is truly crazy. I still, it's hard to believe that Texas did it because even though I don't show it as much as you do, it did feel like this was a franchise that was doomed to always fall a little bit short. But here we are now. They're world champs, and the memories of 2011, they won't ever totally leave because that was sports pain is an important part of the process. But that's not the lasting memory now. The lasting memory is a team that went 11-0 on the road, that just continued to defy the odds and defy the doubters too, which, by the way, we as Rangers fans doubted in general. And me as a Rangers fan, I doubted after game 5 of the ALCS that this team could pull off 2 more wins in Houston. But sure enough, they did. Garcia, incredible, of course. Corey Seager, the pitching staff, Bruce Bochy, his ability to manage his arms, both the starting pitching and then also the rotation too, shortening that rotation to turn a weakness during the season into a downright strength. And the combination of Josh Sabaros and Aroldis Chapman and Jose Leclerc, they were really good and a big reason why this team was able to get over that proverbial hump, as was this team's resilience. And whenever one guy would go down or something bad would happen, there would always be at least a couple of dudes there to pick the team up. Last couple of games, it was a group effort, obviously, but Marcus Semien, his bat finally comes alive when they needed it too, after Garcia is lost for the rest of the series with that oblique injury.
Yeah, Marcus Semien hit 2 home runs in the playoffs, and they came in the last 2 games of the World Series.
And the last home run, like even after Texas had gone up, I guess it would have been 3-0 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You felt better about it, but it was still one of those situations where it's like, this is still rife for Arizona scratching and clawing their way to get 3 or 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th, inevitably, because that's just the Rangers. When Semien hit that home run, though, I no longer thought that was going to happen. That was the dagger. That was the nail in the coffin for them.
It felt like the walk-off, right? Even though it was in the top of the 9th inning and it wasn't technically a walk-off, like that was the moment where Rangers fans and D-backs fans and then every fan knew that the game and the series was over.
Can I ask you where Circa is? I haven't been to Vegas in forever.
It's on Fremont.
What does that mean?
Old Vegas. So there's the Strip.
Excellent. Yeah. I get to go to Old Vegas to cash this ticket?
Dude, Circa Sportsbook is the best place in the entire world. And when I was in Houston, I'm going to try to work this deal with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered, but they flew us out like 4 or 5 different times during my 2 years at ESPN Houston, and it's just the best sportsbook in the world. So
I freaking love Old Vegas.
Yep, the newest place on Fremont in Old Vegas. Casino, resort, sportsbook. They've got this place called Stadium Swim, where it's an outdoor sportsbook. It's like just giant TV screens and like cabanas and pools that are heated up in the winter, that are cool in the summer, and it's just the place to be. So yeah, I mean, you shouldn't need an excuse to go to Circa, but now that you've got to cash it there, that's the place to be, man.
The timing is hilarious too, because the last time I was in Vegas, gosh, it may have been 15 to 20 years ago. I don't go to Vegas with any sort of regularity, but by total happenstance, my wife and I are going in 2 weeks. So I actually get to cash this ticket out. I would have made a special trip to Vegas just to cash the ticket, of course, but the trip was already on the books. Like our airfare and our hotel room are already taken care of now. So we just get to have a little bit more fun in Vegas. So I guess I need to return the favor too.
Yeah.
Do you want me to place any bets for you here in a couple of weeks?
The Rangers to lose the World Series next year. I don't know if the odds are going to be very good for that one. I'll think of something.
Okay.
I'll think of something. One time I went out there, I put 4 or 5 futures bets on and they all hit. Now they weren't odds like that, but I my favorite bet every year, and people are going to hate me for this, but my favorite bet in college football was bet the under on Texas wins. So I did that last year when it was 8.5, and they of course won 8 games in the regular season. And there was the Astros to win the World Series middle of last year. Got me some decent juice there. Utah to win the Pac-12. Once I saw Caleb Williams painting his nails, I'm like, yeah, I feel good about this one happening. And then just 1 or 2 other things too. So I had a good run. And then last time I was there, I put like 4 or 5 futures bets down and I threw them away like 2 days after I got back to Texas. So I'll think about it. There might be something I hit you up for when you're out there.
All right.
But hopefully we're all out there together. We're trying to work on some Super Bowl happenings for February for the big game with Texas Sports Unfiltered. But congrats. Don't lose that thing. I had that in a safe like it was mine. Like I had that thing guarded for dear life. I see you just folding it up and it's freaking me out. Like I kept that thing in pristine condition for like 8 months, and now you're just folding it up and throwing it into your giant wallet with a bunch of other cards and random shit. And I'm like, this thing's going to get lost.
Oh boy. Yeah. I'm getting a little bit nervous about this, but this is where it needs to go. I can't just put it in my pocket. If I put it in my pocket, it'll definitely get lost.
It's going to get lost in the wallet somewhere. People are going to be trying to pick your pocket for the rest of the day.
I know I'm a little bit worried about cashing a $7,000 ticket in Old Vegas, though. I'm not going to be stabbed by a hobo or something, am I?
Who knows? Hey, email from dbacks.com. Redeem your free digital ticket collectible. Thanks, D-backs. I'm going to get their emails because I bought tickets to their game, but I don't care. I love it.
So you were sitting in the upper deck down the third baseline. How much did those tickets end up running you?
In the door, all fees included, probably about $410.
$410 per ticket.
Centextickets.com, where I bought the tickets. They've got them.
Because I just looked on Ticketmaster because I stupidly didn't think about Syntex tickets. Shelby over at Syntex gets the best deals around. Ticketmaster, because of the zip code that I'd entered in, there were no tickets available. Like Arizona was trying to keep Rangers fans from attending the game en masse, which they failed miserably at, by the way.
Yeah.
So Ticketmaster had no tickets available.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I was able to get there, and I was sitting upper deck, home plate, but then I moved down right after the last out and just picked some random seats right near the third base dugout. Wanted to be closer to the field for the trophy presentation, and somehow, some way, a couple of my boys and I made it on the Fox TV broadcast during the ceremony.
Oh, I videoed the clip, and I sent 8 pictures of you in various poses, including recognizing. Did you see it on the Jumbotron?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah. And it clicked pretty quickly, like, because they were airing the actual Fox telecast on the Jumbotron at Chase Field. And I knew that. Like I heard Kevin Burkhardt talking. I'm like, oh, they're airing the whole thing. And then I look up at the Jumbotron and we're on it. And I'm just like, oh shit, dude, were we just on like national TV? And then the phone just starts blowing up, man. Like, which is great. Like, y'all all got to see me on the best day of my life, which is great. Like, big moments are about spending with other people, and got to, in a sense, spend it with every Rangers fan out there on that day.
And I think we all agreed that is one happy pedophile right now.
Was there someone else in the shot?
Knows you with that mustache.
You Darvish? He's got a mustache now?
Looks like a pedo. Yeah, you looks like a pedo. Looks like you can't trust him around elementary schools.
It's the third day of November. I got another month of this, basically. I got a week head start because normally it doesn't grow this fast. So I'm like, I need all the help I can get. We'll get a leg up on this thing. And now the third day of the month, this thing is already disgusting. I'm terrified about what it's going to turn into.
And you are a man of your word, too. So not only do you grow the mustache out, you do actually contribute to men's health causes, right?
Yes.
But in finally meeting your mom for the very first time in person today, and also getting to hang out and chat with your dad, too, she was expressing the horror that she feels because she can't take a picture with you over the next month or so because you look like such a creep. And she even said that she promised to double the amount that you were going to donate to. What is the cause that you donate to?
November. The actual cause itself. November.com. That's the website.
Are we sure they're not just embezzling money? Are they actually giving that money to men's health causes?
Maybe they're using it to keep Just for Men in business.
But Shoshana Kellner did tell me that she offered to double the amount that you would donate if you were to shave the mustache. And you, as much as you like to donate to that cause, you also like growing the mustache out during November.
No, I really don't, actually.
No?
It's all for the good cause. It's also a confidence boost, though. I will say that. Yeah, because I look like shit. I'm willing to admit it. But every year I grow this thing out and I'm still able to make plays with the ladies. And it's like, if I could pick up girls with a caterpillar on my face, then the other 11 months are going to be gravy.
You don't go with the Super Troopers mustache ride line, do you?
I've used it before.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not
Has
a
it
regular,
worked?
but yeah, it's worked.
Wow.
I know.
Impressive.
It's
And
disappointing for
sad.
them. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
sad. It's sad. It's impressive for me, but also pathetic for them. But that's the charm and wit that I guess I bring to the table. But yeah, Movember.com if you want to donate there. And shout out to Covert BK, by the way, for having us out. Ricky Williams is gone. There's still some folks. There's still some free food upstairs here at Covert BK.
He's still alive. He's just no longer at Covert BK.
Yes.
To clarify.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. I feel like people didn't need that, but we're glad you're here, Trey. It was great. A lot of people got to take pictures, get some stuff signed by Ricky. We're grateful for him. He's got stuff going on around campus all weekend long, of course, celebrating the 25-year anniversary. Can you believe that? 25 years since Ricky won the Heisman Trophy at the University of Texas. They're going to honor him during the game tomorrow. So if you're going out to the game tomorrow, definitely be on the lookout for that. But a really, really fun event today. Shout out to everybody who came out. And yeah, our last Friday pregame luncheon of the year at Covert. It was fun.
I think his record-breaking run, I was thinking about this last night, is my all-time favorite in-person sports memory.
Wow.
I've got some great memories over time, plenty at DKR, but that memory will be burned in my brain until the end of time.
And you got to see Ricky today.
I did.
Did you ask him? Did you ask him?
It was a quick picture. I wasn't going to there were a lot of people waiting for Ricky. I wasn't going to get into that conversation right there. At some point, I am asking Bucky to set up an interview with Ricky and me, and it'll be a good conversation. It'll be a very entertaining conversation, but I will ask it there if I ask it at all.
Two things I thought were going to happen that didn't. Number one, I figured you would just cut the line to get to Ricky first.
I'm respectful. This is why I don't understand getting blocked. I've been nothing but respectful and positive towards Ricky Williams. I never really even interacted with him on Twitter.
And the second thing was I thought Ricky was going to punch you in the face or leave as soon as he saw you walk in.
I don't know if he even knows who I am, to be completely honest about it.
He shook your hand. He gave me the look like, this guy? Seriously, this guy? Like, I'm nice enough to come out to your event, and this is the dude. It was the look. He didn't say it. He just gave that look, and I read him like a book, man.
Call him BS there.
I've got my horoscopes or whatever they're called.
Horoscopes.
Yeah. What is that? What
is
it
that
is?
The goggles you wear before you're finding your victim on a Saturday night?
They're not victims, but with the stash, I don't have much of a claim against that. I don't think. No, what is it? The astrology stuff. He's into the astrology deal, aren't they?
Horoscope.
Horoscope. Is that it? That's 3 words you just said, not one.
Well, I have to say things really deliberately with you because otherwise you back me into a corner and I don't know what to do. Like I can't talk about watching horror movies anymore because
you can't watch. Oh, you got a wife and kids.
You'll ask me, what movie about prostitution are you trying to watch? And it's not horror movies, it's horror movies. But if I say it like that, it sounds like I have a speech impediment.
Yeah, you do. That's all right. What about Grinding Nemo? Are you a fan of that one?
Grinding Nemo?
Yeah.
What is that?
And that's another horror movie. You're talking about horror movies right now.
Is this from your issue with the porn tube?
Yeah, it's not an issue. It's just something I like to do from time to time.
Okay.
What about A Little Spermaid? Are you a fan of that one?
Little Spermaid?
Yeah.
Oh boy. This is definitely getting creepy. Turning kids' movies into porn titles.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Don't blame me.
What's another one? Let's go.
And pull it up.
Yeah,
I'll pull some up here.
Definitely don't pull it out. Just pull it up.
Yeah, thank you for that. These are not off the top of my head. Those first 2 might have been, but All Dongs Go to Heaven.
Pocahontas.
I'm not familiar with that one. You a fan of that one?
I am just coming up with something off the top of my head.
Funny porn movie names. This is going off the rails here. You've Got Mail, but spelled MALE. Everyone I Did Last Summer.
Oh.
Ocean's 11 Inches.
Oh, come on.
Dude, you just go down this list, but we are broadcasting at Covert and also around Covert for maybe the final time ever.
So sorry to the Covert people right now.
Oh, my God. We're having some fun today, clearly on a Friday. We've got a loaded show. We will give – that could be a name for whatever. We're going to give our picks for the football weekend. Trey and I are tied on our season-long pick'em contest right now. We've got 6 games against the spread, including the Longhorns in Kansas State. We'll give those picks later. We'll have where we at in society at the end of the hour. And I guess right now we could talk some Texas K-State if we're cool with that. We're less than 24 hours away from kickoff. Big matchup, battle for first place in the Big 12. These were the top 2 teams in the preseason poll for this conference, so no surprise that a day before game time that these 2 teams are fighting for first place in this conference. Malik Murphy making his second career start as a Texas Longhorn. Before we really dive into things, Trey, just kind of your thoughts on this matchup. Where's your confidence at with Texas going up against the Purple Cats tomorrow?
I don't have a ton of confidence in this game, BK, because I think we are going to need a performance out of quarterback that I just don't know if Malik Murphy is capable of right now as he continues to get a handle on the quarterback position at this level, starting his second game and going up against a well-disciplined Kansas State team that does not make a habit of beating themselves, especially on that side of the ball. Now, there are yards to be had, both through the air and on the ground. And their 2 losses this year, one time they got lit up through the air. The other time they got lit up on the ground. The air attack was through Missouri. The ground attack was Ollie Gordon III, really his coming out party this year in that Friday night affair before the Texas OU game. And I'd like to think that this team will lean on the run a little bit more because of that. But back to the point that we've been discussing, and I think that you made last week when we were discussing, we were talking about whether Arch Manning would find his way into the game. Steve Sarkisian kind of is who he is at this point. Yeah. And that can be a good thing, but it can also lead to flawed thinking at times where he's like, look, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm still going to insist on throwing the ball a whole lot more than running it at times. And that includes at the starts of games. I would like to see them ease him into throwing the ball a little bit more in this game, but I have no faith that's going to happen. And unfortunately, if Malik Murphy is making some of the mistakes that he made last week, this Kansas State offense is going to make them pay in ways that BYU could not.
Yeah, it's well said. I mean, you said it. K-State's very fundamentally sound, and they just don't beat themselves. So Texas was able to overcome the 2 offensive turnovers because, well, BYU had 3, and BYU just couldn't do a whole lot offensively over the course of the game. You give PK and this Texas defense a lot of credit for that, but they just don't have the talent that Kansas State does. So, yeah, you turn the ball over twice in the first half tomorrow, then you're playing with fire a little bit, hoping you're still going to find a way to beat Kansas State because they're not going to give you the ball a bunch like BYU did. And that was huge for Texas last week, right? How many short fields did Texas have last week? Obviously, you had a punt return touchdown by Xavier Worthy, which was massive, but the 3 turnovers, you started in plus territory on all of those. BYU's punter had a couple of shanks, so you got to start right around midfield. Like Texas, they scored 5 touchdowns in the game against BYU. One of them was a punt return, so the offense had 4. Only one of those Texas touchdowns was a drive longer than 40 yards. They had one 75-yard drive. It was right before the half. It took it from 14-3 to 21-3. That was the one long sustained scoring drive that Texas had in that football game. You're going to need more than one of those against K-State because you're not going to be starting on their half of the 50 every single time like you did a week ago. So you're going to need more consistency from this Texas offense, which means obviously Malik's got to be good. But like you said, Sark's got to be on his game too.
And you not only need to sustain more drives, but when you get down there, you also need to come away with points. And the only other sustained drive that they had last weekend, I believe they started on the 25 once again and got it all the way down inside the 5-yard line, but came away without any points. And this Kansas State defense, they're certainly not perfect. I feel like they're undersized on the edges along that defensive line and then also at linebacker, although their linebackers are very active and very sure tacklers too. This Kansas State defense is really good in 2 situations so far this year. One is third down defense, and they're also pretty darn good with red zone defense. Not to say that they don't allow points at times, but they've turned their opponents away from the end zone, forcing field goals in a lot of those circumstances too.
That's a bad combination.
Right.
This Texas red zone offense against K-State's red zone defense. Now, it doesn't matter. I mean, Houston had one of the worst red zone offenses or red zone defenses in the country, and Texas, after those first 2 drives, struggled to do anything in the red area against Houston. So, yeah, going up against bad red zone defenses, this Texas offense can't get it done in the red area. It's a scary thought. But you're right. This is a take the points kind of game. Like, Sark doesn't like to do that. He's all gas, no brakes. And the analytics have actually backed up most of the decisions that he's made when it comes to going for it on 4th down. But you might have to say to hell with what my gut says, to hell with what the analytics say. We just need points. Because I think this is a 1st to 30 wins tomorrow. And I don't know if either team gets to 30.
Right.
So, like, points are going to be at a premium. You're talking about 2 of the top 15 scoring defenses in college football. You're going to need to capitalize on any opportunity you get getting into the scoring area. Field goals are not bad plays tomorrow. Of course, you want to get into the end zone, and people will get frustrated if Texas gets stopped on 3rd down in the red area because that's just going to be more of the same problem that's been here all season long. But field goals, I'll call those wins against this K-State defense tomorrow.
3 points is better than 0.
It is.
I realize that sometimes the metrics suggest that you go for it, But once you have an established pattern, then you can make the necessary adjustment if you need to. And right now, this team is not one that you have confidence in punching it in from inside the 5. And does it suck to have to settle for a field goal if you're at the 2 or 3 yard line? Yeah, but it's still better than 0 points, which is what they've been walking away from those situations far too often over the last 3 games now.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And then Malik Murphy, what do we expect from him? I'm with you, like nervous. I'm excited. Reason to think he's going to get better from start 1 to start 2 because that's just how life works. He's got some reps under his belt. He actually played in a meaningful game and got that experience. But this defense is a lot tougher, and this is a huge game for Texas. It's such a fine line. And you and I have talked about this all week, and I think Texas fans have talked about it a lot. It's a fine line for Sark as a play caller and really an offensive coordinator to try to get your quarterback into a rhythm, but also realize that your running back is your best player and the strength of your offense is the ground game. Like, you don't need to throw it 9 of the first 10 times tomorrow like you did last week to get Malik Murphy into a rhythm. But also, you can't run it 9 of the first 10 times and just, oh, Malik, hey, we're actually down by 7 in the fourth quarter. Can you go out there and make some plays? I know this is like your 8th pass attempt of the day, but there's a fine line that Sark's and a balance that he's got to strike between the run and the pass game. So the hope is Jonathan Brooks can get going on the ground to where that right there takes some pressure off of Malik Murphy to where he just doesn't feel like he has to be the guy who is responsible for Texas winning, to where he can just game manage and not turn the football over and just run an offense, be the bus driver, whatever cliche you want to use. That's what I hope. I hope this is not a scenario where Malik Murphy has to go out and win you this football game.
They realized that it was a mixed bag when they were asking Malik Murphy to throw the football beyond the line of scrimmage last week. He wasn't even hitting 50% of his passes, whereas Quinn Ewers was over 60% on balls past the line of scrimmage. So maybe it's more of an incremental process this week where you're asking him to do less early on. But you look to last week's sustained drives, BK, they were running it more than they were throwing. That's not a fluke. That's not because you threw it 9 of the first 10 times in the game. That's because even with the offensive line not being as good as run blockers as they are pass blockers right now, the combination of those guys and Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter's capabilities at that position lend itself to more success with Malik Murphy as the quarterback. And by the way, if you can establish some semblance of ground game, or even if you don't, but you get that defense into the pattern of believing that there's about to be a handoff, guess what? You can run some play action. Malik Murphy operates off of play action. He's probably working with a little bit more space between the guys he's throwing it to and the defensive backs, the linebackers, whoever's dropped back in coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I just hope this passing game could be a little bit more consistent tomorrow. But this is a Jonathan Brooks game. I mean, the last 2 times that Texas has played K-State, of course, they've won both of those games. It was Rojo 2 years ago that had a huge day, and it was Bijan last year, 30-plus carries for 200 yards in that game in Manhattan. That's the recipe for Texas. Like, Jeff was on with Bucky and I this morning, and he'll be on with you from 3 to 5 today. This needs to be a game like that. Like, you got to pull Jonathan Brooks aside and say, hey, man, like, this is your game. We're going to give you the ball 30 times. Go out there and win us a football game. Like, I hope that's what Sark's game plan is. Obviously, you can't do it if you can't run. The O-line's got to be great. They've got to be better than what they've been over the last few weeks. They've got to win up front against a pretty solid Kansas State defense that has been good against the run this year. But this needs to be one of those, like, not even CJ Baxter, man. No disrespect to CJ Baxter. I know he's going to get some carries. Last year, I went and looked at the box score. Rojo, better last year than CJ Baxter is now, had 7 carries. Bijan had 30.
Okay.
This was Sark saying, Bijan, you're our best player. Go win us a football game. And he did. That's what it needs to be tomorrow. Like, CJ is going to get some run. I understand that. This cannot be anything close to a 50-50 split. This is a Jonathan Brooks upperclassman game. This is a smash mouth game. You need your O-line to win up front. That's what I want Texas to do offensively tomorrow.
And by the way, Kansas State is also going to be looking to establish the run too. I foresee a game that goes relatively quickly tomorrow, and I think it ends up in the lower scoring variety because Kansas State has a couple of dynamic running backs back there right now. DJ Giddens, who's a bigger back, but also has that home run hitting ability. Trayshawn Watson, I believe he's a transfer from Florida State. And they also have a really talented H-back who will go out and catch passes. He wears a fullback's number, so you might get confused. I think he also has the neck roll too. He is a great route runner, one of the better tight ends in the Big 12 too. But also you factor in guys like Avery Johnson, a true freshman who came into the mix after that Oklahoma State loss. And Will Howard, who had that fire lit underneath him when there was a little bit of a quarterback rotation, he was great last week against Houston. Yeah, the Houston defense isn't all that good, but Will Howard seems to be back to the player that we became accustomed to last year, and a guy who maybe it was an injury that was causing him to misfire so badly against Oklahoma State. Whatever was wrong, he has corrected that now. And I think that's in part because competition begets greatness. And he realized that if he didn't pick it up, that Avery Johnson was going to take that job outright. Well, Will Howard, the competitor that he is, had some say-so with that. He was great throwing the ball last week, and he is a capable runner too. That worries me because this Texas defense, while they've been great against dynamic quarterbacks who are better at running the football, they tend to sleep a little bit more on those quarterbacks who are also good throwers. Think back to Dylan Gabriel in that Oklahoma game. Will Howard has similar capabilities as a runner, and I could see Chris Kleiman doing some design QB runs with both him and Avery Johnson, including maybe running some option, like what we saw Kansas having some success with Jason Bean at quarterback earlier in the season.
And that's what K-State does well. Like, it's not a twist for them to use the quarterbacks in the run game. That's something that they like to do every week, and they're good at it.
Colin Klein's the offensive coordinator after all.
Yeah, exactly. And give him and Chris Kleiman credit because that Avery Johnson move absolutely worked. Avery Johnson, the highest ranked recruit for K-State, probably a guy who was underrated by a lot of the recruiting metrics this past cycle. 4-star kid, I think a top 10 dual threat quarterback in the country. He's been really, really good for them. But like you said, it kind of lit a fire under Will Howard's ass because Will Howard has played his best few games of the season since Avery Johnson got inserted into that quarterback rotation. And you just don't see this in college football. I mean, last week it was Will Howard who got most of the run against Houston, but the week before against TCU, another blowout win for K-State, they literally flipped series. Like Will Howard got a series, Avery Johnson got the next series. It didn't matter who was scoring, who wasn't scoring. They just flipped back and forth, and both guys were having a ton of success. They beat TCU 41-3 in that football game. So, yeah, both of those guys can run it. Both of those guys can throw it. The weakness for K-State is their passing offense still. Yeah. They don't have a great downfield threat right now. Phillip Brooks is the best receiver. He's 5'7". He's a slot guy. He can cause some problems, don't get me wrong, but they don't have a great deep threat. You think of a guy like Tyler Lockett, hell, a guy like Malik Knowles, who was there last year. Yeah. They've had plenty of those types of dudes over the year. They don't have one, so their downfield passing game isn't great, which is good news because this Texas secondary, I think, still has some holes. But you got to be on your P's and Q's because you said it. Giddens, Ward, Johnson, and Howard all average more than 5 yards a carry. Texas's defense gives up 3.2 yards a carry. So that's your strength on strength right there. If Texas is able to keep K-State anywhere close to 3.2 yards a carry, the Longhorns are going to win. They're going to cover. They might win this game by double digits. But if K-State's rushing attack with those four players, the two QBs and the two running backs, are able to have success and average 5 yards a carry tomorrow, then we're probably talking about Texas losing and the college football playoff dream being dashed.
So the Friday Texas Sports Unfiltered email chain during the football season does include our predictions of the Longhorns matchup that weekend. You have everybody's predictions at this point, I believe, including mine, but we don't have your prediction just yet. Where are you with this game?
I've gotten, 7 predictions so far. So we don't have the whole crew's picks just yet, but I'm seeing 6 picks for Texas and 1 for Kansas State right now. That one is from you.
Yeah.
You're going with K-State tomorrow.
I think Kansas State's going to win the game.
21-20 is your final score prediction?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm picking K-State too.
Yeah.
69-0. No, I'm kidding. That's a Texas score and a Texas score only. That's what we do. Now, I kind of like the 21-20 game. I think this is played in the 20s. I'm just nervous, man. Like Malik Murphy was fine. I like the way he responded after the 2 turnovers he had last week, but he didn't do enough to inspire enough confidence for me to pick Texas to win this football game. Even if Quinn was playing, I'd probably pick Texas to win if Quinn was playing, but I would think it would be a 3 to 7 point margin of victory. Like, I still think this would be a 4-quarter game that would come down to the final minutes. But I think without Quinn, I hope Malik proves me wrong. I hope he goes out there and looks way better than he did last week. And I said it from the moment Quinn Ewers got hurt. This is Malik's opportunity. He's been waiting for this chance to show everybody that he's actually the best quarterback on campus. Like, he should be the starter and not Quinn Ewers. I wanted this to be conversations where it's like, oh shit, if Quinn comes back, we don't even want to see Quinn back. Like, Spencer Rattler, Caleb Williams type of thing. Like, Caleb Williams just took the job a few years ago and just ran with it and never gave it back. Like, that's what I was hoping to see. Didn't see that last week. If we see it tomorrow, Texas wins, and I'll be feeling good eating some of my words. But I think K-State's the more physical football team. I think they're going to win up front. I think Chris Kleiman's a hell of a coach, and I think the 6-game win streak that Texas has over the Purple Cats comes to an end tomorrow.
It'd be a damn shame to play them one final time and to lose that final time. Malik doesn't need to be great. He needs to be okay. He needs to be a little bit better than okay, perhaps, but we don't need to put too much on his shoulders early on. Obviously, if Texas is losing the game by a couple of scores in the second half, he does need to throw the football a little bit more, but I don't think you need to put too much pressure on him. As much as Steve Sarkisian wants to get his young quarterback comfortable in the flow of a game, there's overdoing it.
Yeah.
And you could get away with it against BYU last week. Again, you're not going to get away with it if that's how you try and go out and attack Kansas State tomorrow. I wouldn't mind seeing an early deep shot or two if the Kansas State defense allows it. I know they go that three high safety look, but if they're bringing one of those safeties down to help with the run game for Texas and also some of those passes along the line of scrimmage, let Malik Murphy try and hit a deep ball to an Xavier Worthy or maybe even like a Jonte Cook in the first couple of series.
We're not going to see.
We're not going to see Jonte Cook, I know, but Malik Murphy and Jonte Cook, they've been playing catch all season long, haven't they?
Yeah.
As second teamers.
You would think.
So that rapport exists for a reason when guys play with one another enough, which sounds strange coming out of my mouth, as does that.
Yeah, who's got the mustache now?
It's Jonte Cook. Maybe an underdog for going deep early and Malik Murphy hitting.
Hey,
Probably
Mitchell.
not. I just talked myself out of it.
A.D. Mitchell had the 2 touchdown catches last week, so maybe there's a little bit of chemistry between those two, and obviously one of those was a deep shot. So I'm with you, man. If K-State's going to stack the box to stop the run, you're going to need your quarterback to step up and make some plays. You don't need every Malik Murphy throw to be behind the line of scrimmage.
No.
I want to see the middle of the field utilized a little bit more because those throws should be easier, hypothetically, versus throwing to the numbers. I would love JT Sanders to make more of an impact in this game because I feel like he can be one of the better weapons in college football. I would like him to be used a little bit more, but still, yeah, you got to take some deep shots to keep that Kansas State defense honest a little bit. Their secondary is young. It's pretty inexperienced. That's probably the youngest and most inexperienced part of this Kansas State football team. You've got great receivers. You've got great tight ends. Use them. Find a way to use them. And if you can, then that would be good. What about the leash? Should we ask about the leash question again?
How long Malik Murphy's leash is?
Yeah. I mean, is this a game where, we didn't see any Arch Manning last week. I think most Texas fans were hoping we would get to see Arch down the stretch. It felt like there was maybe an opportunity on the last series of the game with Texas up 35-6 to get Arch out there. Now, he would have been handing the ball off the whole time, so we wouldn't have gotten to see the arm talent or anything like that. But still, that would have been some in-game experience for him. What do you do? I mean, if Texas is in trouble, which thank God we weren't in that situation last weekend, but if Texas is in trouble, how long before Steve Sarkisian considers going to the true freshman?
Close to done even predicting something like this because I don't even know if Steve Sarkisian has leashes for his quarterbacks. I think he gives way too much leeway, but I don't know if Malik Murphy has a couple of turnovers, 3 turnovers going into halftime and Texas is trailing by a couple of scores.
Yeah.
He's got to do something to mix it up. If he doesn't, that is an enormous flaw for him as a head coach. That is, I think, a red flag going forward. Like his inability to make that simple of an adjustment with a guy who is touching the ball more than anybody else on offense is hamstringing your ability to stay in and win the game.
Yeah. If he doesn't, then I'll be worried that Arch Manning is just not that good, like long term.
Maybe.
In that scenario.
Maybe, but I think it would be more of a Steve Sarkisian. It's not you, it's him sort of deal. It's not Arch, it's Sark.
I invented it's not you, it's him. Oh, wait, that's not what Costanza says. It's a little bit different there. We'll take your score predictions as well. Hit us up on the YouTube comment line or text in on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We've got an update on the Michigan sign stealing scandal we need to tell the people about. We'll also get to our picks here in a moment. But some love to some of our great sponsors. We mentioned Covert BK. Thanks to them for hosting us all season long. Today's event was a ton of fun. You can still get a car out here, of course. They've got the biggest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs that you can find, both new and pre-owned. They've got great deals going on all year long, too. Weekly specials. You don't have to wait till Christmas time or Labor Day or truck month to get a great deal here at Covert. They've got great prices, great selection, and the service is second to none. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. AV Consultations, Trey. You don't need a new TV with your $7,000 because you got the hookup from AVC.
No, my wife and I have talked about putting some floodlights in outside in the front yard, also in the backyard, and we're considering getting a Ring camera too. I know that when we decide to pull the trigger on that, we are going to go through audio-visual consultations. We always talk about the fact that they can provide that dream home theater setup. They do so much more than that. It can be simple electrical needs, or it can be something like a security system in your home. Maybe you're trying to link up your entire house. You got speakers all over the place, but you want that main source downstairs in the living room or someplace else. Audiovisual consultations can do all of that and more. Go to avconsultations.com to check out all the services that they can provide for you in your home or place of business. And once you have settled on that service, you're going to give them a call at 512-255-8678 for audiovisual consultations.
Yes, indeed. And while you're watching on your AV Consultations TVs this weekend, make sure you're enjoying some Altstad beer as well. Drink it responsibly, please, whatever you're doing. But for your tailgates, your watch parties, make sure you are locked and loaded with the best beer that you could find. That is Altstad beer. No impurities, no regrets. A couple of score predictions coming in. Jason says 28-24 Texas. Travis goes 27-21 Texas. Eric says Carrot Top will kick a 42-yard field goal at the buzzer to win, 30-28 Longhorns victory.
I love that.
DJ says K-State 35, Texas 13.
Ooh.
Any loss would hurt, but that one would really, really hurt.
That would not be good.
No, that would not be good. All right, here's this update from the Michigan sign stealing scandal. According to a report, Michigan is currently in possession of documents that could link the private investigators behind the sign stealing scandal back to Ohio State. So Michigan apparently is trying to prove that it's Ohio State who is ratting them out right now in regards to the sign stealing investigation. And Michigan says it has proof that they could pin the Buckeyes on this. Does this matter? They're still cheating.
That's your big reveal, Michigan, that Ohio State is the one that's pinning you here. Guess what? Nobody is surprised by that. This isn't something that is going to exonerate you. If anything, it just becomes a hilarious side note that your rival caught you like this. You're still the jackasses that went to these lengths to try and get an advantage on your competition. Everybody does it to a degree. You have gone to such an excessive degree that there could be an example made out of you as a result of this.
Yeah, how dare you use a private investigator to uncover your biggest rival's massive, unprecedented network of cheating? Like, how dare you do something like that? And what is this? Is this Michigan admitting that they're cheating? But hey, don't be mad at us for cheating. Be mad that our rival took us down. Is that their pivot here?
They're overblowing it because it's Ohio State and they're looking to take us down.
They caught us, but we can prove how they caught us.
They may be looking to take you down, but you did plenty on your own, which, by the way, there are so many different details of this story that are flabbergasting. The fact that many different programs went to TCU and said, hey, guys, Michigan is stealing signs in ways that nobody else is. Y'all should recognize that before that semifinal matchup. And Sonny Dykes wisely put dummy calls in there that helped them win that game. Yep. I love that detail of the story, but that shows just how excessive it was, that they were warned by however many other programs that it was happening, and it turned out to bite them in the ass. I love that just in terms of what is it that they call it in baseball where the players are governing themselves?
Unwritten rules?
Not the unwritten rules. It's self-policing.
Okay.
There's sort of a self-policing that went on there where Michigan didn't even get a slap on the wrist in that moment, but they had to pay a price because they were doing things a certain way. TCU figured it out, and so they used that against them. But now you could see the NCAA or maybe the Big Ten actually do something more substantive with regards to punishing them. Now, I said this the other day with Kevin, and I'll say it again to you right now. Part of me hopes that the NCAA doesn't do anything to Michigan because this could be a final nail in the coffin of the NCAA having anything to do with college football. that you're seeing something this serious happen, and the NCAA's complete lack of respect from its member institutions and therefore lack of authority renders it useless in a situation like this, because the NCAA needs to be completely done with college football by the time we get to that next big TV deal with the college football playoff expanding. That won't be next year. It won't be the year after that. But by 2026, we need to completely remove the NCAA from this sport.
Okay. So you're thinking that if they just don't do anything here, that will be sort of the final nail in the coffin, and people will be so pissed at the NCAA for just sitting idly by that they'll realize that, hey, we're better off without you.
The NCAA is already on life support right now, and a lot of people are trying to give new NCAA president Charlie Baker, who is a politician in his background. He's the former governor of Massachusetts. They're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because they're wanting to see NIL legislation passed federally that, amongst other things, protects the universities and athletics departments from ever being considered employers of their student athletes, most specifically college football. But that's exactly what they're also fighting for, is putting the collectives under the umbrella of the university's athletic departments and essentially having the athletics departments paying these guys to play this sport. If that's not an employee, I don't know what is. But Charlie Baker is working so far behind the 8 ball right now because the NCAA loves to operate with its head in the sand, eventually pulling it out 5 years too late and trying to do something. And that which they're trying to do is also well behind the times as well. The NCAA has failed on so many levels with this sport. Let them continue to govern the Olympic sports in college. Let them continue to have a heavy hand with men's and women's basketball, March Madness, with softball, which is increased in popularity, with baseball too. They need to be completely out of college football because they just don't have that authority anymore, because they don't have the respect. It'll eventually turn into, whether it's the College Football Playoff Committee or another governing body, but some other institution needs to come in to be in charge of college football because the NCAA can't get it done anymore.
I've heard of pulling out late, but 5 years too late. Did I hear you say that?
Yeah.
It's BYU soaking right there, it sounds like.
Okay. Can I tell?
You have a soaking story? What do you?
Yes, I do.
Here? Oh,
yes, I do.
I'm sorry,
because I don't know if we want to explain this at Covert, because this broadcast is going out over the showroom at Covert right now. Is there an easy way to explain what soaking is? A PG way to explain what soaking is? Mormons don't believe in premarital sex,
right?
And as a way to get around that, young people, because young people are great at finding solutions to things that they're told they can't do.
Sure.
A couple, supposedly, this is the rumor, this is what soaking is. A couple will come together and things will come together, like just in terms of like physically being together. And let's say see if I can say this vaguely enough to where you can still understand. The P will be in the V. Do you get the drift there?
Yeah, very vague.
But nothing is happening. There's no movement happening.
Right.
And then somebody else will come into the room and jump on the bed to make things happen.
Or just shake the bed.
Or shake the bed. Or shake the bed. So some other outside force is coming in to move the bed around. So the two people who were involved in the whole
Super Soaker
PV summary.
Oh, yep.
Aren't having to do anything themselves, so they're not actually committing a sin or a crime. That's the gist of soaking, correct?
Yeah. Did you just learn about this?
I did. Last weekend.
You just read an article like 2 days ago, and you're revealing your findings to the public.
Last weekend at the BYU game, I found out about this.
Did you ask a BYU fan?
So the guy that I was at the game with, you know him, Baker, who is an absolute maniac.
Oh yeah.
So he tells me about this, and he's telling me as we're watching this group of Mormons with their short sleeve button shirts and their ties standing in the aisle, basically just looking up through the crowd. And so I called him over. I said, dude, that's BS. That is an urban myth that's on par with, I don't know, the Angry Pirate or the Dirty Sanchez, or pick some hilarious sexualized term that there's no way that's happening in real life. I'm like, I guarantee you, I'm going to ask these guys right here, and they're going to completely squash this. There's no way this is true. That is way too many steps. It involves a third person or a fourth person even
in the room.
There's no way it's true. So I called them over, and they were so happy. I mean, Mormons are some of the happiest people, especially the guys wearing the short sleeve button up shirts with the ties.
They're looking for bodies. They're trying to recruit you.
Exactly. They have to be happy. So I called them up. I'm like, guys, how's it going? appreciate the respect that y'all are showing the stadium today. I forget what BS I threw out there, but I'm like, have you guys heard of soaking before? And immediately all 4 of their faces changed. They went from smiling to like horror. I
don't think they're horrors, dude.
Horror.
Okay.
Horror.
All right.
And so I asked them, I'm like, do you know what that is? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, tell this guy that that's complete BS. There is no way that is a part of young Mormon culture. And they're like, oh yeah, no, that's BS. That's total BS. We don't even know where that came from. So I am here to squash this for the rest of time, that Mormons aren't engaged in something called soaking, which is actually, it's not great, but it's a lot less dirty than what it sounds like.
Our guy Brock, young Brock, is here working the show. He's raising his hand. What you got?
Brock. Yeah, that's having fun with that concept.
All right, if you didn't hear that, because Brock doesn't have a mic by him, he said there was a BYU fan at the game last week that was wearing a shirt that said "I soak."
And I would also wonder if that's just some random jabroni
Texas
who
fan?
isn't really that big of a BYU fan, but
Yeah.
doesn't have a dog in the fight and is having some fun with that concept.
That's incredible. Well, I think you're lying, dude. Oh, we got a comment now. I had an ex-Mormon girlfriend 14 years ago, and she said it definitely was a thing at BYU.
Oh, well.
Maybe they're just trying to deny it because they're so embarrassed that it happens. But
who was the basketball player who got busted for premarital sex?
It was Brandon Davies was his name.
Yeah. I wonder if he was soaking.
Is that okay or not?
No, it's not.
Does it still count as?
Yes.
I disagree.
I mean, look, if you go to one of those seedy by the hour motels and you go P to V action, but you're not making any movement, but you stick a quarter in the box that's next to the bed that causes the bed to shake around, you're still having sex. You are.
Okay, what if you take one of those old coin things from Taco Bell? You know, the game where you try to land the coin on the.
No, I don't know what game you're talking about. I don't ever go to Taco Bell.
You know about this? This has been around there forever. You've been within the last 40 years to a Taco Bell. You've seen this.
Well, I have with you wearing a Kim Jong-un romper, but I don't remember any sort of machine like that.
We got to give picks.
Brock's
raising his hand again.
like he's in class.
Viral YouTube video called God's Loophole. No, I don't think I do. I need a. Oh, God.
God's loophole, similar to soaking.
My parents are here today. They can't be proud of this conversation.
No.
And Brock's mom is here, too. This is a disaster.
Oh,
We've got some picks to give. We have like 9 minutes left before we hand things off to Chip and Zay. No way those guys are going to be able to follow this up.
Oh, well, I guess we are not going to be doing Where Are We At today then, but I do need to preview a story for next week.
Okay. It's like we can go quick and then 5 minutes for Where Are We At?
We don't need to go quick. I can hold on to this one. This story is going to remain evergreen.
Okay.
First ever Florida Man Games will feature beer belly wrestling and evading arrest obstacle course.
This has to be a joke.
It's the AP. Associated Press is reporting it from October 26, 2023.
This is the greatest. Oh, man. We're going to have to talk about this story. We're also going to have to recreate these games at some point.
Yes.
The Texas Unfiltered Florida Man Games. I don't know how we're going to make that happen, but we need to make that happen. Wow. All right. That's coming up next week. And Where Are We At in Society? We do need to give some love to Pest Wranglers, though.
Absolutely. Finally got to meet our friend Steve in person today. He came out to Covert BK. It was great to finally put the face to the name Steve, a.k.a. Cooter. And since 2006, he has been operating Pest Wranglers and doing a great job at it, not just taking care of those pest problems that are all around Central Texas and homes and businesses, but he is a big relationships guy. And so he has made sure since the beginning that he is treating people right. That includes his employees, who then go out and provide excellent customer service when they are taking care of those pests. I not only know that because I see the type of person that Steve is, but I also have looked at all the 5-star rating and reviews on Google, Yelp, and elsewhere of Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers does not operate on contracts. If you're unhappy with the service, customer service, or pest removal service, you can be done with them right then and there. They don't have contracts. They're not holding on to your information, but you will be a satisfied customer. I am confident about that. Go to pestwranglers.com to see all the different services they provide and to find that contact info. Pest Wranglers, a proud sponsor of Where We At in Society. which ain't happening today because we got to pick games.
We got to pick some games. And as I mentioned earlier, we are tied in our season-long pick'em contest. I was up 2 games going into last Friday, and Trey went 3-1 on me. We had 4 different picks, and he got 3 of them right. I only got 1 of them right. So Trey has closed the gap, and here we are going into the 10th week of the college football season and the 9th week of the NFL season, dead even with our season-long contest.
I feel like we're going to have a lot of the same picks this week.
Okay, well, we've got 6 games, all against the spread, 4 college and 2 pro. It's an incredible weekend of football. Like last weekend, not a lot of big games in either college or the NFL. Not the case at all over the next couple of days. This is one. I don't like the 11 a.m. kick, but like kind of glad I just get to watch Texas and then watch all of the other games tomorrow because there's a lot to choose from.
It's a fair point. I'm going to be watching the Texas game on tape delay because my team is going to go out to win a 2nd and 3rd grade girls volleyball championship starting tomorrow morning.
I'm going to bet on the other teams. Is that one of my picks?
Well, you're not allowed anywhere near the courts with that mustache, so I'll place that bet for you.
I wasn't allowed anywhere near the courts before the mustache, but yeah, now there's no chance. All right, we'll go college first. Start with the 11 a.m. game here in Austin. Why not? I think we both already gave our picks. Texas now a 3.5-point favorite against K-State. Trey, you're sticking with the Purple Cats.
K-State by a point. It's the wrong team favored.
I've got wrong team favored as well, and that's why we're the most optimistic, positive, uplifting show in the history of sports media.
Some call us pessimists. I call us realists.
I call us pessimists. I've got K-State as well, so we're together on that one. What about Bedlam? The other matchup involving 2 4-1 teams in the Big 12 right now. OU a 6-point favorite on the road in Stillwater. Mike Gundy is 3-15 all time against the Sooners. This is the last, I don't know if I want to say ever, but the last Bedlam scheduled for the foreseeable future. I'll go first here. I don't bet against Oklahoma in this game.
This is the one that I thought we would have different.
You're taking the Pokes?
I'm taking the Pokes. The hate is real, and boy, is it prevalent right now, especially on the Stillwater side of things. I like Ollie Gordon, his ability to get something going in this game to help Oklahoma State keep that OU offense off the field and really tire out the OU defense. And this is an Oklahoma team that has really struggled over the last couple of weeks. Now, Kansas is a decent team, so I'm not going to fault them too much for that. They very nearly lost that UCF game, too.
Yeah.
So I think Oklahoma has some things that they need to get right now, and this week is the wrong week to have to do that against an Oklahoma State bunch that has really turned their season around over the last month or so.
Focused too much on making shirts after the Texas game that they just stopped practicing, I guess, because it has not been the same team in their last couple of games since the Cotton Bowl. You know how many times Oklahoma's beaten Oklahoma State?
A lot.
91. You know how many times Oklahoma State's beaten Oklahoma?
I want to say it's like in the teens.
19.
Yeah.
Taking OU. LSU at Alabama. I guess we're still rooting for Alabama to win these games, right? This is a big one in the SEC West. It's in Tuscaloosa. The Crimson Tide 3-point home favorites, Trey.
Jane Daniels has been better as a thrower this year than I thought he would be. And I'm inclined to think that LSU can keep it within 3, but at the same time, I am not trusting a big game Brian Kelly or small game Brian Kelly, as it were. And I also know that Alabama is playing this game in Tuscaloosa, and they have been a much better football team since that Texas game. Now, they did have the struggle the week after that against USF, but Jalen Milroe is starting to take some steps forward as a passer. That defense is still really good, and they've got some really good options at running back, too. I think Alabama covers the 3.
Yeah, I do as well. I don't like to bet against Alabama ever. I especially don't like to bet against Alabama at home. Jaden Daniels has been the best quarterback in college football this year. He really has, but I'm still going with the Crimson Tide in Tuscaloosa here. Washington at USC. You know, Washington beat Oregon. Everyone was giving them their flowers. They've really struggled in their last 2 games against Arizona State and Stanford. I know USC has been really, really bad over the last month, but I don't know, man. Washington only a 3-point road favorite at USC. Can I bet on USC right now?
I wouldn't trust that because if anything, this game turns into a shootout, and I have more faith in Washington in a shootout than I do USC. Not to try and talk you into the pick that I'm making.
I'm going to make Washington. Washington's my pick as well, man. I can't bet on that Alex Grinch defense right now. So I'm going with UW covering the 3 on the road.
Yeah, USC is reeling right now, and I don't think that changes this weekend. Even though that game is in Southern California, I think that Washington gets it back on track. They're dealing with some injuries in that receiving core right now, which is obviously harming Penix's ability to reach his full potential. But I think this is the week that Washington gets it back on track.
I'm with you there. All right, on to the NFL. We've got some really, really good games on the NFL slate this Sunday, but we only have space for 2. We'll start with the game in Germany.
I hate these games, dude.
You hate the Germans?
I am German. There's a town in Germany that is called Ellingsburg or something. So my family has a town named after it in Germany. I just hate the international games because it's way too early on a Sunday. And to attempt to figure out what is going to happen in these games is a pretty difficult prospect. It's worse than trying to predict what's going to happen on Thursday Night Football.
I have no problem with international games. I have a problem with good games like this being overseas.
That's fair.
Like, because, you want to throw the Patriots and the Cardinals over there this year? Okay.
Yeah, Falcons and Jags a couple weeks ago, sure.
Fine, sign me up for that. But we've got the 6-2 Dolphins and the 6-2 Chiefs. Kansas City, a 1.5-point favorite in Frankfurt. What say you?
I'm going Dolphins here. I think they win this game. Chiefs have been very strange. I realize Mahomes was dealing with an illness last week, but something's not right with that offense right now. They need more playmakers to step up than what they currently have beyond Kelsey and then Pacheco too.
I'm taking the Dolphins too. I don't like betting against the Chiefs. I don't like betting against Mahomes or Andy Reid, but I just think the Dolphins have a little bit more, like you said, weaponry on offense, and Tua's been playing at a great level again this season. So I'll go with Miami as well to cover and win this game outright. Last but not least, America's game of the week. 3:25 on Fox. The 5-2 Cowboys, the 7-1 Eagles, the first of 2 matchups between these 2 NFC East rivals. Philly only a 3-point favorite. Some questions about Jalen Hurts and that knee. I think he's going to play, but will he be the same Jalen Hurts that we've seen over the last year and a half? I can't take the Cowboys here, man. I'm taking Philly -3. Obviously, hope I'm wrong. I will say this. Bucky made the Eagles a 5,000 unit lock this morning, and Bucky is down 21,000 units this season. He also had Oklahoma State as a 5,000 unit lock as well. So congrats to OU on another Bedlam victory tomorrow. Cowboys, Eagles, I gave my pick. Philly -3, hoping I'm wrong.
I'm inclined to pick the Cowboys here because Dak Prescott has played really well over the last handful of weeks. Jalen Hurts' health status is potentially an issue, but hell no, I'm not picking Mike McCarthy to win a game like this. Give me Philly to cover the 3.
All right, so only one different pick this weekend. We're lame. That's lame. It's not normally like this.
There's other good games we could try and go with.
It's 1:00 right now, so we can't do that. I want you to win, too, because I want Oklahoma State to win. So I hope you're up 1 by the time we do our picks next Friday.
Would you like to change any of your picks?
Yeah, give me Oklahoma State. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that. God, I want to bet the Cowboys only because of Bucky. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. All right, that's going to wrap up. This might be our last show at Covert BK, at least for the foreseeable future.
Thank you so much to the Covert folks. This has been incredible.
Yeah, Texas, of course, the last home game the Longhorns have is Black Friday. So we're normally out here on Friday, but the game against Texas Tech is on Friday, and hopefully we'll be at Schultz Garden doing pregame that day. We will be at Crown and Anchor doing pregame tomorrow morning. So definitely stop by if you're making your way to DKR. Go by Crown and Anchor, North Campus, right there off of 30th on San Jacinto. If you've been in Austin, you know what Crown and Anchor is. I don't have to explain that one. We'll be there tomorrow morning. Really looking forward to that live broadcast. Hope to see y'all out there. I see Zay. Do a little crosstalk with Zay. I don't see Chip just yet. What's up, Zay?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
I'm chilling, man. How y'all living?
We're living, man. We're living. How you feeling about this game tomorrow? I'm sure you and Chip are going to be talking about it for the next 2 hours, but where's your mind at right now?
A little skeptical. You know, I saw Trey's pick on our Texas Sports Unfiltered text thread of Kansas State, and it was hard for me to pick Texas winning this game, especially with all the people that we've talked to this week going with the Wildcats. So, yeah.
Lee Sterling.
Yeah.
Lee Sterling's going with the Wildcats.
Yep. Didn't like hearing that because he's been red hot this year with his picks. So that's
what did Ricky Williams say? He has horrible memories of Kansas State.
Yeah, he does. He does. We didn't get into too many old school Ricky Williams stories. There was a lot of signing autographs and taking pictures and people eating food. So there wasn't a ton of conversation about the games itself. But yeah, I don't know. Where are you at with this one, Chip? How you feeling?
I'm all over the place.
Well, that's every day.
Yesterday, I felt there was no way Texas was going to win. I reported earlier this week that JT Sanders aggravated his ankle injury. Christian Jones is working through an injury.
Wow.
I mean, this is going to be the ultimate test of mental toughness. Like, is this team really about it? Like, this is it. This is going to be the most difficult test because there is a tiny chance Quinn could be back for TCU. There's a better chance he'll be back for Iowa State. But this team is clearly the best of those three teams. So
yeah,
let's see if everybody can pull together. I mean, Texas has the defense to win this game. They have the special teams to win this game. Can they move the football and not turn it over in this game?
Amen. Amen. Well, excited to hear y'all's breakdown over the next couple of hours, and y'all have a great show. I'll see y'all soon.
Hey,
appreciate you, fellas.
Guess what? BK.
Yeah.
So my wife surprised me last night and took me to Dallas to see Queen.
Ooh,
because
nice.
I did not get to see their full set at F1, and she knows I love Queen. And Brian May, legendary guitarist for Queen, comes out in a Rangers uniform for We Are the Champions. It was awesome because it was at American Airlines Center in Dallas. Place went bonkers.
Oh, that's cool.
Bonkers.
Any video of that?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Oh, wow. Your wife is the best for taking you to that, but thank you for sending that. That's freaking incredible, man. I'm about to start crying here. I don't want people to see that.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Your Lions, they're never going to win. They're the Lions. They got no shot.
Lions, Cowboys, NFC Championship, fellas. Get ready.
Yeah, I will turn off the Madden console after that one, Zay.
Look at that.
It is. Oh, this is sweet. Let me turn this so Trey can see it a little bit. Yeah, wearing the Rangers jersey. Ah, the best.
That's cool.
If only Creed was there to open. Shoot. All right, boys. We're out of here. Y'all have a great show, guys. See you guys.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. Us being Chip and Zay right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered today, a free-for-all football Friday. We are previewing Texas and Kansas State, what appears to me, Zay, to be a winner-take-all elimination game in the race for the Big 12 championship. I hope Texas understands that because it's all on the line tomorrow at 11 a.m. And there's a lot to get into today. But how is my man Zay the right call you're doing on a free-for-all football Friday?
I mean, I was good, and then you go and talk about JT Sanders re-aggravating that ankle injury, and Christian Jones, he might be dealing with an injury himself. Yeah, not feeling too good, man. Our guy Lance Taylor got Kansas State in this game when we talked to him yesterday, and you mentioned Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. He picked Kansas State too, so it's like, damn, man. Not feeling too good, probably from now until tomorrow around 3:30 when we know the end result in Texas, Kansas State. But hey, I'm alive. I'm living. What's Rodney Terry say? It's a good day to be alive, gentlemen. So I can't knock that, man. I can't.
That's
knock
what
that.
Every day we get is a gift. Nothing's promised. Our man Sean Adams, R.I.P. Sean Adams. Reminds us of that every day. And the great Judy Brown reminds us of that every day. And so last night, I as I was telling you all a second ago, my wife's like, hey, like literally right after the radio show, she's like, we got to go. I'm like, what? And she's like, we got to go. We're going to see Queen tonight in Dallas. And I'm like, what?
Wow.
But we get in the car, we drive up there, and I'm a huge Queen guy, huge Freddie Mercury guy. I thought he was a musical genius. If anyone's seen the movie Bohemian Rhapsody, you get a little bit of, it kind of Bohemian Rhapsody and Rocket Man are kind of similar. Elton John's story, both their parents didn't understand them. They heard music all the time in their heads. They had to write it down all the time. They sat at the piano. The music just came out. And Freddie Mercury, of course, wrote Bohemian Rhapsody. And when that song came out, the record industry didn't know what to do with it. It was 6 minutes and 37 seconds long. It didn't sound like anything that had ever come out before. Freddie Mercury said, if you don't take this single, you're not getting another single. You're never getting another album. And he forced the industry not only to take that record, but they made their own video. They paid the money out of their own pocket because back in that day, for the music shows on television called like Night at the Pops, it was an English show.
Yeah.
They would cut everything down to like, the bare minimum. But Queen made this revolutionary video that everyone was so like, wow, that everyone played the full length of it. It was all Freddie Mercury's genius. And then, one hit after another from, We Will Rock You to Another One Bites the Dust. We Are the Champions. Like for sports, Queen came up with 3 stadium anthems. And We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions. Every time there's a world championship won, Zay, you hear We Are the Champions.
Yeah.
And all you need to hear is that foot stomping at the beginning of We Will Rock You, and you know that that's coming.
Yo, man, big time Queen fan. What does he say on the first opening lyrics of We Will Rock You? Because all I know is that's all I've ever gotten, and it's fire. I've always loved that song, but yeah, man, I need to know the lyrics because I'm sure
what?
you and your wife are out there. See, you looking them up. Come on, man, that ain't authentic.
No, I'm just trying to make sure. Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace.
Yeah, I know
Kicking
that
your
one.
can all over the place.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's fire. That's my joint right there.
Yeah. I was so Adam Lambert is now playing the role of Freddie Mercury for Queen. He was on American Idol, he finished second to some guy I don't even remember. Like, I'm like, how did Adam Lambert finish second? Because that guy's voice is one of a kind. And it was really cool because Brian May, who's the guitarist for Queen, who's all those guitar jams that you hear in all their biggest hits, the guy's a supreme guitarist. And last night he called, when he introduced Adam Lambert, he said, this is our, gift from Freddie in heaven. I thought that was so cool. Like he said, Freddie sent us Adam to keep this going because no one's ever going to be as flamboyant as Freddie Mercury. The guy owned the stage, but Adam Lambert can sing it like Freddie. So that I had to share that with you because
yeah, man, I appreciate that.
It was big, and I just sent the We Are the Champions video to our group text.
Yeah,
with Brian May wearing the Rangers jersey because
who the hell's Chris Allen? That's the dude that Adam Lambert lost to. I don't know where he is.
I don't even remember. And I watched that season, I think.
09?
Yeah. I don't even remember Chris Allen.
I don't know. Yeah, if it ain't Clay Aiken or Ruben Studdard. Or my what's my girl's name?
Carrie Underwood,
fan.
Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, Kelly Clarkson. Yeah, I love me some Kelly Clarkson, man. Absolutely. That's kind of
Chris Daughtry.
See, now you're just saying names.
I don't think Carrie Underwood won either.
Yeah.
Did she
But
win?
she was gonna make it. Those legs, man. She was
Oh.
gonna make it no matter what. It didn't
Are you
matter.
kidding me?
Yeah, it didn't matter if she won or not. They were like, you know what? You don't need to win. You're gonna make it. You'll be fine. And yeah,
Man.
look at her now.
Look at
Sunday
her now.
Night Football.
I love looking at her now.
Oh my gosh. She's incredible. We were talking about the other day. Trey Elling, which he should get some of his World Series money taken away for this. He had no idea what Carrie Underwood looked like.
That's ridiculous.
Come on.
I think he's lying.
Yeah.
He is lying.
Yeah, his wife must listen to the show every day, and he might be a little whipped more than we know. So he has to be careful with who he finds attractive or who he says he finds attractive on the airwaves here. But yeah, man, that's some bogus stuff right there. And Carrie Underwood, she's a gem.
I'm trying to. Did she? Oh, okay. Wait.
Yo, did they play Fat Bottom Girls?
Oh yeah.
That's why I always love Queen. They like that big booty women.
I'm gonna
back in the day where that wasn't a thing. Queen said, "Nah, y'all out here looking for them skinny minis. I need me a thick one." And I was like, "Okay, Queen, what was that? Like 70 something? Come on, man. White boys weren't checking out the booty like that. Queen paved the way for dudes, man. Before big butts, you cannot lie. Joints like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Fat Bottom Girls. I've always loved that song just because I love me a good fat bottom girl.
All right, so he's saying that literally right in front of us. Okay, you ready? You ready for this?
Yeah.
Because we're gonna do some ghetto.
Oh, we're going ghetto bootleg again, huh?
We're going ghetto bootleg. Just because that's kind of how we roll.
I feel like the people appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so too. I think they appreciate going a little old school. You know what I'm saying?
Oops.
Who's that?
That's Adam Lambert.
Okay. Oh yeah, y'all got good seats too, man. Your woman, she ride or die, man. Took it to the
right
Lions
next
game.
to the stage.
Got y'all right next to the stage. You had no idea either. You were about to just sit back, relax, probably watch that nasty ass possum in Texas Tech Stadium, and instead you went to the Queen concert. That's pretty damn cool, if you ask me.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Man.
There's our chip shot for today. Thanks everybody.
Oh, damn, we doing a chip shot early?
Oh yeah.
Shoots, man. All
Got a
right.
little carried away there. What's up, CB? Okay, she won. Carrie Underwood won.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay.
I couldn't quite remember.
Okay.
Yeah, Rodney. Our man Rodney Rodriguez saw Queen at Coda for F1. Adam Lambert kicking ass. Yeah, that was a good show. All right. So CB says Michigan is saying Ohio State snitched on him. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Of course they did. Ohio State is a snake pit. It is full of snakes and lizards and crickets and other things that you can't stand.
Yeah.
That's what you get in Columbus, Ohio.
Hey, straight up, if we had somebody, if Oklahoma or A&M was doing some crazy shit and we had the snitch down here, oh well, part of the game. You got caught. Don't get caught. Don't let somebody find out. You know what I'm saying? That's weak. Michigan pointing out Ohio State as the snitch. Yeah, of course they snitching. Y'all beat them the last 2 years. If y'all gonna do something illegal and they find out, hell yeah, they gonna tell. So they could get the one up on you. Like, come on, man. That ain't nothing. Yeah.
Is this guy Stallions related to Megan the Stallion?
No. Yeah, no, I don't think he is. Yeah, I mean,
I saw Megan the Stallion at ACL.
Oh, what a woman.
She is
what a woman.
All that.
Yeah. Tory Lanez deserves life. The dude that shot her, he deserves life. Life for harming that woman in any way. If you bump into Megan the Stallion and she accidentally falls down, you deserve at least 5 to 10. At least.
Oh, yeah.
That's how gorgeous and great that woman is. And she's a Texan. So, yeah, I got a little bit more love for Meg the Stallion than others. But, yeah, man, you saw her at ACL. Man, I know that thing was rumping and jumping and shaking and moving. And, woo!
Oh, yeah.
We having a good show, man. We talking Carrie Underwood. We talking Meg the Stallion. That's what I'm talking about. See, now I'm feeling better about Texas tomorrow. You got me in a good mood.
We may talk ourselves into it, Zay.
We may talk ourselves into it. We're talking about some beautiful things right here. And maybe that's going to make my mind feel like we're going to see some beautiful football from the Texas Longhorns tomorrow. I don't know.
Well, okay, so CB, yes. So didn't DK accuse Switzer spying in Texas practice? Yes, he did have a spy. That's true. Switzer basically admitted that. So yeah, I mean, it goes back. It's got history. Frank, who was injured at practice, I reported in the Insider this week that JT Sanders aggravated the ankle injury. I think he's still going to try and play. Christian Jones has an injury that he's going to play through. It was a rough week at practice, but I heard it got better as the week went on. I heard Tuesday's practice was awful. Heard Wednesday's practice was better, and that Thursday's practice that, they're getting it. So it's going to be, look, if Texas has its mind right, like they did when they went to Alabama, Texas is going to be fine tomorrow. What K-State does best is what Texas does best. K-State runs the ball. Texas stops the run. No one has run on T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. And what's interesting is if you look at Avery Johnson, I think we're going to see a lot of Avery Johnson tomorrow. I really do. And it may be out of like, we're in trouble. Like it's not working with Will Howard. But Avery Johnson runs to the perimeter. They don't run him up the middle. His most productive runs have been off the edge. And that's, okay, if you're running away from T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, then it's going to be Avery Johnson. I still like Ryan Watts and Jahdae Barron coming up and cracking him. And, I heard Jeff Howe on with, BK and Bucky this morning. And Texas did introduce that package last week with Mo Blackwell, where they move Anthony Hill up, and the linebackers are Jalen Ford and Mo Blackwell, and basically Jahdae Barron is your 3 guys across at the linebacker position. You take the defensive end off the field. You take, Ethan Burke's position. In last week's case, it was Jed Bush. Take Jed Bush off the field. Move Anthony Hill up, and your 3 linebackers are basically Jahdae Barron, Jalen Ford, and Mo Blackwell. I love that set in this game because that gives me speed and sure tackling for the quarterback run game, for any run game. What Texas cannot do is get tricked into taking Jahdae Barron off the field if K-State goes in some heavy package where it's 3 tight ends or something like Bill Snyder used to do, 3 fullbacks with Colin Klein, and Texas has taken Jahdae Barron off the field in that situation and replaced him with David Benda. So you'd have Benda, Ford, and Blackwell. I'm not taking Jahdae Barron off the field in this game. He's too good of a tackler. I don't need a bigger guy. I need a guy who's going to get people to the ground and a guy who has the football IQ of Einstein out there. And that's Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron studies. He knows tendencies. He knows formations. He knows what's coming. That's why you have him out there. Jalen Ford does the same thing. You got to have as many of those guys out there as possible. That's what's wrong at safety. Jaron Thompson, as good a leader as he is, as good of a guy as he is, he takes guys under his wing. He doesn't diagnose like Jalen Catalon. He doesn't diagnose like Jahdae Barron. And you got to be able to diagnose, process, communicate, and move. And that's Jaron Thompson is not that guy. Like, I'll never forget, Zay, when I covered the Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News, I covered them when they drafted Roy Williams, the safety out of Oklahoma. And I went to Union City, California to do a profile on him. I'm talking to his high school coach. And his high school coach is telling me, he's like, look, Roy he struggled in school. He's like, I think he had some dyslexia and he was kind of, embarrassed about it. He said, but when we put him on a football field, he saw the game. He saw it happening before it happened. It just was like this sixth sense that he had, so instinctive. And what happened? What's his most famous play at OU?
Roy Williams, Superman? Yeah.
Superman. And Mike Stoops told him seconds before they went out on the field, do not leave your feet. Do not leave your feet. And Roy Williams saw, who was that? He's a doctor now, Barrett Robbins or whoever that running back is, try to cut block him, left his feet, dove for Chris Sims, hits his arm, Teddy Lehman catches the ball, touchdown, OU in a, 10-7 game?
Yeah, it was ugly.
So there are some guys who just see the game. Zach Thomas was that way.
Yeah.
Jahdae Barron's that way. Jahdae Barron's special. Jahdae Barron, as long as he stays healthy, is going to play a long time in the NFL. And he's going to be able to buy his mom that house, or not. He wants her to not have to work, is what he said.
Yeah, don't buy mom a house. That's the
don't buy mom a house.
Don't buy mom a house. She all right. Tell mom can move into your house. How about
you
that?
buy the house.
A little apartment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
keep everything in your name.
Exactly. Exactly.
You
There's
control.
some beautiful North Austin homes I'm sure that she would like to live in. But yeah, you own that house, Jahdae, when that's time. And I'm with you. Jahdae Barron, you talk about his IQ, the fact that Pete Kwiatkowski and Sark could put him anywhere on the field. Obviously, him at his best is playing that star/nickel position. But yeah, the left side for Kansas State, that's going to be the side to pay attention to, because that's where they got, even though they have an experienced offensive line, BB, who is going to be probably the first guard taken in the NFL draft this year, and then Levinston, the tackle, those guys are both on the left side. So when you talk about Avery Johnson running that rock, a lot of time it's to the left. Or when you see DJ Giddings and Deshaun Ward, run the football on the goal line, their moneymaker is going to the left side. So have your best players, a la Jahdae Barron, Jalen Ford, on that left side. Now, obviously, Kansas State, they're not stupid. They're going to keep you honest, and they're going to do stuff to the right. That would be idiotic not to go to the right side, but you got to keep the team balanced. But you got to know, if you're Pete Kwiatkowski, BB and Livingston, those guys are on the left, so they're going to try to do some serious work. And yeah, the emergence of Mo Blackwell, that's been huge, man. That has been huge, and that gives you a lot of confidence going into this game, because like we've been saying before the season started, we had no idea who was going to be right there with Jalen Ford to play that other linebacker spot. And the fact that they have a lot of confidence in Anthony Hill, you heard Steve Sarkisian rave about him in the Zoom presser the other day, talking about the person that, he's seen the most improvement from week to week. And they have confidence in moving Anthony Hill around anywhere. So, Jaron Thompson, we really didn't see him do much last week against BYU. BYU, which is fine. If you're not noticing them, that's sometimes a really good thing, but those guys like Michael Taft coming along, Derek Williams, we know that the confidence that they have in him as a freshman, that's huge. I think that could still be a huge part of this game if those guys don't allow the big play from these wide receivers, which you faced way better this whole season. Like Will Howard, he don't want to throw it deep. He's been really bad, very like 31%, I want to say, at the deep ball this year. That's like lower than average. So he wants to do that dink and dunk stuff, and he wants to get those design runs. And Avery Johnson, the same thing. So, play up. Play tight. We talked about it all week, Chip. You do not want to play like how you did against Oklahoma. And you mentioned they were kind of off guard, caught off guard in that Oklahoma game with Dylan Gabriel and just how he gutted them. They weren't design runs. They were scramble plays that just
and I think this package, there was no reason for Texas to play this package last week against BYU, which doesn't have a mobile quarterback. This package where they moved Anthony Hill up to the end position, and you basically had Jade, Jalen Ford, and Mo Blackwell. But remember, Blackwell was coming off the MCL sprain in fall camp. He's back to being healthy, and that package, I get the feeling, is going to be a big part of the game plan. I think they needed to take it for a test drive just to get Blackwell comfortable. And now, if they play OU again, well, let's take first things first. Let's see how that package performs tomorrow. Let's see if K-State tries to go super heavy to try to get Barron off the field. Let's see if Texas is dumb enough to take Jade Barron off the field. And let's see how the Texas defense handles the K-State quarterback run game. Because, I see it, CB's, saying, Avery Johnson, watch out for Sunshine because the dude's, got wheels. And I get it. I mean, Texas was kind of paralyzed. Paralysis by analysis against Houston. They were so on guard about the Donovan Smith, running game that the linebackers didn't get their drops in pass coverage. The middle of the field was wide open. They were just kind of standing there. They tried to keep eyes on Donovan Smith. They're playing a bunch of zone. They're getting picked apart. This package allows Texas to be much more aggressive. They can crash the line. They can basically run blitz. So look, Texas coaches know what's going on in this game. They know what's at stake. If they get out coached in this game, and they got to look in the mirror and say to their players, or say to themselves, because they may not admit it to the players, that we weren't prepared, that we didn't think of everything, that we didn't adjust. Gary Patterson says, what makes a great coach? Solving problems quickly. If they can't solve the problems quickly tomorrow, and they lose their Big 12 championship hopes tomorrow because they got outfoxed by a team that is absolutely dependent on running the football, and you lose on your own field with the more explosive playmakers and on offense and the better special teams. I mean, we don't talk about Ryan Sanborn enough. I'll never forget when Oklahoma State somehow, well, we know how, beat Texas 13-10 in a game in which the Texas defense played a masterpiece game, and Michael Dixon kept pinning Oklahoma State deep within their own 10-yard line. And Mike Gundy said after the game, this was the game that Sam Ehlinger tried to make a play on first down and threw an interception when he could have kicked a field goal to extend the game. And Mike Gundy said after the game, their punter almost beat us. Texas has a punter who can pin you. I mean, Texas has all the advantages. All they have to do is make sure that K-State run game does not beat them.
Yeah.
And Pete Kwiatkowski, Jeff Choate, they know what's at stake. I think they have the right personnel. They just can't get, they can't get duped. They can't get outsmarted.
And that can easily happen, Chip, because Colin Klein, he ain't no punk. Clanderman, he ain't no punk either. Like that 3-3-3, they gonna throw that thing at Malik Murphy, and they gonna probably bring pressure with it. And when you got those three high safeties roaming around, sometimes one drops into the star while the other two will, back up into a normal set, and they just
okay. Let me give you this. Let me give you this, because Jonathan Brooks 2 games ago had 8 catches for 51 yards. This is a Jonathan Brooks smorgasbord game, because you know what beats the 3 high safety look? Drop downs to a running back who makes the first guy miss and has 58 forced missed tackles this season. This could be a game where Jonathan Brooks carries the ball 20 to 25 times and catches 8 passes. Like Jonathan Brooks, I'm talking to Jonathan Brooks tonight. I'm saying, hey, do we need to put Tiger Balm all over your body? Do we need to massage? You need a massage? You want 3 girls giving you a massage?
Oh, let's relax, Deshaun Watson.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
You got to be careful about massages nowadays. Deshaun fucked that up for everybody.
Do you want Hans?
Up for everybody.
Do you want Hans and his big hands to give you a deep tissue massage tonight? Because we are working you tomorrow like Bum Phillips used to work Earl Campbell.
Oh, man.
With the Oilers and the Saints, when he would have Earl run it 35 times a game in the NFL.
Yeah. With that damn cowboy hat on the sideline. Not giving a damn about Earl's well-being at all. Could care less. Just about winning.
I mean, this is one of the great stories, but Tony Dorsett, and if I've told you this story, you say, oh, yeah, you already told me that story. But we're at the Heisman event in Austin back before everyone got caught, like in that Ponzi scheme.
Oh.
And so Tony Dorsett's out there. They used to play golf. Like every year, the Heisman winners would get together at Barton Creek. So I'm talking to Tony Dorsett, and Earl comes in. He's got a walker because he was really struggling with the spinal stenosis at that time. Earl's, it's come and gone. It's gotten better and worse at different times. But at that time, it was not good. And Tony said, the first time we were at a Pro Bowl together, I said to Earl, hey, man, just run out of bounds. Just go down. And Earl said, can't let him have that. And so Earl was he liked to give out as much punishment as he got.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of the only way he knew how to play, which is kind of the reason everybody loved him.
Yeah.
Because he's like, no, you think you're the hunter? No. I'm the hunter. I got the ball and I'm hunting you.
Yeah, I don't blame Tyler Rose one bit. Like he only knew how to play one way, and his job was to get as many yards as possible every time he got the rock, and he tried to do that every single time he got the rock. That's why coaches, it's their job to realize, oh man, maybe I should mix it up a little bit, and we should get more balance. Clearly they didn't, because I don't know who the quarterback was back in the Oilers back in that day. You probably do, but there's a reason why I don't know who the hell that is, because that dude probably wasn't worth a flip. So give Earl the ball 38 times.
Yeah. But Earl was okay with it because Earl was like, I'm a sledgehammer.
Yeah.
And but it's like anything, youth, you feel invincible.
Yeah.
You don't realize until you're 35 that all those hits are going to come back and take a toll. That's why it's criminal. It's criminal. To this day, it's criminal that the NFL only insures former players for the first 5 years after they're retired, and then they stop. It is criminal. Like, I don't know how the players union has not said, we're not playing another down of football until you give us a pool of insurance that is going to cover us. And I get it. It's a big pool. It's an expensive pool, but these are the wealthiest owners in sports. If they each had to take $20 million to fund the pool, it's covered.
Can't do it.
So that these players, if you qualify for your pension, if you've played 5 years in the league, you qualify for health insurance for the rest of your days. And that's
nope. When you see Herm Edwards have that talk about save your money, he probably is letting those guys know, hey, save your money because this insurance is gonna come and go real quick after your career. Yeah. So you might want to save your money. Yeah.
Joe Montana said he's spent, like over $1 million of his own money on back surgeries.
Damn. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders. I know it hurts you as a Lions fan, but salute to those guys for hanging up those cleats early and realizing, hey, I got a lot more life to live. Football's only a part of it. I'm not going to have it affect me like that. And hey, say what you want about those guys, but again, I kudos those dudes, man. Like, for a game that you love to play, it's probably tough to hang it up early just because there's a lot of things that are going against you health-wise.
Do you see the new Barry Sanders documentary coming out November 21st?
On what?
On why he left.
No. I know that, but on like what platform?
I think I saw the commercial on NFL Network, but it might have been, I'll have to look it up. It might be Netflix.
Okay.
But yeah, it's coming out November 21st.
Yeah.
He's going to finally go in depth about why he retired with a fax Jim Brown did.
Yeah.
Jim Brown was making movies over in Europe, and the owner of the Browns was like, get your ass back here. And Jim Brown was like, you know what? I retire.
Yeah, I don't need this shit.
And he made some movie with Raquel Welch and was like, yeah, take that. Suck on that.
Jim Brown, underrated actor, man. Jim Brown's an underrated actor. I'm not going to lie.
Jim Brown and Raquel Welch. Google that one, kids. You'll be like, ooh. Because Raquel Welch, R.I.P. Raquel Welch, she and Sophia Loren are probably two of the hottest women ever born. Crazy. But yeah, Barry Sanders basically said, oh yeah, here it is. Oh, Prime. It's going to be on Prime.
Okay.
Our man Joe K all over it. Thank you, Joe K. Yeah, titled Bye Bye Barry.
Yo, SD, I'm going to get to your comment too, man. I ain't forget about you. I don't know who's calling Michael Taffy Daddy, but we ain't doing it on here, at least not on our show. I don't know if anyone's doing that on their show here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I haven't heard that yet. I ain't calling no other man daddy. Can't do it. Laffy Taffy, that might be the best he gets for me. But Andy's a Westlaker, so I gotta, tread water a little bit. But yeah, man, Michael Taff, let's get 3 in a row, man. Three interceptions in a row. That's
that
what
would be
I
big
mean.
time. You know what that would call for?
An Ollie Pop, baby.
He would get an orange squeeze Ollie Pop. I'm just saying.
Michael Taff, ball hawk. Looking
9
like
grams.
a young John Lynch back there.
Oh, yeah, baby. Michael
That's
Taff.
the only white safety I can think of right now. So
Michael Taff. I'm bigger than Michael Taff.
Oh, he looked a little swolled up when I
Okay.
saw him in the presser.
But listen,
But you see him personally every day, so maybe not.
I thought Blake Gideon was going to break in half when he was playing.
Yeah, he wasn't the biggest.
But Blake Gideon started every damn game of his Texas career. Every damn game. And played for a national championship in 2009. Hell, he caught an interception of a fake punt that Nick Saban tried from his own 23-yard line at the beginning of that 2009 national championship game. That's why I was like, oh my God, Texas is going to win this game. And then record scratch.
See, y'all don't remember that. Everybody wants to remember Texas Tech, but they don't remember Blake Gideon and all the good things he did. That's what I'm saying. It's a cold world we live in, man.
It's a cold world.
It's a cold world.
It's a cold world.
God,
but
man.
This is why this game tomorrow is so big, Zay, because Texas has 3 Big 12 championships. Oklahoma has 15.
Damn. Wow.
So it's time. It's time.
Damn, Bob and Lincoln were stingy as hell.
You got the most talented roster. So figure it out. Solve the puzzle. Problem solve. Make it happen. Steve Sarkisian and company. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Like I'm expecting. I mean, if I don't see the best effort tomorrow that I've seen all year, then where's the culture stuff? Because the culture stuff, which I think the culture's been great. I'm not hearing about this team drifting. I'm not hearing about guys getting content or contentious.
No player meetings, really?
Huh?
No player meetings.
No, I mean they're tied in. They want this.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting a great effort tomorrow. I'm expecting an Alabama type effort tomorrow. I don't know if Malik Murphy can do it, but the coaches need to put him in a position where he's not having to read that middle safety and getting tricked. They need to simplify, whether it's just, hey, don't scan the field for 1 second to make it look like you're throwing deep, but you're going to Jonathan Brooks over here. You're going to Kalen Robinson over here. You're going to Jordan Whittington on the smoke screen. You're going, whatever it takes, whatever he's most comfortable throwing, and they can get that ball out before K-State's defense can get there. That's all we need. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Just matriculate the ball down the field. Make the sticks move.
Yeah, that's the scariest thing. I mean, if you look at Kansas State's quarterback situation with Johnson and Howard, and you look at Texas quarterback situation, who has the better quarterbacks right now? I would say Kansas State, just because Will Howard, he's won a Big 12 championship before.
For sure.
He's been to Jerry World and won that game, even though he's been very inconsistent this year, which is why you've seen Avery Johnson, come into play. They have the better quarterback room for the Wildcats, and that's a little terrifying. So you're right. Sark definitely has to put these guys, specifically in Malik Murphy, in a good situation for him to be successful. And, the long stuff, I'm good with that. Over 20 yards, I'm good with Malik Murphy throwing that ball. The short game, I'm good with that. It's the intermediate game that I'm a little worried about. That stuff, the crossers and the deep outs and stuff, where Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy could definitely do some damage, but can Malik Murphy hit those guys on the money and on time to move the chains? And Sark, one thing that he's had trouble with throughout his young tenure here at Texas is the fact that sometimes he's not willing to take what the defense gives him. He's not willing to dink and dunk his way up the field for, maybe a 15-play, 8-minute drive. Like, it seems like he'll just get a little carried away and then do something where it's like, okay, we got to go deep in a time where they're not giving it to you. They know it's coming, but you do it anyway. You can't do that with Malik Murphy. So taking the points, even if you're on 4th down and you want to, ignite that confidence in your team. I understand coach's standpoint on trying to show their team confidence and show the team that he's behind you when you go for it on 4th down. But you also got to be smart. When you went for it on 4th down with Burt Auburn and you were up 21-7 and the game shifted there against U of H, that wasn't smart. That wasn't smart at all. We don't need that Sark this Saturday. You can't afford to do that. You already got a lot of disadvantages with your quarterback situation. You cannot make it worse for him. So, Defense, obviously, they have to be on, but at the end of the day, Malik Murphy, he has to play well enough to get the win. And to do that is to make life easy for him, and that's relying on guys like Jonathan Brooks and the rest of that running back crew.
Yeah, we're going to talk to John McClain coming up at 2:00 right now. Real quick, I want to tell you about Apple Leasing and getting into the car you really want to be driving, because some of you are like me. You only bought used cars because you didn't want to pay for the future trade-in value of that car. And you're like, I'm going to wait till that depreciates and I'm just getting the value. Well, that's great, except you're also getting someone else's problems, someone else's repairs. At Apple Leasing, you're getting into a new car, a better car than you thought you could afford, because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car, and it's new. It's under warranty. You're not paying for repairs. The only thing you're paying for is gas, baby. And you're picking the interior, the exterior. Whether you want a car in the $400 range or you want a Range Rover, they're going to get you any make or model of car. And all you got to do is call 346-9977 and tell them Chip Brown sent you. Don't forget, Apple Leasing, appleleasing.com. Go see for yourself. Pick any make or model of car. Don't lease from a dealership. They're not going to let you out of that lease if you want to change make and model of car. Apple Leasing, you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years in there? No problem. Easy lease. Everything at Apple Leasing is easy. appleleasing.com, 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Great Blue Heron Furniture. I can't say enough about this. Guys, Christmas is coming. You want to blow her mind, or ladies, you want to blow his mind, or maybe you just want to do something nice for yourself, go to greatblueheronfurniture.com. You can design your own furniture. They walk you right through it, whether it's bar stools, love seats, chairs, couches. This is high-end leather furniture that is built for a lifetime, not this rickety furniture you get at the box stores that you like, suddenly you're like, what the heck? Everything's coming apart. No, Great Blue Heron Furniture, built for a lifetime. And of course, once you sit in your Great Blue Heron Furniture and check out AV consultations and the big screen TV and the surround sound, new lighting, electronic shades, Tom McKay and his crew bring everything to you. So don't go to the box store. Don't do any of that stuff. Just go to avconsultations.com, or better yet, just call 255-8678 and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. That's what it's all about. So Zay, speaking of OU, why do I have this silly feeling that Mike Gundy's going to finally get out of his own head and win tomorrow?
Because Ollie Gordon, that's why. Because that dude has been an absolute problem. And Alan Bowman's been playing some decent football. And they've been beating teams that you didn't think they would ever beat after losing to South Alabama 33-7, by the way. That's not just losing to South Alabama. It's getting blown out at home in Stillwater.
I called that win too.
You did call that. Yeah, you did call that.
Now here I am trying to talk myself into Gundy, who they don't have a single player on defense that I'm like, oh, not one.
Yeah.
But he's got him going a little bit right now. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you would think Oklahoma would bounce back after losing to Kansas last week, but sometimes teams just figure you out. And again, I'll continue to say all season long, them without Andrew Anthony, that's going to be a big issue.
Yep, you said that immediately.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a big issue. He was their star player. And, thinking about this Texas Longhorn team, if JT Sanders isn't available tomorrow, or if he's a little gimpy, a la like the Red River shootout game, and he wasn't worth a flip on his blocks or catching the ball, really, that's going to really hurt Malik Murphy, because that's somebody that you can rely on. That's security blanket that you could just throw the ball to, and he's so damn athletic and so damn talented, he could go get you some plays if it might look overthrown or too high or too low. JT Sanders is that talented, plus with Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell, all the attention that goes to them. Yeah, they could definitely use JT Sanders tomorrow. But as far as Oklahoma, I expect them to bounce back. It's hard for me to pick Oklahoma State in this game. And you talk about Mike Gundy, that record, I don't help him at all. So if he has those guys, foaming at the mouth because they know this is the last Bedlam game for who knows when, then maybe they could use that to their advantage. Plus it being in Stillwater, that has to mean something too. We know how tight everything is at that stadium. But yeah, I just feel like Oklahoma, they're going to play with their heads on fire in this
Danny
game.
Stutzman has an ankle injury.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Danny Stutzman got injured in the Kansas game.
Man, damn.
Brent Venables says, I think he's going to play against OSU.
Well,
but it's questionable.
Well, I guess Danny has time to get his hair braided on the sideline since it might look like he'll be there for a while on Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Allen Iverson style. Hey, that's what I'm saying. OU, they got – when they beat Texas, that was like their Super Bowl. Everybody, Brent Venables with the backwards hat and all that shit. I was like, okay, y'all, there's a lot of season to be played. Like,
making T-shirts.
Yeah, making the T-shirt. A lot of season to be played. Stay humble. We heard Stretch yesterday. Stretch didn't like Malik Murphy coming out, bouncing around and getting all hype and stuff. Stretch old school coach. He was like, yeah, act like you've been there before. Oklahoma, act like you've been there before, which you have 15 titles. CB says 14 since 2000.
14.
Yeah,
14
come on,
titles.
man. Come on, man. Act like you've been there before, Brett. I know this is your first big-time head coaching job and stuff out of big-time Power 5 and stuff, but, yeah, they act a little unfamiliar. That's how they acted to me, and now adversity is struck. So, hey, you ain't got no tears from me, Chip Brown, at all. 0 tears from that situation. We got injuries, too, over here in the 40 acres. Deal with it like everybody else in the nation. Deal with it.
No tears.
0.
No tears, baby.
What Mary J. Blige say? No more crying in my life. I ain't never gonna hurt again. No more drama in my life.
Is that Brian McKnight?
Man. Huh?
Is that Brian McKnight?
No, it's Mary J. Blige, man.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was
man.
like, damn, Zay, you in the choir? Were you in the
Hell no,
Bowie?
I wish.
Were you in the
I wish
Bowie
I had a
Bulldogs
voice.
choir?
No, 0 voice here. 0. I wish I had a Barry White, Brian McKnight type of voice. Barry White, whew, all the women that he used to get as a big fella because of that voice. Lord have
Isaac
mercy.
Hayes.
Yeah, Isaac Hayes, man.
And,
Both of those guys, rest in power.
Don Cornelius.
Your boy.
Don
C.
Cornelius.
So Train. Yeah, man.
Hey, did you watch that movie Fast Break?
No, I haven't watched it yet. I forgot. Let me
Damn.
put it in my notes right now.
You're my guy. You're my basketball guy.
Yeah, let me put it in my notes.
It's one of those, it's so bad it's good.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm with that.
It's kind of the American Pie of basketball movies. Like, it's not that okay.
It's not that slapstick because
Not
American
that
Pie
slapstick.
is slapstick.
It's not that slapstick.
Okay.
But it's I think it's funny.
Yep.
I think it's funny.
Hey, if you have Kool-Aid jokes and Bernard King in it, I'm game.
Come on, man.
I'm game. Yo, CB, I saw Wemby last night. Yo, 38. It's already happening, Spurs fans. They beat Kevin Durant twice, back-to-back games in Phoenix. They had Booker back last night, too. Oh, my gosh.
Did you see?
Wow.
Did you see Wemby's Halloween costume?
Yeah, Slender Man. Yeah, pretty creative. I like him, man. He's great. He's great for the league. He's great for the Spurs. Like him showing up dressed as somebody for Halloween shows me that
He's got personality.
He has personality. He can be the face of the league because they're always a little nervous about making those European guys the face of the league. And Giannis is doing a good job. Joker don't even want to be it, so he's not doing a good job. Luka does a good job, and Wembanyama, he's obviously going to be a star, already is. That 38 he put up last night, it was too easy. He's hitting step back threes. The Spurs are finally realizing, oh, when he cuts to the rim, let's just throw it by the rim and he'll go get it. Like they didn't realize that game one, Vassell and Johnson. Now those guys are starting to realize it. And yeah, man, that dude, special. When you make Kevin Durant look small,
they called the Wemby pick.
Oh, yeah. I've been talking about him for like the last 3 years. Yeah, I've been talking about this dude for the last 3 years, man. It's just
Zay has the international basketball package on his TV.
Shit, I wish, man. I do my research. People send me things, you know.
Zay's got some bootleg cable that allows him to watch every basketball game.
Hey!
In Turkey,
just tell everybody.
Basketball in China.
Yo, if the feds come knocking on my door in 30 minutes, you bailing me out. So just know.
I'll hook you up, man.
All right, yeah, you bailing me out.
I'll hook you up with the password to my bootleg cable. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Don't think we ain't gonna talk about that nasty ass possum in Lubbock too. Disgraced. Yeah. That's so nasty, Chip. That's so nasty. Oh my God. Like,
yeah, they had to bring animal control in to scoop that thing up.
It was hissing and stuff. That thing was so foul. Man, and what's crazy was when Stretch told us the story about when they went to Philly.
Oh, yeah, and those
they had the trash strike and they had the big ass rat. That's what I first thought of. I was like, yep, of course, Lubbock, trashy. They throwing tortillas on the field. You know that possum's trying to sniff it out. He smells that food.
Yeah, put the food away. Get rid of the possums and the rat. Come on.
Nasty, man. Nasty.
John McClain would never allow that at Baylor.
Never.
John, how are you doing?
Guys, I'm fine. How are y'all?
We're good. John McClain, legend, Houston Chronicle, longtime columnist, NFL Hall of Fame voter, now cranking out columns for radio610sports.com.
Sportsradio610.com.
Sportsradio610.com. Isn't that what I said? Sportsradio610.com. Sportsradio610.com. I love it because I always, if I need anything Houston, I go to sportsradio610.com and my man John McClain's all over it, whether it's the Astros, the Texans, the Cougs. Are you writing about the Aggies at all, John?
No, I don't write about the Aggies. I don't write about Baylor, U of H. Mainly I write about Texans, NFL, Astros. Since the Rockets, I think, are going to be a little better, I may write about them some. They actually have won one game. And I'm still bummed they didn't get Victor Wembanyama, especially after the game he had last night. My goodness. I'm just glad he didn't go to the Mavs.
Well, John, the Houston Texans, they're in bounce back mode.
They've lost 2 games with no time left. The only team in the league that's happened to. That's been their last 2 losses. And they're favored by 3 over Tampa. They were favored. Let's see. They've lost 5 in a row when they're favored. Not just the spread, but they've lost the game. They're favored again. There's only one team that's lost more in a row when they're favored to win. That's Carolina. And so they should beat Tampa Bay. Bucks have lost 3 in a row. Baker Mayfield started off 3-1. He hasn't played poorly at all. He doesn't have a running game. Defense is good. They're number 1 NFL in turnover differential to +8, which is unusual for a loser. Texans are +5, so that's unusual for a loser. But they're both 3-4. Both are desperate to win.
Yeah, John, the Texans right now, they're 10th when it comes to playoff picture. And, right, obviously they're trailing the Jaguars. But, yeah, it just seemed like they couldn't put up many points, only 13 against the Carolina Panthers, which that's a hungry team. They were looking for their first win and obviously got it. And Bryce Young won that first showdown. What did you notice in that game, man, for the Texans moving forward?
C.J. Stroud started off really well, and in the last 3 games in which they're 1-2, teams have changed what they're doing against him, and he and the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, have not been able to adjust, which is not surprising for a rookie quarterback. Rookie quarterbacks almost always struggle. He didn't have many struggles in the 2nd through 5th games, but he has, and they haven't been able to respond. And he wants to throw the ball down the field, and that's what teams want him to do. And he's been good about not forcing passes, been very disciplined, very poised in the pocket. Only 1 interception this season, but he also only has 9 touchdown passes. So they can't run the ball because their line can't run block. Now they got a new center, 4th starting center Texans have had since starting training camp, when this last year's starter went down with a season-ending knee injury. 2nd-round pick, Juice Scruggs, replaced him. He went on IR with a hamstring injury, and he's still on injured reserve. Then they had a rookie 6th-round pick who was playing guard. Jared Patterson started every game, and now he's done for the season with a fractured fibula. So they're down to a veteran who signed from Miami, who's a backup center and guard. And we don't know if their left tackle, Laramie Tunsil, will play. He doesn't practice. And he's had a nagging knee injury now that's kept him out. So they still have issues in the offensive line. It hasn't hurt them so much on pass protection as it has on run blocking. Their running back, their leading rusher, Damian Pierce, I believe he's out in this game. And doesn't matter because he hadn't been able to run anyway. So they struggle big time, putting way too much pressure on rookie quarterback without a running game. So they got to get their offense together. Their defense has been really good. They're giving up 18.3 points a game. Over the last 3 years, they gave up almost 27. And so they've reduced that by 8.4 points a game. And D'Amico Ryan's, what I can't figure out, excuse me. And I wrote a column on this week on sportsradio610.com, is about how they've improved their run defense. They've been the worst in the NFL for 3 years in a row. Last year, they gave up 170 yards a game. Now they're giving up 99 in the last 3 games, 5 games, 91, last 3 games, 74. They've done a remarkable job stopping the run without a lot of new defensive players, which shows you what coaching can do. But in their 2 losses on field goals with no time left, now their last 5 games, the defense has played really well except for one series. That one series happened to be the last one in which they couldn't get off the field, and the Falcons and Panthers kicked game-winning field goals with no time left.
John, I've been meaning to ask you about Henry To'oTo'o because he played for Alabama last year, and now he's the leading tackler for the Houston Texans. Give me your impressions of Henry To'oTo'o from Alabama.
I watched a lot of Alabama games the last 2 years. First year, I wanted to watch Bill O'Brien since he'd been hired by Nick Saban to see how he did now that he went back to college and Bryce Young won the Heisman. I watched him last year. Still wanted to see O'Brien, but I also wanted to see Bryce Young because I knew the Texans had a chance to get him because I knew they were going to be really bad. And so a lot of times I'd be on my phone reading or switching around, watching other games, and I kept hearing To'oTo'o, tackle by To'oTo'o, tackle by To'oTo'o. And I'm thinking, boy, I'm glad I don't have to write his name. And so he had played at Tennessee 2 years before he transferred to Alabama, of course, and he was there in the 5th round. I was stunned. A lot of people were surprised. They took him. They like Alabama players. Will Anderson, Jr., 3rd overall. Christian Harris, linebacker, 3rd round last year. But Toa comes in here. He's a middle linebacker. And the reason they think that he was available in the 5th round is because number one, there's so many linebackers who are available in that area, 3rd through 6th or 7th round. He happened to be one of them. Linebackers don't stay in on all downs, especially the middle guys. So they drafted him, and they said at the time, this was the knock on him, that he didn't run up and pound guys in the gaps and hit them the way you wanted. Instead of hitting them head on, he kind of gave them a shoulder. So right away here, he's hitting them head on. Then, excuse me, they lose Christian Harris to an injury, and they move to outside. So he's played inside and outside. He's struggled in coverage at times, which is not surprising for a rookie. He's not a pass rusher. They like him in coverage, but of course, you're going to be covering some guys that are really good, tight ends and running backs. He's been a good tackler, and I would say, considering they have him in the lineup, Christian Harris is now out of the lineup. He hadn't played well. That Toa has done really well, and they're very, very happy for him. And when I type his name, I still have to look down to make sure I have the 4 O's and the 1, 2, 3 apostrophes.
It's like 2-2 with the apostrophes between the O's.
Let's see. T-O apostrophe O, big T-O apostrophe O.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of people, I could get, let's see. People ask him, I knew how to pronounce his name because I heard it so much, and they ask him, and people, we still got it right. Toto, Tua. Finally, he's made enough tackles and had his name mentioned enough. Everybody's got it down.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of Alabama players, Will Anderson, how do you think he's done in the first 8 weeks of the season?
Will Anderson, the Texans, this is hard to believe. Going into this last game of Carolina, they had 9 sacks. Will Anderson had 1. And yet Will Anderson was 3rd in the NFL in pressures. So they had 6 against Carolina. Could have had 8. Anderson had 1 called back because of a penalty. Jonathan Grenard had a career out 2.5, would have had 3.5, but 1 was called back because of his face mask penalty. And they are according to next gen stats, the Texans are number 1 in the league pass rush win rate. And yet they still have 15 sacks, and Anderson has 1. So he's getting good pressure. He's great against the run. One of the reasons their run defense has improved as much as it has is he and Grenard, good pass rushers, but also play the run and set the edges. They don't let people get outside for long runs. So they're happy with Anderson. You know, J.J. Watt had 5.5 sacks as a rookie. Anderson has 1 at this point. He keeps coming so close. And he's had 2 called back because of penalties. So at some point, he's going to start getting sacks. They'll probably come in droves. A couple of times he's driven quarterback 2 other players to get away from him. So they love Will Anderson Jr.
What about my man Jalen Petrie? He's got that.
You're a man. Give me a break. You cover the Longhorns.
I love Jalen Petrie.
Can't everybody loves Jalen Petrie?
That's why Matt Rule was the man and Dave Aranda's not.
Because they can't recruit. They won 2 years ago with all Rule's players. Now they're not recruiting guys like Jalen Petrie.
Terrell Bernard.
The reason all Baylor people love Petrie is he committed early from Stafford High School here to go to Baylor, play for Art Briles. And then when the scandal hit and everybody was allowed out of their commitment by the NCAA, and every one of them left. And like Devin Duvernay, thank you. You're welcome, Longhorns. And they scattered, went everywhere. Quarterback went to A&M, and so they went everywhere, except one player stayed, and that was Petrie. And he was good, but he wasn't great. And then when Aranda got there, they changed positions. He played with some other talented player like Terrell Bernard, who's starting for the Bills. And Petrie was Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12. Baylor won the Big 12. Then he came in here as a 2nd-round pick. And the last story I wrote for the Houston Chronicle before I retired from the Chronicle was about him and how good he was going to be and how I predicted he would be a captain in his second season. A lot of people, that's just because you went to Baylor. And he's captain in his second season. He played every game as a rookie. One of, I think, 3 or 4 players, not counting special teamers, who played every game last year. And this year he started off, he was injured in 2 of them, but he came back. They love the guy. Coaches love him. Teammates love him. Of course, I do. And I keep telling them, if you want to win more, play all your Baylor guys. Graylin Arnold is safety, backup. I said, get his butt in the lineup. You'd start winning more. John Weeks, their deep snapper, is the best snapper in the history of the NFL. People laugh, and I say he's now in his 14th season. He's never had one bad snap. And when I say that, he says, I'm going to jinx him. I said, yeah, you said that 8 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, and so far he still don't have one.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. What's the status on Derek Stingley Jr.?
Most people say, who?
Oh, man.
If you look at last year's draft, one of the things about Nick Caserio, he doesn't make coaches take players they don't want because the coaches won't play them. Coaches have control over the game day roster and who plays and who doesn't play, who does and doesn't play. Lovie Smith was the head coach. Lovie wanted a corner. So we'll never know how much Lovie wanted him, if they gave any seriousness to Sauce Gardner. So they take Stingley. Stingley was highly rated, but he'd only been healthy that freshman year that LSU won the national championship. And he was great. People said that kid playing in the NFL right now. He was never totally healthy after that. He came into the NFL as a 3rd overall pick with a bad foot. They kept him out of training camp, kept him out of preseason. Then he played 9 games. He played pretty well, played like a guy that had been out a long time. Then he got a hamstring injury, missed the last 8 games. Starts off here. Oops, gets a hamstring injury. He's now been out 5 or 6 games. So it's almost like, you say Derek Stingley Jr., and the defense is playing great without him. And their other first-round pick, Kenyon Green from A&M, 16th overall, he's out for the season. Disappointment as a rookie. And then he plays in preseason. He didn't play well at all. He was benched. And then he blows out, I think, his biceps, maybe his triceps. He's out for the year. So they didn't get anything out of the first round last year. And Stingley will be back at some point, and you hope he can stay healthy, because if he goes down again, Nick Caserio, he'd be getting roasted right now if the defense wasn't playing so well under D'Amico Ryans. In the game Sunday at Carolina, where they gave up 1 touchdown and 225 yards, only 4 players who were on the team, only 4 starters were not on the team last year. So it's not like they've had a big personnel overhaul to help make them better this year. They had 4 guys who were not there last year starting. So that shows you it's scheme and it's coaching.
John, I got to ask you about this Cowboys-Eagles game. This is the game of the week in the NFC. The game of the week in the AFC is over in Frankfurt, Germany. But Cowboys-Eagles in Philly. How you see this one playing out?
The first of 2, of course, and it's a 2-team race. The Commanders, Giants are terrible. Commanders are waving the white flag, and Ron Rivera's gone. They're probably already looking for their next coach, as they should be, even though he still got a job. It's not like the Raiders. They can openly look for another head coach and GM. If the Cowboys could beat them at Lincoln Financial Field, people are going to go, whoa. They're going to have to take the Cowboys seriously. Cowboys haven't been taken seriously since they got embarrassed by the 49ers, and they've beaten some bad teams. Dak Prescott's played better. He has not played as well, as consistently well under Mike McCarthy as he did Kellen Moore. And maybe he will. Maybe from this point on, those two will get on the same page. But McCarthy, to me, his play calling's left something to be desired on a consistent basis. Philadelphia, even though Jalen Hurts has turned it over more than they want, is the only team in the league with 1 loss. Eagles are favored. Eagles, it's funny, they give up. I think they've already beaten Washington twice and gave up 30 points both times, 31 on Sunday. So the Cowboys, can score. I thought the Cowboys should have made a big push for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline, because I think the Cowboys with Dak next year, they're going to have to make a big decision on Dak's contract, go all in. CeeDee Lamb at some point, people are going to double him, take him out, and make another receiver beat him. Brandon Cooks hadn't done it. Gallup hadn't done it. Now Ferguson, the tight end's okay, but they don't have a Dalton Schultz. So I thought they should have gone after Adams. Maybe the Raiders would have taken less for him because he's so unhappy, and that unhappiness is apparent, but they didn't, of course. But do they have a chance to beat him? Yeah. Dak's played really well against the Eagles over I think the last 2 or 3 seasons.
John, the other game that Chip mentioned, the Chiefs and the Dolphins. The Chiefs had a very uncharacteristic loss this past weekend against the Broncos. And, hey, people in Kansas City think the sky is falling, but they still got Patrick Mahomes. And it's a weird game with it being in Germany. Who do you like here?
Well, they don't have Taylor Swift, and they have not played as well when she's not there. And 2 games that they've lost, she hadn't been there. They put on the board before the last game how much better Travis Kelce's stats are when she's there and when she's not. And so she's picked up that Eras Tour again. I'm guessing she's not going to be there anytime soon, which is bad news for them. They're struggling right now for an outside receiver, kind of like a guy like Tyreek Hill. They could use him. Now, they won the Super Bowl without him, so it's okay. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Miami doesn't win this game. Tyreek Hill wants to have a big game to show the Chiefs and their fans what they're missing, even though he loves it in Miami. And I think it's going to be a great game. It's on, I think, at 8:30. And it's in Germany, where they're crazy. They're even crazier for the NFL in Germany than they are in England. And I think it's fun. I'm going to get up and make sure I watch it before I go to NRG Stadium. Then when I get there, I'll watch it, because most of the games, let's see, last year was the first time they had a game in Europe in which both teams had winning records. Problem is, most of the time they gave them the Jaguars. Well, this game features 2 teams with the best records they've ever gotten. And those games sell out so fast, and they have waiting lists for several 100,000. So I don't know what the limit would be on tickets. I don't know how many of those tickets go to scalpers. Don't know how many go to fans over here, like at the Dolphins and the Chiefs, or if it's German fans. But the fact is, they sell out fast. And I don't think the NFL will put a team in England without putting a team in Germany, knowing how popular the NFL is there. The way I know all this is Oliver Luck, the former Oilers quarterback, who's had a lot of jobs, and Oliver, who has an international law degree from UT. He was the general manager of the Frankfurt Galaxy in the NFL Europe. And they sold out every game in Frankfurt. And he told me the fans over there were nuts for the NFL. And a lot of it was because of the U.S. Army bases over there, and that they'd been over there since World War II. So it was a lot of daddies and their kids and their grandkids that grew up watching it. And Oliver, who's fluent in German, he would do German TV at the Super Bowl, and he would do the analysis. And that's how much they loved it. And so I'm fired up to see this game. I also love watching those international crowds after going to Wembley Stadium, over 80,000 fans, watching the Texans pound the Jaguars in 2019. It was a great visit, great spectacle. Every kind of jersey was worn there. Earl Campbell jerseys were there from every team, and it was a really fun experience. And I would tell people, I tell them, go to Lambeau Field, especially in the winter. Go to Canton. Hey, don't laugh. Lambeau Field in the winter is the best place. Winter wonderland. And then I tell them go to Canton, especially if you can go on induction weekend. And now I tell them go to Wembley Stadium, because London, it's great to go to a game there.
All right, John, I got to ask you this. Xavier Hutchinson. Does this kid have any future with the Texans? Do they like him? Kid out of Iowa State.
I know he's one of the Longhorns' all-time favorites because he pounded them and then dropped the winning touchdown pass. I watched that. It made me sick. So they draft him here. They get him lower than I thought he was going to go after watching him at Iowa State because he's got great size. He runs well. He looked really good in training camp. Preseason, he played for Tank Dell when Dell had a concussion 2 or 3 weeks ago. He had to catch a couple of reverses. He will definitely help this team.
Okay. All right. I took him in my rookie dynasty draft late, and I stashed him. I just want to make sure.
They got a lot of receivers on this team, and like Noah Brown, who they signed from the Cowboys, he had been on IR. He came out. He had 2 31-yard catches each of the last 2 weeks. He had 31-yard catch. Xavier Hutchinson is next up. Next time Robert Woods went down, so that meant Noah Brown was playing. If somebody else goes down, Hutchinson will play, and a lot of us want Hutchinson to get on the field. But the problem is they don't have room because of the guys they have out there.
Right. I know. I saw him behind Tank Dell. All right, what's going to happen with your Baylor Bears tomorrow at 2:30, taking on the Iowa State Cyclones? Speaking of Iowa State,
no, Iowa State's already beaten them last week. Boy, I wish I could have bet you on that game. I would have bet Iowa State and I would have given you. Let's see, I could have given you
Houston at
18
Baylor
points and won. Who cares? Baylor's terrible. U of H is terrible. First time they played since '95. They're both 3-4, and U of H is coming off its first shutout in like 1,000 years. They were humiliated by K-State. I'm much more interested in K-State and UT. I'm glad that game's on at 11 because I like to watch games all day after I watch College Game Day on ESPN. Then during commercials, I switch over to the rip-off on Fox, big noon kickoff. And so that's how I learn about college football and more than any other thing I do. So I can't wait to see the Longhorns. Last week, everybody wanted to see, we all wanted to see Hardge, and then they pound BYU with Murphy. So, Longhorns are loaded with talent. And considering, I think we talked about this last week, Quinn Ewers, it's his throwing shoulder. He's got a chance to make a lot of money starting next year. A lot of people have him first-round pick. Nobody has him lower than a second-round pick. He doesn't need to be getting a shoulder injury that requires surgery. And so I'm sure that Steve Sarkisian and the coaches feel a lot better after Sunday. But Kansas State, as you guys know, defending Big 12 champion, it is amazing to me that K-State and Kansas are good. We're talking about Lawrence and Manhattan, and U of H and Baylor are terrible. U of H recruiting the biggest area in Texas, second biggest in the country to LA. Baylor and Central Texas recruiting all of Texas, and Kansas State are better. Both of them hired small college coaches who'd won national championships. I'll guarantee you, schools looking now are going to be looking at somebody like that who's won some national championships at the lower level.
Chris
because
Kleiman.
Leopold and Kleiman have done tremendous jobs. And Longhorns ought to win, of course. It's at home, but man, that's going to be a good game.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
John, you're the best, my friend. Always appreciate the conversation.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for letting me talk a little college football. My other 16 shows don't. It's all NFL, and I love talking colleges too.
You do shows in Nashville too, don't you?
2 a week, Nashville, Knoxville, Las Vegas.
What do you
San
think of
Antonio.
Levis?
Levis, I watched him last night. I have to keep up with what's going on with the Titans because of those shows up there. I thought Will Levis showed me a lot. His offensive tackles, my God, he could sue him for non-support. And I felt bad for him. But yet he stood in there and he throws a lot of passes off his back foot, but his arm's so good he can do it. They almost pulled it out. I think they found their quarterback. They'd be nuts to go back to Ryan Tannehill. He's in the last year of his contract. Takes up about $39 million in salary cap space, but he's got to be gone. And Levis is here to stay. They were smart to trade up to the second pick in the second round and get him. I had him going in the first round in all 9 of my mock drafts, including a couple as high as the Texans second overall.
How about that?
Yeah. One last one for me, John, before we let you go. Are the Bengals, are they back? Cincinnati?
Zay, I'm not so sure right now. They're not the best team in the AFC. We'll find out the winner of the Kansas City, Miami. Bengals started slow, 0-2 because of Joe Burrow. He just didn't have it because that calf muscle kept him from setting up the way he wants, pushing off the way he wants, hurt his mobility, dropping back, but he's got it now. He's playing great. Joe Mixon's helping them run the ball better. They're big time. Right now it's Kansas City, Miami, and Cincinnati. Buffalo, too inconsistent. Those are the big three in the AFC. And then in the NFC right now, it's Philly. We all thought 3 weeks ago it was the 49ers. And if the Cowboys win Sunday, it's going to take on a whole new light in the NFC, because then the Cowboys will get them at Arlington and a chance to sweep them.
Yeah.
Yeah. My Lions are just laying in the weeds, baby. Laying in the weeds.
Lions, I might end up with home field advantage because their schedule's easy and they play in a terrible division. They may not lose another game.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that. You can only play who is on your schedule.
That's right. And right now, they bounced back pretty well after that annihilation at Baltimore, but that might have gotten their attention. Sometimes coaches of teams that are doing really well, they don't like losing, but if you're going to lose, go ahead and get your butt kicked so they can use it. It's kind of like a wake-up call to a team, and I think that's what's going to happen with the Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs showed everybody why they took him where they did.
Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs won the angry runs.
He sure did.
Little, whatever that thing is, scepter from my man Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football. All right, John, you're the best. Let's do it again next week.
Chip and Zay, thank you guys very much. Look forward to it. Good luck to the Longhorns.
All right,
Thanks,
there
John.
he is,
Appreciate
John
you, man.
McClain, getting it done on Sports Radio 610.com, Zay. I get that right? Sports Radio 610.com.
Sounds right.
Yes.
Sounds right.
I got it right. Sports Radio 610.com.
Yeah, man.
All right, we got stuff to do, man. We got I did save you a little chip shot. So let me give you
There we go. All right.
a little chip shot real quick, since our man Ricky Williams was out at Covert Bee Cave today. And by the way, if Ricky Williams was playing football still, he'd be wearing the Brain Vault mouth guard because it's the best. Look, patented because it is proven to reduce the effect of concussion, developed by our man, Dr. Greg Eckert, dentist, Austin's dentist, and Bijan Robinson wears it. Look, if you've got a kid who's in cheerleading or lacrosse or flag football, they got to wear a mouth guard to protect themselves, not only their teeth, but their brains. And this Brain Vault mouth guard is unbelievable. And they do group fittings. So if you're the team mom or the manager or the coach, go to brainvault.com and schedule an appointment for your whole team to get fitted. They'll come to you. It's that simple. Brainvault.com. You got to protect your little ones, protect not only their teeth, but their brains. Brain Vault mouth guard, brainvault.com. All right. So Ricky Williams, iconic. Here's the thing. Zay, there is so much irony that Ricky Williams is being commemorated this weekend. Not only the 25th anniversary of his Heisman Trophy that he won in 1998, but he's also receiving the Texas X's Distinguished Alumnus Award. These are the awards that have gone to the greatest graduates ever at the University of Texas, from Walter Cronkite to, Matthew McConaughey. And so Ricky Williams, we wouldn't even be talking about the Heisman Trophy, because when he went to play K-State on September 19th, 1998, he ran 25 times for 43 yards, and Texas got pulverized 48-7. And I was there, and I was at that post-game press conference with Ricky Williams, and people were asking about how rough it was. He fumbled in the game, and the guy had run for close to 600 yards in his first 2 games, and everyone knew he, came back for his senior year to chase Dorsett's record, help Texas win, try to win the Heisman. And he, got a few questions. John Bianco, the sports information director, is like, okay, let's wrap it up. And Ricky Williams, I'll never forget, said, no, I'll stay here. I want to answer everybody's questions. And it was the most amazing thing I've ever heard, because he had just gotten his ass kicked up and down the field for 3.5 hours. And he said, everyone wrote glowing stories about me. I got to stay here and answer the questions on a day like today. And someone said, do you feel like you lost the Heisman Trophy today? And he said, I don't know. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help my team. And the next 2 games, Ricky Williams ran for 300 yards in each of the next 2 games and 11 touchdowns.
Oh my God.
And he just said, excuse me while I whip this out, because he then went to the Cotton Bowl. He honored Doak Walker by wearing number 37. He had become friends with Doak and Doak Walker's family. Doak Walker, of course, the Heisman Trophy winner from SMU. And Ricky wears number 37 and runs for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns when Texas beats OU. And his season just kept going, getting better. He's helping Texas win. And it all culminates with the 60-yard record-breaking run against A&M in a 26-24 victory. And, of course, Ricky Williams wins the Heisman. And we were talking about this the other day, that Mac wanted Ricky to cut his dreadlocks because he felt like people wouldn't take him seriously as a player because of the hair. And Ricky was like, screw it, man. I'm going to turn pro. And Sally told Mac, you need to lay off this haircut thing. Like, this is who you're not reading the room, Mac. And Mac backed off, and Ricky kept his dreads. And Ricky, I think, will tell you, it was Sally Brown who kept him at Texas because she valued his individuality. She went to Cal Berkeley. She's kind of for being a genius real estate businesswoman, self-made millionaire, she's also an independent, outside the box thinker. And so Ricky Williams' portrait for the Heisman in the Downtown Athletic Club became the first Heisman portrait of a player with dreadlocks. And they had a little burnt orange tint. If you remember, when Ricky played, he tinted the tips of his dreads burnt orange. And it's the coolest thing about that portrait that hangs in the Downtown Athletic Club in New York. And how cool that Ricky Williams is going in as a distinguished alumnus at Texas with all the greats, Tommy Toon, Wes Anderson, Matthew McConaughey, K. Bailey Hutchinson, Walter Cronkite, all Red McCombs, blah, blah, blah. He's going in with Ross Moody, who presides over the Moody Foundation, which has given you the Moody College of Communications, the Moody Theater, the Moody Center. The Moody Foundation is one of the biggest foundations in the United States. He's going in with Ross Moody. He's going in with Dr. Wong, who is like a pioneer eye surgeon. He's going in with the first woman ever, first woman female fighter pilot ever to instruct at the United States Air Force Weapons School, Jeannie Leavitt. He's going in with Ed Hyman, who is been ranked number 1 by institutional investors in the United States. The guy's an economic genius. And he's going in with John C. Goff, who is the head of Crescent Real Estate, who for people in Dallas-Fort Worth, he's, Crescent Real Estate owns the Ritz-Carlton, Canyon Ranch Resorts. The guy's a multi-billionaire. And Ricky Williams is going in as the CEO of Heisman. HIGHSMAN. It is his cannabis lifestyle brand. So Ricky Williams, authentic, unique, true individual from day one to now, going in as a distinguished alumnus at the University of Texas, Heisman Trophy winner, and CEO of the cannabis lifestyle brand Heisman.
Yeah. That deserves a standing ovation. Absolutely.
Congrats, Ricky
man.
Williams.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
there he was out at Covert Bee Cave today, Zay.
Yeah, man. With the dreads. Still rocking the dreads. Still clean. Hey, yo, Ricky had a nose ring too. Don't sleep on that. The dude had a nose ring back in the day. Like only brothers that could pull off a nose ring in the 90s were Ricky Williams and Tupac. That's it. Those were the only ones, man. And there go Ricky right there, signing autographs, talking to the people over there at Covert Bee Cave. And yeah, he deserves everything. Talk about somebody that's always been comfortable with himself. The NFL tried to get him out the league, and he was like, yo, man, this helps. Y'all look at it as the ganja, the chronic. Well, I look at it as medicine. And nobody understood that then. And now everybody's calling him a pioneer. And it's amazing how, life works that way. And now Ricky is definitely enjoying the fruits of his labor when it comes to cannabis and whatnot, but yeah, he's just a great person, and just the fact that I never heard that story where they got blown out in Kansas State and they were trying to wrap it up, and he said, no, I'm going to answer these questions. Like, that takes a real man, especially somebody that's 21, 22 years old. A lot of guys ask Cam Newton about running away from questions in the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? That dude was a professional then. Now, people will say Ricky was a professional too because he played minor league baseball, but I digress a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what Texas fans would consider their favorite ganja smoker, Willie Nelson or Ricky Williams. Probably Longhorn fans would say Ricky. But yeah, there's probably some old heads out there that say Willie too. And yeah, I think Ricky Williams should always be honored, man. Like, he has a statue there for a reason, the name for the field after him. Like, he's just a cool individual. And yeah, those Miami days, oh my gosh. Dolphins, like, the Saints, we ain't worry about that. But those first few years in Miami, wow, that's just unbelievable how good he was.
Yeah. And Colin, just go to Heisman.com. Go to Heisman.com.
Yeah, be careful, Colin. The fans come
out. Gotta be 21 to go on that website.
Be careful, Colin. If you in the state of Texas, be careful, dog. You know what I'm saying? Be careful.
Well,
Joshua, we already talked about Wembanyama, dog. We already talked about it. You missed that part.
Well, it is time for the right call with my man Zay Collier.
Yeah, well, it ain't gonna be about basketball, but it is that time. Absolutely. Before we get going, though, let me tell y'all about Covert Bee Cave, the Covert Auto Group where Ricky Williams was at today. Have been around for over 100 years in the greater Austin area. Dan and the crew, they do a terrific job, and their high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles will hook you up during the time of the year where everybody is trying to find that gift, that great present to put a smile on whoever's face. You could do that with a brand new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle at Covert BK, because they got 7 terrific brands to choose from in Cadillac, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. You can go find what you want at Covert BK. They got the SUVs, they got the trucks, they got the cars. It don't matter. They got what you want. If you want to check that out, go to covertbk.com and you'll see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
All right. Now it's time for the right call.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And another terrific petty story, Chip. You know, this now this one is really bogus. This one is really bogus. So do you know the rapper Blueface? He's pretty new. So he's kind of ahead of your time. He's ahead of my time too. I don't listen to Blueface either.
Let me text my son real quick.
Okay. Yeah, he'll know who Blueface is. Yeah, I know Tiger. Tiger will definitely know who Blueface is. So Blueface was at the Rams game at home a couple of weeks ago. Not the one with the Cowboys, the one prior to that at SoFi. And this fool has strippers at the game. If you see that, all that rump shaking, that is at a Rams game. Yes. Now,
right there.
Right there, right on the field, right in the little on-field suite things that they got at SoFi. That's the new wave. They got it at the Vegas Stadium. And yeah, this dude, he's throwing not dollar bills. He's probably, they dollars. He a cheap son of a bee. He throwing the ones, man, and they rump shake it. There's no nudity, but these women are in thongs. If y'all just see us, if y'all hear us on the app and didn't see the video and stuff, they're in thongs, but it's pretty scandalous. It's pretty scandalous. So, who commented on this? Who was offended? Rams quarterback Matt Stafford's wife, Kelly Stafford. Yeah, if y'all remember her from the Rams parade, she was the one that helped the woman that fell on the ground where her husband just said, ooh, and didn't help during the parade. Kelly was the one that picked old girl up. And she was not happy about Blueface bringing the strippers to the stadium. She said this, what I'm so mad about is this is supposed to be a family experience. Coming to a football game, there were children in the suites next to them. If you have that kind of stuff happening at games, adults aren't going to want to bring their kids. Blueface heard what Kelly had to say and commented himself and called her what you call every white woman that is being a little conservative, I would say, or just kind of being the Debbie Downer, Karen. He called her Karen. Karen on here, shaking my head. I paid for the suite. If I wanted you in the suite, Kelly, I could have paid for that as well. Your nephews and daughter have seen worse on Instagram if they already live in LA. Welcome to LA. So yeah, I'm gonna ask you, Chip Brown, where do you stand on this? Who's in the right and who's in the wrong?
Listen, everybody's right. Everybody's right. Everybody's right. Blueface is getting the attention he wants. He needs to pump up his album or his concert tickets or something. And so he's trying to build up his cred with his audience, and Kelly is, trying to look out for the kids in the suite next door or whatever. And those two do not cross paths. Their demographics do not intersect.
What you mean? I know both of them.
Huh?
I like both of them. Well,
yeah. So they live in different worlds. This is okay.
This is okay.
Blueface has got his shtick. He's got to live up to it. He wants, he was sending out those social media reels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's He's like, I'm at the Rams game. I got Cinnamon and Misty and Sugar Pants over here. And we're all chilling. They're giving me they're getting me hyped for the game.
Oh, not Cinnamon and Misty.
Or whatever, And then you got Kelly Stafford over here.
Yeah.
Who's looking out for the family entertainment. Probably doesn't want those girls anywhere near her husband. But that's okay. They're both right in their little worlds. They don't intersect. I get this one. So we don't, Kelly said her beef. She needs to just, hang out, and Blueface is doing his thing. And if he's paying big money for that suite, yeah, he can have the strippers in there. Like, the Rams didn't tell him he couldn't. The Rams didn't kick him out. The Rams didn't come in there and say, honey, you need to put some clothes on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That we know of?
I didn't see it.
Security didn't show up?
Yeah.
Security didn't show up and say, ladies, you need to go back to the strip club. You need to go back to stage 9.
Yeah.
You don't get to stay here and watch the game today. No matter how much Blueface is putting in your G-string. Right? Am I wrong?
You ain't wrong.
Did I miss?
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Hey, I feel Blueface, man. It is what it is. You got to provide some sort of extra entertainment if you can. And if you got it, then go head on, man. Go head on. You making it rain, doing it all. What I would tell Kelly Stafford, her husband is a former Georgia Bulldog. Georgia has some of the greatest strip clubs in the world. So she has to know. I don't know if they met in Athens or if she's a Texas gal, I don't know. So I feel like she should know, but she's also a mom now. So her views
She's
could
watching
change.
Dora the Explorer.
That's what I'm saying. But also, like, you can focus on the field, though, Kelly. You don't have to focus on the rump shanking and all the rumbling and stumbling goodness that's going on at Blueface Suite. Watch the game. Focus on your husband, because that has to be nerve-wracking, isn't it? Like, every snap your husband takes, he could get Joe Theismann. So I'd be more worried about that going on than what Blueface has going on, But hey, it's fine. I get it. She's a mom. She doesn't want all that wildness going on. And yeah, she said
her wild days are over. Her days at the strip club, hanging out with Matt at the strip club.
Yo,
those days are gone, man. Back in Detroit. Now she's got kids. She's watching Dora the Explorer with Sniper the Fox and the backpack. And, I get it.
I get it.
We got people living in different worlds. I get what Blueface is doing. You gotta pump it up,
Yeah, yeah. By the way, just to piggyback off of another right call topic that we have this week, Joe Smith, he gone. He left old girl. The girl, his wife had an OnlyFans, or excuse me, it was her girlfriend, his girlfriend, the one that had the OnlyFans. Yeah, he left. He walked out. He left the crib.
Hey,
so she's
maybe
single now.
Have you checked in on our man? Oh God, former Longhorn, big man.
Tristan Thompson?
No,
Kai Jones.
Kai Jones.
Yo, he's putting out workout videos like crazy. I pick him up.
He's back.
He looks good, man. Looks athletic, looks springy. Hey, he's the only person thus far that's ever dunked on Victor Wembanyama. So that should say something. In the Summer League, Kai Jones caught him on a poster. So it was an alley-oop. Wembanyama was kind of ducking, looking around, and Kai Jones on his head. Now, again, that medulla oblongata, something going on. He ain't all there. But Kai Jones talented, man. You can have somebody with him. You can let them see a shrink. Y'all got the money. It's the NBA. Take a risk. You know, he didn't need to be in Charlotte. Charlotte is so toxic. Every one of their players has luggage. So that ain't the right place for Kai Jones to be. But he's a Texas alum. The dude still has a lot of potential. He can't be over 23. You know, let him. Somebody needs to pick him up. At least give him a G League opportunity. But yeah, man, right now he's just in the lab putting out highlight videos. Hopefully he could get noticed, but he might be having to call some European numbers in a little bit.
Blueface is putting out videos to pump up his brand, and Kai Jones is putting out videos to get his brand back in the game.
Yeah, but those same videos that Kai Jones has put out have hurt his brand.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be doing rap.
You don't need to be rapping.
He doesn't need to be doing what Blueface is doing anymore.
Or the TikTok videos. He can't be doing that either. He just
keep doing those push-up videos and workouts and like shoot a rack of 25 balls from 3 and show everybody.
Yeah, show everybody that touch, man. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Remind people why you were drafted.
Yeah.
Because they've seen too many of your TikTok reels.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not good.
It's not good. The worst one was when he was dancing at the soccer game, his ladies' soccer game. He's on the sideline.
Yeah, he's over by himself, like looking like he's on something.
Looking like he's on that Flavor Flav. That's what he's looking like.
Yeah.
Like he's on that Flavor Flav, man.
Dude,
Yo, man, where are we at on our
totally
picks? We just stopped doing it because you were absent like 4 Fridays in a row. We got to get back on our picks.
You got picks?
I can throw something at you.
Let's go.
Let's get it. All right now. Oh, well, hold on. Let me pull up what Vegas is talking about. But yeah, man, we need to get back on that.
Are you ready for my picks?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, I'm taking Oklahoma State.
What's the line?
6. I get Oklahoma State +6 at home. I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm just saying they're going to cover.
I like that, though. I like that.
Ollie Gordon, don't let me down. All right, I'm going to take, is the line still 4? Because I'm going to take K-State to cover the 4.
Ooh. Yep, mine's still 4.
All right, I'll take K-State. I think Texas wins 23-20. So I got K-State, and then I'm gonna go with, you know what? I'm gonna go with Georgia at home over Mizzou. I'm not buying it.
You're not buying it?
Mizzou
minus 15?
15, and is it 15?
Yeah, one of these sites is 15. I don't know what you.
Okay, we're going by ESPN.
Okay, what's it say there?
I figure that's the easiest. Let me get you that. It's the least I can do. All right. Georgia, Missouri. The line is 15.5.
Yeah. I don't know. That's high. Luther Burton's nice. Brock Bowers still out. I don't know.
All right, you talking me out of that one?
Nah, I'm just letting you know what's going on. That's all.
Well, I thought about either that or taking the Wyoming Cowboys -6 at home against Colorado State.
Oh, damn.
But don't tell my son I'm picking against his school.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Tiger be all right.
All right, then I just think I mean, who's Missouri beaten?
Kansas State
at home.
Yeah.
Like, Missouri on the road has beaten Vanderbilt in Kentucky.
Yo, don't sleep on that Vanderbilt win. It's probably distracting with all that construction they got going on at that stadium. That's a disgrace to the SEC, what Vanderbilt's doing. Like, I get it. I don't care about academics, but damn.
I'm sticking with Georgia, minus 15.5.
All right.
So K-State, Oak State, and Georgia. What you got?
All right, man. Taylor Heineke time. It starts now, baby. It starts now. They got the Vikings coming in. Falcons -4, taking the Falcons. Blowout. Bijan Robinson and Taylor Heineke is going to be the best thing you've seen since Aikman and Emmett. Come on, man. Come on. Let's go. On top of the NFC South right now. About to get home field advantage. Let's go, Falcons. That's one for that ass. Next one, Cowboys +3, taking the boys. The link.
So you got the Falcons -3.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Continue.
Cowboys.
Boys.
Going to the link. Handling their business. Dak's hot right now. He's confident. Yo, if Sam Howe could do it, Dak can do it. If Sam Howe could put up points like that, and I'll take CeeDee Lamb over Terry McLaurin, not by much, but I'll take him. I'll take that roster that the Cowboys have over the Commanders, even though the Eagles won both of those games. The Commanders making those dudes work. The Eagles still feel like they're figuring stuff out. You know, Deron Bland on A.J. Brown, lock up. This ain't the Des Bryant X either. This means lock up, clamps. I got the Cowboys plus the points, man. Let's go.
Cowboys +3.
Yep, let's get it. And then last one. Where are we gonna go here? Oh yeah, Dolphins. I'm taking the Dolphins. Take the
Dolphins plus 1.5.
Yeah. Take the points. I don't care how mad Patrick Mahomes is. You going all the way up to Germany. You know, they wanted to blame Brittany Matthews or Brittany Mahomes last week for getting Patrick sick. Ain't that cold? They always blaming her for shit. She don't deserve that, man. She a little crazy. You know, she a little out there with her screaming, Patrick!
Well, aren't you the one who pointed out that she didn't really like Patrick until he started getting good at football?
Oh, yeah. But she's loyal, though. Like, it was in high school. It wasn't like, you know, she jumped on the train when he got drafted. They were in high school sweethearts. So she did kind of, you know.
She was with someone else in high school.
Yeah, she's older than him. I want to say when she was a senior, he was a junior. So she was playing hard to get and
He was crazy about her.
Yeah. Yep. And now
he came around once he started, you know, becoming the starter at quarterback.
What are you trying to in high school though?
I know, at White House High School.
Yeah, you can't count that. That's loyal to me. She ride or die.
Okay.
She ride or die. She got handshakes with Taylor Swift and stuff. She ride or die. But yeah, man.
We're good with Brittany.
We're good with Brittany. Yeah. She's a Raider and all, but she ride or die.
Brittany Mahomes.
I still call her Brittany Matthews. It took her a while to really cuff that.
Oh, because you knew her when she was maiden name.
Yes. Yeah, they just been together for like 2 years. I mean, married for 2 years. So he went the LeBron James route. Sometimes you gotta make sure, like, okay, when I get this money and all the endorsements, are you that same woman? You know, because LeBron and his wife, even though he got kids that are like 20, I want to say they didn't get married till like 5-6 years ago. Like LeBron, you knew, but LeBron was like, "Do I though? Do I really? You know, is this woman gonna turn on me when I get this lifetime Nike contract?" And she has it. So,
what's her name?
Somebody on the Coda text line 512-222-9328 talking about she a gold digging blonde. Come on, man.
She's Larissa Pippen.
Larsa.
Nah,
she ain't Larsa. Larsa, a cold-blooded snake. You better know that grass before Larsa
is a gold digger's gold digger.
Oh my God.
She wants that Pippen fortune, and she wants some hooks into the Jordan fortune. She wants to make sure Mama gets paid.
Oh wow, yeah.
She wants to have buy an island money.
Yeah, the only people that have screwed over those Chicago Bulls are Isaiah Thomas and Larsa Pippen. That's it. Those are the only ones. Joe Dumars and Bill Laimbeer and Larsa Pippen, they're in the same category.
She's a bad boy Piston.
She's a bad boy Piston. Yeah, she needs to
in
be
the
a part
eyes
that
of
squad.
Scotty and Michael.
Damn shame.
We have run over.
Yeah, where they at?
There he is. Moneybags. What up, Moneybags? Yeah, player.
Those are no longer lasers. Those are the strobe lights for me partying in Vegas here in a couple of weeks after I collect that 7K.
Did you see the Queen video I sent you?
Yeah, that was great.
Brian May rocking the
BK
Rangers
today.
jersey last night in Dallas.
I'm assuming that those guys have a chance to do that from time to time, but that's not an every night thing. Or maybe you go to whatever city you're in and you wear the most recent championship jersey, but it's not always just a handful of nights later, you know?
And they only put that on for We Are the Champions.
That's very poetic. I'm glad that they fine-tuned their acts to pluck that low-hanging fruit and feed it to the audience, because I'm assuming that it's the loudest the audience got all night.
Crazy.
Now, let me ask you about a couple of other Queen songs and whether they perform those.
Fire away.
Fat Bottom Girls?
Yes.
Hell yes.
That's
Bicycle
my
Race?
favorite one.
I'll send you that one too, because Adam Lambert sang that right in front of us.
Bicycle Race?
Bicycle. Yeah, I'll send you that one too. Yeah, it was, and Adam Lambert's voice is insane.
He's got a good voice.
That dude can sing.
Got a good voice, and he's got really good abs too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a showman.
That's what you need
Trey, I never asked
to fill in for Freddie Mercury as Queen's frontman.
Yeah,
Hey, Trey, I never asked you, what were the kids for Halloween since you missed game 4?
Yeah. My daughter was a werewolf.
Wow.
It was a cool costume, but she ended up realizing that the fiberglass latex mask, not very comfortable to wear from house to house. So she was essentially wearing the wolf body. I think she abandoned the gloves too. So she was just wearing the wolf body, running around with one of her friends who was also half wolf, half 9-year-old. And then my son was a pirate. Very adorable.
Yeah.
So they didn't go with like the Disney characters this year. Thank you for that, Chip. They didn't go with the Disney characters this year, the cartoon characters. They went more generic, and I think that was a little bit more enjoyable than if they were dressed up as Power Rangers or members of Paw Patrol.
Yeah. Now, no razor blades or Molly that looks like M&M's in the bag, huh?
I hate to spoiler alert everybody on this one, because I know this is an annual part of the Fright Fest that is Halloween. Nobody's putting razor blades in apples. There was one example of that from back in the day, and that was a dad who did it to his own kid. Shame on him. And the whole poison and candy thing, maybe if you're going to really seedy neighborhoods, but nobody's getting poisoned in their candy. Everybody's buying the candy at the same places, the grocery stores, the Walmart.
Zay, did you go get your discounted candy?
No, man. I forgot.
Still some left. It's going to be all red licorice at this point, but
what's your go-to, Zay? What's your go-to?
Reese's.
What's your go-to?
Yeah. Good Reese's.
Reese's?
Yeah.
Reese's peanut butter cups or Reese's Pieces?
Peanut butter cups. Reese's Pieces, trash. I do not like Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. If I'm going with the chocolate peanut combination, it's going to be a peanut M&M.
Yeah.
Like in terms of the poppables like that.
Yeah. Chip, you're a Reese's guy too, right?
Say that again.
Reese's and Twix. Yeah.
Twix is a good option. Twix is underrated.
And these little things, these Snickers things.
Oh yeah, Snickers peanut butter.
Snickers peanut butter is good.
So is that a Snickers but with peanut butter instead of peanuts?
I think
so.
Here, let me tell you. Break this down for you.
Yeah.
All right, so it's got everything that a Snickers has got, but you add some peanut butter in there.
So they do still have the full peanuts too?
Yep, there's a full peanut right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that one now.
So what is it? So it has everything, but it adds a layer of peanut butter too. Yeah, that sounds good. That does sound good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I gotta
But
try it.
what is the? Is it the Milky Way? No, it's not the Milky Way. There's a candy bar that's like Snickers, but without the peanuts, and it's not nearly as good. Maybe it is Milky Way. It looks tasty.
Yeah, it might be Milky Way.
Halloween candy.
Oh, my son's calling me. Hey, he's calling me from Spain, so I got to hop.
All right, I'll stay
Zay?
on with Trey.
That sounds like
Zay?
a lie to me, but you enjoy your son's phone call.
Have a great weekend.
You too, man. Talk to you on the other side, Chip.
That's a hell of an Irish goodbye, right? Oh my gosh.
He definitely crushed his kid. I don't fault him for that. I do that with my kids sometimes, but he was ready to go. Jeff Howe is here right now, Zay, so you get to go as well. Have a great weekend. Thank you for filling in on post-game tomorrow. I'm not even going to be able to watch the Texas-Kansas State game in real time because I'm going to be coaching a 2nd and 3rd grade girls volleyball team to a championship tomorrow.
There we go. That'll way, coach.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we shall see. But have a great weekend, bud.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good show.
Thanks, Zay. Appreciate it, Zay. Thank you, sir.
What is happening, Jeff?
All right, first question I got to figure out. I don't know if you've talked about this yet. Did you and Ricky get anything sorted out today?
No.
Okay.
There was a big crowd for Ricky. There was a chance that BK and I was going to get to interview him. I'm not going to spring that question on him if it's in like a simple, quick meet and greet scenario.
Right.
It'll be part of a longer conversation that I believe will be an entertaining conversation for the masses.
I didn't know if there was enough time for that today. I didn't figure there was, but if that needed to be discussed today, I wanted to make sure we got it out in the open first.
So through circles, and I guess circles is through Bucky's son AJ, who I got to meet in person for the first time today. He has asked Ricky about this before because he has been asked about it, not by me, but by other people. And Ricky's like, I have no idea. So Ricky may really not know or may not remember, or he may know and just wants to hold on to it until he can tell me in person what a miserable piece of crap I am.
Or he's still doing it and is like he's ribbing you at this point.
That could be part of it.
He just wants to make you trying to guess what it is.
I've always had a dream I dream a lot about Ricky Williams, Jeff. I always had a dream about talking to Ricky before we actually officially have the conversation and say, you've got to go into outer space with your explanation. Like, just accuse me of some really heinous stuff that I can play along with to just trump things up even more.
Like, well, Trey, I saw a reference to Hitler on your timeline, and that really got me thinking.
Maybe I'm going to have to reconsider just how far I'm willing him to take that one.
So at least we know there's a line. There's a line that can't be crossed. What's up, CB? I see you in the chat.
I tried to convince BK to bet on, well, we wouldn't have ended up betting on the World Series because neither of us wanted to bet against the Rangers for stakes that included embarrassment. Because he's growing out that wheezy pedo-looking mustache for November, my suggested bet before we knew the Rangers were going to be in the World Series was the loser had to wear the Charlie Chaplin mustache for a week at the end of November. He said, I can't do that, man. I said, but you can, though. Just like your people, it's, as I've said to him, it's kind of your N-word. Like, you have the ability to dress like Hitler for Halloween and not get in trouble for it.
See, I don't know. That's not even crossing a line. I don't know what that is. That's something. Yeah, probably not. I'm gonna say anything that is in the realm of impersonating and or replicating Hitler is probably just not good.
No, it's not. But if you can get away with it,
Yeah, as I'm saying, I don't think you can get away with it. I just think there's some historical figures where you just can't do that, man.
That's the N-word for the Jewish folk. You can dress like Hitler for Halloween and get away with it. That is their N-word.
That would be like if your buddy says, if like, hey, what are you going to go as for Halloween? And your buddy says, well, I'm working on this great Osama bin Laden costume. Like, whoa, 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 no. Like, there's a list of historical figures where you can't do that.
I think you can get away with dressing up like Osama bin Laden.
No, he's on the list. He's on the list of just.
Who else is on this list? Genghis Khan?
Probably, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's just. I mean, look, if we're gonna start canceling, like if we're gonna cancel, like I know he attempted to get canceled. It's weird how much more popular he is now since it happened, but like. Shane Gillis, people attempted to cancel him from something he said on a podcast years before. Like if society will accept that, then yeah, I think the cancellation of Hitler should continue in perpetuity. And then there's a certain historical figures where that needs to happen. There doesn't need to be a period where Harvey Weinstein, you can't do a Harvey Weinstein costume for Halloween.
Oh, see, I think you can do the Harvey Weinstein costume, but if you're going to do the Harvey Weinstein costume, you have to do the costume with his rotting member because he's got some disease where his member is just wasting away.
Did he have
evident?
Did he legit have like unit cancer or something?
It's something like that. It's not cancer, but it's like some sort of flesh-eating disease down there.
Yeah, and his manhood was mutilated.
You just mentioned Shane Gillis. Have you seen his YouTube special and his newer special that is now on Netflix?
I have not. I see a lot of the it's kind of one of those deals where if I see that something's got, if it's more than 10 minutes, I'm like, okay, I need to block out time for that. But these like a little 4 or 5 minute clip, I'm all about it. I've seen some of his clips of interviews and stuff he's done. He's pretty he fascinates me.
He is interesting because he is straight out of the, 1980s, early 1990s.
Yeah.
Regards to how he speaks. He's hilarious, by the way. I've seen him in person and I've also seen the Netflix special. And he is now a new citizen of Austin, too. He just moved last couple weeks.
You're right. It's the capital city. Our Fairburg is now maybe the comedy mecca of America.
It's up there with New York, LA, and then I think Chicago to a lesser degree, but it is definitely on that list now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 world-class stand-up comedy joints in this city now. 5 if you want to count the Sunset Strip, which I believe is owned by Brian Redband, who is a part of that Rogan crew. And they've all got really good comedy happening pretty much every night of the week.
CB said something in the chat that apparently Steven Tyler is getting canceled for some recent accusations. What did he do?
I saw that sexual assault accusations back in the 1970s.
Okay.
Two different women have come forward saying that he sexually assaulted them in the 1970s.
Assaulted her when she was a teen in 1975. Okay. That's not good.
That's not good. I don't know if the time limit runs out on something like that either.
I by no means am I a legal buff, but I think that falls under there are certain crimes where like murder, anything involving someone who's underage, and there's maybe something else, but I don't believe there's a statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations. That's what I was looking for. Statutory of limitations, perhaps in Steven Tyler's case.
Well, there's something involving statutory that doesn't fall under statute of limitations, where there is no statute of limitations. But yeah, you know what? Actually, Trey, let's play a fun little game before we get into talking about football.
Oh boy.
We'll look at what crimes in Texas have no. Well, thank you, Google, for this. Murder and manslaughter. Understandable. Continuous sexual abuse of young children, sexual assault, but there's like caveats to it. Aggravated sexual assault, Not gonna bore everybody reading all these various penal codes and what have you. There we go. Indecency with a child, leaving the scene of an accident if the accident resulted in a death, has no statute of limitations. Sexual assault if the identity of the perpetrator is unknown. Trafficking of people, and there's penal codes attached to that, or continuous trafficking of persons. So pretty much the most heinous stuff in our society has no statute of limitations in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, look, the cancel culture thing got out of control right around the start of COVID and just after COVID really ramped up in March of 2020. But it still has to be taken in a case-by-case basis. Like if somebody's getting canceled because they were rapping back when they were teenagers and they said the N-word, like that person's life shouldn't be canceled. It's stupid of them what they did to put that on tape like that, but that shouldn't mean the end of somebody's life. But if you have somebody who is a serial rapist, a serial sexual assaulter, who in a lot of cases was doing it from a position of power like Harvey Weinstein was, or people might point to somebody like Kevin Spacey, then that's a different story. That person needs to roast for the heinous way with which they have treated and harmed others.
Yeah, the one I had a problem with, this immediately came to mind where you're like, okay, it crosses a line. Like when Kevin Hart got canceled from hosting the Oscars, and I'm not saying what he said is right, but
he was a comedian making a joke, though.
Yeah, so this would have been,
if I'm remembering correctly,
7 to 9 years before that. Like, okay, do you really need to try to end a guy's career because he admittedly said something that he probably shouldn't have? But like you said, it's in the comedic form. So how much does it apply? Like that's the kind of stuff where it's like I think you're getting a little too carried away with it.
Yes, and you also have to keep in mind the world that was trying to hold his feet to the fire on that one. Hollywood and Southern California is a world that's rife with virtue signaling too. And it's a world that's also rife with hypocrisy. But I think that's one of the big reasons why we've seen a sort of renaissance with stand-up comedy and why it's so cool that Austin finds itself as a stand-up mecca right now, is that the response to that, the response to the ridiculousness, is essentially the thoughts and prayers of trying to show everybody that you know what the right thing to say is in a situation.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
You say that, but what do your actions speak to? Like, are you doing anything if you feel that strongly about it? Or are you just saying it to make sure everybody understands you know how you're supposed to feel in a given spot? Yeah. So stand-up comedy is truly one of the last, that stage for stand-up comedy is one of the last places that you can get away with saying things that are politically incorrect, as long as you're not doing so in a hateful manner, as long as you are trying to hit both sides of a particular topic, assuming that there is a both sides to be had, but that you're also doing so in a manner that maybe drives to a larger point. And so Shane Gillis is maybe even a step beyond that, because Shane Gillis's bit, like he's actually a really smart guy, but Shane Gillis is kind of known for calling everything gay. Well, that's
what did he say? I heard him in an interview. He introduced himself in an interview. He said, "Yeah, I'm the only stand-up comic who's ever served in the U.S. Been a cadet at West Point and played Division I football, and I'm technically right about both of those things." Because he technically is right about those things. He just never. I think he was at West Point for a month.
Yeah,
6 weeks, something like that, and then he was on. I forgot what school he was at, but Ball State maybe, I forget, but never actually played. And then ended up giving up football.
I'd known that he was at West Point. I didn't realize that he had tried to play college ball someplace else too.
Yeah, it might not have been Ball State. It was either a lower level FBS or an FCS school where he tried.
Ball State does make sense because I believe he's a big Notre Dame fan. I think he's from that part of the country too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's from Pennsylvania. I know that.
Pennsylvania, okay. So close-ish. It's like saying that somebody from New Mexico is from Texas, kind of, but
Elon College. That's where he
Elon, Rick Barnes' former school.
No, Rick was Lenore Ryan, I thought.
Oh, you may be right about that.
But that's, Kelvin Sampson's Pembroke State, so it's like the lower level Tobacco Road. All those schools are there together.
Elon is a crossword clue that I encounter sometimes.
Yeah.
North Carolina College, 4 letters. ELON.
You forget how many when I went to North Carolina for Craig Way's wedding. Actually, the wedding was in South Carolina, but we were stayed in North Carolina. You forget how many like major universities are in that state. Like you wouldn't think of North Carolina as this like bastion of education, but NC State, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, you got Duke, you got East Carolina out on the coast. And then, like we said, you go to your Lenore Ryans, your Elons, your Pembroke States. Like education's booming in the Tar Heel State, Trey.
Yeah, Duke obviously has a very reputable medical school, and it is the place or the last known place that I read about that was trying to invent the invisibility cloak. They were like pretty far along with regards to bending light to make something look see-through. If you had an invisibility cloak, what is the first thing that you would do with it other than go invisible?
I mean, is there really anything else you need to do?
You could go, I don't know, go rob someplace.
Yeah. Man, I honestly have never pondered that question.
Like sneak onto a flight.
I'm trying to think of like what someplace. Huh.
The problem is this isn't like teleportation.
Yeah.
Where you can you can grab hold of your family members and you can all go to Hawaii without having to buy the plane tickets or take the amount of time that it takes to fly to Hawaii and just pay for your lodging. Like the invisibility cloak is a pretty lonely place to be.
Could you do something along the lines of like mess with somebody when they're trying to do something important? Like if there's somebody, I don't know, if let's say this Texas legislature's in session and somebody's up there doing a filibuster, could grab their hands and make them slap themselves in the face or something like that? Just a nice comedic moment. I'd want to do something like that.
Oh man.
Somebody really important, like kick them in the junk so they just fall over and everyone's like, what the heck happened?
Yeah, I guess you can't give them a wet willy, but give somebody like Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick a wet willy or a noogie.
Or a wedgie where you just randomly see like somebody's drawers like rip in half while they're like, just writhing in pain.
The atomic wedgie, yes, where you get the band over their head.
Oh, it's good stuff we talk about on Fridays in the happy hour here. Trey, hey, by the way, thanks for everybody that showed up at Covert BK today.
Yeah, I was happy to see you out there too. That was an unexpected surprise.
I haven't made one of those this year and figured I'd make my presence felt. So Jason, who I know listens to this show, I know he'll probably stop by in the chat at some point. It was good to see him and a few other people. So I know some people got to meet Ricky and get some, I guess, photos and autographs and whatnot. So yeah, so it's a good little time today out of Covert BK.
Yes, it was. And Ricky is in town to celebrate 25 years since he won the Heisman Trophy and obviously broke Tony Dorsett's record on that Thanksgiving Day against Texas A&M at DKR. Still my fondest memory from watching sports live. I was in the north end zone in student seats and just watching him take that handoff and run away from us. Man, that was so much fun.
Loudest you've ever heard that place?
It's in the category, as strange as it is to say in retrospect, like when Texas beat Notre Dame in overtime and what was Charlie Strong's last year, I believe. That was also extremely loud. That turned out not to matter at all because Notre Dame sucked and Texas did too. But that was an exciting point in time.
Is that almost like saying the best vacation you ever went on was with an ex-girlfriend or an ex-wife? Like, yeah, it was good, but remember we got divorced about 8 months.
There is a little bit of that. It's like, man, this was so incredible what happened to us on that vacation. It's a shame that I can't share that memory with that person anymore because, well, we despise one another.
Yeah. Do you know anybody, Trey, where the divorce were like they were friends after the divorce? Because I don't think I know anybody where.
There's a couple of examples that come to mind, and I think they all involve kids. So they're cordial to one another because they want to make sure that they can coexist for the sake of the kids.
Yeah. I want to meet one of those couples where that kind of fascinates me, where they're like, yeah, you know what? Just didn't work out. Still friends, but just decided we couldn't live together.
So I met a guy, gosh, this would have been 2 or 3 years ago at this point, who was telling a mutual friend that we were all just sitting there having a conversation that he was about to get divorced. And this guy was, I want to say, in his late 20s or early 30s. And in saying that he was going to get divorced, he mentioned that they had tried having an open relationship for a period of time. And of course, this perks my ears up because that idea has terrible idea written all over it, right? It's like, this is the step before you decide to separate for good.
It's like getting a face tattoo. It might sound like the thing to do, but you're going to immediately regret it.
Yeah, whatever rationalization is going through your head right now, just try and get it to quiet down. I realize that you're talking crazy to yourself right now. So I asked him about this. I'm like, well, can't help to be intrigued by this. And I'm like, this was destined to fail right from the get-go. And he's like, yeah, it was a terrible idea. He's like, and she's the one who ended up having a bigger issue with it. Like, we both tried to let things play out like that with others. And she got super jealous over it, to the point that we had to completely stop the open relationship thing and try and fix our relationship. But by then it was done.
Like, that's one of those deals where you should know, like, I don't know. It's the equivalent of, I do know a couple people. My wife and I have a couple friends that have gotten divorced, and one was a couple where you could tell, like, this is not going to last for the long haul for a number of reasons. And then you find out, oh, hey, we're pregnant, we're having a baby, and we're going to get married. We're like, not only is that it's not going to fix anything, that's adding, like, you're just dousing the fire in kerosene at this point.
Usually with those relationships, like, people are talking about it leading up to them getting married. Like, what are the chances you give on this one lasting 3 years? The odds are not usually good, you're getting good odds on it lasting longer than 3 years because there's no way that's going to hit.
Yeah. That was one that I'm like, yeah, but like, it wasn't just me, like, everybody that knew those couple. And one, like, she's one of my wife's really good friends. Like, she's awesome, but we knew, like, that marriage was like, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I've got one friend who's in a relationship that I thought was a bad idea from the get-go, and now they're just in a miserable, loveless relationship where they have a couple of kids. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were both cheating on one another. But then I also have a good friend who, he never got married to this girl, but as soon as, like, things started happening and they were getting together, me and another friend were begging him to get away from her because they were, like, just bad news for one another. She also had some serious mental issues, and it's like, this is toxic from the get-go. And if you don't separate yourself from this, something bad could end up happening from it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, a couple months later, she gets pregnant. And now they have a daughter who is a teenager, and he loves his daughter. It's maybe his biggest purpose in life at this point. The mom is essentially all but out of the picture at this point. Like, she still tinkers here and there, but she lost custody because she was such a mess. And so I'm happy for my friend, I guess, that at this terrible string of decisions that he does have this child that he can really transfer all of his hopes and dreams onto until she gets to adulthood. It was also just very unfortunate how things played out, because it was like as soon as she said that, he was like, wow, I should have listened to you guys. I did this to myself. I'm not stable financially. I'm not sure what direction I need to take my life in, but now all of that needs to change to make it all about her.
That's awesome though that he had that kind of foresight. You know what else is good? You've got a good group of friends when I don't know, Trey, if you had one of these relationships before you met your wife. I definitely did. And your friends are like, dude, this is not going to end well. Like, I hope you're not planning on anything down the road. And you're just at that point in your life where, it's your priorities at that age in your early 20s are not very high anyway. It's like, hey, what am I drinking tomorrow night and the night after that and the night after that? But then you've got that group of friends that when it does like go down and everything crashes and burns, are like, all right, come here, buddy. We're not going to tell you we told you so, but let's go. It's going to be all right. And then you get drunk and forget about it and move on.
Yeah. I have one of those examples from my mid-20s. And then in my late 20s, I dated somebody for, 2 to 3 years that my family did not like. And I don't think her family liked me very much. And we were just ignorant to it for one reason or another. And it ultimately ended. I was the one that ended it. And it was like we just wasted a lot of time together when anybody who cared about us tried to let us know that this was not a good thing for you.
Were you guys hell-bent? Was one of you hell-bent on trying to change the other one? Because that's usually those relationships. That's why they don't work. Like the ones before you meet your wife or your husband, those are the ones where you're trying to change somebody and you're just fighting an uphill battle the whole way.
Yeah, I guess that may have been in play from my end to her, but I'm also just a rigid person. And if I see somebody doing something that I disagree with, like, I'm going to speak up and say something about that. And ultimately I realize that you're another grown adult who gets to make your own decisions. Like, if it goes against something that I think or believe ideologically, then I'm going to try and figure out why you're doing that, which is a very long-winded way of saying that this is at a point in my life where I was trying to do a better job of how I ate and exercised and just took care of myself. And she didn't really have any desire to do so.
I got you.
Completely her decision, but it also, it may have worked out to my advantage because it's probably something that kept me from falling for her any more deeply than I did. I don't know what has been going on these last couple of days from 3 to 5, but yesterday Kevin Dunn and I talked about the 5 love languages.
The 5 physical touch, words of affirmation, what is it, like acts of service?
Yep.
That's all I got. I got nothing else, Trey. I'm missing the other 2.
Gifts.
Oh, yeah. Gifts.
Hold on.
I couldn't get the 5th one if you gave me a really big clue right now. Like no, DJ, that's not it, sir. But thank you for the guess.
Let's see. What is his rim jobs? Nope, it's not that one.
I think that would fall under physical touch. I'm not sure, but
true. Just depends on how for or against the anus you are. All right, the 5 are words of affirmation, quality time, gifts, acts of service, and physical touch. So
quality time, yes.
The one that we hadn't gotten. What's your love language?
Probably because there's some people that have more than one. I think you may be predominantly one, but both. I think mine is probably predominantly physical touch, but quality time too. At this point.
Yeah, I didn't realize this until I had kids, strangely enough. Mine is physical touch also, because I really enjoy cuddling my kids. And one of my kids is still okay with it for the time being, but my daughter is not about that. And so I have to recognize how I can show that affection to her in a way that she's all right with, which is back scratches. She's a big back scratch fan.
It's weird how I can look at the person I was like emotionally and everything along those lines before my daughter was born and after she was born. And a lot of that stuff changes once you have kids.
So what has changed for you? Because I feel like for me, it was less about stuff changing and more about me better understanding myself.
Maybe that's it, though. Maybe that's it.
What do you think changed?
I think I've tried to better understand, be more cognizant of, in other words, I would just do things without thinking and just do them, whether it could be the most mundane task. It doesn't really matter what it is. Now I'm like, am I setting a good example? I don't want to be the parent, the do as I say, not as I do. I want to try to set a good example. So I'm cognizant of, is what I'm doing now, or is what I'm preparing to do, is that's going to set a good example going forward? And it's really made me reevaluate a lot of things and look introspectively and kind of figure out, even now at 40, kind of figuring out, hey, what do I value? What am I all about? Don't tie and this is one, man, I really struggle with this, Trey. I'm not gonna lie. Don't wrap my self-worth into my job. That's what I do, but I can't wrap my self-worth. And that process is hard. I know we're getting pretty deep here, but that is a hard process.
Well, let me push back just a little bit, because I just read an excellent book by the guy who is responsible for founding Panera and Kava, and he has some other businesses under his belt also. And so he's insanely successful in the restaurant industry. But he talks about work-life balance.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that there needs to be that balance is incomplete, because sometimes the work can be part of the personal life. It just depends on if you love what you do for a living. And that is part of where you get that sense of self. So I love what I do for a living.
Yeah.
And I probably work more than I should, depending on the week, but certainly during football season, like I'm not working straight 40-hour weeks where when I'm done with work, it doesn't come home with me, or it doesn't stay at home with me, because I work from home for the most part. But it's also important for your kids to see you doing what you love for a living and putting a sort of maximum effort into that too, because that instills a strong sense of work ethic in them as well.
I do agree with that. I just, for me, it's about not getting tunnel vision, knowing when to pull away, managing things to where I do need to make time to pull away. Spend with the family. Yeah.
That is important too. You're absolutely right about that. And by the way, that's really hard, especially in this era of smartphones and whatever other digital technology is already always pulling at our attention. Like I'm to the point now where I'm choosing to leave my cell phone either in the car or at home if I'm just running little errands or going into the grocery store. If there's not somebody that I am imminently about to hear from, then I'll just leave my phone in the car and go do my grocery store shopping. And guess what? It's not the end of the world. Occasionally you miss a phone call, or it takes a couple more minutes for a text message, or you're not right on top of an email, but that person can wait. You and I grew up in an era where you couldn't always get in touch with somebody immediately. Sometimes you had to wait or leave a message or wait until the next time you saw them.
Yeah.
And that was okay. Things were in a lot of ways better when that was the case.
I actually thought about this today. I'm thinking about going back to wearing a watch, so that way I don't have to be connected to my phone to know what time it is.
I love that idea, because the phone clock thing is a big deal. I completely agree with you on that. Have you thought about the type of watch that you're going to get? Like, you going Swatch, you going Rolex?
Definitely not Rolex. Definitely not Rolex. Okay. Before, what was the last? Man, I haven't worn a watch in probably since right around the time my wife and I got married, so about 15 years. I was wearing Fossil watches a lot before wife and I got married.
Love the Fossil watch. I think the last watch that I wore too, as a matter of fact.
But the last one I had, it was so damn big and so damn just heavy and cumbersome. I'm like, how the hell did I ever wear this thing and find it comfortable? So I'm pretty much for the watch game, Trey. I'm gonna have to start from scratch. Like I may go I used to be against these kind of watches. I may go like something with like a leather band.
Yeah. And like, I feel if I were to go watch again, that it would need to be more of a metallic look. My daughter is saying Casio calculator watch. That's what she has right now. And that is a cool watch. It's not quite as cool in a lot of modern kids' opinions than the Apple Watch, but it's the best we could do for her right now.
That's the other thing. I know when my wife and I have this conversation later, she's going to be like, why don't you just get an Apple Watch? And my answer is going to be, that completely defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that your wife has to understand that too, right?
Yeah, but my wife has one of those jobs, like she's a school administrator, so she's always got to have the emails, texts, everything readily available. And it's not it's easier for her to pull away than it is for me to pull away from stuff. Like when I get tunnel vision, when I get hyper focused on something, it's really hard for me I just keep having to go back until I either finish what I'm doing or feel like I reach a stopping point.
You obsess over it. Yeah, I've got some of that too. See, I'm just not a big accessories guy, though. That's why I have a hard time going back to the watch. Like, if I were to go back to a watch, it may need to be like a pocket watch that I'm keeping in my front pocket and that I can pull out like it would be a phone, because I just don't like anything hanging off my wrists. I'm not a big necklace guy. Obviously, I don't have any earrings, don't have any piercings, including piercings that you may not be able to see with clothes on.
You got the Prince Albert?
No Prince Albert.
I had a friend who got one of those one time. I don't think
how much did that hurt him? That had to have hurt.
Well, I was less concerned about his. I was running a newspaper at the time. This was right out of high school, and I'm in my office, and my buddy comes in, and I knew he was coming. I'm like, hey man, I'm in the office, and I've got my back to him. Right, I turn around, and he's standing about 2 feet from me, crank in hand, and I'm like, what the hell was that? And yeah, so there was no kind of leaning into it. It was just here it is.
Is that piercing? It goes through the hole and comes out the helmet?
I think so, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, man.
I hope it's worth it for those who go that route, because that just seems like a pain that is not.
He said it was. I've not asked his wife if that's the case or not. Don't feel like it's my place to know, but
well, if you are going to ask anybody, it does need to be her.
Yeah. So it's this is my friend that he was all into the piercings and the tattoos and everything. I had an earring I wore for a while, stopped doing that.
Left or right ear?
Left. It had to be the left. That old.
That was the era where one ear meant one thing and the other ear meant the other.
That it did, Trey. That it did. Wore the earring for a while. I had a necklace that I wore, but it just, I don't know, taking it off and on whenever I needed to, like I'm getting in the shower, take it off. So it's a St. Christopher's medal, which for the Catholics out there is the patron saint of travel. So I just put that, so I have it with me when I need it. I just keep that in my toiletry bag when I travel, because when I travel, that's going to be with me. So I figured it serves the same purpose. I said the watch, I'm not a big rings guy either. I've even stopped wearing the Texas State ring on my right hand, and I've even gone with the silicone ring on my left hand.
Is that for practical reasons, or?
Actually, my wife and I did this when we went to Disney World this summer, because we figured in that oppressive Florida heat with the humidity, as much water as we would be drinking, like our hands are probably, and as much walking as you do, your hands are probably going to swell, and it'll be tough to get a ring off at the end of the day. Just go with the silicone ring, and it's not quite like when I went from an Android to an iPhone the first time and decided I was never going back, but it's pretty close. I mean, I'm like, I have no wearing the old traditional wedding band. I'm like, just put that in your jewelry box. I'm just going to wear the silicone ring from now on.
I've been told that for the sake of going to the gym, the silicone ring is better than the metallic ring.
Yeah.
It keeps the ring from getting scratched up when you're gripping weights and whatnot.
That's the thing. I was like bumping into stuff, and like I would, especially the Texas State ring, like I would I'm kind of fidgety with my hands sometimes, like especially when I'm driving. So I would like, be knocking it against like the gear shift on the car.
Yeah.
And like I've got like, you can see like spots where I've worn areas in the car raw with the ring where I'm just not, or like on my desk where I'm just knocking it against the desk or something. So I was like, yeah, let's not do that anymore.
So you had a chain with the patron saint of travel?
Yeah, St. Christopher. Yeah.
Were you a big traveler?
No, it's just
what's the furthest you've ever been away from Texas, distance wise.
Probably, and I guess it would have to be Seattle, right?
Okay.
Probably. What's Seattle from Vancouver? Like a couple hours?
I feel like it's more than that. I feel like it's 3 or 4 hours away from Seattle.
Yeah, probably Seattle, New York.
So the upper tips of the coasts. Well, New York's not quite upper tip, but it's getting there.
Just the tip. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things that is, my mom is a pretty devout Catholic, so she just felt like it was one of those deals to keep you safe while you're traveling.
So do you identify as Catholic then, or are you agnostic?
As I like to say, Trey, I was Catholic and then I decommitted, and I'm waiting on an NIL deal from the next religion willing to pony up to let me be a part of their tribe.
Ready to commit to the Michigan Wolverines? Sign stealing schematics.
I have gone to non-denominational churches for a while. No, man, does it shock you at all that now we're finding out that this sign stealing stuff, the PI, a lot of the paper trail is leading it back to Ohio State snitching?
It's not surprising at all. And apparently it was Michigan that provided that great revelation earlier today. It's like, yeah, that doesn't change the fact that you guys are cheating your asses off to the degree that the teams you're playing in the postseason are being forewarned about it so they can put dummy calls up to upset your dumb asses. Right?
Yeah, it's man, there's a lot of things you can compare it in life to, but it's why college football is the greatest sport in the world, because stuff like that happens. Like when I heard that, the first thing that came to mind was, I don't know if you remember this, Trey. This was back in the early 2000s. Alabama got hit hard with sanctions, like 2-year bowl ban. Like it was rough for the recruitment of Albert Means. It's a big, talented defensive lineman from Memphis.
Okay. Oh, I do remember his name. Yeah.
And the school that snitched on Alabama for buying Albert Means was Tennessee. Phil Fulmer's the one who snitched. And it's like,
boy, that's ironic.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Tennessee was recruiting the kid too, but they're like, yeah, Alabama got this kid and they paid for him. And here's how they did it. And Alabama ended up getting several years of probation for that. So
what do you think ultimately happens to Michigan here? I mean, the Big 12 coaches were on a conference call yesterday clamoring for some sort of immediate punishment. Like, I don't know how much the conference can do. We're reliant on the NCAA to maybe take action.
I mean, you have to do something to Jim Harbaugh, right? Because whether he knew or not, this is great. It is an apples and pomegranates comparison I'm about to make. It's like the Art Briles thing. Whether you knew or not, you should have known, and you're ultimately responsible for what happens in your football program. So it almost doesn't matter what Jim Harbaugh knew or didn't know, whether he was openly pushing staffers to go buy tickets to certain games or whether he was completely hands off with it. Something's got to happen to him. Now I say, like, you can suspend him for a year, but I think you and I both know if you suspend Jim Harbaugh, he's coaching fill-in NFL franchise in the blank next year. So you can do that. What did they – I'm trying to think of what the Big 12 did to Baylor. I think they withheld some of the TV money from Baylor and maybe put it in escrow, and they got it later, I think.
Thanks, Big 12.
You could do something like that. I don't know that this is where you need to start talking about anything extreme like the death penalty or anything like that, but I think the harsh I'm against, like, one, punishing the athletes, who most of them were probably none the wiser. And two, I think relinquishing / stripping / vacating wins and championships is the dumbest punishment in sports.
Pointless.
Completely idiotic. So outside of those things, I think you got to punish Harbaugh, and I think the way you can punish the school is punish them financially. You can withhold their, and I don't know, there's all kinds of languages in those, the grant of rights and the TV deals. Maybe you could do something like that, but I'm not for vacating wins or anything like that.
Death penalty is certainly extreme here, and I think it's extreme in just about any circumstance.
How come whenever a college football program gets in trouble, why is that always the place like the extremists go to? Death penalty, give them the death penalty.
Because it happened once and it completely sunk the SMU program.
Like, what? There's no need to go there. Like, there's things you can do, like, other than like terminate the program. There's a lot of things between nothing and terminating the program that you can do somewhere in between there that'll be an appropriate level of punishment. But you don't need to just go in and be like, yeah, you're done. Shut it down.
So death penalty for the program, bad idea. What about death penalty for a coach? Figurative death penalty.
I mean, you can, now that's the other thing with Jim Harbaugh. You can suspend him for a year, but you would need, again, this is where the NCAA has to step in. I know the NCAA can issue a show cause for violations. Can the Big Ten issue a show cause where he's unhireable? I don't know, because then that's in the realm of an NCAA investigation, because that's a punishment that they hand down. So
what exactly does show cause mean? That he's just not allowed to engage in recruiting in any way, shape, or form?
No, well, yeah, that's going to be part of it. A show cause would be, you have to, if you're going to hire somebody that is under show cause sanctions, you have to provide basically a plan on, here's how this guy is going to operate. This is why we feel this coach is a good hire for us. And yeah, they can't recruit. Like, I want to say Auburn hired Bruce Pearl, and Bruce Pearl was still part of his penalty. I want to say they did. And I think they were pretty, if I'm remembering this right, I want to say there were pretty heavy sanctions that he couldn't recruit and do some other things.
Didn't somebody hire Kelvin Sampson when he was still dealing
with? This is from Bruce Pearl's Wikipedia page. So at the time he was hired by Auburn, he still had 5 months remaining on his show cause order. Could not have any contact with recruits during the summer recruiting period, but could evaluate them. So basically until the show cause is lifted, you pretty much you're not going to be allowed to recruit. We asked about Kelvin Sampson. I don't think so, because I think Kelvin Sampson was in the NBA so long that when U of H hired him, I don't think he had a show cause.
Okay.
Yeah, it was at his 5-year show cause had expired when U of H hired him.
See, back to the whole, some crimes you don't run out of time for getting rung up for the crimes. I feel like if you get a show cause, it should affect the next time that you were hired at that level. That's when the show cause starts.
Yeah. Yeah. That would make sense. It's almost like, yeah, you're getting a 10-year sentence, but with time served, yeah, you're only going to serve 3.5. No, what's the point then?
Jim Harbaugh, I know that Michigan has started to find some success in the last few years, and well, now we kind of know why, but I feel like his personality is better suited for the NFL anyhow.
I've talked to guys. I've talked to a couple guys. You remember when satellite camps were a big deal?
Yeah.
Remember those days?
Yeah. It was like 2 to 3 or 4 schools getting together regionally.
Boy, if I had to power rank the things that I've wasted the most energy, effort, and type space on, satellite camps might be number 1.
Did those completely go away with COVID?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you'll see them pop up every now and then, but you don't have staffs going all over the country anymore. At least Sark staff doesn't. But I talked to a couple people that ran satellite camps, and there were guys running satellite camps because somebody had to set it up, and then you hire that staff to come work the camp. So I talked to some people in Texas and around that had dealt with Michigan. And I said, hey, I just, hey, what's your take on Harbaugh? What do you think about Harbaugh? And it was almost unanimous of pause, stare off into the sky, look back at me and say, weird guy. Just a weird guy. I'm like, okay. So there's a difference between like being kind of quirky and kind of aloof and just kind of borderline, maybe giving people a kind of a creepy vibe. I think Jim Harbaugh kind of crossed that line a little bit.
You got to sleep over with a guy that would later to commit to him as a kicker.
Yeah, the Republic of Texas cookie cake he had made for Jordan Elliott.
That was a weird one.
Yes, Glenn, valid resource. Wikipedia is the all-knowing source. I think everybody should know that by this point. That's what you use for all your research, isn't it, Trey? Wikipedia?
Wikipedia, it's a good starting point. Sometimes you just run with it. Like when you see a Twitter headline, you just assume it's fact, even though anywhere from 5 to 95% of what you read on the internet is BS.
Thank you, Glenn, for your support, sir. You want to know how crazy, speaking of 95% of things on the internet are BS, have you seen some of these clickbait sites that are running with like top 5 transfer destinations for Arch Manning, these kinds of stories?
Oh, good Lord.
Okay. This is how off the rails this stuff gets. Like when stuff gets out in the clickbait neighborhood and it starts getting passed around. And, I said this point blank on our message board, Trey, over on the side. I'm like, look, let the casuals and the commoners think what they want. I'm pretty sure everybody that's reading this message board, you're all smart enough to know that this is BS and not to pay attention to it. And it was almost a unanimous yes, we are. So I get a text today. I'm on my way to Covert today. I get a text from my wife because she has gotten a phone call from one of her friends who has they have a family member currently attending UT. And the friend of hers wants to know, hey, can you ask Jeff if Arch Manning is really going to transfer? Didn't elaborate on the text with my wife. I just said, no, that was it.
As in, no, I'm not going to check.
No, I'm not going to check. I barely want to dignify that question with a response, but no. The answer is no.
Oh, man. People are just looking to drum up drama. I saw there's an Astros fan that I'm friends with on Facebook who pushed some random meme after Adolis Garcia went out with that oblique injury, which was very obviously an oblique injury. If you watched Game 3, who the next day or 2 days later, I guess, after he had been taken off the World Series roster, that he had been suspended for PEDs. He was off the roster because he had been suspended for PEDs. And there was just a string of people commenting on, I knew it. I knew he was on something. There was no way he would be able to do that on his own. Like not even caring to look into it themselves, but just choosing to believe a picture of him in pain and may have been some sort of emoji of a needle. With
whatever happened to the good rumors, Trey, like when we were kids, like, hey, did you guys know, like, you remember when the Ultimate Warrior went away and then came back? Like, hey, did you guys know the real Ultimate Warrior, he died. And this is just an imposter. Turns out it was actually the same guy the whole time. But
I do remember that one.
Yeah, the Ultimate Warrior dying. Yeah, you remember that one. You know what I think the funniest one of all these, because, I mean, let's be honest, like Facebook, I'm going to throw Facebook under the bus. Facebook has exposed, like, the most ignorant amongst us.
Yeah.
It's given people that don't need to have a voice, it's given them a voice. This was right around, this would have been right around 2020 election time. What, 2020? Yeah, 2020 election time. Probably primary time. Garth Brooks is doing a concert in Detroit. And Garth Brooks, for those that don't know, went to Oklahoma State. He's really good friends actually with Barry Sanders. So Garth Brooks is wearing a Barry Sanders Detroit Lions shirt. Trey, what was Barry Sanders' number when he played for the Lions?
20.
Okay. The amount of people that without doing any kind of research, just were gobsmacked that Garth Brooks was openly supporting Bernie Sanders' candidacy for presidency, were just beside themselves. That happened. That happened. I don't ever delve into the political realm, but I'm like, come on, surely there aren't that many ignoramuses amongst us that really thought that's what it was.
Yeah, that's a pretty gross misread of a situation. I don't know if this qualifies as that versus people just taking an urban legend and running with it, and how widespread it became, because you ask anybody in this country who grew up in the 1990s and early 2000s, they are aware of this. The Richard Gere gerbil story is one that took on a life of its own.
The Marilyn Manson rib removal.
That was another one.
Yeah.
How do these things get started? Because we weren't living in the same place, but all of us knew about it.
Yeah. Like, see, I told you the Ultimate Warrior thing. Like, you knew exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, we didn't have the internet.
We were kids too, by the way.
Yeah, there was no internet.
That's right. There was no internet, yet somehow we knew. We all knew.
You had to find a friend who had the Mortal Kombat strategy guide to know how to do fatalities. You couldn't just Google that stuff.
No. Yeah, you had to know a guy or encounter somebody at the arcade who knew the proper moves.
No, it's back B. Oh, that's how you do the scorpion spear thing. Okay.
Trying to think of other examples of that from our childhood, adolescence.
The Marilyn Manson rib one, that one's up there.
Well, there was another one with Marilyn Manson too. Do you remember this?
Did it involve jelly donuts? Or am I thinking about Alice Cooper?
You may be thinking about Alice Cooper. The rumor was that Paul from the Wonder Years was the drummer of Marilyn Manson or something.
Oh, I think I kind of remember something like that. Yeah.
And that turned out to be BS. Glenn, no, that's not true about Marilyn as far as we know. He is a world-class POS, though, apparently.
DJ, this was before Game Pro. This was like a Nintendo Power magazine back in the day that you had to get or just buy the actual strategy guide. You had to go like you couldn't even get that at Walmart. You had to go to like Babbage's or KB Toys and buy the strategy guide.
There was a point in time where Nintendo Pro, what was it? Nintendo Power. Power. We were friends with this Japanese kid who lived across the street. And I only say that because I'm pretty sure in retrospect that his dad was a member of the Yakuza mob.
Oh.
But he would get these magazines sent to him from family in Japan that were Nintendo Power before we ever had the English version here in the States. And it read what we consider to be back to front, but in Japan, they read back to front. And it gave us all the secrets before anybody else had them.
Yeah. CB brings up a good one. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Hermie thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That is a good one. Everybody knew about it. No internet to tell us about it. How did that happen? I don't ever really even remember being told that.
No, it just kind of becomes common knowledge at some point, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, DJ, that's what prompted the discussion was.
I think I might know where that one came from a book that I read a few years ago that essentially had to do with Richard Gere and him fighting hard for the Dalai Lama and for the Tibetan monks through various projects that he did, and how that infuriated the Chinese government. And so they started the rumor that he would stuff gerbils in plastic bags and then stuff them someplace else.
Are you as convinced as I am that the Mr. Slave character in South Park is basically just a big rib on Richard Gere?
I think it's at least part of that. Yeah.
It has to be, right?
Yeah. It's not complete. It's not complete Richard Gere, but inspired by, if nothing else.
You know, the Lemmy Winks episode, Trey, that was one where I had to check out on South Park for several years. I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I can watch this.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
That was a little, and I can watch it now and laugh, but back then I was like, you know what? I think this is, I don't know what line it crossed, but it felt like it crossed some kind of line with me, you know?
Okay.
What's that Mr. Garrison trying to get fired so he could file a wrongful termination suit for getting fired because he was gay and decided to bring in Mr. Slave as his teaching assistant. God, that show's so awesome.
Such a great show.
Well, Trey, what did you watch any of the Tech TCU game last night?
I did not. No, I didn't watch. I didn't watch the NFL game either. I was speaking of work. I was in the middle of doing work.
I texted one of my buddies who's a big Oklahoma fan, and I just mentioned a couple observations I had in that game, which for the most part was actually forgettable. And he just sent me back a text, and all it said was, I hope for the sake of those two fan bases that game is as terrible as it could possibly be. And for the most part, it was not much to write home about. Were you as surprised as I was? Because I was surprised when the CFP rankings came out on Tuesday. The amount of respect that it seemed like the committee gave the Big 12. It's like you knew Texas and Oklahoma were going to be in the top 10 somewhere, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
But like for Oklahoma State's got a loss to South Alabama. They're in the top 25. Kansas, you figured, would probably be in the top 25 because that went over Oklahoma, and then Kansas State's in there. Which Kansas State's two losses. One was to Oklahoma State, and then one, the Eli Drinkwitz trying to give the game away against Missouri. That's their other loss.
Yeah, the Missouri loss obviously looks less bad now since that game was won in last-second fashion on a 60-plus yard field goal. And even the Oklahoma State loss looks less bad now, too, because that was a point where Oklahoma State really got its act together and has really played much better since. Alan Bowman at quarterback, but then really Ollie Gordon III leading the country in rushing. Like, that was kind of his coming out party against Kansas State, to go along with the fact that Kansas State was terrible that night. Will Howard, awful.
Stud. Ollie Gordon's a stud, man.
He is really good, and I'm actually kind of glad that we're not playing Oklahoma State in the last month of the season unless we meet up with them in the Big 12 championship game, because I think it would give just about any defensive problems.
I remember because I got to remember what recruiting cycle Ollie Gordon was in. Was he 2021?
I don't know. Where is he from?
Euless Trinity. He's a Euless Trinity kid. Ollie Gordon. Okay, Ollie Gordon was class of 2022, which I think we can agree, like, Texas they've been okay at the running back position. But it was one of those deals where, like, he kind of came onto the scene a little bit. That's actually a really good eval by the Oklahoma State staff. And kind of when he started to blow up late during his senior year at Trinity, Texas actually came in and offered, but it was too late at that point. Like, Oklahoma State got in on him early and got him committed. So props to them for making that happen. But I think, as nice as it would be, try to think about, if Texas had Ollie Gordon, they're doing okay at the running back spot. Like, Jonathan Brooks is one of the top, 3 to 5 backs in the country right now.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe assumption, especially when you consider the Pro Football Focus numbers being out and the grades going against this Texas offensive line being very good at run blocking. So, I think maybe those are skewed just a little bit, but there's also a lot of truth there. And it also speaks to how Jonathan Brooks is able to do a lot with a little.
Yeah, he's getting to the point. I mean, you can't directly compare him to Bijan and Roshan, but where he's like those guys is those guys did a really good job of maximizing runs. Like, if it's blocked for 4, man, they can get you 5 or 6. If it's blocked for 8, they can get you 12.
Yeah,
Jonathan Brooks,
Bijan especially, because he makes these tiny moves that frees a lot more up for him in the way of yardage.
Yeah, Jonathan Brooks right now, 580. He's got 583 yards after contact, over 4.5 yards, over 4 yards per carry after contact. Like Ollie Gordon right now, Trey, 4.67 yards after contact per attempt. Missed tackles forced. Jonathan Brooks right now, 6th in the country with 50. I'll tell you the one takeaway I had from that game last night for Tech, Taj Brooks, who's a Manor kid,
at
Tech. Taj Brooks is becoming a really, really good running back. Like it just kind of popped in my head. I was trying to think of that game, but Taj Brooks right now, second in the country in missed tackles force, 68. So that he's becoming he's become a really, really good back for them. But that's Ollie Gordon's really good. It's gonna be tough. If you're a first team all Big 12 running back this year, you earned it.
That's true.
Jonathan Brooks,
first team backs right now are him and are Gordon and Brooks, right?
Yeah, and then you got Taj Brooks. Texas fans will see Treshaun Ward at K-State tomorrow.
The weird thing about the Kansas State running back situation, though, is DJ Giddens has been the good running back between those two at times this year, including I think in last week's game. But Devin Neal has been good for Kansas. This is a league that has a lot of talented running backs right now.
Amani Bailey at TCU's closing in on 1,000 yards, and he's averaging 5.5 yards a carry.
See, I don't even know much about him. I have not watched anything of TCU this year. They suck so bad. I try and avoid those games.
You know what, though? I'll give myself props because I haven't gotten much right this year, especially when it comes to hypothetical unit plays. I've been terrible against the spread. But I will give myself props for calling it that when everybody went ape what over that Colorado TCU game in week 1. Like, we're going to look up in the middle of the season, and these are going to be two pretty average, if not below average football teams. It's exactly what they are. Neither one of those teams is very good.
Great call by you. One of the calls that I have gotten wrong up to this point, even though I think there's still plenty of time for them to play decent competition and show that they're not great, is I thought Iowa State would be the bottom feeder of the Big 12.
Yeah, I was thinking it was West Virginia.
I thought West Virginia would be down there also, and both of those teams have exceeded our expectations right now, including Iowa State being tied atop the Big 12 standings. Now, that may change tomorrow. They're hosting Kansas, so they do have the home field advantage. And Jalen Daniels is likely not going to be a part of the Jayhawks roster the rest of the year, unfortunately, because of back spasms, or maybe holding out for more money for the next team that he plays for. But this is a big point for Iowa State to prove that they are at least middle of the pack in this conference in a year where they completely suck on offense.
I feel, though, like Andy Kotelnick, he's got it figured out. He's got a plan with Jason Bean that they can probably go win with.
I'd like to think so also. He's been a little bit up and down, though. Like, he started to look better as a passer a few weeks ago, but last week he was pretty pedestrian. And that win over Oklahoma, which I wouldn't have expected. I thought he would have need to be good for them to beat the Sooners, but they beat the Sooners on Devin Neal's shoulders and him running the ball, and then them playing pretty good defense too and forcing turnovers.
That's the thing. They are so much better defensively than I thought they were horrible last year defensively.
Yeah,
I mean they were winning games because they were winning in shootouts.
Yep.
Now they're able to force turnovers. They actually do a really good job of getting to the quarterback. They're one of the better defenses in the country in terms of sacks per game, tackles for loss per game. So making some negative plays. They've got some decent enough corners, some decent enough DBs where they can force some turnovers. So the fact that Kansas, we knew offensively they were going to be good. And even without Jalen Daniels, they're still pretty good because of the talent around Jason Bean. And like I said, I think that staff's kind of got it figured out what they can do with Jason Bean in terms of formulating a plan to win with. The thing that surprised me, though, Trey, is how good they've been on defense. That was not the case against Texas, but I think Texas has the kind of personnel that the style of play Kansas wants to play with, I think just gives them a lot of problems just because they're so big. Makes it really hard for Kansas to do what they want to do.
Yeah, maybe so. Chip dropped some news on BK and me just before Chip and Zay started at 1. JT Sanders, I guess, re-aggravated his ankle injury at practice at some point this week, and Christian Jones has also been banged up.
Yeah, I think it was Tuesday's practice that he did not. I think Christian Jones did not finish practice on Tuesday.
What was the issue there?
Don't know what the issue was. You also have Malik Murphy's been dealing with. I don't know what his injury is, but I know he's been a little banged up.
I've heard he's been dealing with a back issue off and on.
Is that what it is? Okay, yes, because I know we were told he didn't practice Tuesday, but did practice Wednesday. So Take that for it. And I, I see the concern, Trey, but and I'm not, this might sound like I'm, kind of sweeping it under the rug, but I'm not. I think sometimes when we hear injury reports dealing with Texas, it can sound like the sky is falling. But I think some of that is maybe it's tough to see the forest through the trees sometimes, which everybody in the country is dealing with that stuff right now. Everybody's got guys that are beat up. What you hope is if Texas ends up being okay from this, what you hope is now that depth that we spent all offseason talking about, that Sark spent all offseason talking about, that depth needs to be really good for you right now.
Yeah.
And like we've seen at safety and at linebacker and even at corner, it just might so happen that some of those depth pieces that your better guys on down the depth chart might just be some of those freshmen, whether it's Anthony Hill or Derek Williams or Malik Muhammad. You got talented guys. They might be inexperienced, but they're really freaking talented.
Speaking of Anthony Hill and then Maurice Blackwell coming back, and I know you are the driver of the Maurice Blackwell fan club train, truck, or whatever the vehicle is at this point.
I had to park the Daniel Young bandwagon and I'm going to leave that thing on the side of the road. But yes, picked up with Mo Blackwell.
I don't know because I haven't looked at the participation chart, but just based on paying attention to what was happening defensively for Texas, I feel like that may have been the least that David Benda has played.
Also. It was. Yes. Was it? I want to say, if you give me a minute, I want to say 16 snaps is all David Benda got in the BYU game. It was probably the most Anthony Hill's played this year. There we go. Come on, PFF. Don't let me down. I just need some snap counts on defense. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, Anthony Hill, 51 snaps. He's the third most of anybody in that game. Mo Blackwell had 19 snaps, and then David Benda was 16. So Mo Blackwell, Trey, played more than David Benda did last week.
I think that it was trending in that direction because Benda hasn't been great the last couple of games, the Houston game and then the OU game, where neither of the main linebackers were good against those two teams. Anthony Hill, you could argue, was the best of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
He's still a true freshman trying to learn on the job. So now that they have Maurice Blackwell back there, he has a similar sort of speed, probably better speed than David Benda does.
Oh, no question. Yeah.
That he's going to take over that role, that sideline to sideline role.
I still, the thing I'm watching for tomorrow, and again, I had somebody connected to a Big 12 staff kind of cue me in on this, that this staff felt like anybody that's able to play with bigger personnel or get themselves into kind of some short yardage downs against Texas. I didn't realize this, Trey, until I looked it up this week. You realize Texas is third in the country in third down defense?
Interesting. I did not know that.
I didn't either.
That makes sense.
They've been really good on third down. But the point is to get them in short yardage situations when PK goes with, 4-3 personnel, more traditional 4-3 personnel, 40 personnel with 3 and 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers. He takes Jahdae Barron off the field. That's been kind of what they've done with that. You got to have a counter to that because, if we're being honest, who's more valuable to have on the field regardless of the down and distance? Is it Jahdae Barron or David Benda?
Jahdae Barron, but if nothing else, I would have Jahdae Barron in there at a safety position. I know that he's played a lot more nickel, but I have more faith in him at safety than I do anybody else playing either safety spot right now.
Or just get him somewhere on the field. Like, I don't care where it is, just whatever you got to do. Or just leave him in there at the nickel position. He's actually, as physical as he is, he's one of your better box defenders.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He's not afraid to throw his body around. So I would he's one of those guys that it's almost like when you have a great running back and you're like, okay, well, maybe he doesn't fit our offense. Well, then your offense isn't working right. Like, make it work. Like, well, we like having 3 linebackers. Okay, well, then just get that out of your mind. Just keep him on the field. Just keep your nickel personnel on the field.
Yeah, it's a hard-headedness that a lot of coaches have, that you should be able to excel within my system, but recognizing the pieces at your disposal and making the necessary adjustment on your end to ensure that you are setting that squad up for success. It was part of my issue. I know you and I talked about this on Tuesday, but it was part of my problem with Sark's initial game plan last Saturday. Like, yeah, it was BYU, so you could get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's just who and what Sark is, and it's like, no, we're going to throw a lot more than we run early on in the game to get our quarterback comfortable, to set everything else up, I think you're going about it poorly.
Yeah.
And a team like Kansas State will make you pay in ways that BYU could not.
I think we're not on the same page there, but I think you and I are on the same page for this week when I know Chip has been touting this week. I think this has got to be a 25 to 30 carry game for Jonathan Brooks. Like, we need to look up at the end of the game. Here's the deal, Trey, whatever the final number ends up being, you can't have, like, I want to say like the U of H game was like this. He can't have 14, 15 carries at halftime and finish with 18.
Yeah.
You know, like he's got to be double digits in both halves.
I agree. Sark has shown the ability to do that at times. Just look at the last couple of Kansas State games. Think back to Bijan's sophomore year, the TCU game.
Yeah.
Where Casey Thompson was the quarterback, and they sucked throwing the football that day. And he realized, I've just got to give the ball to Bijan Robinson if I want to win this game. And they did. So if that turns out to be the case tomorrow, then he's willing to make that adjustment again.
The two games that were like that last year, and it was like it had to wait for the oh crap moment for it to happen. My daughter's here, so I got to watch the language. But it was the Iowa State game. Remember when they threw that bomb to Casey Kane on that crosser and he dropped it?
Mm-hmm.
And right after that, at that point, Sark's like, you know what? The passing game just ain't happening today. I'm going to give the ball to Roschon and Bijan, and we're just going to get the hell out of here and go win this game. And the same thing happened in the Baylor game. Remember, Quinn was rolling out, took that sack, fumbled. Baylor scoops it up. He's like, you know what? Just going to go to my two backs. Let them carry us across the finish line. Quinn, I love you, but we're going to live to fight another day. You know, you'll have the bowl game, and, you know, you'll go on. You'll be great. But today, just turn around and hand that ball off, and let's get out of here.
Yeah, and that was great because Roschon got that final memory at DKR scoring the game-sealing touchdown too.
And I love it because I actually talked to him about this at his pro day. Like, to me, that last play that he had, that summed up exactly what Roschon Johnson meant to this program.
Completely agreed.
A guy with an ankle injury that most guys probably wouldn't have tried to play through, but he's out there hurdling defenders and scoring a touchdown to help put a game away. Like, it just summed up who he was, what he meant to that program, what he's meant to Sark into this organization. Like, it just, he couldn't have scripted a better ending for that guy.
Yeah, it was perfect.
And no, if you're still pissed off about the bowl game, he and Bijan did not need to play in the bowl game.
No, stupid Alamo Bowl. If it was a New Year's Six game, I'd want to see them play, but I would understand if there weren't college football playoff implications if they didn't.
You know, Trey, I see stuff every day that reminds me, you know what? There are a lot of dumb people in every fan base has their share of morons. Every fan base. And Texas fans at stuff like that, the few. I'm talking to like the 2% here. I also see stuff like, you know, I'll see like I think it was the Statesman had something like an article on Colt McCoy that came across my Facebook feed. And people were still blaming Colt. Texas would have a national championship if he didn't take himself out of the game. Like, the dude couldn't feel his arm. What do you want him to do? He was trying to protect his draft status. That's almost as dumb as me thinking Marilyn Manson got a rip removed back in the day.
I was at that game. I watched him try and come out of the locker room and warm up on the sideline. It just wasn't happening. It sucked.
Yeah.
Sucked to have to come to that conclusion. It's the same feeling as Garcia pulling his oblique at the end or in game 3. You knew that there was a good chance that you wouldn't see him again in that series. That's how it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that somebody doesn't have the guts to suck it up and do it. It just means physically they're unable to do so.
Ooh, speaking of rumors, I got a good one.
Let's hear it.
Along those lines. Did Paul Pierce doo-doo on himself in the NBA Finals or not?
Well, that's legit.
But now, see, apparently it's not. There's been some rumors like, did Paul Pierce fabricate that he went number 2 on himself?
What was the problem then? What would have happened there?
Way over exaggerated an ankle injury.
Oh.
Acted like he got shot, which is really weird coming from a guy who actually legit got stabbed outside of a bar and almost died.
Well, this was the thought with Adolis Garcia too, especially, and Kevin Dunn brought this up first, so I'm going to give him credit for this, is that he tends to be histrionic with his reactions to when he gets hurt. Like when Garcia hurt his foot back in late August or early September, which led to Evan Carter's call up. People are like, oh my gosh, based on that, like he broke his foot. We hope he's back in time for spring training. And then he was back in the lineup a couple weeks later. And so people were hoping that the oblique injury was him overreacting to a slight pull, and that turned out not to be the case. Was Paul Pierce one of those guys who over-exaggerated injuries throughout his career? I don't remember.
I didn't follow the Celtics close enough to know whether he did or not. And Paul Pierce, let's be honest, while he was at the Celtics, there were some dark years in there where they just weren't very good. While Antoine Walker was in the middle of eating his way out of the NBA. So I don't know, but there was a deal where he kind of admitted it, but then now I've seen some scuttlebutt lately that maybe he didn't doo-doo on himself in the NBA Finals.
You gotta love when the conspiracy theory swings back and forth from the hilarious to the more boring.
I mean, I don't fault an athlete. If you got to go number 2, then you got to run off the court to do it or get wheelchaired out to save yourself the embarrassment. That it happens, man.
Yeah. It's unfortunate when it happens, but it does happen. I remember a game where that happened to Troy Aikman. We had to run into the locker room. It was a game at old Texas Stadium. We ran in there and they're like, is Troy Aikman hurt? And they gave the sideline report. Nope. Troy Aikman just had a little bit of a bathroom issue that he needed to take care of.
Yeah, Trey, we were talking about the Ultimate Warrior. Pro wrestling has a lot of those stories like that, urban legends. Like there's one, and neither one of the parties has confirmed this, but apparently video evidence showed the end of the main event of WrestleMania 13, The Undertaker beat Psycho Sid for the WWF title, that while The Undertaker was delivering a tombstone pile driver, that Psycho Sid went number 2 in his pants.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, pile driver. So that means that part of the body was close to the other.
Well, it's the tombstone pile driver. So the front part of the male anatomy is in your face. So you would have, if he would have done it, he would have been able to smell it. Undertaker would have been able to smell it. There's a story about,
if you ever talk to the Undertaker, he is an Austin native, then you can ask him about that.
There's also a story about Andre the Giant one time was wrestling Bad News Brown and attempted to just break wind on him in the corner. But apparently Andre had several beers the night before and ended up blowing mud instead.
Oh boy.
Did you ever watch the Bill Simmons Andre the Giant documentary that HBO did?
I think I did. Yeah.
It's fascinating. I think one of my main takeaways from that, the end is very sad, because it talks about just how Andre just sometimes didn't want to go out in public and hated being seen as a freak show, and that's understandable.
Blame him.
But apparently, when he'd go wrestle in Japan, that the bathrooms in Japan were so small that he had to line the tub with newspaper and take the Browns to the Super Bowl, if you will, in the tub.
Well, that sucks for him.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he used his size to carve out a really nice career in life for himself, but you're unable to gain any level of privacy in public.
I said Lamar Jackson apparently had one of those incidents. He had to go pot during the game, or maybe did on himself.
Run to the locker room to drop a deuce. Okay, CB, we trust you on that one.
I was watching, man, it wasn't, maybe it was the Todd Marinovich 30 for 30, where he was playing in the Arena League, and I forget what substance he was on, but it was making him, basically, he had diarrhea.
Ugh.
And he had done it twice, and apparently Apparently, the equipment guy said, "I'm just telling you, this is the last pair of pants you have. So whatever happens from here on out," and it's like late second quarter at this point. So yeah, Todd Marinovich threw for like 6 touchdowns in an Arena League game.
I'm sure he did.
Crapped his pants twice.
He died, correct?
I believe Todd Marinovich is still with us.
Ah, damn it. I'm on the clock then.
His dad is no longer with us. Marv Marinovich passed away, I believe.
Okay. And Todd is alive.
Well, Trey tried to kill Todd Marinovich today, so.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be me that kills Todd Marinovich. It would probably be the drugs. Todd Marinovich, a July 4th baby.
Interesting.
54.
Now, CB, here's the thing. George Brett's incident did not happen during a game. It happened many years later.
The George Brett story?
Yeah. Which he's strangely very happy to tell people, or he was happy when he was telling it during Royals spring training. Have you seen that YouTube video?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like how everybody's just trying to get away from him, and he's like, no, let me tell you the next part.
I think it's an all-time great baseball story. He should be leaning into that one.
Forget Pine Tar. George Brett crapped himself in a casino one time. That's what I want to hear about.
Baseball stories aren't always about what's happening on the field of play. Vin Scully is a great example of that. Vin Scully would go off on such random tangents that had very little to do with the game.
Yeah, baseball is one of those sports where you can do that, especially if like the game is getting away from you. You know, it's like a 7-1 game in the, top of the 6th or something. It's like baseball is not one of those sports like football where you can like be back in it in a minute or two. Like if you're building a rally, it's going to take you a while, and if it's a blowout, you got to fill time somehow. You got to be able to filibuster.
Yep. TikTok, Trey. TikTok, says Steven. What are we TikToking about, Steven? What are we TikToking about? Jeff, what do you think we see out of Malik Murphy tomorrow, by the way?
Well, I hope we see – this kind of goes back to something I talked about with Bucky and BK this morning. How much does Sark trust him at this point? Does Sark trust him enough to maybe throw some of those intermediate routes, some of the intermediate game stuff that, was very much in the playbook with Quinn Ewers, that we know it took Sark a while to build up to that with Quinn. The problem is, like, with Quinn – especially like those first 2 games last year, you knew you had a redshirt freshman quarterback. You're at the beginning of the season, so you're still trying to really get a feel for what your team is. I don't know if you got the luxury to put a ton of trust in Malik Murphy right now, unless you're as close to 100% comfortable with something as possible, because you're in a conference championship race at this point. And I wonder, Sark talks about himself, he's naturally aggressive. We've seen him straddle that line between aggressiveness and recklessness, but I wonder if maybe does he feel the need at all to pull back a little bit, maybe be a little more conservative. I would think so, because this is the kind of game against BYU. He knew that BYU's offense was so inept, and this isn't like inside information. This is just me trying to psychoanalyze Sark. I think he knew BYU's offense was so inept that he felt like, look, if he turns the ball over a couple of times or you have some drives stalled, defense and special teams are good enough to get you to a point where the offense can eventually take off. You can eventually find something to fall back on. Kansas State's not one of those opponents where that's going to happen. You turn the ball over a couple of times, man, you can be down in a hole real quick. And predictable down and distances and predictable downs, period, is not a place you want to be with Malik Murphy. It's not a place you really want to be with anybody as your quarterback, but definitely with an inexperienced quarterback, you don't want to be in that kind of position. So I hope, Trey, we see a guy that is a little bit smarter with the football, is a little bit quicker in how he goes through a play, and just minimize the mistakes. Like there were some balls he threw last week that shouldn't have. So just realize, look, trust your defense, trust your special teams. As long as you reserve the right to punt, as long as you don't turn the football over, we're going to be fine.
I think that's really well said. And I also think back to last weekend's game. As helpful as it was that Xavier Worthy returned that punt for a touchdown, it also bailed the offense out in a sense from ever really having to get into a rhythm. Like this Texas offense had 2 drives that went for more than 50 yards. The touchdown near the end of the second quarter, which was a nice drive. I think it was 6 runs, 4 passes. And then a second half drive that also started on 25 and ended inside the BYU 5 with another failed red zone attempt. You were also run heavy on that drive too. So take the cue there. You know that they've looked at the film. They've seen the throws that Malik Murphy did a good job with and those that he didn't. And they need to adjust accordingly. But I do wonder also, though, because we saw them calling more plays at the line of scrimmage in terms of the throws they were asking him to make versus throwing it downfield as the game went on. Like they saw some of what you just referenced and what I've talked about over the last couple of days, that there being 3 to 5 balls that a good defense is going to turn at least a couple more of those into turnovers.
I feel like you gotta, I hate the term establish the run because, man, unless you're Dana Holgerson or Mike Leach, the late Mike Leach, you don't really care about establishing the run. Everybody wants to. But maybe you try to take a play action shot early. I always heard this. My man Rod Baber said this a few years ago. You can take a play action shot early because it hasn't been established yet that your run game sucks. The defense doesn't know if your run game sucks yet or not. Just take a play action shot early. I might be inclined, Trey, if I'm Sark, to maybe take another deep shot or 2 that you were hesitant to take last week, because you got to figure K-State's going to be loading up to stop the run.
Yeah.
You got to figure that. And, man, this K-State secondary is not great. Terrence Newman's not walking through that door. It's not a great K-State secondary. So trust A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy and Jordan Whittington to win some one-on-ones down the field.
I like that plan a lot, and I'm just generally speaking a big believer in letting quarterbacks operate off of play action. I don't care if you're an experienced quarterback or an inexperienced quarterback. If you have any semblance of a run game that is a threat, and the Texas rushing attack is more of a threat than their passing attack right now, you can use that as a weapon to get your quarterback more comfortable and give him easier throws, especially throws that aren't right at the line of scrimmage. Like Ryan Tannehill's best years in Tennessee weren't because Ryan Tannehill all of a sudden became an incredible quarterback. They were great because Derrick Henry was a beast running the football, and he operated off of play action more than any quarterback in the league that year. And the stats were reflective of it too, and also having A.J. Brown.
Yeah, and it's strange too. Like Sark learned a lot of what he knows offensively from Norm Chow, from that BYU tree with Lavelle Edwards, and then at SC. But you got Paul Christ. Paul Christ more so than Sark, but Sark too. A lot of what they believe offensively jives with Norv Turner, because they both worked for Norv Turner in the NFL. Well, go back to those early 90s Cowboys, Trey. What were those early 90s Cowboys doing all the time? Find me a Troy Aikman highlight that's not off of play action.
Yeah.
And they love using the tight end. Norv Turner loves using the tight end. If Jatavian Sanders is healthy, if JT's healthy, which I don't know, he may or may not be, but man, Gunnar Helm should have shown you enough at this point that you feel like you can make him more a part of your passing. Like CB's in the chat asking about Jonte Cook. If Quinn Ewers was your quarterback, I have no question you'd see Jonte Cook more. But now, and this is up to Sark and Chris Jackson to have this conversation with Jonte Cook, developing Jonte Cook and making sure he's getting reps. That's going to take a back seat to survive and advance. You just got to do whatever you need to do to get you to the next game, get you through the next week until Quinn comes back. And then when Quinn comes back, more of the offense is open. Now maybe you can get Jonte Cook involved again. But until then, it's what do you need to do to win the football game? That should be, not that shouldn't be your goal every week, but especially now, because what's your other option at quarterback if things go wrong with Malik Murphy? Arch Manning, who hadn't played a snap all year. So you're down to what's the best? You're not down to the Arco principle yet, Trey. What's the best bad idea you've got? But you're one play away from getting the.
Uh-oh. I just lost you, Jeff. I got
you. Did you lose me? Okay.
You were one play away from Arch Manning coming into the game. Is that what you were just saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. And by the way, Jonte Cook might make sense simply because both he and Malik Murphy have been second teamers throughout the course of the year. And maybe there's a rapport established there, but I do ultimately agree with you too, that you need to do whatever it takes to win this game right now. And trying things out should not be the first order of business. Even if we think that Jonte Cook deserves more of a chance, this game may not be that game. Steven, who, by the way, clarified that the TikTok Trey was all about me being on the clock for killing Todd Marinovich, which I would argue that, assuming that he's not sober now, it would be the drugs that killed Todd Marinovich. He's asking if we think that Cam Williams would be the guy stepping in for Christian Jones tomorrow if Christian can't go.
Maybe, but I think probably what you're more
Cole Hudson, even though he's the Swiss Army knife, he's an interior guy.
I would think you probably kick Hayden Connor out to right tackle, and put Cole Hudson at left guard.
Oh boy,
I would think that would be what you would probably see them do.
Man,
maybe
is
at least
Cam Williams still not that close to being a positive contributor?
You know, it's weird. When Sark stops talking about guys, I just assume either a guy messed up in practice. That usually what we've learned from Sark over these almost 3 years now, Trey, when Sark stops talking about a guy or gives you like a 1-sentence answer about a guy, either that guy has been messing up in practice and needs to pick it up, or he's done something that just he's not developing the way the staff wants him to, not because of anything the staff's doing wrong, because there's something they're not getting, or they're not putting forth the extra effort on their own, and they're trying to send a message on that guy. So I don't know. You're going to need Cam Williams next year. I mean, I'd like to think Neto Meazulu is going to compete for one of those starting guard spots in the spring. I would like to think that, especially like if Jake Majors doesn't come back. I mean, you figure Cole Hudson probably enters spring as your starting center.
Yeah.
And then, let Neto compete with Hayden Connor and DJ Campbell. So there, you've still got time with these offensive linemen. But again, that would be, do you want to, it would be whatever Kyle Flood probably feels more comfortable with, because can you afford to experiment with Cam Williams? I might say the same thing about Hayden Connor. Do you want to roll Hayden Connor out there at right tackle and then figure out, oh man, this isn't working? And then in the middle of the game, throw a cold Cam Williams out there at right tackle.
CB says it wouldn't surprise me if Cook transfers after this season.
That's way too.
Everything I've heard about Cook, that would surprise me, actually.
Yeah.
Also taking into account, by the way, that there's going to be a lot of playing time opportunities next year, because there's a good chance you see your top 3 receivers not a part of this roster anymore. Xavier Worthy's going to go pro. Yeah. Whittington is out of eligibility, and A.D. Mitchell very well could go pro too.
Yeah. It's one of those deals too, Trey, when you talk about transfers, like name me a big-time freshman that's come to Texas, and I'll probably point to at some point during their freshman year, you heard some kind of rumor that, oh man, this guy might transfer. That's not a Texas thing. That happens to freshmen that don't play or that aren't maybe playing as much as people thought. That happens at Alabama, that happens at Georgia, that happens at Ohio State. It's just one of those things that you deal with.
Yeah, there were transfer rumors about Xavier Worthy after his freshman year, weren't there?
Mm-hmm.
That's been a part of both of Xavier Worthy's off seasons.
But like the kids nowadays are smarter than they've ever been in terms of the recruiting process, because they've got more information now than ever. Like it's pretty much impossible for coaches to lie to a guy, about playing time. Like you go to school knowing what the pecking order is at your position.
Well, and some of these guys are also, believe it or not, folks, locked into NIL contracts that require paybacks if they decide to leave school before the contract is up.
Yeah.
It's a little silver lining about the system that's currently in place that may help calm down the wild, wild west nature of the transfer portal better than the NCAA could ever dream of.
Imagine that. We've kind of let the boosters and the collectives take things over, and dare I say order is close to being restored.
Yeah, well, the collectives are about to be under the athletics departments and signing these kids to deals that pay them tens of thousands, if not hundreds of $1,000s a year to play college football. But we're also still going to fight hard to ensure that these schools and athletics departments aren't having to consider the players themselves employees. If that makes sense.
Trey, yeah, that's a whole different can of worms. But what surprises me is the fact that some people don't realize with these collectives, again, not just at Texas, this is across the country. The people putting money behind this, pretty wealthy individuals. They didn't get rich by just setting their money on fire. They did it by making smart decisions that they felt were worthy of their investment, worthy of their time, worthy of their money. So this is not money that's, oh yeah, let me get this guy. Let's get this guy 50 grand. Let's get this guy 25. Let's get this guy 150, whatever. No, it's being done as, it sounds strange based on what I've heard some of the dollar figures are. It's being done about as economically responsible as something like this can be done, if that makes any sense.
Well, especially at Texas, which has a bunch of Macombs grads and law school grads.
Yeah.
Like they are definitely going to be buttoned up here. It's why once this officially went down, I'm like, oh, Texas is in a great position right now because we have the right people behind the scenes who are ensuring that this is going to be done right and also done in an organized enough fashion that we should be amongst the biggest spenders in the sport.
Like Trey, you've talked to some of those people involved, like in the Texas One Fund. Like those are not. That's not like, Billy Bob sitting up in section section 99 or whatever. Like these are the best and brightest that this university has had to offer that are making these decisions. And thank goodness that they are.
As a matter of fact, I don't think you'll have an issue with me mentioning this, but Mike Perrin, a year or two before the NIL thing, like that's something that he was working on to figure out how things look and how things need to be on the Longhorns end when this was legalized, because it was inevitable at that point in time that it was going to be legalized after I'm forgetting the name of the court case, but after that court case went through the Supreme Court, that Texas needed to be ready to go. And so they made sure that all their ducks were in a row, and they were one of the first schools to announce a collective. And at that time, they were able to offer a tax break for anybody who wanted to donate. Now, since that's gone away, thanks NCAA. But
NCAA versus Alston, Trey, was the case.
Thank you. Versus Alston. I said NCAA. Thank you, IRS is what I meant to say there. That was the IRS's fault. But Texas was as ready to go as anybody at that point in time. And other schools have now followed suit. But I can pretty much guarantee you that Texas is still doing the business and legal side of things with regards to NIL as well as anybody.
And look, it's not cheap to do this. So that's why you're seeing the Texas One Fund, constantly asking Longhorn fans for your donations and whatnot.
Well, they've had issues, and I'm sure you've heard this also. They've had issues in other sports.
Oh yeah.
To raise the necessary funds. Like there was a bit of a come to Jesus moment, I guess, with the baseball program last year, where it's like, guys, we're about to fall way behind.
Yeah,
our national competition and even our future SEC opponents based on how much money is being thrown around on the baseball side of things versus the realistic amount that we have to work with right now with this program, which maybe next to swimming and diving is the program that should elicit the most pride in the athletics department for the entire school.
Which my understanding is, Trey, that's starting to get worked out.
I'm glad to hear that. There are, once again, smart, passionate people on the job, so it felt like it was maybe only a matter of time before things got right there.
I don't think, they had other reasons for it, but I don't think Tanner Witt and LeBaron Johnson would have had as high asking prices as they did in the draft last year if there wasn't some incentive to come back to Texas.
Did Tanner Witt come back to Texas?
Yeah, Tanner Witt wasn't drafted.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, that's a great...
Or he was late. I'm sorry. He was a late round pick.
A late round pick. So the word was out on him that the likelihood of getting him to go pro was pretty low.
Yeah, and LBJ the same thing too. I mean, and guys, guys in their positions, yeah, you can do that because especially LBJ, like LeBaron Johnson, he's still going to be a draft eligible redshirt junior next year, so he's going to come back with plenty of leverage next year.
That's the case for Tanner Witt too, isn't it?
Yeah, because Tanner Witt did get a redshirt year. So, but I mean, it's pretty much expected that this will be, assuming those guys stay on the same track, that they'll be gone after the 2024 season. Which, by the way, just a reminder: Fall World Series tonight, 6:00 at the Dish, and then 1:00 Sunday wrap up fall ball.
Hey, let's take a quick look around the football weekend because it's a really good slate for college football, Jeff. A pretty good slate for the NFL too. Final Bedlam for the foreseeable future happens tomorrow. I think it's a 2:30 kickoff in Stillwater. Yeah. Oklahoma is slightly under a touchdown favorite right now, but I'm kind of feeling Oklahoma State in this game, even though everything about the history of this series suggests that Oklahoma is going to win one more time. What's your feel on this game right now?
This kind of reminds me of like Texas A&M in 2011. Like, they're both ranked, and Oklahoma State. I mean, think about this. Ollie Gordon's gone back-to-back 250 plus. This guy's got over 500 yards in his last two games. But, man, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I view Oklahoma football. I have a really hard time seeing them losing this game. So Oklahoma's going to find a way to win this football game.
Okay. How about one more Big 12 game? This is going to end up being the best Big 12 slate of the entire year.
Oh, yeah.
Kansas at Iowa State.
Give me Kansas. And again, I feel like I'm always wrong about Iowa State. Maybe this is the week where their defense just doesn't deliver enough. And those two staffs know each other so well at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Give me Kansas by maybe double digits. I just feel like Kansas can just go there and out. That said, though, Trey, I know I just picked two road teams to win, and this is something that'll be more pertinent, that'll be top of mind for me next week when we talk about Texas going to Fort Worth, especially if Texas wins tomorrow. Dude, everybody in the Big 12 has been hot garbage on the road this year.
Yeah,
just horrific. Like, it's been brutal how bad teams have been in conference on the road. So, I mean, only reason I'm going with Oklahoma is just history tells you when you're in doubt, just go with Oklahoma in that rivalry. But man, I wonder if Kansas, maybe they can start putting something together now. They're going to need to win out and have things go right for themselves to get into that conference championship mix. But dude, this is Trey. I think this is a Kansas team that's got a chance to be like an 8, maybe a 9-win team.
Yeah.
That's insane to think about.
They're a fun team to root for too. I like Lance Leipold a lot, and obviously they were dealt a tough hand by losing Jalen Daniels for the season, is what it kind of feels like right now with that back injury that could actually be him trying to reach for that bag for a different program next year. Very strange timing that all of a sudden he couldn't play starting with that Texas game going forward. How about Notre Dame at Clemson? The Tigers with Dabo Swinney just continuing to sound like a damn fool whenever he's going off on fans or media or anybody else, sitting at 4-4 right now.
I love texting our Texas Sports Unfiltered group text, and anytime I see something where Dabo Swinney just keeps shooting himself in the foot, there's something, I don't know, there's something almost comforting about the demise of the Clemson program at this point.
Yeah. Kevin said it yesterday. Dabo's starting to give off Mac Brown in 2012 vibes.
Very, very much so. Man, give me Notre Dame. I have no faith in that Clemson offense. None.
Any faith that Missouri can upset Georgia? Because I don't.
No.
How about LSU going into Tuscaloosa and beating Alabama?
This is the test for that Alabama defense. Like, they got tested earlier in the year against Texas and failed that test. What the hell happened to LSU defense? LSU still can't play defense.
No.
What the hell happened to them?
I don't get it. On the flip side, though, Jaden Daniels, I did not expect him to be worth a shit as a thrower this year, and he has proven me wrong. Speaking of the bad takes that we had in the preseason, I thought LSU's ceiling would be much lower because Jaden Daniels would throw his way into it being lower. But the big problem for them right now, you're right, is defensively.
It's got to be bizarro world if you're an LSU fan. Like, man, got this dynamic offense that can score on anybody, but dude, your defense can't stop a nosebleed right now. It's got to be the weirdest thing for that fan base. But yeah, I mean, again, for lack of a better, for lack of not really digging into this one with the time we've got left, it's really hard for me to see Nick Saban losing 2 home games in the same year.
I agree with that. They've remained good defensively, and Jalen Milroe has taken steps forward as a passer also.
Going back to Georgia, Missouri real quick, every time everybody thinks, okay, this is going to be the game where somebody plays Georgia close, that's usually the time Kirby Smart gets, fire and brimstone pregame speech with his team and they curb stomp somebody. So I think it's more likely that Georgia mud holes Missouri tomorrow rather than Missouri winning that game.
Washington is at USC. USC feels like they're coming apart at the seams right now, but the Trojans are only 3-point road dogs right now. Washington hasn't looked great the last couple of weeks since that big win over Oregon. This does seem like a good time for Washington to flex that offensive muscle once again against a USC defense that is just completely pathetic.
Oh yeah, this game is at SC. It's at the Coliseum.
It is.
So I'm going to go with USC, man. I just feel like Washington's a better football team than Oklahoma, but I feel like Washington's doing the same thing Oklahoma did after that Texas game where, they played with their food for a long time against UCF and damn near lost the game. I just feel like Washington's been playing with fire way too much the last couple of weeks, and I think tomorrow it catches up with them.
Wow. I like it. Like the upset call there.
Man, I'm not planning on Alex Grinch suddenly playing defense. Like, this is going to be whatever. If you're inclined to put unit plays down, take the over.
Yeah, that's probably the smart bet there. And Kansas State, Texas.
I like the Beavos 26-21. I actually think it could be bigger than that because Texas has the ability to score now, put the ball in the end zone in all 3 phases. We've seen it, and we've seen it multiple ways on special teams. Be a punt return, be a block punt. We've seen this defense either get touchdowns or put the offense on short fields. So, I can't pick too many Big 12 teams to win on the road this weekend, Trey. I just can't think that everybody in this conference is suddenly going to start playing well and winning road games. Close game because Chris Kleiman plays in a ton of close games, but I think Texas has the better team. And as buttoned up as Texas is defensively and on special teams, I like Texas in a close one.
What would it take for Steve Sarkisian to replace Malik Murphy with Arch Manning?
It would have to be at halftime, and I think it would have to be the first half would just be like there would be you would be doing yourself, the program, Sark, everybody a disservice if you tried to talk him out of no, just let him keep working through it. Like if he's 2 for 9 for 6 yards and 3 picks at halftime, at that point you have to.
God. Yeah, I sure hope that's not the case. Because if that's the case, Texas is losing by a couple of scores too.
Sark can't be that dog in the meme where he's drinking coffee and everything around him is on fire. Yeah, he can't be that guy.
Well, he kind of did that with Quinn Ewers last year. That's the worry.
That's true. But
Oklahoma State game is going to cause me nightmares for years to come, even though it was ultimately a pointless game and an 8-win season.
But just remember, that was him going to Hudson Card, who he didn't recruit, wasn't his guy. Now he can turn to Arch. But does he want to put Arch in that situation?
That's the other question that I'm wondering about is you want his first college reps to be down 14, so that added pressure is on him to try and lead the team back to victory. But then again, his uncle, Eli, was always exceptional in those situations of bringing his team back to victory from second half deficits.
And look, before we check out for the broadcast week, if you really think the Manning family, of all the families in football, didn't have a really good plan on Arch's trajectory and what that was going to look like, I can't help you with any BS clickbait articles that you're going to read.
Mm-hmm.
You're beyond help at that point.
Yep. All right, Jeff, we made it to the end of the 2 hours. Always
Yeah.
a fun/random conversation. Appreciate it, man.
Man, the Friday happy hour does my soul good. It sends me into the weekend on a good note. So don't forget Crown and Anchor tomorrow for
That's
pregame.
right. Crown and Anchor starting at 8:30 with Bucky BK. Kevin Dunn may make an appearance out there too. I'm not promising that. There's a chance that happens. And I am spitballing there. I've not heard anything to suggest that, but don't be surprised if Katie is out there for at least a little bit. And you will be at the game covering it at DKR.
Yep. A little kegs and eggs action early in the morning.
Kegs and eggs. Post game is going to be KD and Zay tomorrow because I'm hopefully going to be coaching my daughter's volleyball team to a championship. But I will watch the game at some point and have my thoughts on Monday. For Jeff Howe and everybody else here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, thank you so much for watching and listening today. If you're on YouTube, hammer that thumbs up button. Subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube and download our free audio app if you have not already. We will talk to you tomorrow for pregame and then bright and early Monday morning with Bucky and BK at 8 a.m. In the meantime, have yourselves a great weekend and hook 'em.